Chapter 801. Little Sun brother, I have some news for you. Zhou Ziang, he's dead. Died in a car accident, hit by a car. Oh, I know that. I was there at the scene, a witness. He got lucky. What? You were at the scene? Hey, don't get any ideas. Remember when he called you that time? He was just wandering on the road when he got hit. It has nothing to do with me. I'm a really good person. So it was that time. By the way, are you free? Want to grab lunch? The voice on the phone grew fainter, and a smile curved Su Sun's lips. So the intention wasn't just about the news. But it was perfect timing, as he hadn't seen her in a while. Okay, see you at Lao Zhen's homestyle cooking. Actually, Su Sun had been invited by Gu Qingguan before, but it was likely cancelled due to the other party having something come up. Thinking back, he had only seen her once after the cruise trip, and so much time had passed unknowingly. Since he was already out, Su Sun decided not to go back. It had been half a month since the confrontation that day, and the situation at home had reached a point he couldn't quite understand. One moment, his sisters might be all smiles, and the next, a cold war would inexplicably erupt. He was caught in the middle, unable to help anyone, lest he be alienated from all sides. They say avoidance is shameful, but sometimes, avoidance is truly effective. Since he wouldn't get a good reception by going back anyway, he might as well wander around outside. Most importantly, Su Xinruo had been brewing something mischievous lately. She had communicated very little with him over the past 2 weeks, giving him a bad feeling. And Su Qingxia, she had been incredibly clingy recently. After that day, it was as if some switch had been flipped, and she was stuck to him like a piece of gum. Although he was the only one in the family who could maintain a smile, excessive kindness could sometimes be a burden. Especially if certain people saw it, it would lead to more cold stares. As for Su Banian, that ungrateful wretch, he still held a grudge over that small incident last time. Su Sun couldn't be bothered with this ungrateful wretch anymore. He hailed a shared bike and wandered aimlessly through the streets, eventually arriving at the downtown business district, the location of Su Corporation. Su Sun didn't know how to evaluate this particular place. He had once had a connection to it, but now, time had changed everything, like an old friend he'd known for years suddenly leaving. But on second thought, this place had never really been related to him, so there was no need for pointless melancholy. He stepped on the pedals, ready to leave. With this departure, he doubted he would ever come here again. Of course, passing by didn't count. Little Su. Just as he was pedaling, 2 calls suddenly came from behind him. Su Sun swayed and braked the shared bike. Looking back, he saw familiar faces. Sister Hui? Sister Wan. Oh, Little Su. It's really you. Upon seeing familiar faces, Sister Hui immediately ran forward with a smile. Sister Wan, following behind, also walked over slowly, a look of surprise on her face. Little Su, you're not back to work again, are you? Su Sun's previous behavior of coming and going as he pleased had left a deep impression on the two. But now, Su Corporation had undergone reforms, and they never expected the former troublemaker to return. Su Sun smiled. How could I? I can't go back even if I wanted to. I was just passing by to take a look and found that not much has changed. Sister Hui covered her mouth and chuckled. I knew it. Your file has been withdrawn, so how could you come back? It's only been a few months, so it's normal that not much has changed. Ha, how do you know my file was withdrawn? And isn't it working hours now? How are you two out and about? Aren't you afraid your supervisor will find out and scold you? Hearing this, the 2 friends exchanged a look and smiled mysteriously. As if remembering something, Sister Wan's face showed unconcealed pride. Scold us? It's us who should be scolding others now. Chapter 802. Su Sun was taken aback. What do you mean? You two quit? Quit what? We got promoted. Sister Wan said excitedly. Do you know, we have you to thank for this. Otherwise, how could we have gotten promoted? I won't mention myself, but Little Hui is now the HR manager. A nobody who used to have their life and death decided has become an executioner who judges others. Thinking about it makes me a little excited. Hey. Sister Hui said speechlessly, why are you making me sound like a villain? Do I have that much power? Besides, I'm the one in charge of people. What are you so excited about? The 2 were speaking cryptically, leaving Su Sun bewildered. What had he done now? Why should they thank him? Seeing his confused look, Sister Wan explained, it was Chairman Ro. She promoted us 2 right before she left. When the new boss took over, we just continued in our positions. Yes. Sister Hui interjected, if it weren't for you, I really don't understand why she would promote us too. We often slacked off and were caught red-handed, but later, we figured it out and understood. It must be that Chairman Rowe took care of us because of your connection. We never expected that a little intern we met while slacking off would bring us such good fortune. Ah. Susun was speechless by these words. So, this could be attributed to him as well? Haha, well, you two continue to slack off. I wish you a future promotion to general manager. I'm leaving now. Hey, don't go, little Sue. We'll treat you to coffee at the company, let's chat a bit longer. No thanks, I don't deserve Sue Corp's mediocre coffee. In the sunlight, Susun raised his arm and waved goodbye, pedaling the shared bike away. Sister Hui and Sister Wan looked at each other, a sense of inexplicable reluctance dawning upon them simultaneously. For some reason, they felt that this might be the last time they would see this cheerful, sunny young man who appeared and disappeared like a phantom. At noon, on a simple and unpretentious commercial street, a century-old establishment stood, attracting countless customers daily. Lao Zhen's private kitchen, on the second floor in a small private room, Susun sat by the window, waiting for Gu Qingwan's arrival. Suddenly, a beastly roar echoed from below. Susun instinctively glanced down, about to comment on who was so inconsiderate to rev their engine, when he saw a familiar figure alighting from a sports car. A gentle and beautiful face carried a look of deep apology as she spoke to the surrounding people. Sorry, this car is new and I'm not very familiar with it. I scared you. After a few passers-by left, as if guided by intuition, Gu Qingwan suddenly looked up towards the second floor. Their gazes met. With a spring breeze-like smile, Gu Qingwan, carrying her bag, went upstairs and knocked on the private room door. Upon seeing the person, Susun's thought was the same as always, still as elegant as ever. However, this time Gu Qingwan wasn't wearing her hair tied back as usual, reducing her wifely charm considerably. Now, her straight, long hair was casually draped down, giving her a more mature and dominant aura, and making her look even younger. Sister Wanner, with this hairstyle change, you look so much more mature now. Really? Does it look cold and unapproachable? Should I change back to my old hairstyle? Ah, no need. Besides, it's not like you're unapproachable. It's just a slight change in temperament. Overall, you look younger. Do you like it then? That's a deadly question, I won't answer it. I'm a man who can't distinguish beauty. I think concrete number 42 should be ignored when acting with you. Grey Wolf, Big Bear is coming to chop trees again. Gu Qingwan smiled helplessly. Susun was back to his flights of fancy, but Susun's nonsensical chatter always cheered her up, instantly dispelling the gloom she had felt at home these past few days. By the way, Sister Wanner, Susun asked, resting his chin on his hand and looking out the window at the luxury car, why are you driving a sports car today? It's so high profile, not like your usual style. But your car is really cool, must be tens of thousands, right? Chapter 803. Gu Qingwan stood up, glanced at the car surrounded by onlookers downstairs, and turned back with a smile. No, this isn't my car, it's your car. What? This is my what? I misspoke, but you're saying it's my car? How can this be my car? Gu Qingwan sat down again, smiling sweetly. Don't you remember? You still had a sports car undelivered on the cruise. My other purpose for finding you this time is to give you the car. That's right, I almost forgot. If it weren't for this mention, Susun would have almost forgotten he had a car yet to receive. Gu Qingwan had gifted him a sports car back then. He wasn't interested in such material possessions, and the delivery of the sports car was slow. After returning, he had completely forgotten about it. However, he had also given Gu Qingwan 20 million in return, so in a way, he had indirectly bought the car. Now that the car was delivered, it was good, but the problem was. Susun turned to look out the window again. Sister Wanner, are you sure this is my car? Seriously. His car back then was only 8 or 9 million, not even reaching a million. But this one, just looking at its cool, rugged exterior, it was at least 10 times that. Sister Wanner, are you kidding me? This isn't my car. Gu Qingwan's expression changed slightly. This is your car. After the car was shipped to Jiangqing, it was sent directly to me, and I personally supervised. There absolutely can't be any mistakes. Look at the brand, look at the color, they're all black, it's impossible. It's not about mistakes. The brand is the same, the color is the same, but the problem is, mine was a big bull, and this is a poison. How can they be the same thing? Who doesn't know cars between us? Susun fell silent. Although his car was expensive, 10 of them wouldn't be as good as the one downstairs. Could sports cars evolve now? Had his big bull disappeared for days to evolve into a poison? Gu Qingwan clearly hadn't expected Susun to know so much about cars and was a bit flustered when exposed. Seeing that no one responded, Susun withdrew his gaze and sighed helplessly. Alright, Sister Wanner, this car is too valuable. Stop joking with me and just give me my unpretentious big bull. This. Gu Qingguan hesitated, my niece drove it away. I'll get you a replacement. It's fine, I don't mind her driving it a few times. I'll just let it gather dust at home anyway. No, it wasn't just driven, it was driven badly. My niece took the car without my permission and crashed it. Consider this as my compensation to you. Compensation? The value of this compensation far exceeds that. It's fine. Didn't you give me 20 million to buy the car last time? Consider it as you buying it. I think my 20 million is still far from enough. At this point, Susun was too lazy to decline any further. The car was indeed expensive, but for Gu Qingguan, it wasn't much. Since it was her thoughtful gesture, refusing further might hurt her feelings again. In fact, he really didn't like driving sports cars. Those things had hard seats, small spaces, poor visibility, and most importantly, loud noises. He genuinely disliked them. Gu Qingguan asked softly, little Sun brother, you. Susun smiled faintly, alright, how can I refuse Sister Wanner's gift? I like it very much. Really? Fake. Okay, just kidding. The food is all here, let's eat quickly. A joke re-energized the atmosphere. The two chatted and laughed, immersed in the joy of their reunion after a long time. The private small dishes at this place were truly excellent. They ordered as much as they ate, clearing almost everything. Even with their net worth in the hundreds of millions, those so-called luxurious banquets were far inferior to this simple meal. After eating and drinking their fill, they prepared to visit the nearby pedestrian street. Taking the key, they entered the car. Susun drove off as if he had been driving this car for a long time, with practiced skill. Gu Qingguan in the passenger seat didn't even have time to receive any instructions. Gu Qingguan looked surprised, little Sun brother, have you driven this car before? I have, I learned it in a flash. I even raced this car. Ah, what? Nothing, maybe I'm a genius and learned it without a teacher. Sit tight, I'm going to accelerate. A gentle press of the pedal, like a beast roaring. It had to be said that this car had a lot of emotional value. It attracted countless eyes wherever it went. The windows were open, and a handsome man with a beautiful woman in a luxury car was the perfect combination. The pedestrian street was crowded. Upon arriving, Susun parked the car and immediately pulled Gu Qingguan away from the scene. There was no way, this car was too eye-catching. Luxury cars don't always boost confidence, sometimes they are a burden. Susun was never a high-profile person, so he preferred not to attract attention here. Sister Wanner, I really don't dare to drive this car anymore, it's too attention-grabbing. It's your car. Alright, my car. So what should we do next? How about we take a photo together? We've known each other for so long, and we don't have a proper memento. Gu Qingguan's voice became increasingly shy and hesitant as she spoke. Susun smiled knowingly. As smart as he was, he naturally understood Gu Qingguan's subtle intentions. This wasn't just about taking a photo together, was it? It was about taking a couple's photo. After all, they had slept in the same bed. Since that night, they had both understood each other, but neither had fully broken the ice. How could Susun refuse such a small request? As expected, Gu Qingguan didn't go to a professional photo studio. Instead, she pulled him into a small booth specifically for taking instant photos, labeled Polaroid selfie machine. In this small space, they created their first tangible memory together. From now on, Gu Qingguan wouldn't need to stare at the stolen shots of his back and profile in her phone album to reminisce. Now, she had a formal solace. Just as they were posing in various positions, growing closer. Beside Susun's poison, a big bull stopped with a roar. The car door opened, and a man and a woman alighted. The driver was a girl. As soon as the girl in the racing suit got out of the car, she began circling the poison in front, her brow furrowing. This street, someone is showing off more than me. Chapter 804. Yu, this car seems more expensive than yours. As soon as the young man next to the girl got out, his attention was drawn to the poison in front. He thought his own big bull was already very cool, but compared to the car in front, it was completely eclipsed. Hearing this, the girl sneered, more than just more expensive than my car, it's not even in the same league. I didn't expect anyone in Jiangqing to be able to afford such a car. The boy chuckled, it might not necessarily be from Jiangqing. What if a wealthy person from another province is visiting Jiangqing? Another province? If it were someone from another province, why would it have a Jiangqing license plate? Even if they came to shop, they'd go to the prosperous areas downtown, not a normal pedestrian street like this. I'm curious now, which family's son or daughter can afford this car? You know, my dad wouldn't even buy me this car. 90 million yuan, while insignificant to these wealthy families, was not an easy thing to spend on a child's toy, especially for the Gu family. They were wealthy, but not stupid enough to indulge their children so lavishly. The heads of these families might buy cars of this caliber, but they wouldn't buy such flashy sports cars. They would opt for understated, luxurious business vehicles. And as the proud daughter of the Gu family, let alone a 90 million yuan car, she wasn't even allowed to buy a 90,000 yuan car. The more Gu Qingyu thought about it, the more annoyed she became, and a sense of imbalance emerged. Why was it so difficult for her to get a sports car when her Gu family was so rich, while other families were willing to spend so much money on their children? The three major families in Jiangxing were the Gu family, the Wu family, and the Tang family. She was now genuinely curious which family this car belonged to. She had barely managed to make a splash with her car, only to be outdone. She had heard about the Wu family's affairs in recent months. They were in turmoil and had trouble taking care of themselves, so they likely couldn't afford this car. She also had some knowledge of the Tang family. The two most high-profile ones had been banished to Wakanda, and one had married into the countryside, neither of whom had this capability. Could there be some hidden wealthy family in Jiangxing? Qingyu, let's go shopping. This car is good, but the owner of this car looks like a nouveau riche. Otherwise, why would they drive such a car to a place like this? Clearly, they're just trying to attract attention. You're the eldest daughter of the Gu family, won't you be able to buy this car whenever you want in the future? Besides, didn't your family already buy you a big bull? They both have 4 wheels, so they're the same. Heh heh. Gu Qingyu fell silent. If the big bull was really bought for her, that would be great. The setback with the luxury car was quickly forgotten by Gu Qingyu. She led the young man beside her, sweeping through various shops on the pedestrian street. The young man acted like a loyal servant, unconditionally obeying Gu Qingyu's commands. They walked and stopped, finally entering the second floor of a shopping mall. As they walked into a luxury store, a pair of handsome man and beautiful woman descended from the 3rd floor, just missing them. Gu Qingwan glanced back, looking puzzled. I think I saw someone I know. Someone you know. Susun was taken aback. Who did you see? Don't tell me your old man followed you. Gu Qingwan chuckled. How could that be? He doesn't even know I'm out. Maybe I saw wrong. Let's go. Like a couple in love, they instinctively linked arms and walked side by side, even becoming accustomed to it unconsciously. There were things they didn't expose, nor did they hint at them, but as if destined, they moved silently in the intended direction. Sometimes, verbal hints were not necessary. Often, a glance or a movement was enough to understand each other. When interacting with Gu Qingwan, Susun always felt at ease. Gu Qingwan seemed to be able to read his mind, always proactively taking care of his emotions and soothing his anxieties. Even just standing together made him feel a sense of peaceful tranquility. Chapter 805. First floor. Shopping malls nowadays had areas selling cars. Susun simply paused in front of a new-looking car, and Gu Qingwan immediately took out her bank card, intending to buy it. Fortunately, Susun used the excuse of Gu Qingwan needing to use the restroom to pull her back, otherwise, he would have had to worry about having too many cars. My sister Wanner, looking doesn't mean I want it. I can't even drive the one parked outside. Gu Qingwan, didn't you say that one is uncomfortable and has limited space? Then this one can be used as a family car. No, please don't. I don't lack cars. I have 2 more at home that I'm too lazy to drive. Besides, you keep buying such expensive things, it's like you're supporting me. It's not impossible. Ha! Susun's head spun. Seeing Gu Qingwan's hesitant look, he said righteously, you're not seriously thinking of supporting me, are you? That's absolutely impossible. I never leech off women. How is that considered leeching off women? You're not living by depending on me. I'm just helping you solve some minor problems. Giving me 90 million yuan with a wave of your hand is solving minor problems? Relationships require mutual effort, Sister Wanner. You keep putting so much pressure on me, and I can't possibly repay you with such a large return. Relationships. The casual mention of relationships caused an undercurrent of emotion within Gu Qingwan. It was because she understood that when these 2 words appeared, and especially when spoken by Susun, their meaning was self-evident. Finally hearing his direct answer, Gu Qingwan couldn't help but smile, her lips blooming like a flower. Her already beautiful face became even more stunning. I don't need any repayment. If you really feel bad about it, then play a song for me. You still owe me a song and dance. Pointing to the piano placed in the distance, Gu Qingwan's face showed intense anticipation. This reminder brought back Susun's memory. He had promised her a private performance on the cruise ship but had forgotten about it later. But with so many people in the mall, would it be too conspicuous for him to showcase his talent here? Seeing Gu Qingwan's anticipation, he really didn't want to disappoint this small, insignificant request. Sitting on the bench in front of the piano, the air conditioning blew gently, rustling his clean white shirt. Although he was simply wearing a pure white t-shirt and black trousers, the moment Susan's fingers touched the strings, his entire demeanor transformed, exuding an ethereal aura. His usual unrestrained demeanor vanished, replaced by a majestic presence. Susan closed his eyes, gathering his emotions. At the same time, curious glances were cast his way. When the first note sounded a few seconds later, it captivated everyone's attention. The popularity of Summer Duo's little tune was undeniable. The moment the prelude to this song began, many people understood something and stopped in their tracks. Melodious and ethereal, the music filled the entire mall, immersing everyone in an ocean of sound. The passers-by were shocked. This piece was incredibly complex to play. Apart from the masked muse beside Su Kingxia, almost no one could replicate it. Yet, the young man before them not only replicated the melody but also brought a new feeling to it. How to put it? It was even more shocking than the original. Is this played by the original artist? Is it real? No, it's not the original. Although imitation is inferior to the original, this person here, even the original artist, would be ashamed. Susun had expected the whispers around him, and stronger than the original. That was obvious. The original artist was him. How could the same person have two different feelings when playing? It was entirely because he had been half-assing it at the music festival back then, whereas this time, he was truly infusing it with emotion. As the song ended, Susan smiled and bowed to the crowd. This smile immediately attracted countless fans. At this moment, he undoubtedly became the focus of everyone's attention. His performance was already being shared online, and the internet, which had been calm for a while, was once again in an uproar. Chapter 806. On the second floor, a man and a woman were leaning against the railing, savoring the melody they had just heard. Gu Qingyu's expression was solemn. Who was playing the piano just now? They played my idol's song so poorly. It's simply an insult. The young man beside her said, I feel like he played it better than the original. Shut up. The original is the most classic. No one can surpass the original. I'm going to see who's insulting my idol. Outside the restroom, Susun followed Gu Qingguan's figure all the way there. It was then that he understood why Gu Qingguan had suddenly avoided him. Gu Qingguan was incredibly considerate. Knowing that he had attracted attention and that someone had taken a video, she deliberately avoided the camera, fearing any misunderstandings. Susun felt comforted by this subtle gesture. If someone else had come out today, at the moment of his brilliance, not only would they not have avoided the suspicion, they would have surely sought attention, fearing the whole world wouldn't know. At home. Achoo. Who's talking about me? That's right, it's you, Su Banian. Big sister. I think my brain was hit by you. I'm hallucinating. Susun cursing me. Sister Warner, it was unnecessary, you just left on your own. I thought my performance failed. Gu Qingguan smiled and shook her head. How could that be? It was excellent. Truly wonderful. I knew you had extraordinary musical talent, but the live performance was truly stunning. It's just that so many people were filming you, so I avoided you to avoid causing you unnecessary trouble. Unnecessary trouble? Susun smiled knowingly and didn't say much. However, now that the buzz had died down, it was naturally time to leave. After all, they had done everything they wanted and eaten everything they wanted, and it was time to end this brief rendezvous. Then, Sister Warner, shall we go back? You go wait in the car first, I'll go to the restroom. Okay. Since there was a queue for the women's restroom and it would likely take a while, Susun didn't wait there but returned to the car to wait. As he arrived at the pedestrian street outside, coincidentally, a familiar figure caught his eye. Isn't that old man Gu's precious granddaughter? That's right, he was looking at Gu Qingyu. The little girl seemed to be looking around for something, glancing left and right. Since they weren't very familiar with each other, Susun had no intention of interacting with her. Just as he turned to leave, Gu Qingyu, not far away, also seemed to have discovered something and her eyes lit up. She immediately hurried over. Behind the car. Hey, man in front. Stop right there. No, Qingyu. That man seems to have gotten into that poison. Could he be the owner of the poison? Gu Qingyu's pupils contracted, and she suddenly understood. She understood everything. This man came to the mall alone, driving a luxury car worth nearly 100 million, and then performed in public in the mall. This was clearly a trap. Rich and talented, with a good physique from behind, and seemingly quite handsome. This was a pure dimensional attack, designed to catch as many fish as possible. Looking so decent, but I didn't expect him to be this kind of person. I hate scum who play with people's hearts the most. Hearing this, the young man knew it was his chance to shine. He volunteered. King Yu, leave it to me. I'll go get acquainted with him first. I want to see who dares to put themselves above our Miss Gu. In the car. In fact, the moment he got into the car, Susan noticed something was wrong. The big bull behind him looked familiar. It was exactly the same as the car he had on the cruise ship. Hiss. Speaking of which, who did Sister Warner say drove the car away? Her niece. Isn't her niece that girl from just now? If that's the case, then this car behind us is my car. As he pondered, the car window was suddenly knocked upon. Susan rolled down the window and saw a man with a middle part staring at him aggressively. Bro, who are you? The young man sneered coldly. This car is yours. Isn't that obvious? The young man continued, and the piano just now, was that you playing? If no one else played it, then it should be me. Good. You admit it so quickly? Don't think you're all impressive for winning in public. Let me tell you, showing off also requires. Clang a punch, and the young man collapsed, falling asleep. Susan wiggled his wrist, looking speechless. Do you really think I'll give you a chance to cause trouble? Not happening. Gu Qingyu, not far away, was stunned. How did a person who just turned their head end up on the ground? When she ran over to look, she found that the person had actually fainted. Pang Guang, what's wrong? You can't sleep here. Bladder? That name sounds pretty good. Gu Qingyu was furious. He actually hit someone and was still so arrogant. This was her first time seeing such a thing. You, how is it you? Oh ho, isn't this the little Gu family princess? I thought, driving a luxury car worth nearly 100 million, someone would dare to provoke me. Turns out it's because you're relying on your prestige. Gu Qingyu gave an awkward smile. What was this? Was it like the Dragon King's temple being invaded by its own family? No. What nonsense about family. She had no relation with him whatsoever, and he had even hit her little subordinate. Ha. I was wondering which rich second generation in Jiangchen could afford such a car. So it's you. It's no wonder. My grandfather has always been grateful. If you cured his leg, he would definitely give you 1 or 200 million as a thank you gift. However, nouveau riche are still nouveau riche. Even if they don't know how to manage their finances, they waste money on things like this to show off. If you continue to squander like this, you'll soon return to your previous state. Susan frowned. That's not the case. Because your Gu family gave me 10 billion, I can afford to buy 100 of these cars. What? 10 billion? Gu Qingyu was once again stunned. Chapter 807. Gu Qingyu froze on the spot. Did she hear that wrong just now? 10 billion? Grandfather actually gave him 10 billion? She knew her grandfather was grateful, but not that grateful. It's fake, it must be fake. You're lying. You still want to lie to me? How could Grandpa give you 10 billion? Do you think I'm an idiot to believe your nonsense? Even if my grandfather is senile. With my aunt watching over him, she's so smart, she would never allow such a thing that goes against family interests. You must be lying to me. Susan didn't know whether to say it or not, but out of this 10 billion, 20 billion was a gift from your aunt. What's with that expression? Still trying to fool me? I don't fall for that kind of trick. Susan chuckled. Well, why don't you go ask yourself? If you have nothing else to do, then hurry up and leave. I'm waiting for someone, don't get in the way. Although he had dismissed her, Gu Qingyu clearly had no intention of leaving and continued to be aggressive. I don't need to ask about such flimsy things. Still waiting for someone? Haha, I knew you weren't a good person. Susan raised his eyebrows. How can you talk like that, you little brat? How am I not a good person? I haven't offended you, have I? Humph. I just can't stand people like you who are so vain. A flashy luxury car and showing off in front of people, you're definitely here to hook up. And the worst part is you actually caught someone so quickly. Now you're probably waiting for those promiscuous women to go to a hotel, right? Tui. To think my grandfather trusts you so much and praises you to the skies, even wanting to set you up with my gentle, beautiful, kind, and generous aunt. I never expected you to be such a debauched person. Susan rolled his eyes. How can you say I'm vain for driving a luxury car? Is the big bull behind us driven by a dog? Or perhaps some people drive luxury cars worth tens of millions to crowded pedestrian streets to appear low-key? No way. I. Suddenly, Gu Qingyu felt as if she had swallowed a fishbone, and the feeling of being slapped in the face was truly unpleasant. But after just a moment, she found an excuse and continued to be haughty. I'm different from you. It's normal for me to drive a car worth hundreds of millions given my status. A mere luxury car worth tens of millions is considered low-key for me. Idiot. The car window slowly rolled up. Susan was too lazy to argue with this fool any longer. Seeing herself being insulted and ignored, Gu Qingyu immediately became enraged. Without a word, she reached out and gripped the car window, gritting her teeth and refusing to back down. What? You're speechless because I hit the nail on the head? Let me tell you, I will definitely tell Grandpa and my aunt. And this matter of you hitting my friend isn't over yet. You must give me an explanation. You saw me hit your friend. I didn't see. You didn't see it, and you're saying it was me. He likes sleeping by the roadside. What's that to me? Su Sun. After being perfunctory for the third time, Gu Qingyu finally exploded. Do you take me for a fool? If it wasn't you who hit him, why would he be lying on the road? Otherwise, if someone randomly starts trouble, isn't that mental illness? Not only is he mentally ill, but you also have a serious mental illness. Su Sun. Are you done yet? Glancing at the rearview mirror, Su Sun said coldly, the person I'm waiting for is almost here. If you keep pestering me, I'll hit you. What? The person you're waiting for is here. As if hearing something amusing, Gu Qingyu sneered sarcastically, whoever falls for your trap so easily is probably just a gold digger, definitely not a good woman. I'm not leaving at all. I want to see what kind of woman you're hooking up with. Su Sun was stunned, his fingertips tapping on the steering wheel. Speaking of which, is there a possibility that she was impressed by my talent? She didn't see my sports car and only heard my music. How can you call her a gold digger? If you were driving a minivan, do you think she would even talk to you? How much do you think your talent is worth? Chapter 808. Hiss. Why are you little girls maliciously speculating about others? It's one thing if you have a prejudice against me, but how can you make such unfounded judgments about a woman you've never met? So what if I speculate? Birds of a feather flock together. Those who can be easily hooked are not simple. Do you think you're the only one with a purpose? Those people also came with a purpose. One is willing to be beaten, the other is willing to beat. What kind of good birds are they? What you're saying is too much, take it back. Su Sun's expression darkened. Seeing Su Sun's demeanor, Gu Qingyu's lips curved upwards as if she had achieved a great victory. Take it back. What Gu Qingyu, say, I never take back. Say it again. So what if I say it? She's a gold digger. A snobbish woman. Only a slut would fall for your bait. You think you've found a pure girl. In reality, you've found a rotten, stinky whore. At this point, Su Sun was speechless. He could almost see the tragic fate of someone when they returned home. Gu Qingyu, being the pampered daughter of the Gu family, was indeed cherished, but the true daughter of the Gu family was someone else. In terms of status, Gu Qingyu was likely far inferior. Lost for words? Did I hit a nerve and touch a sore spot? Oh dear, I'm sorry, but I'm just speaking the truth. Su Sun desperately suppressed the corners of his mouth. The person I'm waiting for has arrived. Please give me some face and let me go. What? The person has arrived. Gu Qingyu burst into laughter. Then I'm even less likely to leave. I must see what kind of woman is so lowly. Fine, then watch. She's right behind you. If you dare, curse her to her face. Do you think I wouldn't dare? I want to see what kind of lowly woman is so lacking in self-respect. Ah! The moment she turned around, Gu Qingyu was struck by lightning. Aunt. Gu Qingyu was completely stunned. The moment she recognized the woman's face, all the contempt she had harbored vanished, replaced by a blank mind. Because the woman before her was someone she was all too familiar with. The woman she had been cursing for so long was actually her aunt, who had doted on her the most since she was little. At this moment, Su Sun's helpless sigh echoed in her ear. See? I told you to give me some face and not curse, but you wouldn't listen. Now look at you. But your aunt is such a gentle person. Why are you so scared? You shut up. What do you know? You. I. In her panic, Gu Qingyu's face crumpled, and she tugged at Gu Qingguan's arm, pointing at Su Sun indignantly and saying, It's all him, aunt. He incited me to say those things. But Gu Qingguan not only didn't believe her sophistry but also pushed her away heavily. Her beautiful face was as cold as ice. I heard everything. You're still here trying to twist the truth and shift the blame to others. Since childhood, have I taught you to behave this way? Upon being reprimanded like this, Gu Qingyu's eyes immediately welled up with tears. I'm sorry, aunt, I really didn't mean to. I thought. Enough. I don't want to hear your excuses. Usually, I don't demand you be a lady, nor do I want the so-called face of the Gu family to restrain your innocent nature, because I know you are a polite and sensible good child. That's why I always speak up for you when your father and grandfather lecture you. But I never expected you to use such vulgar language privately, cursing and calling people names. Is this the kind of talk that a girl should use? What's more, you don't even know how to correct your mistakes. Knowing you're wrong, instead of looking for reasons within yourself, your first reaction is to shift the blame to others. Do you even know what taking responsibility means? You're even particularly stupid. Knowing the evidence is conclusive, you still try to argue your case. Do you think others are fools, or are you a fool? And when did you become so sarcastic? Judging others based on subjective assumptions, even speaking such vile words to a stranger you've never met. Is this the sensible Gu Qingyu I know? Chapter 809. Finally, you are a habitual liar. I can indulge some of your little thoughts. I won't hold it against you for taking the $10 million sports car without saying a word, because I know children have vanity, and occasional indulgence is harmless. But you lied to me, saying you were at school, when in reality, you skipped class and went shopping with friends in a luxury car. You're not only vain but also betraying the expectations of your elders. Look at what you're wearing. Racing gear? Don't tell me you were just street racing. Don't you even care about your own safety? Are you suicidal? If I hadn't seen all this with my own eyes today, I wouldn't have believed that my most beloved niece would turn out like this. Gu Qingyu, I am truly too disappointed in you. Susan finally understood what Gu Qingyu meant by you don't understand. So this was what a truly angry sister Wanna looked like. The gentle and kind woman of the past now resembled an ice mountain, inspiring awe. What's more, each of her words struck a painful blow, making it impossible to refute. Even he, just an onlooker, could feel the immense pressure. Gu Qingyu was like an elementary school student being lectured by Gu Qingguan on the street, not daring to breathe. In the end, she even burst into tears, her face full of sorrow. Her current pitiful appearance was a stark contrast to her domineering demeanor just moments ago. Susan couldn't help but tease, I say, Miss Gu, your aunt is just saying a few words to you, she's not going to hit you. Why are you crying like this? It's as if your aunt did something to you. You shut up. Wiping her tears, Gu Qingyu glared back fiercely, mumbling, I wish she would hit me. Susan smiled at this, then don't worry, your aunt has such a good temper, she definitely won't hit you. However, the problem lay here. For Gu Qingyu, it wouldn't have been as bad if her aunt had hit her, but it was this cold reprimand that made her extremely uneasy. You're still so unreasonable. It seems my words were all in vain. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyu immediately panicked, don't, aunt. I was wrong. I won't be arrogant anymore. Please forgive me this once. Forgiving you isn't something I should do. You should think about how to explain to your father when you get home. Aunt, I'm really wrong. Please don't tell my dad. Gu Qingyu felt like she had fallen into an abyss. If her father found out about this today, she would truly be finished. But her usual pleas, which had always worked, were now completely ineffective. She almost knelt down, but her aunt showed no mercy. Gu Qingguan took out her phone and made a call in front of her, Big brother. Xiaowan, what's wrong? The old man's voice on the phone surprised Gu Qingguan. Dad? Why are you calling? Where's Big brother? Why can't it be me? What do you need him for? You can tell me too. Yes, there's something. I saw Qingyu outside. What? Isn't your eldest niece at school? Where did you see her? In the west side of the city. You're not going to say my eldest granddaughter skipped school, are you? That's really not proper. I'll tell her father to lecture her. Yes, but it's more than that. Turning her head, Gu Qingguan met Gu Qingyu's helpless, pleading gaze. Gu Qingyu's face was contorted as she shook her head vigorously, as if begging her aunt to spare her. But Gu Qingguan completely ignored her pleas. When the sentence "What do you mean?" sounded on the phone, Gu Qingguan uttered words that made Gu Qingyu's body go weak. What do you mean? Your granddaughter called me a slut, a bitch, and said I was a rotten, smelly slut. I can no longer control my niece. I hope Big brother can properly discipline his daughter. What? A roar came from the phone, but it wasn't from Gu Tinwei, but from the owner of the phone, Gu Pingsheng. Gu Pingsheng was greatly shocked. Wanner, what are you saying? That ungrateful girl dared to curse you like that? Bring her back. Bring her back. I'll skin her alive today. A wave of powerlessness washed over Gu Qingyu. She staggered backward, leaning against Susun's car door. Susun's expression changed, and he pushed her away with disgust. Don't damage my new car. Another wave of powerlessness surged through her. Her head spun, and Gu Qingyu's body went limp. Her eyes rolled back, and she finally succumbed to the stimulation, falling into a deep sleep. Before she fainted, only one thought occupied her mind. It's over. It's really over this time. Ha, Qingyu, why are you lying on the ground? You can't sleep here. Just as Gu Qingyu lay on the ground, the young man named Pang Guang slowly got up from the ground, groaning. He looked up and saw a beautiful woman with a cold expression staring at him. You can go back by yourself. I'll take Gu Qingyu. You, who are you? I'm her aunt. Upon hearing aunt, the young man got up and left. Realizing the atmosphere was wrong, he dared not linger any longer. Although he didn't know what had just happened, he understood that Gu Qingyu was in for a harsh punishment when she returned home, and his guess was about to become reality. Gu residence. The living room, which was quiet just moments ago, was now engulfed in a thunderous rage. That ungrateful girl. After all these years, her aunt has doted on her in vain. She stuffed all that schooling into a dog's stomach. She doesn't want to go to school? Then she doesn't need to study. I'm going to contact the Tang family and Tang Xingjun right now, and send her to the Great Plains to wrestle lions with that kid. Chapter 810. Pedestrian Street. After a short wait, it was time for them to part ways. The driver arrived quickly. Gu Qingyu didn't even have a chance to pretend to be dead before she was dragged into the car by the driver. Before leaving, Gu Qingguan looked at Su Sun with an apologetic expression. Little Sun brother, it's our Gu family's fault today, but I hope you won't lump Qingyu together with that girl from the Tang family. Qingyu grew up in a wealthy family, so her arrogance is inevitable. But her nature isn't bad. She's just too direct. Her intentions are actually good. I will apologize to you on behalf of the Gu family next time. Su Sun smiled faintly. He could tell whether someone was good or bad. It was natural for the little girl to be high-spirited. Teaching her a lesson once would make her behave. However, he was never stingy with his opinions. Don't worry, am I the kind of person who nitpicks? Just looking at your face, I won't argue with her about anything. Besides, she was cursing you the whole time. As long as you're not angry, it's fine. When you get home, please don't beat her. Her butt is plump, so hitting it won't do any harm. Please don't whip her with a belt. Gu Qingguan was amused by his parting words, and her unpleasant mood dissipated considerably. After waving goodbye, she got into the car and left directly with Gu Qingyu. Watching the car drive away, Su Sun chuckled in amusement. The scene just now was truly laughable. Causing trouble for his own family, and with Gu Pingshen's rigid and serious personality, he could already imagine the scene of someone wailing. He even wanted to go watch the show. Shaking his head and smiling, he suppressed his curiosity and returned to his car. With a roar, the incredibly conspicuous poison slowly drove away under the gaze of the crowd. However, just as he reached the traffic light ahead, Su Sun suddenly leaned out the window and looked back sharply. No one's managing that big bull. Evening, Gu residence. After an hour of calming down, Gu Pingsheng still hadn't calmed down. In fact, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The house was deathly quiet. Even Gu Tianwei was intimidated by his son's current angry demeanor. After being yelled at a couple of times, he didn't even dare to speak. Gu Tianwei felt displeased. He thought Gu Pingsheng was too impetuous. Why jump to conclusions before understanding the situation clearly? What if it was a misunderstanding? But he didn't dare to say it, because with the current atmosphere, it was a sign that his good eldest son was truly enraged. Normally, his good eldest son would obey him, his father, without question, but once it came to serious matters, if his good eldest son had made up his mind, even he, his father, couldn't stop him. Even if his beloved granddaughter wasn't banished to the Great Plains, she would definitely get a beating with a belt. Thinking of this, Gu Tianwei quietly took out his phone and secretly sought external help. Dad, why are you calling me at this hour? A capable female voice answered the phone. Hearing this familiar voice, Gu Tianwei immediately forced a smile. Daughter-in-law, something has happened. Your daughter might be beaten to death when she gets home. Hurry and persuade your good husband. What happened to Qingyu? That's not right. Isn't she at school in another province at this hour? She's not on vacation yet. So why is she back in Jiangchen? Could she have been caught by her father for skipping school? If it were just skipping school, that would be great. It might be some misunderstanding. Your husband wants to banish your daughter to Wakanda before the situation is clear. You hurry and use your divine powers to control your husband. The voice on the phone became a bit speechless. Dad, he's your biological son. If something happens, you should handle it yourself. Why do you need to find me? Besides, Pingsheng is never easily angered. If he's angry, there must be a reason. If you don't explain clearly, how can I persuade him? This. In short, you must intervene. Otherwise, your only daughter will be beaten to death by him. Dad, if you don't tell me the truth, I can't intervene. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. I still have work to do. Seeing that the person on the other end was about to hang up, Gu Tianwei could no longer hide it and could only briefly inform her of the situation. Well, Qingyu cursed her aunt. Xiao Wan called herself. But I think there might be some misunderstanding. Chapter 811. However, even though he beautified and simplified the matter, the other party still found a clue. Wanner? Dad, are you omitting something? I know Wanner's personality. She always handles things herself when something happens. If she's complaining now, did King Yu do something more outrageous? It's not like that. We said it was just cursing. It's just that King Yu cursed her aunt, calling her a slut, a bitch, a whore. Those words are a bit unpleasant, but maybe it's just a misunderstanding. Silence fell instantly on the phone. For some reason, Gu Tianwei sensed an even worse premonition. Perhaps he wasn't helping to mediate, but fanning the flames. As expected, after a long silence, a disappointed chuckle sounded from the phone. Good, my daughter has gotten so capable, she even dares to speak to her aunt like that. Gu Pingxing is also good. In the years I wasn't home, you raised my daughter into an ungrateful beast. He just washed his hands of it and handed the child over to Wanner. In the end, his sister-in-law raised King Yu for so many years, only to be insulted? Wanner must be very hurt right now, right? Everyone always says I'm a hands-off manager, but looking at it now, who is the real hands-off manager? Even with the child right beside them, they raised her to be like this. Give the phone to Gu Pingxing. I want to ask him how he educated his daughter. Gu Tianwei panicked, realizing he had caused trouble. No, Xiao Hui, don't get agitated first. Let's talk slowly. Don't quarrel. Dad, give him the phone, otherwise, I'll call myself. At this point, Gu Tianwei could only signal his son to come over with a stiff expression. You called me. Gu Pingxin looked puzzled. When he took the phone, accusations poured into his ears, making his expression very unpleasant. Yes, it was my oversight. No, I'm not shirking responsibility. It's my neglect in discipline. Alright, I will absolutely not indulge her anymore. I will make her taste hardship. Don't worry, I will give Wanner an explanation. My daughter, Gu Pingxin's daughter, will definitely not be an ungrateful wretch. Don't worry. Gu Pingxing was scolded and didn't dare to retort a single word, only agreeing and responding repeatedly. Gu Tianwei didn't hear the specifics of what his son was scolded for, but he did hear his daughter-in-law's final sentence at the end of the call. When that damned girl comes back, hit her hard for me. I'll be responsible if anything happens. My God, what a furious daughter-in-law. Gu Tianwei was greatly shocked. Isn't this a bit too much? Hitting her to death is too excessive. Even if something happens, you can't be responsible? Unless it's a new account, but he believed his daughter-in-law had the ability, and he didn't believe his good eldest son had the energy. Gu Pingxing turned his head and frowned. Dad, why are you looking at me like that? I feel like you're looking down on me. Gu Tianwei quickly forced a smile. No, you're mistaken. I just want to know what you plan to do when my good granddaughter comes back. This sentence completely ignited the gunpowder barrel. Coupled with the anger his wife had just experienced, Gu Tianwei grabbed a teacup and smashed it on the ground, roaring. What good granddaughter? I'll beat her to death if she comes back. Oh, Pingxing, don't get so agitated. What if there's a misunderstanding? How could King Yu curse her aunt? She's not that kind of person. Gu Pingxin's face turned grim, still talking about misunderstandings here. Your granddaughter has lied to you more than once or twice, but when has your daughter ever lied to you? Especially about something like this. If Wanner wasn't truly hurt with her personality, how could she have actively complained? How much does she dote on King Yu? You don't know. She's so heartbroken now, waiting for her to return, and I'll beat her to death. Chapter 8:12 Soul Contract, Soul Matching. As long as one does not dissolve it, even if the other party has celestial means, they cannot resolve it. Just like the undying Emperor Little Yellow Chicken, who was merely a god king before he was an emperor, yet he had no way to resolve this agreement. To prevent this guy from going back on his word and causing a backlash, the Master Continent had specifically established that even if the other party could break free from the Book of Heavenly Tao, they could not escape the agreement between souls. Soul contracts truly cannot be split from the sea of consciousness, but I have integrated a special gas that can even dissolve Heavenly Tao, so dissolving this contract is not difficult. As long as there is enough power to strike the location of the contract, it can be done. The Ruthless One said. Soul contracts are established on the foundation of Heavenly Tao. If special power can even dissolve the Heavenly Tao of the God realm, what difficulty would there be in dissolving a soul contract, as long as it is handled properly? So that's how it is. Zhang Xian's eyes flickered. Talking so much to you is also considered a thank you for bringing me to the God realm. After explaining, the Ruthless One said no more. The aura on his body became even more ancient and distant, and the black hole behind him grew larger. Clearly, during the conversation, he had devoured more power for nourishment. Zhang Xian, the more the black hole devours, the stronger he becomes. Luo Ruoxi also noticed something was wrong and quickly transmitted her voice. Prepare to act. With all doubts dispelled, Zhang Xian took a deep breath, raising his long sword in his hand abruptly. Since that's the case, let's settle this with a real fight. Rumble. The most powerful sword intent was unleashed once more. Alive, we will return; dead, we will long remember. With life and death disregarded, what can possibly stop us? Although this sword technique had not reached the enlightenment of an emperor, it contained all the obsessions in his heart, pushing the heavenly Tao loves all love heavenly Tao cultivation method within his body to its limit. Whoosh! With a single sword strike, the Ruthless One's attack was cleaved in two. At the same moment, Luo Ruoxi also made her move, her jade hand swirling, her sword light like snow. Her swordsmanship was somewhat similar to that of the young man from Sword God Heaven, carrying an unstoppable momentum and the effortless grace of the great Tao. Your moves are very powerful, but compared to me, they are still lacking. With a light smile, the Ruthless One reached down again. In an instant, the sky was covered and the sun and moon were obscured. His palm enveloped heaven and earth, space shattered, and the sun, moon, and stars seemed about to be knocked down by force. Pft, pft. Zhang Xian and Luo Ruoxi were simultaneously sent flying backward, spitting blood in mid-air. With their strength, they were actually unable to resist. What realm had this fellow reached? Presumptuous. The clone strode forward, lotuses blooming with every step, and the sound of flowing water in the void. From afar, it exuded an overwhelming aura. Having refined the 9 heavens' primordial golden lotus, his cultivation was no weaker than Zhang Xian's. He raised a fist, his power surging towards the 9 heavens, clashing with the Ruthless One. He was also sent flying backward, unable to withstand even a single move. Zhang Xian covered his forehead. Even after achieving emperor status, the clone's incorrigible penchant for showing off remained. Such a dazzling display of vanity was less effective than concentrating his power for greater might. Let's attack together, otherwise, if they die, we all will. Little Yellow Chicken let out a loud roar, scarlet flames burning, as if the sky itself had been ignited. The remaining 6 great emperors also unleashed their respective techniques. The 7 emperors united, destroying heaven and earth. A region of heaven and earth could not withstand them. However, their opponent was the Ruthless One who had absorbed special power. As the attack approached, the black hole suddenly enlarged, instantly devouring all the power, and then counterattacked. Bang 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 bang. The 7 emperors, like Zhang Xian and the others, were sent flying backward. The 10 great emperors, united, could not even block a single move from the opponent. How could this fellow be so powerful? You can all die. After repelling everyone with a single move, the Ruthless One took a step forward, flipped his wrist, and struck down again. How dare you, you wretch! With a shout, the elder from Sword God Heaven suddenly appeared, blocking in front of him, his long sword transforming into a Milky Way. Emperor? He is also at emperor strength. Zhang Xian's pupils contracted. This elder had followed the young man back then. He had thought he was merely a follower, at most a titled god king. When he unleashed his power, he discovered that he was also an emperor-level expert. If he was an emperor, then what was that young man? He himself is the emperor of Sword God Heaven. Luo Ruoxi said through gritted teeth, struggling to stand up. Then, what about the youth who taught me swordsmanship? Zhang Xian could no longer hold back. He is. Just as Luo Ruoxi was about to answer, space twisted, and they saw the emperor from Sword God Heaven also sent flying backward, crashing into a large pit not far away. Zhang Xian's current strength, and his comprehension of the Sword Tao, far surpassed his. Even he couldn't resist, so even if the elder's cultivation was not weak and his swordsmanship was excellent, he was still no match. Ha ha ha, emperors, mere country bumpkins. Today, I will destroy the 9 heavens, destroy this god realm, and trample upon all rules. Having defeated the emperor of Sword God Heaven, the Ruthless One laughed madly. The surrounding space kept collapsing, making him appear demonic. What should we do? Zhang Xian clenched his fists. Earlier, both he and his clone had unleashed their full combat power, and even Luo Ruoxi had used her strongest move, yet they couldn't block a single move from the opponent. Could it be that no one in the god realm could stop this person before them, and let him destroy the world? The only way is to return your heavenly Tao with flaws back to heavenly Tao itself, and let heavenly Tao suppress him. Luo Ruoxi clenched her fists, her eyes reddening. Return to heavenly Tao itself. Zhang Xian understood what she meant. The library in his mind was originally a part of heavenly Tao. Once it returned, heavenly Tao would be completely complete. Perhaps it could fix the loopholes and expel the Ruthless One. It was like the human immune system. If the immune system is complete, it can easily expel viruses when they arrive. If it is broken, it cannot resist the invasion of viruses, and even the strongest person will die as a result. However, he is too powerful. Even if heavenly Tao recovers its completeness, it might not be able to suppress him. Zhang Xian shook his head. Viruses can be killed by the immune system, But, what about a fierce tiger? No matter how strong the immune system, what can it do? This person before them, who was originally just an ordinary god king, or even a titled one, Heavenly Tao could easily kill him. He was already more powerful than an emperor, and no longer something Heavenly Tao could contend with. This. Luo Ruoxi paused, a look of despair appearing on her fair jade face. Yes, it cannot suppress him, but if Heavenly Tao is complete, he can wake up and it won't be difficult to kill this person. Him. Zhang Xian frowned. I'll take you to see him, he's in the free heaven. Taking a deep breath, Luo Ruoxi gritted her teeth, turned, and flew forward, trying to escape. The ruthless one snorted coldly and pressed down. Boom! Luo Ruoxi fell from the sky. You! Zhang Xian once again used his swordsmanship, his sword intent shining brilliantly. Clink clink clink. He was blocked by the ruthless one once more. You guys go quickly, I'll hold him off. Knowing that they had found a way to save the God realm, the clone and undying emperor let out a loud shout and blocked in front. Luo Kakai also transformed and returned to her original form in the silent void pearl. The surrounding space solidified. Go! Seeing everyone bravely blocking behind him without fear of death, Zhang Xian's eyes reddened, but he also knew this was not the time for words. He pulled Luo Ruoxi, and with a flash of his body, he tore through space, appearing in the range of the free heaven in the next moment. The free heaven no longer felt free. The God realm had collapsed, and chaos reigned everywhere. Where is the he you mentioned? With no time to observe the lives of ordinary people, Zhang Xian looked at the girl in his arms. If the person she spoke of could truly save the God realm, what was the harm in sacrificing himself? He is my father. The blood in your pendant is his. Undying Emperor was once his pet. Luo Ruoxi adjusted herself and explained. Father. Zhang Xian suddenly realized. No wonder he had always felt that the blood in the pendant was similar to Luo Ruoxi's, yet different. It turned out to be her father's. This also explained why the trace of consciousness left by Undying Emperor immediately recognized him as its master upon seeing the pendant. Is your father also an emperor? Or does he possess strength beyond an emperor? He couldn't help but ask. The library was in chaos, and it was the blood in the pendant that made him regain clarity. Could it be that not only was she an emperor, but her father was too, and even more powerful? If that were the case, why was he unconscious? And why did he need Heavenly Tao with flaws to awaken? He is not an emperor, but Heavenly Tao. Luo Ruoxi clenched her fists tightly. Heavenly Tao? Your father is Heavenly Tao? Zhang Xian was shocked and couldn't believe it. Yes. 50 years ago, father couldn't resist the giant hand and fell into a coma. Heavenly Tao scattered into 3 parts, Heavenly Tao ordered and Heavenly Tao with flaws, entering the spatial turbulence. I controlled Heavenly Tao natural on his behalf, maintaining the balance of the God realm. To have him recover, the scattered parts must be collected. That's why I was so determined and could not fail. That's why I specifically entered the Master Continent to study the Spring and Autumn Annals, trying to find a way to defeat Master Kong. The matter I entrusted to him during my fight with Master Kong was also for this purpose. Luo Ruoxi said. Zhang Xian finally understood. Not long after they met in the Master Continent, this girl had told him her story, about saving a loved one. At that time, he hadn't understood, but now he finally did. It turned out to be her father, and moreover, the Heavenly Tao of the God realm. Could Heavenly Tao truly manifest as a human form and have children? Controlling Heavenly Tao natural on his behalf. You don't have any Heavenly Tao fragments within you. Suddenly, realizing the anomaly in her words, Zhang Xian looked at her. Controlling on his behalf and merging within his body were 2 different concepts. I merely control it, I am not a part of Heavenly Tao. Luo Ruoxi said. Zhang Xian breathed a sigh of relief. If that was the case, he only needed to strip away Heavenly Tao with flaws, and her father could come back to life, and perhaps even kill the ruthless one. This, I'm not sure either. Looking up at the already collapsed God realm, Luo Ruoxi hesitated. The God realm was her father's foundation. With the foundation like this, even if he woke up, could he really defeat that powerful ruthless one? It was hard to say. It seems you're not sure either. Since that's the case, it's better to rely on oneself than on others. We have to find a way ourselves. Zhang Xian gritted his teeth. You, me, the clone, united with the 9 heavens 9 emperors. If we also coordinate with Master Kong, we might not necessarily lose. Master Kong? He. Luo Ruoxi frowned. Master Kong is dead, right? He hasn't truly died. If my guess is correct, you killing him was merely a method to break free from Heavenly Tao. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be like Wei Changfeng, a congenital fetus soul body. Zhang Xian said. Seeing Wei Changfeng, he finally understood. Master Kong's so-called maintaining his sanity should be the same as him, a congenital fetus soul body. He could achieve clarity in the womb. Coupled with the prearranged contingency plan, resurrection was only a matter of time. Luo Ruoxi was stunned, seemingly not expecting this outcome. Let's go and see. If my guess is correct, he should have recovered. Otherwise, his students wouldn't have gone to the Tide Sea. Zhang Xian said. Master Kong's students, such as Ziyuan ancient sage, were all powerful. Even without the help of emperors, they would surely have found a way to enter the Tide Sea, but none of them were seen. There must be something more important waiting for them, something they wanted to do while all the emperors were busy with the Tide Sea. And this important matter was clearly Master Kong's recovery. This. Luo Ruoxi's heart trembled, and she suddenly understood. Let's go. Without further explanation, Zhang Xian made a single stroke and returned to Master Kong's residence. As expected, he saw an old man meditating in mid-air. Seeing them arrive, he smiled faintly. You've come. If not Master Kong, then who else could it be? This master of 10,000 generations had indeed not disappointed him. Just as he had guessed, while everyone was focused on the Tide Sea, he had revived. You. Luo Ruoxi's delicate body trembled. She knew that emperors could be resurrected. An undying emperor had also come back to life, but she hadn't expected the speed to be so fast. I concealed it from Heavenly Tao and prepared a contingency plan in advance. The nameless giant in the soul pool was left by me. When you killed him that day, I took the opportunity to break free from Heavenly Tao's restraint and recondensed my physical body. I have just recovered now. Master Kong smiled faintly. He was proficient in time abilities. It seemed that only a day or two had passed in the God realm, but in reality, he had experienced who knows how long to recover his strength. Decades had passed. The three of us are very strong, but it won't be easy to defeat the ruthless one. Seeing that Master Kong had indeed recovered, Luo Ruoxi still shook her head. It wasn't to boost the enemy's morale and dampen their own, but it was the truth. So many people had united earlier and still couldn't stop the opponent. Even with the addition of Master Kong, what difference would it make? It wouldn't change the situation. Our individual strengths, or even our combined strength, are indeed no match for the opponent, but what if all our strength were fused into one person? Master Kong said, looking at them with a smile. Fused into one person. This time, not only Luo Ruoxi frowned, but Zhang Xian was also full of confusion. That palm could tear apart the God realm and scatter Heavenly Tao. His strength is undeniable. The ruthless one absorbed all of this power and devoured 50 years of spiritual energy from the God realm. Based on sheer strength alone, a dozen emperors like us, taken individually, are indeed no match. Master Kong said, but if we unite and concentrate our strength on one person, that might not be the case. How do we concentrate it? Luo Ruoxi looked over. It was easy to say, but hard to do. Emperors had already reached the pinnacle of the God realm. If absorbing others' power was this easy, she wouldn't have stagnated for so many years. It's very simple. We will concentrate our power on Zhang Xian. Once he can break through the Emperor's shackles, he can save the God realm. Master Kong said. Me. Zhang Xian was stunned. Why me? Lingzi Emperor Venerate cultivates freedom and transcendence of nature. But with the constraints of his father and Heavenly Tao, and people he cares about, he can never truly transcend. If I'm not mistaken, when you fought with me earlier, you also gave up once, intending to let me kill you. Master Kong said. Luo Ruoxi was speechless. During the fight, she had indeed considered that intention, which was why their initial exchange had held back their hands, like a sparring match, not a fight to the death. Unable to transcend, naturally, one cannot unleash their full power. Even if more true chi is given, it cannot impact that supreme realm. As for me, Master Kong nodded. I cherish all living beings and want to save the world, but I don't want others to sacrifice for me. Too much benevolence is also a flaw. If I had been more ruthless and exterminated the alien race, the current situation would not have occurred. If he had exterminated all the alien race back then, the ruthless one would not have revived, and the current situation would not have occurred. Therefore, I am also not suitable. As for Zhang Xian, his cultivation method is as he wishes, without flaws. He emphasizes living out his own life. Even if he dies, as long as he lives without regret, his heart will be clear. Such a person possesses greater tolerance and greater room for development. Only in this way can he go higher and further. Master Kong continued. Alive, we will return; dead, we will long remember. With even death disregarded, how could he be bound by anything else? This. Zhang Xian frowned, about to say something, when he saw Master Kong looking at him intently. No need to decline. Time is short. Cultivating others, even if there's enough time, I don't think anyone can do better than you. Although Lingzi has no heavenly Tao fragments within her, she has controlled heavenly Tao for many years and has her own understanding of it. I control heavenly Tao ordered. If we pour our power into you, you will possess the power of complete heavenly Tao. Combined with the clone's 9 heavens primordial golden lotus, you can completely stabilize the 9 heavens, grasp the universe, fight the 9 heavens, and destroy all things. Alright. Seeing that the other party had made up their mind, and that any further explanation would be useless, Zhang Xian nodded. Rumble. He sat down cross-legged, and in the blink of an eye, 2 powerful forces poured in from both sides. Zhang Xian's whole body stiffened, and he seemed to have transformed into heavenly Tao in an instant, soaring through the 9 heavens. His soul, body, and true qi were all cleansed in an instant, becoming stronger and more potent. You also want to stop me? Fine, after killing you, I'll go kill Zhang Xian. After swatting Luo Kakai and the clone away, the ruthless one snorted coldly. The power unleashed by the united clone and various emperors was indeed very powerful, but compared to him, it was still a little weak. The Tide Sea had devoured almost all the spiritual energy outside the cities of the God realm. Now, this power had become his sustenance, and every movement carried the power to destroy heaven and earth. These emperors and god kings, despite representing the pinnacle of the God realm, were still vulnerable. At this moment, the ruthless one seemed to represent the entire God realm, unstoppable. If the God realm is destroyed, our living will be meaningless. I, Yun Qi, will perish with you. Great Emperor Yun Qi transformed into his true form, a giant 5-clawed golden dragon, and pounced towards him in mid-air. You're not worthy. The ruthless one clenched his palm, and the golden dragon was caught in his palm, unable to escape no matter how it struggled. Old friend, wait for me. Great Emperor Fu Meng also let out a roar, transforming into his white tiger true form, and flew to his front in mid-air. Undying Emperor, in its true form as an immortal phoenix, displayed itself, its flames illuminating the sky. Great Emperor Xianming, whose true form was a giant turtle, seemed to be supporting all the heavens. The 4 divine beasts, guarding the 4 extremities of the God realm, transformed into their true forms simultaneously, and the collapsing God realm itself began to slow down. The universe seemed to freeze in an instant. Bang 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 bang. With 4 consecutive palm strikes, the ruthless one suppressed the 4 beasts, a fierce killing intent flashing in his eyes. Since you are seeking death, I shall grant you your wish. With a roar, just as he was about to strike them all dead, he felt his raised arm tighten, and it stopped in mid-air. You want to kill them? Have you asked me first? Then, to everyone's shock, a figure slowly walked out of the air. It was Zhang Xian. At this moment, the youth was brimming with power, more than 10 times stronger than before. He descended from the heavens as if he himself was a world. You've improved quite a bit. The ruthless one stopped, his gaze solemn. He clearly didn't understand why, in just a few minutes, the opponent's strength had changed so drastically. However, what difference does it make if you've improved? Even the God realm at its peak couldn't resist me. I don't believe you can stop me. With a cold snort, the ruthless one struck down again. Zhang Xian raised his long sword and met the attack. The two battled, space tearing apart, and air currents swirling everywhere. Can Zhang Xian win? In Master Kong's residence in the free heaven, Luo Ruoxi looked on with great worry. After she and Master Kong transferred their power to Zhang Xian, their own cultivation had dropped to only the God King level, no longer as brilliant as before. However, with their level, as long as they had enough power, they could recover one day. With his current strength, it's difficult to win, unless he can comprehend power beyond that of an emperor. Master Kong said after a moment of silence. Even with the combined strength of over a dozen emperors, they couldn't defeat the ruthless one. Even if they transferred all their power to him, it wouldn't be easy to win. The reason for doing so was that, only by concentrating power on one person could they possibly touch the apex, and only then could they truly surpass their limits and break through themselves. Power beyond emperor. Luo Ruoxi's eyes drifted into the distance. When her father was still conscious, he had said the same thing to her, but she couldn't achieve it. Could her beloved man achieve it? He definitely can. He has an unyielding heart, and arrogance towards this world. Seeing her doubts, Master Kong smiled. Bang bang bang. After several consecutive blows, Zhang Xian's tiger's mouth cracked, and a large, gruesome wound appeared on his chest. As Master Kong had said, even after merging their powers and forming complete heavenly Tao within him, he was still no match. Haha, I thought you were so amazing, but it's just like this, the ruthless one said coldly. Since I'm not your opponent anyway and will be killed sooner or later, then I wish to die under your strongest attack. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xian stopped attacking and instead looked at the ruthless one before him. Good, I shall grant your wish and give you my strongest attack. Hearing him say this, The ruthless one was stunned for a moment, then snorted coldly, raised his palm. Whoosh! A green light appeared in his palm and was slammed down forcefully. It was indeed the strongest attack. The entire god realm let out a roar, as if it could no longer bear it. Another huge pit was created. With his eyes closed, Zhang Xian did not dodge. Boom! His head exploded, and his soul scattered in all directions. Zhang Xian. Seeing this, everyone's faces turned pale. Luo Kakai seemed to have gone mad. Great Emperor Yun Qi and the others also widened their eyes and trembled. Master Kong and Luo Ruoxi, who witnessed this scene, were also stunned. Their intention was for him to break through his limitations and reach a realm beyond Emperor. Why did he not resist and willingly seek death? Wouldn't that be a waste of their good intentions? No, it's Undying Emperor's method of immortality. While they were puzzled, Master Kong suddenly spoke. Everyone then saw that even though Zhang Xian's head had exploded and his soul had scattered, the pendant on his chest suddenly burst open, and a drop of blood floated up, burning and forming a blazing flame. From within the flame, a figure emerged, completely unharmed. He used the opponent's power and the blood in the pendant to separate Heavenly Tao with flaws from his soul. Luo Ruoxi's pupils contracted. After being reborn from the fire, Zhang Xian's body no longer contained the Heavenly Tao library, and without Heavenly Tao's interference, he had broken free from Heavenly Tao. How did he do it? Master Kong was also incredulous. Heavenly Tao and the soul were merged together, inseparable. To break free, he had to perish his soul and then condense his soul again using the soul pool. This fellow before them was only killed once, yet he had completely broken free. What method did he use? I see. He used the Ruthless One's method of breaking soul contracts. Luo Ruoxi reacted. Soul contracts bind masters and servants. If the master does not dissolve it, the servant is forever controlled. The Heavenly Tao library was similar, a strengthened version of a contract. It bound the soul, and immortality would not detach. However, the Ruthless One had used that special power to break free from the soul contract. Zhang Xian had inquired about the specific method in detail before, and perhaps he had already had this idea then. That's why he deliberately fought to the death, letting the opponent unleash his strongest attack on him. Using this power, reborn from the ashes, he had succeeded as expected. So that's how it is, this is the method to break through to Emperor. Emerging from the flames, Zhang Xian had a faint smile on his face, as if he had understood something. He suddenly waved his hand, and the clone on the side immediately turned back into a lotus and flew over. In an instant, it perfectly fused with himself. In the blink of an eye, everyone felt that Zhang Xian had become the Nine Heavens. The Nine Heavens was him. He lightly stomped his foot on the ground. The chaotic Nine Heavens immediately stabilized. The Nine Heavens' primordial golden lotus appeared when the Nine Heavens were born and could stabilize the Nine Heavens. Now that the clone and himself had perfectly fused and were inseparable, it was equivalent to him controlling this power. Not only that, with the cultivation of the Nine Heavens' primordial golden lotus merged, his already peak realm had loosened, seemingly on the verge of breaking through at any moment. Love, brotherhood, mentorship, parental love, romantic love, merging together, it turns out to be all things in the world. This is what it means to be human. With a smile on his face, Zhang Xian murmured to himself. The moment the Heavenly Tao library detached from his soul, he understood. Did man observe the world, thus creating the world, or did the world exist first, and then man? Is it the wind that moves, or the heart that moves? This question had plagued countless people since ancient times. Of course, now, none of these were important. Without life, without emotions, what meaning would the world have, even if it existed? Therefore, after transcending romantic love, it was the love for all beings. It was the emotions that intertwined the world. All things in the world have emotions. With emotions, there is a world, and with emotions, life can continue. Love is emotion. Hatred is emotion. Joy is emotion. Pain is emotion. Separation is emotion. Reunion is also emotion. All sentiments, used by me. With a low hum, the realm confined within Zhang Xian's body instantly broke open. The Emperor's shackles had been broken. In an instant, it was as if he had touched a brand new world and gateway, and his soul was rapidly nourished. Countless chaotic energies surged towards him, and his physical body also rapidly improved. Before, he could only improve by absorbing spiritual energy, but now, spatial turbulence, chaotic energy, and even the green light from the opponent could be absorbed by him, becoming inseparable. The Ruthless One did not expect that his full power attack would not only fail to kill him but would instead fulfill him. Enraged, he cried out wow, and attacked again. You resent the high and mighty emperors for not saving you in the spatial turbulence, that's emotion. You feel contempt and anger because you were once my servant, that's emotion. You want to destroy the god realm to vent your anger, That's emotion. You want to become stronger. That's also emotion. Emotions control you. How can you defeat me if you are not controlled by me? With a faint smile, Zhang Xian's voice grew faster and louder, and he gently grabbed with his hand. The once invincible ruthless one was bound by countless threads of emotion, restricted and unable to move. As long as there is emotion, it must be used by him, controlled by him. You. The ruthless one's eyes were filled with fear. Master Zhang, I am your servant, don't kill me. I am willing to offer my soul in sacrifice. It's too late to say that now. With a faint smile, Zhang Xian shook his head. Controlling all the emotions in the world, servants, etc., were of no significance to him anymore. Having killed so many divine-level beings, injured his girlfriend, Luo Kakai, and so many friends, how could he possibly forgive them today? No. Sensing his decisiveness, the ruthless one's pupils contracted. Before his words could finish, he felt a sharp pain throughout his body. Boom! In an instant, he exploded, turning into countless spiritual energies that surged towards various parts of the God realm. The power that had been devoured by the Tide Sea earlier was now all returned, and the depleted wilderness regained its vitality. This killed just like that. Great Emperor Yun Qi, Undying Emperor, Fairy Linglong, and the others all widened their eyes, unable to believe it. They had fought the ruthless one earlier and knew how terrifying he was. How could such a powerful person be destroyed so casually? Just what level had this Zhang Xian reached? Could it be that there really was another realm above Emperor? He succeeded. Master Kong and Luo Ruoxi released their tightly clenched fists. This is a part of Heavenly Tao. Then I will return it to Heavenly Tao now. Seeing the Heavenly Tao with flaws that had been separated from his body earlier, still suspended in midair, Zhang Xian smiled faintly and flicked his finger. Buzz! The library, which had accompanied him since his rebirth, boomed and embedded itself in the sky of the God realm. With a resounding clang like a great bell, the collapsing God realm visibly slowed its recovery, and the chaotic airflow also regathered. The collapsing God realm finally stopped, and the withered spiritual energy, with the death of the ruthless one, slowly began to revive. It seems the God realm will usher in an era of spiritual energy resurgence again. Zhang Xian smiled. The hole in the Tide Sea had been repaired with the completion of Heavenly Tao. It was only a matter of time before the God realm returned to its former glory. Zhang Xian, come here. Just as he finished doing this, a voice sounded in his mind. Zhang Xian was stunned and took a step forward. This step crossed an unknown distance, and then he saw a youth standing before him. It was the one who had taught him swordsmanship earlier. Senior, you. Seeing that it was him, Zhang Xian was stunned. He had always felt that this person was unfathomable, and now he realized that compared to himself, he was only slightly inferior, having already reached the pinnacle of Emperor, far more powerful than Luo Ruoxi before. Just call me by my name. My name is Nie Tong. The youth exuded an unstoppable sword intent and said faintly, Nie Tong. Zhang Xian frowned. This was the first time he had heard this name. Follow me, I'll take you to see my brother. The youth named Nie Tong smiled faintly and stepped forward. Zhang Xian followed closely behind, flying an unknown distance, and stopped before a mountain peak. Then he saw another youth. His appearance was not much older than his, with his eyebrows raised, giving him an unfathomable aura. This strength. Zhang Xian trembled. The strength of the youth before him was even greater than his own. He had also broken through the Emperor's shackles, and his cultivation was even deeper and more profound. I am Nie Yun. The youth smiled faintly and looked at him. That is Nie Lingzi, the father of Luo Ruoxi you mentioned. Ruoxi's father. Zhang Xian was shocked. You are the Heavenly Tao of the God realm? Luo Ruoxi had said earlier that her father was Heavenly Tao, but he never imagined he would be such a young man. I manifested 3 clearnesses from one breath. A part of my soul became Heavenly Tao. Besides, I created this world. It's not wrong to say I am Heavenly Tao. Nie Yun smiled faintly. Zhang Xian dared not believe it. Was the God realm created by this person before him? Then how powerful must he be? No, if the God realm was created by you, and you are Heavenly Tao, why did you let the ruthless one wreak havoc without taking action? Zhang Xian looked over. If he hadn't broken through, the God realm could have completely collapsed. Why did this person stand by and do nothing? Did he not even care about his own daughter's life and death? Without answering his question, Nie Yun looked at him faintly. Do you think there are stronger life forms above the God realm? This. Zhang Xian paused. There should be, right? Although he hadn't seen them, since this person could cultivate to this level, perhaps others could too, even stronger ones. Just like this person before him. I once suspected that there were stronger life forms above the God realm, so I used all my strength to spy, and ultimately attracted the backlash from a higher world. A palm strike descended from the void. Nie Yun looked at him. At that time, if I had dodged, the entire god realm might have been wiped out, and not a single life form would remain. Therefore, I blocked this blow, but in doing so, the manifested heavenly Tao was split apart. In this situation, I wanted to recover, but it was only a trace of my consciousness. However, I understand that to truly break free from the shackles of the god realm and explore where the palm came from, and what lies beyond the god realm, it is difficult to do it alone. Therefore, I wanted to see if there were any life forms that could break through the Emperor's shackles and reach a level comparable to mine. So, I sent the scattered heavenly Tao consciousness to the lowest worlds, bestowing them separately upon a soul originally belonging to this world, and a soul that did not belong to this world. And you, ultimately, did not disappoint me. Nie Yun smiled. A soul that does not belong to this world. If that's the case, my transmigration is also because of you. Zhang Xian was shocked. No wonder he could transmigrate. He never imagined it was all due to this person before him. Nie Yun smiled faintly. Originally belonging to this world, one has reverence for the world, and breaking through the shackles of the world is much more difficult. With just a thought, I didn't expect you to actually succeed. Zhang Xian's face turned red. If it weren't for Master Kong, I wouldn't have been able to reach this point at all. Without Master Kong's selfless contribution, it would have been impossible to reach his current realm. I gave him the opportunity, but he didn't seize it. The duel with Lingzi was actually the best opportunity for him to break through, but unfortunately, he chose to retreat, thinking he had a contingency plan and could withdraw safely. In reality, he lost his courage to advance bravely. When facing someone superior to us, if one lacks this spirit, how can they contend? Nie Yun said. Zhang Xian remained silent. He had witnessed the battle between the two at that time. Master Kong was indeed a bit lacking in decisiveness. It was also possible that he was unwilling to kill Luo Ruoxi. Unfortunately, with this single thought, he missed the opportunity to advance. If Master Kong had won, Ruoxi would have died. A moment later, Zhang Xian looked over, his brows furrowed. Could it be that this person before him didn't even care about his own daughter's life and death? With me here, she wouldn't die. Nie Yun smiled faintly. Your current strength is not much different from mine. Do you think that in a life or death situation, we can save someone if we want to? This. Zhang Xian gave a wry smile. Breaking through to Emperor was different from being an Emperor. If he was truly willing to act, he could indeed save her at the last moment, and guarantee she wouldn't get hurt at all. Lingzi was born to my other wife, Luo Qingqing, so her assumed name is Luo. To make her believe and not act emotionally, I have always pretended to be in a coma. Nie Yun gave a wry smile. I guess I've been a pretty harsh father. How about this, you explain this matter to her yourself. After all, her attention has shifted to you now. She probably won't even remember her old dad. Haha, I'll hide for a while. Otherwise, I'm really afraid she'll turn the world upside down. Seeing such an unreliable father before him, Zhang Xian's face twitched, and he had no choice but to agree. All right. He had no choice but to agree. Who asked him to abduct the other party's daughter? The Heavenly Tao Library is a manifestation of my consciousness, my foundation, and also my shackles. The fact that you could break through the shackles with your own abilities shows your capability and potential. You have a boundless future. I am pleased that my daughter can be with you, as a father. This content is currently being typed, please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 812. Stop it. Don't fight anymore. Don't fight anymore. Stop, don't fight anymore. Ouch. Who the hell just slapped me? Who was it? Su Sun was incredibly angry. The two of them were really fighting over a can of cola. He kindly went forward to break up the fight, but he inexplicably got slapped. The two were so engrossed in their fight that they didn't even notice. He couldn't tell who had hit him. However, there was no need to overthink such a matter. Su Qingxia would never hit him, as she was trying her best to appease him now. Only Su Banian would have a motive for revenge, because he had just seen Su Banian smile. Your sister, Su Banian. Watch my great majestic heavenly dragon. Slap. With a sound, this palm strike landed heavily on Su Banian's backside. Ah, little Sun. Whoa, why did you suddenly flip over? I didn't do it on purpose. But who would have thought that Su Banian wouldn't be hit, but Su Qingxia would be accidentally injured? Su Qingxia clutched her backside and turned back with a resentful look. Before she could complain, her hair was roughly pulled. Instantly, her anger surged. Su Qingxia's attention returned to the battlefield. Su Banian, do you really want to die? If you keep this up, I won't be polite. Who are you trying to scare? Who told you to call me out first? You ungrateful brat, do you think you'll ever get a cent from me again? Speaking of money, Sue Banian instantly wilted. Currently, she was the focus of attention at home, and no one gave her money. If she lost Sue Kingsia, her ATM machine, she would truly be destitute. But when one is angry, there is always a bit of pride. Thinking of the recent insult, Sue Banian immediately blushed, and regardless of money, she opened her mouth and cursed, "Who cares about your stinking money? Besides, when did you ever give me money? I'm penniless now. I haven't taken a cent from you." These ungrateful remarks made Sue Kingsia's eyes widen. "I didn't give you money? Then who did I give that 100,000 to? That 100,000 is enough for you to spend for a year. You spent it all yourself through extravagance. And now you're saying I didn't give it to you. You didn't give it. You want to use money to make me spare your life? No way. You slut, prepare to be hit." The battle resumed. With a curse, Sue Banian used all her strength, intending to suppress Sue Kingsia again. However, Sue Kingsia, who was completely enraged, no longer held back. She directly slapped her in the face, instantly pressing down her flailing body. Then, she rode on Sue Banian's back, grabbed her by the neck, and slapped her head repeatedly. Suppressed, Sue Banian was unwilling and struggled with all her might to get up, but her back felt like a mountain, and she couldn't escape. Suddenly, she was shocked. Was she this weak? She thought that after gaining weight recently, she could at least have a 60-40 advantage against Sue Kingsia, with her winning 6 rounds out of 10. But who would have thought that she couldn't even manage a 50-50 tie? She was actually being beaten down. "I'm really going to get serious now. You slut, let me go. You dare to curse me again? Today, I'll teach you what rules are." Since she was already foolish, and afraid of damaging her head, Sue Kingsia shifted her position, pulled down Sue Banian's shorts, and slapped her plump backside with her palm, each slap becoming louder and more forceful. This humiliating scene reminded Sue Banian of the shame of being dominated by Sue Sun. Fueled by adrenaline and rage, she forcibly pushed herself up. "Get down, you." However, with just one slap, Sue Banian instantly fell down again, her aura instantly wilting. A few seconds later, Sue Banian shouted in shock, "You're not Sue Kingsia. Who are you?" Sue Kingsia gave him a look of an idiot. "If I'm not Sue Kingsia, then who am I?" "Sue Banian. You're definitely not Sue Kingsia. I've already reached 110 pounds. In boxing, with this weight, I can fight you in several weight classes. How could I not be as strong as you, who weighs just over 90 pounds? Then this extra 10 pounds of flesh is all for nothing." Chapter 813. Sue Kingsia said as she beat her, "Have you forgotten what I used to do? I was a celebrity, and I had to manage my figure constantly. My exercise regimen is unimaginable for you. I exercise frequently, do yoga every day, and I've even learned combat. How can your sedentary lifestyle, filled with excess eating but no exercise, possibly be a match for me? What? Enough nonsense. Just watch if I beat you or not." Slap, slap. "Ah, I was wrong. Fourth sister, spare my life." Susan watched from the side, his blood boiling, so much so that he forgot to break up the fight. He realized that Sue Banian was truly stubborn. Angering other siblings might result in a minor punishment, but she dared to anger Sue Kingsia? One must know that Sue Kingsia was truly merciless when she took action. She would truly beat someone to death. Furthermore, the others were not around to stop her now. With this kind of beating, would Sue Banian be able to walk tomorrow? His sympathy overflowing, Susan finally couldn't bear it any longer. Fourth sister, how about giving me some face?" "Susan, you scoundrel. I will remember what you and Sue Kingsia did today. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. I will surely repay you today." Sue Kingsia stopped her actions, turned around, and asked, "Little son, what did you just say?" Su Sun rolled his eyes. Suddenly, he didn't want to say some things anymore. If someone loved the saying 30 years in the East, then let her be the greatest in death. "It's nothing, he just cursed me, did you hear that? You know what to do, right?" Sue Kingsia's eyes turned cold, and she nodded with an extremely serious expression. "Don't worry, I will make her pay for her foul mouth." No, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Ah! With a flash of lightning, Sue Banian was beaten to the point of being unable to take care of herself. Sue Kingsia finally picked up her slipper and repeatedly beat her backside with it. The entire living room echoed with Sue Banian's miserable screams. And Susan silently left the scene of the crime. There was no way. He had wanted to act heroically, but since someone didn't appreciate it, he could only respect her fate. As he passed by the bathroom, the door suddenly opened, and he bumped into Sue Zinro. They both froze for a few seconds. A delicate hand suddenly grabbed Su Sun's collar and pulled him into the bathroom, closing the door heavily. Su Xinro pressed forward, forcing Su Sun into a corner. Her affectionate gaze was cold, and her fingertips kept stroking Su Sun's face. "Where have you been all day?" Su Sun told the truth. "Nowhere. I just went for a walk on the street. The house was too depressing, so I went out for some fresh air." "Is that so? Since you can't breathe, why not leave soon? I'll take you to a place without worries, just the two of us, and you'll never have to worry about these trivial matters again." Look, here you go again." Grabbing that soft wrist, Su Sun's tone became a little softer. "There's a difference between escaping and avoiding. I can ignore it, but I can't just give up. Do you understand what I mean?" "Humph, those words are as good as saying nothing." Shaking off Su Sun's hand, Su Xinro turned around with a cold expression. "Since you're not leaving, I'll see how you plan to resolve this. When it comes to relationships, eldest sister isn't exactly magnanimous. Don't worry, I have it under control." Su Sun walked behind her, embracing her soft and fragrant body. "It's just about you. I hope you won't do anything that makes me difficult, for my sake, okay? We can argue and quarrel, but I don't want any accidents to happen. Can you promise me?" Breaking free from Su Sun's embrace, Su Xinro turned her face to the side, her eyes filled with displeasure. "What do you take me for? Do you think I'm that kind of ruthless woman?" "No, of course not. I was just speaking casually." Su Sun tried to hug her again, but the figure before him dodged his touch. Watching Su Xinro leave, Su Sun stood there stunned for a few seconds. The woman who used to be so eager to swallow him whole now wouldn't even let him touch her? Chapter 814. It was already dark, but dinner hadn't been served yet. The two in the living room were fighting fiercely and arguing loudly. Su Sun could only return to his room to quiet down for a while. As the bedroom door opened, coincidentally, Su Muian was not busy in the kitchen. Su Sun encountered Su Muian, who was preparing to leave the room. The moment she bumped into Su Sun, Su Muian merely frowned slightly and then prepared to leave as if she hadn't seen him. This attitude of ignoring him made Su Sun frown. Without a word, he closed the bedroom door and pushed her back into the room. Su Muian's pretty face sank, but she remained silent, as if deliberately sulking, deliberately ignoring Su Sun's gaze. Su Sun's tone was calm. "It's been so long. Do you plan to never speak to me again? Whether you want to kill me or dismember me, give me a clear answer, okay? I don't understand what you're saying. There seems to be a commotion in the living room. I need to go check now." "Stop changing the subject." Forcefully pushing Su Muian onto the bed, Su Sun sat on the edge of the bed, holding her hand tightly, his brows furrowing and relaxing from time to time. Finally, he said with a helpless tone, "Muian, you know I have a heart condition. How long will this cold war last? I'm starting to not be able to hold on. Will you only regret it when something happens to me?" Su Muian's expression was blank. "When did you have a heart condition? I see you're energetic and fearless every day, and I don't feel like you're that fragile." "What heart condition?" "I mean my heart's capacity to endure is not good. I didn't say my heart has a problem." Raising his hand with his palm up, Su Sun lowered his head and kissed it lightly as a sign of his sincerity in seeking peace. "Yener, look, I've been beaten and scolded, and it's been so many days of cold war. Isn't it time for all this to end? When did I beat you or scold you?" "You. Don't worry about the details." Su Sun interrupted directly. "What I mean is, after all this fuss, can we end it for my sake? We share a bed but have different dreams. A day or two is fine, it can be called distance creates beauty. But after a long time, feelings truly fade. Think about it. Before, I used to sleep hugging you, and my sleep quality was excellent, sleeping soundly until morning. But now, without your soft and fragrant embrace, I'm suffering from insomnia every day. Every morning, my mind is a mess because I'm really afraid that your distancing might become a reality one day. As the saying goes, if I had never seen the light, I could have endured the darkness. I slept alone perfectly fine all these years and got used to it. Suddenly, one day, you appeared beside me, and you made me start to rely on you. Think about how independent I was before, but now, because of your neglect, I can't sleep. Do you really have the heart to let me continue like this? If you didn't give me the chance to rely on you, that would be one thing. But after making me unable to leave you, you suddenly push me away. This will truly fill me with infinite fear and worry. So Yener, can we go back to how we were before? Can I still sleep hugging you?" After a heartfelt and down-to-earth confession, even the iron-hearted Su Muian's face finally showed some emotion. Because of past negligence, she hated seeing Su Sun looking pitiful the most. Every time he looked like this, it reminded her of the bad times before. Moreover, Su Sun was right. It was she who forcefully intruded into his world. But after he became dependent on her, she changed her attitude abruptly. This was indeed too much. Sun Weyan pursed her lips, and her eyes showed reluctance. Little Sun. Su Sun's face lit up. Are you willing to let this matter go? That's not it. Ah. After being stunned for a while, Su Sun came back to his senses. What was this? Why was it different from what he had imagined? Normally, wouldn't Sun Weyan be moved by his words and obey him unconditionally? Sun Weyan smiled faintly, placing her palm on Su Sun's face and gently caressing it. Her eyes were as tender as water. Little Sun, you always pretend to be pitiful to soften my heart, but this time, I won't fall for your trick. What the heck is this? Wait. Why is this development a bit off? Su Sun observed for a few seconds, then squeezed out a smile again. What are you talking about? What trick? I'm not pretending. You know in your heart whether you are or not. Sun Weyan's smile did not diminish, but her face showed much helplessness. She sighed and continued, Before, I always thought I was the most generous because I was the eldest. I always gave in to my younger siblings, and I even thought I was a saint because I never considered myself, always worrying about others. However, there are no saints in this world, and I can't be a saint either. I have selfish desires too, I can't truly make selfless contributions. Sun Weyan's beautiful face gradually magnified before Su Sun's eyes. Gradually, they were inches apart, and her deep eyes were now exceptionally brilliant, full of tenderness, making one sink into them. Little Sun, I can agree to any of your requests, but in return, you must also agree to mine. No, I won't listen. Su Sun had a bad premonition. Sun Weyan was probably going to make a big move. As expected, Sun Weyan forcefully straightened his swaying head, her expression serious. Completely sever ties with the second sibling, and then I'll take you away. As long as you agree, I'll be the same Yen who unconditionally indulges you. Little Sun, don't you hate the fifth sister for always causing trouble? If we leave, she'll never bother you again. I also know you find the fourth sister's advances annoying. Since we're leaving, you won't have to force a smile to appease her anymore. And the third sister. If we leave, she won't be able to target you anymore, and you won't have to endure her anger anymore. And all this requires you to give up only Su Wangking. As long as you agree, I'll let bygones be bygones. Without her, you still have me. When it comes to taking care of people, I'm definitely better than her. And she's not as good as me in managing the household. Most importantly, I have no physical or psychological problems, so you don't have to accommodate me for anything. Hearing this, Su Sun saw Sun Weyan's eyes moisten and her sincerity. He finally understood that Sun Weyan wanted to end this farce. Little Sun, I'm not asking for your opinion, I'm informing you. You have only one choice. If you don't agree with me, I will leave your world tomorrow, and you'll never find me again. Chapter 815. Don't mess around. We have a long life ahead of us. What are you talking about leaving? You're not allowed to leave. Su Sun reached out to embrace the figure before him, his face showing a flattering smile. His worst fear had come true. Sun Weyan's decisiveness and her determination exceeded his expectations, even to the point of using her departure to force his compromise. He pulled Sun Weyan into his embrace, trying to comfort her agitated emotions. However, as soon as his hand landed on her soft shoulder, he was pushed away. Su Sun was stunned for a moment, his gaze meeting Sun Weyan's eyes, which were filled with complex emotions. Their eyes met, and after a long silence, seeing Su Sun's dejected posture, as if sensing her overreaction, Sun Weyan's expression softened instantly. She knelt and pulled Su Sun's head tightly into her embrace. Little Sun, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to push you, I'm just very confused, really confused, do you know? She gently stroked Su Sun's head, her voice choked with sobs. Promise me, please promise me, okay? Let's elope to a place where no one can find us, just the two of us, and live a simple life. Isn't that good? Weyan. Don't talk. Sun Weyan pushed Su Sun's raised head back down. You just need to nod. As long as you nod, I'll handle the rest. I promise no one will bother us. Things never go smoothly, more often, they go against expectations. Sun Weyan rarely shed her strong exterior to beg someone, but even though she was full of anticipation, fate is often ironic. 9 parts of anticipation were not as good as 1 part of worry. The more you fear something, the more likely you are to get it. In the end, she did not get the nod she expected, but instead saw the hesitation in Su Sun's eyes and the shake of his head. Sun Weyan fell into a daze, her arms frozen in mid-air, slowly withdrawing from Su Sun's face. Su Sun grabbed her left wrist and pressed it against his face, while his other hand went to wipe away Sun Weyan's tears. Don't cry. I just shook my head, it doesn't mean I don't want to be with you. Sun Weyan's eyes turned red. What's the difference? In the end, you didn't choose me, did you? In the end, I'm still inferior to the second sibling, aren't I? What are you talking about? That's not true. Then why did you refuse? It's because you think she's better than me, isn't it? Yes, I have a bad temper, and I don't often make you happy. Sometimes I even get angry at you, while the second sibling is considerate and warm, and never resents you no matter how dissatisfied she is. It's no wonder you'd choose her. When a woman is melancholic, she often needs a broad embrace. Susun leaned forward, wanting to comfort her with his arms, but was pushed away forcefully. Helplessly, Susun stepped forward again, but was pushed away again. Susun persisted, shamelessly trying to embrace her again, which completely angered Sun Weian. Don't touch me. However, despite her anger, they finally embraced. Susun held her tightly, gently stroking her back with his palm. Sun Weian struggled incessantly but couldn't break free. Angrily, she punched and kicked Susun from behind, and even reached into his clothes to pinch and scratch him. In this tense atmosphere, Susun's voice sounded again. As long as you feel better, you can hit me however you want, but don't say foolish things. Our family is doing fine. No one is allowed to leave. It seemed she had tired herself out from hitting. Sun Weian stopped her actions. Hearing this, she let out a cold snort. I didn't expect someone's appetite to be so big, wanting to keep everyone. But I can't tolerate this. Since you've chosen someone else, then we'll break off all ties from now on. Why do you have to force me? Susun held Sun Weian's shoulders, his face solemn. You knew about me and her long ago. So much time has passed. Why are you forcing me to make a choice now? Weren't we all fine before? Chapter 816. You also know it was before. Before, when someone didn't bring it out in the open, I could turn a blind eye and continue the charade. I even thought it would be good to continue like this, and no one would get hurt. But the moment she stopped pretending completely, I realized I wasn't as magnanimous as I thought. I could pretend not to see things that weren't brought out in the open in private, but once something is brought out in the open, its nature changes. Everyone knows now. It means there must be a clear outcome, so you must make a choice. It's just that I didn't expect that. In the end, I'm still not as good as the second sibling. All those nights sharing a bed are still not as good as her consideration and warmth. Well, fine, then I'll fulfill your wish. Sun Weian. Shouting loudly, Susun also got angry. What nonsense are you talking about? What's better or worse? You've never been inferior to anyone in my eyes. Sun Weian raised her eyes and sneered, then promise me. As long as you promise me, I'll believe you. It's not about whether I promise or not. If I promise you, then I'm truly not a good person. Then aren't you a good person now, eating from the bowl while looking at the pot? Little Sun, I'm not joking with you. You must make a choice now. I really can't. With the words I can't, the atmosphere plummeted to its lowest point again. Sun Weian smiled with disappointment. At this point, she understood everything. She had lost after all. Since that was the case, she would no longer pester him. Taking a deep breath, she smiled faintly. All right, get ready for dinner. Tonight, it's all your favorite dishes. She got up and left, no longer struggling in vain. The moment her toes touched the ground, her wrist was suddenly held tightly by a strong hand. Sun Weian frowned. Before she could speak, she heard Susun say from behind her, "It's not what you think. You don't compare unfavorably to anyone. On the contrary, in my heart, you will always be the most important and special person. Because you pulled me out of the abyss of the Su family, and you gave me the meaning of life when I was most lost. Otherwise, I might have lived a life of debauchery and confusion, gradually losing hope for life. I know you might not understand what I'm saying, but none of that matters. You just need to remember this, Sun Weian. You are the one I can't let go of." After a heartfelt confession, regardless of whether Susun was feigning affection, Sun Weian's heart was deeply touched, and tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. Sun Weian wiped her eyes, tilted her head, trying to prevent the tears from flowing out of her eyes. Her voice, hoarse, then sounded, "Then why don't you leave with me? Since I am the most important person to you, can't you even fulfill this most basic request? Or are you too greedy, wanting to take everything?" Behind her back, where she couldn't see, Susun nodded. "Greedy, perhaps. But I still want to defend my greed. Actually, the problem lies in the order of arrival. You also know that our relationship was formed by chance, but facts are facts. She was the first woman I had a relationship with, and the first one to express her feelings to me. Weian, strictly speaking, our relationship came later. After all, we entered into a fake marriage as a game. In terms of emotional precedence, she was the first. If you were the first person, then I could have only you by my side. I could ignore all temptations and focus solely on you. But unfortunately, there was a step between us, and I couldn't resist your initiative. From the moment we expressed our feelings, I had already fallen. Once you take a wrong step, you might take wrong steps afterwards. I enjoy your care. In this tense atmosphere of straddling both sides, my courage grew bolder, and I gradually developed into a scumbag. Chapter 817. Is it that I can't control my own behavior? Yes. But you've shared a bed with me for so long, how could I not be moved? I'm not a saint, how could I be indifferent to a beautiful woman who cares for me so much? I'm not saying this to beautify my own ugliness, but I just want to say that since things have already happened, if I leave with you, what would I be? An irresponsible scoundrel. Agreeing to your request means abandoning her. I really can't do that, or I wouldn't even be considered human. Moreover, she has psychological and physical problems. From her cleanliness obsession to her inexplicably mistaken acceptance of my absurd request, all this shows that she is not a normal person. What if my sudden disappearance stimulates her and causes an accident? Then I would regret it immensely. Since I've done it, I won't evade it, but you insist on making me treat her heartlessly. Do you know you're forcing me to be inhuman? I don't want to hurt her, of course. And I certainly don't want to hurt you. But this is an unsolvable problem. No matter which side I choose, it will cause great harm to the other. If you insist on forcing me like this, then I can only make the most compromising decision. Instead of one person getting hurt, it's better for everyone to be sad together. At least this way, no one will be unbalanced and do anything impulsive. Sun Lian's pupils contracted. What are you trying to do? What do you mean by that? A bad premonition swept through her entire body. Sun Lian suddenly sensed the familiar sense of panic and unease from before. This feeling was similar to the gain and loss that Susun had always felt when he wanted to go home. As expected, when she looked back, she saw deep reluctance in Susun's eyes and a sorrowful expression on his face. Susun gave a bitter smile and gently held her fair jade hand. Do you remember some of the things I told you before? Actually, I don't belong here. It was you who gave me the determination to stay. But now, I am content. It is time for me to leave. Once I leave, the conflicts between you sisters will cease to exist, and time will fade my existence. Then all problems will be resolved smoothly. After I leave, you must take good care of yourselves. It's best to be wary of your parents, and don't be deceived by them again. After all, without me, no one will stand up for you then. Sun Lian panicked. This farewell, which was like a last will and testament, made her expression change drastically. She said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? Where are you going? Do you think escaping will solve the problem? Even if you leave, I can still find you. Whether it's another city, province, or country, as long as I want to, you can't run away." Susun shook his head and gave a bitter smile. "You won't be able to find me. You will never find me in this world. Susun. SHHH. Susun shushed her, interrupting Sun Lian's outburst, and then continued, "There's one more thing I need to confess to you. After this is confessed, you'll probably wish I'd get lost as far as possible. Actually, get lost. I won't listen. Even if you have to leave, I'll take you away. You'd better." Su Banian and I also crossed the line during that cruise trip. Like a bolt from the blue, a thought flashed through Sun Lian's mind. She was petrified on the spot, her dazed face filled with disbelief, and her ears buzzed. She was afraid that Su Sun's words would be difficult for her to accept, so she tried to stop him. She never expected the reality to be even more devastating. "You, how could you be such a scoundrel?" Regaining her senses, Sun Lian let out a furious cry, pounced on Su Sun, and started hitting him. Su Sun did not resist, silently enduring the blows and kicks before him. After hitting enough, her once delicate and pretty face turned ashen and cold. Sun Lian glared fiercely at Su Sun, then got up from the bed and headed straight for the door. Su Sun immediately called out to her, "You don't need to look for her. This is entirely my fault. I forced her." Instantly, Sun Lian's pupils widened in shock. "What did you say? Are you joking with me?" "No, it's true." Unable to accept it, Sun Lian climbed back onto the bed and knelt beside Susun, fiercely grabbing his collar. "Say it again? That's right. Were you drugged? Or were you drunk? That's why you made a mistake." "No, I didn't drink and I was very clear-headed. At that time, the bed on the cruise ship was vacant, and I shared a bed with her. I took advantage of her while she was sleeping and couldn't resist the temptation. I also threatened her, telling her not to report it, otherwise you would kick her out of the house, and I would be kicked out too, and then this family would fall apart. She listened to me and has been afraid to say anything, so she is a victim." "You scoundrel." Sun Lian started hitting him angrily again. "She's so naive, how could you deceive her like this? You are her best friend. She trusts you so much, and you did this to her." "I'm sorry, but it feels good to reveal a secret. That's right, I'm not a good person, so I won't bother you anymore. I'm leaving now. Susun took nothing with him except the phone in his pocket. 1 step, 2 steps, 5 steps, 10 steps. He walked all the way to the door, but still heard no movement behind him. As he squatted down to change his shoes, his expression changed. This is bad, have I gone too far? If no one comes out to call me soon, I'll really leave. However, what he feared most came true. There was silence behind him. On the contrary, Su Kingxia ran over, asking curiously, "Little Sun, where are you going?" "Oh, I'm just going for a walk." "A walk? It's almost time for dinner." "It's fine, I'll be back by dinner." For some reason, Su Kingxia suddenly felt a sense of unease. She felt that Susun had something on his mind, and his face was gloomy. However, she did not insist on keeping him, allowing Susun to leave. After all, it was just a walk. The moment the bedroom door closed heavily, Susun stood at the doorway, his face ashen. This is bad, now I have no choice but to leave. Chapter 818. Now it's all good. Should he leave or not leave? Susun squatted at the door, vexed. If he left, it would contradict his purpose. He had spent so much effort trying to make them stay. If he didn't leave, he had already said those words, and Su Muan was clearly angry and hadn't come out to stop him. He couldn't just act and then go back, could he? After some thought, fine, if they want to go, let them go. Things have come to this, perhaps only leaving will give things a chance to turn around. By the roadside, the cool evening breeze blowing on his body made Susun's heart feel ice cold. He took out his phone, took a picture of his shadow under the dim street lamp, and then posted it on Moments with the caption, "After wandering around, it turns out I'm alone again." With this melancholic picture and sad caption, at first glance, he seemed to be abandoned by the whole world, isolated and helpless. After posting, he stared at the Moments post for a while. Susun seemed to have thought of something, and he found his contacts and blocked Su Muyen, Su Wanqing, Su Xin and Su Qingxia. As for why he didn't delete them, it was because deleting them would mean his heart had died. Blocking them meant his heart was still reluctant. However, among the 5 sisters, he still kept one, and that was Su Baiyan. Su Baiyan might be the key to his return. After all, he still needed someone to see that Moments post. Thinking of this, Susun patted his head. Almost forgot, I should have added a location just now. But it was too late. He decided to find a hotel and post another emo caption with a location. As long as someone saw his Moments post, he believed that person could play the role he expected. "Nianzi, whether I can go back depends on you. It's not like I haven't taken the blame for you." With a sigh of helplessness, Susun's figure gradually disappeared into the night. Meanwhile, at home, after waiting for a long time, it was finally time for dinner. After calming her emotions and coming to the living room, Su Muyen saw Su Baiyan and felt both angry and heartbroken. She was angry that she was like a fool, easily fooled by a few words, and even helped count the money after being tricked. She felt heartbroken that such a pure little girl had ultimately fallen into the hands of the person she trusted the most. A single misstep could leave a lifelong shadow. Sitting on the sofa, Su Muyen said nothing, staring blankly at the person beside her. Su Baiyan was lying on the sofa, afraid to turn her head, feeling uneasy in her heart. Why is big sister staring at me? Is she accumulating anger? Su Baiyan panicked. She thought Su Muyen was brewing her anger, and immediately cursed Su Qingxia in her heart. Damn Su Qingxia, I haven't settled the score with you, and you're filing a complaint against me first. My butt is about to split open and I don't even feel it, and you're still acting wronged. You damn scoundrel, you struck first. You're not playing by the rules. We of you were. Why isn't big sister talking? Has she really believed the villain's slander? Is it still useful for me to explain now? What's the use of my explanation? Big sister definitely won't believe me. Su Baiyan was almost in tears. With her current credibility, even white could be considered black. Big sister must be furious, and I'm going to be beaten again. Of the 36 strategies, kneeling is the best. Regardless of the consequences, it's better to admit the mistake first. Big sister, I was wrong. I'll never dare to do it again. Spare me this time. Otherwise, I really won't be able to get out of bed. To her surprise, the anger did not come as expected. Su Muyen just smiled bitterly. Fifth sister, you've suffered. Ah. Su Baiyan was suddenly stunned. What was this attitude? Was it because Su Qingxia had beaten her too hard that big sister felt sorry for her? Turning back with a stiff smile, Su Baiyan cautiously probed, "Big sister, what's wrong? Aren't you blaming me? Actually, it's really not my fault. I'm also a victim. No need to say more, I know everything. What I want to know now is, do you hate him?" Hate? Su Baiyan was stunned again. Although she had been beaten by Su Qingxia, it wasn't enough to be called hate. However, she was quite angry. Chapter 819. However, Su Muyan only heard the word hate and didn't pay attention to the tone. Okay, since you hate him, then I understand. Big sister, what are you going to do? Alright, let's eat first. With a snap, Su Muyan casually slapped her on the butt. Ah, my butt. Su Baiyan almost jumped up from this slap, which startled Su Muyan. Su Muyan frowned, quickly pulled aside her pants, and her face changed drastically when she saw the entire area was red. What happened? What did you do? No, it's nothing, this is all in the past, I won't hold it against you. Who did this? Tell me. With a roar, Su Baiyan's mind went blank, and she blurted out a distorted truth, trying to lessen the punishment by being held accountable. It was fourth sister. I just drank a sip of her cola, and she scolded me, then I was unhappy and scolded her, and she hit me, and then we fought, but I lost, and then she hit me with slippers, and that's how it ended. Big sister, it hurt so much. To Su Baiyan's surprise, everyone believed her exaggerated story. Su Muyan's pretty face turned cold, and she immediately yelled into the kitchen, Fourth sister, get over here. Su Qingxia hurried over, looking confused. Big sister, what's wrong? Su Muyan pointed at Su Baiyan, did you hit her butt? Upon hearing this, Su Qingxia immediately gave Su Baiyan a disdainful look. This gossipmonger went to complain again. She didn't even bother to explain and directly admitted, that's right, I hit her, who told her to have a foul mouth. I still hit her lightly. And she has the nerve to come here and complain. Su Muyan was furious. You call this light? It's swollen, can't you see? How could you hit her so hard? It's one thing to mess around normally, but to hit her this hard, do you want to beat her to death? That's right, I want to beat her to death. As soon as she finished speaking, a pillow was thrown at her forehead. Su Muyan's angry voice followed, get back to your room and reflect, no dinner tonight. Tidying her messy hair, Su Qingxia glared fiercely at Su Baiyan, the tattletale, and stomped back to her room in anger. However, after only a few steps, she suddenly threw the pillow back at Su Baiyan's forehead. With a cry of ouch, she completely enraged Su Muyan. She got up to teach her a lesson. Su Qingxia took to her heels and ran. Su Wanqing and Su Xianro, who had heard the commotion, rushed over and happened to see this scene. They quickly pulled her back, saving her from a beating. At first, Su Wanqing and Su Xianro didn't understand why Big Sister was so angry. However, when they saw the results of the battle on Su Baiyan's butt, they immediately understood. Fourth sister had gone a bit too far this time. Although fifth sister used to be punished by Big Sister, and sometimes she was a bit heavy-handed, she always knew when to stop, and it was just a minor lesson. Unlike this time, it was like beating her to death. Su Xianro gently persuaded, Big Sister, fourth sister didn't eat much at noon for her diet, she can't miss dinner. She won't die from skipping one meal. None of you are allowed to interfere with her. With her great revenge taken, Su Baiyan was extremely happy. The most important thing was that the silly Su Qingxia didn't explain, which made her extremely smug. However, she was puzzled. Wasn't Big Sister's reaction a bit too much now? Looking at the tearful appearance in front of her, Su Baiyan felt uneasy. Big sister, I'm fine now. Don't be angry anymore. Unexpectedly, Su Muyan slowly squatted down in front of her, reached out, and hugged her tightly, with tears flickering in her eyes. Fifth sister, you've been wronged. At this moment, Su Baiyan was completely stunned. She could understand Big Sister feeling sorry for her after being beaten, but what was this scene of tears streaming down her face? Suddenly, she understood. No wonder her complaining was useless before, it turned out she wasn't pitiful enough. Thinking of this, Su Baiyan secretly chuckled, he, I think I've found a way to control Big Sister. Fifth sister, eat more dishes. These were all made especially for you. Big Sister won't ask you to diet tonight. Eat as much as you want. Chapter 820. At the dinner table, Su Muyan didn't eat a bite, continuously putting dishes into Su Baiyan's bowl. This sudden care made Su Baiyan feel flattered and she wolfed down the food. Su Wanqing watched with a frown. Others might not know, but she knew best. These were all dishes that Little Sun loved to eat, and they were clearly made for Little Sun. But what she said just now was not wrong. After all, fifth sister accepted anything and didn't dislike anything. What are you two standing there for? Eat. Su Muyan's voice brought Su Wanqing back to her senses. She said indifferently, Little Sun hasn't returned yet, let's eat together when he gets back. Wait for what? We don't need to wait for him anymore, all of you eat quickly. This statement made Su Wanqing frown deeply. Big sister, what do you mean? What do you mean we don't need to wait for him anymore? Little Sun just went out. No. Suddenly, Su Wanqing's expression changed, and she immediately took out her phone and tapped on it. When a red exclamation mark appeared on the screen, her pupils constricted. How can this be? Su Wanqing flipped through her contacts again and dialed a number. When the call prompt indicated it couldn't be connected, her delicate face instantly turned ashen. A few seconds later, Su Wanqing slapped the table heavily and looked up at Su Muyan with a gaze full of questioning. Big sister, what exactly is going on? Where did little Sun go? Su Baiyan was stunned. Didn't he go out for a walk? I heard him talking to Su Qingxia before he left. Does going out for a walk require blocking my friend and phone number? And would our dear big sister say such a thing if he were just going out for a walk? At this moment, a sense of unease arose in a few people's hearts. Just then, Su Xianro also put down her phone, her expression unusually solemn. He blocked all my contact information too. This undoubtedly added fuel to the fire. Su Wanqing suddenly stood up, slapped the table, propped herself on the table with her arms, and leaned forward, staring intently at Su Muyan, gritting her teeth. You'd better explain to me what's going on. Don't tell me you don't know. I don't believe he would just disappear for no reason. Su Muyan slowly shook her head. Don't ask me, I really don't know. But if he's gone, he's gone. It doesn't matter. Su Muyan, you're amazing. You actually forced him away. If he's not found, I'm not done with you. Su Wanqing was extremely panicked and left the dining room directly. Although the words just now weren't explicitly stated, Big Sister's attitude had explained everything. He was definitely driven away. She was furious, but fortunately, her years of habit as a lawyer allowed her to maintain her composure. She went to Su Qingxia's room, trying to get a sliver of hope from Su Qingxia, but what she received was Su Qingxia's bewildered expression. Holding her phone, Su Qingxia looked bewildered, almost crying with grievance. Why did little Sun block me? Did I do something to make him unhappy again? Second sister, you have to help me. I finally got along with him, and I don't want him to hate me. Suppressing her grief and indignation, Su Wanqing shook her head. Fourth sister, little Sun doesn't hate you, it's our big sister who forced him away. What? The two returned to the dining room aggressively. Su Muyan was as if nothing had happened. Her expressionless face lowered as she ate. The long silence made Su Wanqing furious. What exactly is going on? Fourth sister was also blocked by him. How could he suddenly leave? What did you say to him? Nothing, he left, and he left. From now on, we sisters won't have to argue over an outsider anymore. What outsider? Su Wanqing slammed the table again and said angrily, he's not an outsider. Su Muyan, these words of yours are too heartbreaking. You clearly can't have him, so you want to destroy him. Rather than fighting with me, you'd rather no one have a good time. How can you be so selfish? Su Qingxia regretted it intensely at this moment, sobbing. Little Sun was talking to me when he left. Actually, I noticed something was wrong with him at the time, but I didn't take it seriously. I didn't expect him to really leave, he really left. Big sister, what exactly is going on? We can discuss any problems. Why did you drive him away? Little Sun finally felt the warmth of a home, and now you're driving him away. Aren't you rubbing salt in the wound? The accusations from the two did not bother Su Muyan at all. She sneered, since you want to know, then I'll tell you, because he made a mistake. A grave, unforgivable mistake. Su Wanqing, you're talking nonsense. You're just selfish. You'd rather destroy him than have him get what he wants. Say whatever you want, he's not coming back anyway. Without him, this family will be much more peaceful. The atmosphere was dead silent. Su Sun's sudden departure, coupled with Big Sister's cold and resolute attitude, made everyone see a bad outcome. Everything shouldn't have been like this, they should have lived happily. Little Sun left without a word, probably because he didn't want them to argue over him. Before he left, he was still considering the sisterly affection between them, but their own big sister was cold-hearted and drove him away without hesitation. Su Wanqing cursed Su Muyan in her heart for being heartless. Just as the stalemate continued, Su Baiyan's exclamation suddenly gave them hope again. It seems he hasn't blocked me. I can see his moments. Let me see. Su Wanqing snatched the phone and indeed could see Su Sun's moments, especially the latest two posts, which made her heart ache. After wandering around, it turns out I'm alone again. A desolate caption, a dark picture, filled with a sense of loneliness. I thought I had found my future, but in the end, it was just a dream. The picture showed a hand holding half a glass of leftover red wine, with the surrounding environment extremely dark and filled with a strong sense of desolation. The fingertips still held a half-smoked cigarette, and the smoke curled around the wine glass. Decadent, truly decadent. Chapter 821. The two moments posts made Su Wanqing feel uncomfortable. Whether it was the shadow in the night or the arm holding the red wine, she recognized it as Su Sun. However, in a moment of urgency, people always become careless. She didn't notice the location under the latest moments post, but eagerly clicked on the chat page with Susun, trying to see if she could send a message. She tried to make a video call. Fortunately, the video call was successful, but unfortunately, no one answered for a long time. Su Wanqing's initial expectation gradually turned into deep disappointment in her heart. She understood that his heart had completely died, and he wanted to sever ties with them completely. Suddenly, Su Qingxia asked doubtfully, "Why were we all blocked, but fifth sister wasn't?" This was a question worth everyone discussing. Su Bainian secretly felt smug. "Of course, it's because I'm different from you." However, the next moment, when Su Wanqing sent another message, a familiar red exclamation mark appeared. Indeed, she was blocked. Su Wanqing was stunned. He really blocked fifth sister too. What? Su Bainian's face changed greatly. She reached out and snatched the phone back. When she saw the blocked signal, her face turned ashen. No way, did he really block me? As soon as she finished speaking, she glared fiercely at the opposite side. "Su Qingxia, you jinx. Can't you say something nice? Now it's good. How are we going to contact him?" Su Qingxia retorted indignantly, "How is this my fault? It's clearly because he forgot to block you, and then he remembered during that video call. We shouldn't have sent messages to provoke him. You're talking nonsense. How could he have forgotten me? Isn't it because he blocked you again? Besides, is that the point? What are you arguing about again?" Everyone regretted it. Their only hope was dashed. If Susun was determined to escape, they might not be able to find him no matter what they did. Su Bainian, who had been secretly happy about her special status, was now like a mourner. She couldn't even feel the pain in her, but as she got up and hobbled away, Su Muyan grabbed her. "What are you doing?" "I'm going to find him. That damn scoundrel took advantage of me, and I haven't settled the score with him yet. He can't leave. How can you still be so foolish? If he didn't block you when he left, it was to lure you there. He's doing this deliberately for you to see." Su Bainian was suddenly stunned. "When did he tell me his whereabouts?" Su Muyan frowned. "When you went to find him aggressively, didn't you already know his whereabouts? I know what he told you before he left. Don't worry, big sister won't blame you. Just stay home honestly and don't do anything foolish." Su Bainian became more and more confused by these words. "Big sister, what are you talking about? He didn't tell me anything. I really don't know his whereabouts." "Still pretending. Then what was your attitude when I asked you just now? You said you hated him. Didn't you ask Su Qingxia?" The words came to an abrupt end. Su Muyan's expression changed. She seemed to have overlooked something. She had always thought that Susun had confessed the situation to fifth sister before he left. Seeing Su Bainian looking dejected in the living room at the time, she thought she knew about Susun's plan to leave, so she tested her attitude. Su Bainian's answer further caused her misunderstanding. Now that she thought about it, that word hate should have referred to fourth sister. It referred to Su Qingxia beating her. Su Muyan's expression froze. "Fifth sister, did he really not say anything to you before he left? For example, you guys." "Big sister, what are you talking about? Do you think I deliberately concealed his whereabouts? Am I that kind of person?" "No, big sister didn't mean that." "Humph, that's good then. Regardless of whether I know his whereabouts or not, I'm still going to find him." "Ha, big sister, why are you pulling me? Let go of me." Su Muyan was holding Su Bainian by the collar, but her mind was elsewhere. So fifth sister didn't know that her own situation had been exposed. Since that was the case, she wouldn't rub salt in the wound. It was better to let this little fool continue to be carefree. Chapter 822. "Ah, my butt. Sorry, fifth sister, big sister will get you a pillow to cushion it." Because Su Muyan was distracted, Su Bainian was pushed onto the chair and was hit again. She rushed to the sofa to get a small pillow. Su Bainian kept clamoring to go find someone, but big sister did not agree to it at this late hour. Su Bainian was very anxious, constantly observing everyone's movements, preparing to sneak out, but big sister was unusually attentive to her tonight, leaving her nowhere to escape. The other sisters were still arguing, and after dinner, she was sent back to her room. After waiting in the room for a long time, until there was no more movement in the living room, she finally found an opportunity to go out. However, when she walked to the living room, she found big sister sitting on the sofa, just sitting there silently, as if integrated with the air. Su Bainian was stunned. Could it be that she really couldn't go out tonight? What if the person really left tomorrow? That's right. She, Su Bainian, was indeed the one who concealed his whereabouts. She noticed the location under Susun's moments post. Susun posted such a sad moments post, so she naturally couldn't help but save it as evidence to mock him later, so she took a few screenshots at the time. It was also fortunate that this subconscious action allowed her to see the location under the moment's post even after being blocked. Hadid Hotel. As a well-known hotel in Jiangqing, it was located in the city, more than 20 kilometers away. Knowing the location, she was not afraid of not being able to find it. But she wanted to leave, yet someone was watching her, and she couldn't leave. No, I'll wait until midnight. I don't believe Big Sister will still be sitting there at midnight. Su Baiyan limped back the way she came. When she lay down on the bed, new problems arose. She had found the hotel where Su Sun was currently staying, but the problem was, the hotel was so large, how would she know which room he was in? The front desk would certainly not let her check one by one. Frowning, Su Baiyan transformed into Sherlock Holmes and carefully examined the screenshots. After a meticulous investigation, she indeed found a breakthrough. In the upper right corner of the red wine photo, a corner of the door could be seen, and there was a small, relatively clear string of small characters on the door. 0465. Su Sun is in 0465. Su Baiyan was extremely excited. She felt that her studies were not in vain, as she had actually found Su Sun's whereabouts from such subtle clues. After finding the person, humph, she would make Su Sun pay for leaving without saying goodbye. Creak, the door was suddenly pushed open. Su Baiyan heard the sound and immediately pretended to be asleep. Fifth sister, are you asleep? Asleep. As soon as she spoke, Su Baiyan wished she could slap herself a few times. She was speechless with herself. Her mouth was too fast. So fast that her brain hadn't even reacted. The atmosphere was silent for a few seconds. Then, with a sigh, Su Baiyan sensed someone getting on the bed. She was instantly alarmed. What did this mean? Why did Big Sister get on the bed? As if knowing her confusion, Su Muyan turned sideways, her voice faint. I'll sleep with you tonight. Her forehead felt like it was struck by lightning, and Su Baiyan was completely defeated. If she accompanied me to sleep, how could I still go out? Big Sister, I beg you, hurry and leave. But silence would never get her what she wanted. Su Muyan had no intention of leaving, and she even took off the clothes she had painstakingly put on. Look at you, you still haven't changed into pajamas when you're going to sleep, you're even wearing pants. Forget it, I won't change your pajamas for you tonight, but these pants should be taken off. With her pants ruthlessly stripped off, Su Baiyan let out an indignant roar in her heart. She had spent so much effort putting on her pants, only to have them taken off like this? How could she go out then? Su Muyan pulled the blanket over, shifted herself inwards, propped her head up with one arm, and gently patted Su Baiyan's back, as if coaxing a child. Fifth sister, is there anything you want? As long as you say it, Big Sister will buy it for you. Chapter 823. You drink milk tea every day, and Big Sister won't interfere anymore. As long as it doesn't harm your health, you can drink as much as you want. Big Sister was too fierce before. From now on, you are still Big Sister's precious treasure held in her palm. Damn it, this must be a test to see if I'm asleep. Su Baiyan almost couldn't resist responding, but fortunately, her willpower was firm and she was not swayed by crooked ways. However, after a while, she hexitated again. Big Sister's behavior tonight was really abnormal. She seemed to be genuinely caring for her now, and she didn't even manage the fight between her and Su Qingxia. Could it be that she had really changed her ways? Suddenly, she realized a possibility. Could it be that after Su Sun left, Big Sister transferred all her affection to herself? Actually, it's not bad that he didn't come back. Then I'll be the little princess spoiled by the whole family again. No. Su Baiyan's heart trembled. How could I have such a selfish thought? I can't be tempted. Big Sister's gentleness is good, but this gentleness is only temporary. People are for a lifetime. No, I still have to find someone. I'll pretend to be asleep for a while longer. When Big Sister falls asleep, I can go out. Su Baiyan will hold on. An hour later. Su Baiyan indeed dozed off, but she dozed herself off. Fifth sister. Hearing the regular breathing beside her, Su Muyan shook her head helplessly, and gently picked up Su Baiyan's phone from beside her pillow. She leaned against the headboard, tapped the screen, and Su Sun's moment's screenshot came into view. Hadid Hotel. Su Muyan murmured to herself, then enlarged a corner of the picture, 0465. After reading it, she chuckled softly, silently put the phone back in its place, lifted Su Baiyan's bangs in the moonlight, and stared at the delicate little face. Fifth sister, you're still too impatient. If you were more steady, no one would have discovered your little thoughts. Su Muyan got out of bed, left the room silently, and gently closed the door. She returned to her bedroom, but in less than 5 minutes, the door opened again. And at this moment, Su Muyan had already changed into a different outfit and silently left the house. At 2 in the morning, there was a knock on Su Sun's room door. Su-sun's eyes instantly opened. He knew that the person he was waiting for had finally arrived. When he opened the door, the imagined figure did not appear. A woman dressed ostentatiously with a hint of shyness stared at him. Su-sun was stunned. "Who are you?" "Little brother, I'm Mei Mei, whom you ordered on Yi Shinqing. Sorry, I'm late because of something." My goodness. Su-sun was completely shocked. Su Baiyan didn't wait, but a lady arrived. Is this for real? Moreover, this is a legitimate major hotel. How could such a thing happen? No, beauty, you've got the wrong person. I didn't order anyone online. That's right. 0485? Isn't this the room? Su-sun was speechless. Miss, is it too dark at night that you can't see clearly? Mine is 0465, 0485 is still in the hallway. What? The woman looked up at the door number. Seeing this, her face changed drastically. Embarrassment, awkwardness, and panic appeared one after another, and finally, she took to her heels and ran. "Sorry, I mistook the person." After the woman left, Su-sun returned to the room, lost in thought. At this moment, he had lost all sleepiness, and his mind was filled with Su Baiyan. Not that he missed her too much, but why was this little girl so inefficient? She still hadn't come. Could she not have seen the location he left? Or perhaps she saw the location but not the information left in the picture? He almost took a picture of the door. If it were any more obvious, it would seem deliberate. If she couldn't even discover this, then Su Baiyan's studies would really have been in vain. Knock knock. Before his butt had even warmed up, the door was knocked on again. Su-sun instinctively went to open the door. He didn't think it would be Su Baiyan, it was too coincidental. However, when the door opened, he was stunned. 3 seconds later, he quickly closed the door. He was confused. Why was Su Muyen here? Wasn't someone too impatient? Open the door. No, go back. If you're soft-hearted and trying to persuade me to go back, there's no need. I, Su-sun, will never deny my mistakes. What? Are you guilty and afraid to see me after looking for a lady? Creak. The door opened. Su-sun pulled Su Muyen into the room and quickly closed the door, all within 2 seconds. Su Muyen's expression was cold, clearly still displeased. She said coldly, "What do you mean by being so sneaky? It seems you really have something to hide in your heart? I didn't expect you to find a lady after being out for half a day, that's really something." That person was asking for directions, because I feel guilty. Don't be ridiculous. Stop trying to fool others with this kind of self-reflection. Su-sun shook his head. I'm not fooling anyone, I know my sins are unforgivable. Tell me, why did you come? Don't bother asking me to go back, it's unnecessary. I will never go back again. I've wronged everyone, and I don't want to trouble everyone with my affairs anymore. By taking the other person's path and leaving them with no path, Su-sun's words instantly diffused Su Muyan's anger. She stared blankly at Su-sun, trying to find a trace of acting in his eyes, but Su-sun's performance was so seamless that no flaws could be detected. The dejected look, the self-blame, and the shame in Su Muyan's eyes undoubtedly softened her heart. Don't go back late at night, go to bed and rest. You'll sleep here tonight. Su Muyan thought Su-sun was trying to use his usual trick of using physical intimacy to reconcile, but Su-sun walked to the window alone, put together 2 chairs, and lay down on them. Su Muyan frowned. What do you mean by this? You're going to sleep on these 2 chairs? Su-sun gave her a dejected smile. Yes, we have no relationship now, so it's not appropriate to sleep together. You can have the bed. Su Muyan immediately became angry. What do you mean we have no relationship? Do you think you can shirk responsibility with a single sentence after making a mistake? Come here. Muyen, I've wronged you. Since you're here, let's get a divorce tomorrow. Enough. Are you escalating this? Say it again, come here and sleep. Okay. Wait. I told you to come here and sleep, not. Ah, stop it. Chapter 824. Is that enough? Are you done making a scene? Not yet, I will apologize properly tonight. Just don't talk and enjoy it. Su Muyen was pinned to the bed by a pair of strong arms, turning her head to avoid Su-sun's advances. She tried with all her might to push him away, but how could her strength compare to that of an adult male, let alone Su-sun? Just as the situation was about to get out of control, with a snap, Su-sun fell off the bed. A dull thud echoed clearly in the dark night. Su Muyen sat up, looked at the floor in surprise, and then looked at her palm, also very surprised that she could push him so far with a single slap. But now, with her anger and pride, even though she felt remorse, she showed no concern, but said coldly, I came to talk to you about serious business. Do you still think I'm easily fooled, and that by pleasing me a couple of times I'll forgive you? Su-sun turned around, squatted on the edge of the bed with his back to her, and said in a low voice, I just want to leave you with a final memory, and let myself remember this night forever. Is this meaningful? Don't you know in your heart why I came to find you? And you're still saying these preachy, sentimental nonsense. I don't know. Aren't you here to say goodbye to me? Unless you really want me to go back? I know you're not someone who changes your mind easily. You're right, I'm not someone who changes my mind easily. What you did before was unforgivable. I thought Fifth Sister resented you, so I thought I'd drive you away. But I was wrong. You hurt her so much, and she still misses you. It's for her sake that I came to find you, do you understand? Really? Is it because of her, or because of yourself? The atmosphere was filled with tension. Susun retorted, these are just excuses you want to use to change your tone and keep me here. Given your personality, it's not easy for you to bow your head, and this incident gave you an opportunity to do so. You still can't bear to part with me, right? Sumuyen retorted loudly, I'm doing this for Fifth Sister's sake, so she won't be sad, that's why I want you to go back. You've made your choice between us. From now on, we're cutting ties. When I go back, I'll move out of your room. I won't bother with what has already happened. I hope you'll be honest, and from now on, we'll just be a respectful and loving family. I wish you well. The atmosphere fell into a long silence. Sumuyen's words were like a death sentence to Susun, unilaterally expressing her determination to deny their relationship. As soon as she finished speaking, even she felt a wave of deep sadness wash over her, and an inexplicable discomfort lingered in her heart. She didn't understand what this feeling was. It might be reluctance, it might be sadness, or it might be helplessness. In any case, this was the solution that caused the least harm to everyone, as far as she could think. In the quiet and dark room, Sumuyen waited for Susun's response. She hoped for a response, but she was also afraid of getting one, even the slightest sound. It was a kind of apprehension. Suddenly, she wished Susun would just pretend to be dead. But things don't always go as planned. No one knows what's truly in your heart. Sometimes, accurate speculation is just a luxury. Susun, however, gave her a response that chilled her to the bone. Okay, I promise you. We'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow and end this pretend relationship that shouldn't have happened. Having obtained the desired answer and achieved her goal, why did her heart ache so much? Sumuyen clutched her chest, a chill coursing through her body, making her tremble uncontrollably. She gritted her teeth, tears welled up in her eyes, and she stared fixedly at the figure sitting on the floor in front of her. Chapter 825. From her perspective, the figure turned its head. Susun climbed onto the bed and approached her step by step. In the moonlight, his handsome face was filled with heartache and reluctance. Coming before her, Susun pushed aside Sumuyen's arm from her chest and pressed his palm against her pounding heart, feeling its violent beating. He gazed ahead quietly, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips, and said in a hoarse voice, "See, you do hurt. But if you can hurt, why force yourself to make a choice that harms yourself? I don't need you to manage." Sumuyen turned her head away to avoid his gaze. While her words were resistant, her body did not resist Susun's somewhat impolite actions. Susun hugged her slender body tightly, his fingertips gently caressing the tears shimmering in the corners of her delicate face. He lowered his head again and gently kissed her slightly trembling red lips. While Sumuyen's heart was wounded, how could his heart not be in pain? Gently pushing Sumuyen down onto the bed, Susun stared at her for a few seconds before lowering his head to kiss her again, but this time with more passion. Sumuyen seemed to be in a daze, letting him have his way, without any resistance. As Susun's actions became increasingly excessive and rampant, the storm-like offensive made Sumuyen feel increasingly distressed, her eyes becoming increasingly sore, and finally, like a dam breaking, she couldn't control herself at all. Susun kissed the tears in her eyes, wiped the tears from her face, but even so, it couldn't warm a wounded woman. Even when Susun removed his clothes and prepared to make the final move, he still did not get any resistance from Sumuyen. Susun's heart sank completely. He understood that Sumuyen wanted to say a final goodbye. Not a goodbye to the distance between them, but a goodbye to the distance in their hearts. A gentle breeze blew, waking Susun from his groggy state. Looking at the snow-white figure in front of him, Susun suppressed the emotions in his heart and finally stopped his actions. He hugged Sumuyen tightly, pulled the blanket closer, and snuggled together under the covers, feeling each other's warmth. He nuzzled her neck, kissed her earlobe, and lingered on her lips, finally cupping Sumuyen's face and saying tenderly, I promise to elope with you." But unexpectedly, Sumuyen, upon hearing this, showed no joy, but stared blankly ahead. Susun's face tensed. "Muyen, did you hear me? I said I promise to elope with you, and from now on, it will be just the two of us. Say something, don't scare me." Finally, Sumuyen reacted. She smiled, her eyes fixed on the man in front of her, her palm resting on his handsome face. Susan tightly gripped her wrist and said again, I promise you everything, I promise to do everything you say. I didn't lie to you before, you will always be the most important, the most special to me. I'm willing to go with you. It's too late, it's really too late. What? Su Muyen's arms went around Susan's neck, slowly pulling his leaning posture down. A relieved smile appeared on her lips, her eyes seeming to imprint the scene in front of her, never deviating. Little Sun, opportunities missed are missed. You've already made your decision, and I respect your choice. Don't think too much about it, I don't blame you, because this is the Little Sun I know, responsible and accountable. Even if you agreed to me at the time, I might be disappointed with you later out of temporary happiness. You're right, I'm forcing you to be inhuman. I've witnessed everything that has happened to you. Even though I knew you had no choice, and I knew that some things are neither right nor wrong, I still forced you to make a choice. It was my fault. So, being selfish, I will withdraw from this. From now on, I will not interfere with anything you do. You don't need to feel sad about this is my own choice. From tomorrow onwards, everything between us will end. We will only be respectful and rule-abiding family members who are related but not in love. Our fate should end now. Chapter 826. Su Muyen. What are you saying? Shush. Interrupting Su Sun's speech, Su Muyen leaned in and kissed him deeply. Don't talk, remember what you just said. Let me remember this night forever, and let me savor this unforgettable memory when I'm alone later, okay? Alone. Su Sun murmured, his whole person dazed for a few seconds. Upon receiving the signal of initiative and seeing the pitiable smile, his desire gradually overtook his reason, and Su Sun began to weave memories. This night, Su Muyen gained unforgettable memories. The two of them, tireless, their affection like the sea, both eager to leave an indelible mark in each other's hearts. Time sped forward to 7 a.m. Enduring the soreness all over her body, Su Muyen slowly opened her eyes. Recalling the events of the previous night, a happy curve appeared at the corner of her lips. Even though she was about to lose something, at least she had some unforgettable memories. When she looked back in the future, it would be a unique comfort. Dragging her heavy body, Su Muyen propped herself up, but suddenly she realized something was wrong. She patted the spot beside her, but it was empty. The person beside her had disappeared. Su Muyen scanned the surroundings, but there was no one in the room except herself. She tried calling out to the bathroom, but received no response. A bad premonition surged into her heart. Su Muyen lifted the blanket, got out of bed, and stumbled towards the bathroom. When she saw that it was empty, she was stunned. No one? There was really no one? How could there be no one? She glanced at the clock on the wall. It was just past 7 a.m. She remembered that before she went to sleep, the clock showed 6:30. This means she had only slept for half an hour, but the person was gone in half an hour? Su Muyen looked down at herself blankly. Her originally bare body was now clothed. Not only was her inner wear on, but her outer wear was also a brand new short-sleeved shirt and shorts. That bad feeling grew stronger and stronger. Of course, she didn't think Su Sun's disappearance was a temporary departure or that he had gone to buy breakfast. Looking at the loose shirt with the heart pattern on her chest, her eyes couldn't help but mist over, her vision blurred, and tears slipped down. She turned her head to look at the bedside and found that her original clothes were neatly folded on the nightstand. Seeing this, she instantly understood. He left. He really left after all. Su Muyen swayed towards the bed and sat down unsteadily. She leaned against the headboard, hugged her knees with her arms, buried her head in her knees, and trembled all over. But beneath the trembling exterior was a face covered in tears. Su Muyen cried silently. The bitterness in her heart surged like a tsunami, filling her with immense grief. She cried for a long, long time, but the pride in her bones did not allow her to cry out loud. She did not call or text Su Sun, nor did she pray to heaven, because she knew it was all in vain. If a person wants to leave, no matter how much she tries to stop him, she cannot. It's just that she didn't understand. They had talked so well yesterday, why did he suddenly change his mind this morning? He had said he promised her half an hour ago, and half an hour later, he was gone. After calming down for a while, seeing that her emotions had been sufficiently vented, Su Muyen picked up the clothes on the nightstand, put them on, and left. As she picked up her pants and put them on, a piece of white paper slowly floated down from the nightstand. Su Muyen was inexplicably stunned. The paper seemed to have a magical power that made her afraid to step forward, fearing that she would see something even more despairing. But reason still prevailed. She finally picked up the paper and unfolded it, seeing the contents. I'm leaving, don't worry about me. I'm sorry, I lied to you, but the price for me to go back was to lose you, so I'd rather not go back. You might think I'm greedy, you might think I'm using this to blackmail you, but you don't understand how important you are to me. You don't understand what it feels like for a beam of light to appear beside a boy living in darkness, and you are the first beam of light in my decades. In the end, it's me who can't handle emotions, it's me who's sinking deeper into this emotional vortex and making a mess of things around me. You're right to call me greedy, I am indeed greedy. But compared to greed, I can't afford to lose you. I can't imagine interacting with you with a sense of distance, nor can I imagine us living under the same roof yet gradually becoming strangers. If that's the case, I'd rather leave without saying goodbye. At least if I leave, no one will have conflicts because of me, and you sisters won't have to argue over a man. Also, please forgive my selfishness, I still can't bear to divorce, even if it's fake, it's a comfort to me. But don't worry, as long as I disappear for a long time, you can apply for a unilateral annulment. But for now, please be patient, at least give me a delusion. Finally, I want to say that living alone is not easy. Although I live in a large family, I know very well what loneliness feels like. It's really not easy to endure. Especially after enjoying the care of many people, to suddenly be alone, that kind of gap is enough to make one despair. Yin Yin, take good care of everyone in the future. This is also everyone taking care of you. Living alone is not easy, but don't do anything foolish. Your Sun, goodbye forever. Covering her red lips, tears poured out like a flood. Sumuyan sat on the bed powerlessly, filled with grief. This time it wasn't silent crying, but a wail of despair. Without this letter, she could still deceive herself, but with this letter, it meant there was no hope left. So he saw through it all, so he knew everything. Why are you so smart? You're not in my stomach. Why do you have to guess my thoughts? Do you think you leaving will make me stay? I tell you, no way. I, Sumuyen, will not walk the path you've arranged. However, as she spoke, Sumuyen's tone softened, and she choked out, if you could come back. I'll never be so presumptuous again. I'll go wherever you want and listen to you. In the vast room, only the sound of continuous sobbing echoed, bringing a desolate atmosphere to the quiet morning. Meanwhile, at home, the bedroom door was suddenly pushed open, and Su Wanqing, with Su Qingxia, barged in aggressively. When she saw the sleeping figure on the bed, Su Wanqing gritted her teeth, walked over without a word, and slapped the lightly snoring face. Su Baiyan instantly woke up. Who hit me? Su Wanqing, furious, pulled her up from the bed and said angrily, how can you still be asleep at this time? Sister and I have been looking for someone all night, and what have you been doing? Su Baiyan, do you even have a heart? Upon hearing this, Su Baiyan was suddenly startled. This is bad. How did I fall asleep? Chapter 827. No, didn't I stay up late to deal with Big Sister last night? How did I fall asleep first? Su Baiyan's pupils constricted. After looking around, she picked up her phone by her pillow and saw the time 8 a.m. It was already 8 a.m. in the morning. She actually slept until dawn. Su Baiyan was stunned. Although she usually slept well, she wasn't that much of a heavy sleeper. No, I must have been set up by Capital. The key is that Big Sister was sleeping with me last night, so where did she go? Where's Big Sister? Where did Big Sister go? Su Wanqing frowned. You still care about her at this time. Didn't Little Sun treat you well before? Have you forgotten who always protected you when you were being yelled at? Su Baiyan of course knew that every time she was punished, Su Sun would always appear like a hero to save her from fire and water, which was why she wanted to find him in the middle of the night. But now it was too late, and Big Sister was not around. She had to suspect that Big Sister had left because she knew something. No, I have to go and see. Maybe there's still a chance. Su Baiyan rolled out of bed, quickly got dressed, and was about to go out without even washing her face or brushing her teeth. This unusual sight made the two people beside her frown deeply. Su Qingxia directly reached out to block the doorway and questioned, what are you rushing out for? Su Baiyan glared at her, none of your business. Get out of my way. Su Qingxia of course would not yield. Having not found anyone all night, she was already full of anger. Seeing Su Baiyan acting so inexplicably, she didn't care and started to push and shove. Su Baiyan was never Su Qingxia's opponent, and now with this gatekeeper blocking the door and not letting her out, she was completely helpless. Gradually, she became anxious, but she didn't dare to make it too obvious for the other party to notice. Su Wanqing, being extremely intelligent, quickly noticed her abnormality, grabbed her collar, and pulled her back. Are you hiding something from us? Su Baiyan's face stiffened, and she quickly denied it. No, no. How could I be hiding anything from you? Then what are you going to do now? Are you going to look for him too? We looked for him all night and searched everywhere he might go, and we couldn't find him. Do you think you'll be able to find him if you go? I'll try, maybe there'll be a miracle. This guilty look was truly suspicious. Su Wanqing narrowed her eyes and pressured her with her imposing manner. We've already searched all the places he usually goes and couldn't find him. Besides, there are only a few places. Where else can you look? Or, do you know where he is? No, I don't know. I don't know anything. Su Baiyan. Su Wanqing roared, I don't have time to play guessing games with you now. If you have any clues, hurry up and tell me. Time waits for no one. If we can't find him this time, we'll never find him again. Tell me. With no other choice, Su Baiyan knew she couldn't hide it anymore and had to confess honestly. When she pulled out the screenshot and showed Su Wanqing the location and clues, Su Wanqing felt dizzy and almost fainted from anger. She had overlooked such an important clue? And this darn girl had kept it a secret. Su Baiyan, are you trying to die? You know where he is and you kept it a secret. You want us to not find him, right? Su Baiyan said aggrievedly, I just wanted to secretly bring him back to give everyone a surprise. If you were happy, maybe you'd give me a reward. A heavy slap landed on her forehead, and Su Baiyan cried out holding her head and whimpering. But the more she looked wronged, the angrier Su Wanqing became. She raised her arm and pointed at Su Baiyan, trembling continuously, almost slapping her again. Fortunately, she suppressed the anger in her heart, knowing what was more important now. Fourth sister, let's go. Responding, Su Qingxia glared fiercely at Su Baiyan again, then pulled her along without hesitation, wanting to take her to find the person. Su Baiyan could only tremble and follow behind. Just as the three of them reached the door opened by itself, and Su Muyan walked in with a somber expression. Su Wanqing was a little surprised. She thought big sister was still sleeping, but she didn't expect her to have gone out. She glanced at her and asked coldly, where did you go? I went to look for you all. Humph, looking for us? Do we need you to look for us? You should be looking for little Sun, not us. Let's go. The three-person team left aggressively. The spacious living room was eerily quiet. Su Muyan lay powerlessly on the sofa, recalling the events of last night. She had wanted to leave behind beautiful memories, but unexpectedly, her last wish came true, but it was vastly different from what she had imagined. Big sister, where did you go last night? Just as her heart was filled with despair, a faint voice came from her ear. Looking up, she saw Su Xianro, with a blank expression and emitting an inexplicable coldness, her eyes staring coldly at her. Su Muyan forced a smile. Third sister, have you had breakfast? Should I make breakfast for you? Big sister, did you find little Sun? Su Muyan's steps paused, but after a moment, she shook her head. No, you're thinking too much. I went to look for second sister and fourth sister, and also went out for a stroll, so I came back a bit late. An explanation is a cover-up. Big sister, you don't need to explain so much. Where is little Sun? Did you meet him? Su Xianro slowly walked behind her. Her two arms slowly passed through Su Muyan's sides, gently hugging her. She rested her head on Su Muyan's shoulder, her two soft hands slowly wandering from her abdomen to her neck, her hands gently pinching her. Su Xianro leaned close to Su Muyan's ear and whispered, Big sister, if you have any worries, you can tell me. I'm not second sister. If you have any news of little Sun, you can tell me. If it's inconvenient for you to contact him, I can help you, right? After a moment of stunned silence, Su Muyan shook her head. I really didn't find him. Alright, I'm going to make breakfast. You sit on the sofa for a while. The hands around her neck changed from pinching to squeezing, gradually tightening. Gradually, Su Muyan frowned, feeling her breathing becoming difficult. She patted the arm around her neck, gasping, Third sister, your hands. Su Xianro suddenly came to her senses, immediately removed her hands from the snowy white neck, her face flustered with apology. Sorry, big sister. I was distracted. Su Muyan turned around and patted her shoulder, smiling, It's okay, you sit there and rest well. I know everyone is anxious, and you must feel bad seeing it. When your second sister and the others come back, you can persuade them properly not to search in vain. The living room returned to silence. Su Xianro sat heavily on the sofa, her face extremely pale. After all, she's the sister who took care of me since I was young. She couldn't bear it, but do you think it's over? He really left? How dare you really leave? If you don't come back, I really won't be able to control myself anymore. Gradually, an extreme madness appeared in her lost eyes. The search party of three ultimately returned empty-handed. When they arrived at the hotel, the room was already empty. However, when they showed Susan's photo to the front desk immediately recognized him as the person who had checked in last night. The few of them regretted it immensely. They were ultimately one step too late. Especially Su Baiyan, she hated her own cleverness. If she hadn't kept it a secret last night, perhaps she could have brought the person back this time. The atmosphere on the way home was heavy. Su Bainian wanted to apologize to her second sister all the way, but every time Su Wanqing ignored her heartlessly. After arriving at the community and getting out of the car, Su Bainian could no longer bear the grievance and remorse in her heart and started to cry loudly. I'm sorry, second sister, I didn't mean to, I really didn't mean to. I didn't expect him to really leave, I thought he was just pretending. Chapter 828. Hearing this, Su Wanqing gritted her teeth and raised her arm to slap her. However, just as her palm was about to touch her delicate cheek, she forcibly stopped herself. Looking at her sister, whom she usually doted on, she felt a sense of disappointment. It was fine to be stupid usually, that was called cute. But to be so stupid at a critical moment was called foolish. Humph, are you satisfied now? No, I'm not satisfied. Second sister, hit me. Beat me. It's my fault. I was too clever for my own good. Su Bainian wished her second sister would beat her up, just to ease her psychological burden. But Su Wanqing seemed to know her thoughts and was unwilling to take action, not even saying a word to her. The more she acted like this, the more self-blaming Su Bainian felt. However, at this moment, Su Qingxia felt pity for her pitiful appearance and comforted her, hugging her and saying gently, "Don't be sad, second sister is just angry for a moment. She won't blame you when she calms down. But I blame myself. If I had just opened my mouth, I could have brought him back, but I kept it a secret. I really regret it. Alright, stop crying. We'll talk about it when we get inside." A day passed in a hurry. Everyone stayed at home, at a loss, not knowing where to find him. What made it worse was that Su Sun's contact information was no longer blocked, but completely deleted. He had deleted everyone completely. They tried to call Su Sun's phone using unknown numbers, but they were either out of service or unreachable. Instantly, they understood that Su Sun's intention to leave was resolute. Su Sun could be very unreasonable when he was being unreasonable, but they had never forgotten that Su Sun had a very stubborn temper, so stubborn that 10 oxen couldn't pull him back. Just as everyone was sadly contemplating, Su Bainian had another flash of inspiration. There was one person who might be able to contact Su Sun. That person was Gu Qingwan. Sister Wan, humph, hiccup, humph, humph. In the Gu family, Gu Qingwan, who was watching TV, heard a choked sob as soon as she answered the phone. Instantly, her expression changed, and she anxiously asked, "Nian Nian, what's wrong? Who bullied you?" Hiccup. It's Su Sun. Little Sun brother. Gu Qingwan's heart skipped a beat. Crying so sadly and even coming to complain to her, could it be something happened to little Sun brother? Nian Nian, don't worry, speak slowly. What happened to him? Did something happen to him? No, it's Su Sun left, he left. Left? Where did he go? He left without saying goodbye. He's completely left us. Sister Wan, has he contacted you? If he contacted you, tell him to come back, okay? What? Gu Qingwan was shocked. He was fine yesterday, so how did something happen today? Could it be because of her date with little Sun brother? Gu Qingwan's face was filled with self-reproach. If it was really because of this that little Sun brother left, then she was partly to blame. After all, she was the one who arranged the meeting. Wait for me for a moment, I'll contact him to see. Don't worry. Gu Qingwan tried to contact Su Sun, but something unexpected happened. I was deleted. Gu Qingwan was stunned in place. She was deleted? She was actually deleted? Hearing this from Su Bainian on the phone, Su Bainian was in a daze. It was one thing to delete them, but to delete Sister Wan as well? Such ruthlessness, could he be foolishly doing something silly? It's all my fault. If I hadn't been too clever, he wouldn't have left. I caused him to leave. Nian Nian, don't worry, I will mobilize the Gu family's power to help find him. If there's any news, I'll definitely tell you immediately. Sister Wan, thank you. Please tell me if you have any news. I'll hang up now. After the call ended, Gu Qingwan contacted Gu's professional search personnel without hesitation to find Su Sun's whereabouts, and at the same time sent a message to her elder brother Gu Pingxing, asking him to use his connections to help find him. Upon hearing that Su Sun was lost, Gu Pingxing was more than willing to help. He patted his chest and guaranteed that he would find the person within 3 days. Gu Qingwan became increasingly worried. She had seen Su Sun's special qualities. If he really wanted to hide, let alone 3 days, she was afraid no one could find him in a lifetime. Xiao Wan, busy. Tread. Gu Tinwei strode in with a leisurely pace, a smile on his face. Gu Qingwan only glanced and saw the figure hiding behind the door. Gu Qingwan suddenly had a new guess. Logically speaking, no one would have found out about their date. How could little Sun brother suddenly leave home? Either he was caught, or someone complained and instigated discord. If someone complained, then her niece, who held a grudge, was very likely responsible. Gu Qingyu, come here. Seeing Gu Qingwan suddenly change her expression, Gu Tianwei immediately put on a smiling face and persuaded, Xiaowan, are you still angry with your niece? She didn't do it on purpose, please forgive her. Dad, I don't have time to listen to you playing the mediator now. Gu Qingyu, come here, I want to ask you something. Gu Qingyu walked in trembling, lowering her head and not daring to make a sound. Gu Qingwan looked her up and down, tell me the truth, did you investigate Su Sun's background? Did you say anything to his family? Chapter 829. Gu Qingyu panicked and repeatedly refuted, no, Auntie, I didn't. Auntie, do you think I want to retaliate against him? At most, I'll scold him a couple of times, how could I go to his house to cause trouble? Then I'll ask you, how many people are in his family? If you answer correctly, I'll forgive you. Ah, this. Right, one person. He's the only one in his family. Isn't he an orphan? He must be the only one at home. Gu Qingwan looked thoughtful. From her panicked reaction and flustered answer, she could basically conclude that this matter had nothing to do with Gu Qingyu. After all, this niece didn't even know how many people were in Su Sun's family. So the question arises, why did little Sun brother leave without saying goodbye? Gu Tianwei looked around, confused, not understanding why his daughter was asking such questions. He rubbed his hands and stepped forward, tentatively asking, Wanner, what did you mean just now? Why are you asking Qingyu such strange questions? Did you mean you reconnected with Su Sun? Gu Qingwan immediately gave him a cold look, making Gu Tianwei dare not speak. Gu Tianwei felt a pang of fear in his heart, muttering to himself, my eldest granddaughter told me that she bumped into you dating Su Sun yesterday, and you're still hiding it from me. After a few seconds of silence, then, Gu Qingwan replied truthfully, little Sun brother's family had some problems, and now he has left without saying goodbye and lost contact. What? My future son-in-law is missing. After a whirlwind of thoughts, Gu Tianwei quickly pieced together the sequence of events. Su Sun was lost. He suddenly kicked his slipper and picked it up, then grabbed the slipper and swatted it towards Gu Qingyu. You dead girl, is this your doing? Your aunt finally managed to win him back, and you actually angered him away. Do you want your aunt to be single for the rest of her life? Gu Qingyu was dumbfounded. How did this become her fault again? She really didn't know what was going on. However, compared to her grandfather's shoe-bottom beating, the despair was yet to come. What? Qingyu forced away Wanner's boyfriend. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from the doorway. Everyone turned their heads and saw a woman in a suit and trousers uniform, with shoulder-length short hair and a capable aura, striding in aggressively. On the surface, the woman's skin was delicate and well-maintained, but the lines around her eyes exposed the traces of time. The woman's face was stern, her eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and her narrow phoenix eyes were extremely sharp. Just looking at her serious appearance was enough to make one feel intimidated. The woman entered furiously, looked around as soon as she entered, and after locating her target, she threw her suitcase on the ground, walked to the coffee table, picked up the thin willow branch, and without a word, began to whip Gu Qingyu. Gu Qingyu's pupils dilated in shock, her mind went blank from the sudden scene. Mom, how could you? Ah, it hurts so much. The mother-daughter relationship was shattered by a lash. Gu Qingyu cried out in pain, unable to even think. She never expected her mother, who was supposed to be abroad yesterday, to be home today. Although her mother had been living abroad for many years, she was always the most afraid of her mother. Whenever her mother returned during festivals, she would inevitably bring up the old accounts of the year and educate her. Sometimes, if she made a big mistake, she would even impose family law. Therefore, every time her mother returned, it was the beginning of her nightmare. At this hour, it was not a holiday, so her mother shouldn't have returned, but she did, and without a word. The reason was obvious. Gu Qingyu despaired. It's over. I'm really finished this time. Mom, stop hitting me. I was wrong. Forgive me this time. Gu Qingyu. Ultimately, it's because I haven't been home all these years that you've developed this unruly temperament. How can such a person appear in the Gu family? Chapter 830. Mom, you're mistaken. I didn't force him away. Listen to my explanation. Even if I'm mistaken, then how do you explain your scolding your aunt? Do you also want to say this is a misunderstanding? Ninghui intensified the maternal love in her hands, each lash becoming fiercer than the last. Gu Tianwei frowned, unable to bear it. That, Hui, you've finally come back after such a long distance. Why don't you rest properly? Anger harms the body, doesn't it? Ninghui shot Gu Tianwei a cold glance, causing him to shiver. Dad, it's precisely because you spoil her too much that she's developed this unruly personality. Don't you get involved in this matter. This That. I spoil her, but I don't indulge her? Didn't I educate her until she was crying her eyes out yesterday? Did you educate her or protect her? You know best in your heart. When I heard that Chinyu was beaten so badly that she couldn't get out of bed, I thought it was serious, but the next day she was here, lively and kicking. Are you sure you were severe? Couldn't it be that she has thick skin? Since she has thick skin, then it shouldn't matter if I hit her a bit harder. What? Gu Qingyu was greatly alarmed and took to her heels and ran, and her mother, Ning Hui, followed closely behind. The two chased each other around the vast villa. Gu Qingyu was about to cry without tears. The few lashes she had just received almost killed her. If this continued, she was afraid she really wouldn't be able to get out of bed. Mom, I was wrong. Stop hitting me. Please, stop hitting me. I've already apologized to Auntie. Please tell her to stop. An apology is enough? Your damned father left you to your aunt since you were little, and your aunt raised you. She can be considered your second mother. Logically speaking, you should be closer to her than to me, but you said such disrespectful things to your aunt. Do you know how sad you made her? If I were your aunt, I would have been angered to death by you. Seeing the sharp willow branch about to strike her again, Gu Qingyu was in a panic and had no tricks left, so she came up with another one. Auntie, I'll kneel down and apologize to you now. Hurry up and tell Mom to stop. I was wrong, I really was wrong, but I really didn't know that woman was you back then. Still quibbling, take this. Ah. Gu Qingyu finally faced judgment. The moment her mother grabbed her clothes, she knew she was finished. The willow branch lashed at her mercilessly, almost tearing her skin. Gu Qingwan couldn't watch any longer and quickly stepped forward to pull her back. Sister-in-law, just educate her a couple of times. You're being too harsh. Wanner, don't interfere. I came back this time specifically to educate this ungrateful wretch. If you still cover for her, then what's the point of my return? But. No buts. This is not only for your injustice but also to prevent her from going astray. If you can't bear to see it, then avoid it. My education isn't finished yet. Gu Qingyu felt like the sky had fallen. She immediately rolled her eyes and fainted. She was truly scared. My eldest granddaughter. Gu Tianwei was greatly alarmed, his old face sinking, and he pointed at Ning Hui angrily. You tell me, you're a mother. You finally came back after such a long time, and not only did you not have a mother-daughter reunion, but you actually beat your daughter unconscious. You're too disgraceful. As if her heart had been touched, Ning Hui's expression finally softened a bit. She personally carried her daughter to the sofa and sighed helplessly at Gu Tianwei. Don't worry, she's just fainted from fright. Dad, go get some medicine, I'll wipe her wounds. Gu Tianwei snorted, but still went to get the medicine box. Seeing the touching scene of his daughter-in-law applying medicine to his granddaughter, his anxious heart finally relaxed completely. Half an hour later, Gu Qingyu finally woke up. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw her mother's tender and loving gaze. A surge of grievance welled up in her heart, and she said in a hoarse voice, Mom. You're awake. Ning Hui smiled faintly, but this extremely loving smile was accompanied by a voice that made people's hearts turn cold. Since you're awake, let's continue. Find a place to kneel down yourself. Chapter 833. Another roll of the eyes, but Ning Hui was quick to react, forcing her eyelids open. Physical education was over, and now it was time for verbal education. Gu Qingyu knelt on the ground, listening to her mother's heartbroken lecture for an hour, which made her burst into tears. Until Gu Pingxing returned home. Ning Hui, when did you get back? This is. With just one glance, Gu Pingxing understood the situation. He immediately swallowed, feeling a bit intimidated by his wife's decisive actions. If he calculated the time, he had barely reported the matter before his wife booked a plane ticket. He couldn't help but feel inferior to her speed. Gu Pingxing, you still have the nerve to come back. Gu Pingxing chuckled. What are you talking about? This is my home, where else would I go? You know it's your home, so what have you been doing? How could you have raised your daughter like this? She's usually very well behaved and sensible. Who knew she'd be like this in private? I'm very angry too. If you're still upset, should I kneel down for you too? Good, then kneel down. Gu Pingxing was instantly choked, caught between a rock and a hard place. He was just joking to liven up the tense atmosphere, never expecting his wife to not give him any face and go along with it. As he stood there, awkward and at a loss, Gu Qingwan's voice suddenly sounded, Big brother, how are the people you're looking for coming along? Gu Pingxing smiled, found a seat with a clear conscience, and inwardly praised his sister, knowing she understood his predicament as an elder brother. Ahem, Wanner, don't worry, I've already asked people to look. I can't guarantee other places, but as long as he's in Jiangxing or the nearby cities, we'll definitely find him. That's good, Thank you, big brother. What are you saying? Even if you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have just stood by and done nothing when I heard that Brother Su was lost. As he spoke, Gu Pingxing suddenly turned his head to look at Gu Qingyu, his gaze deep and thoughtful. Gu Qingyu felt a pang of fear. She panicked, no way, no way. Will my mother hit my father next? Will I be this miserable? Gu Qingyu. Here. I ask you, did you go and sow discord somewhere? Otherwise, why would they leave without saying goodbye when they were fine? Was it you who forced them? Gu Qingyu was completely speechless. How did it all come back to her? She had said countless times that this had nothing to do with her. Dad, it's really not me. Besides, I don't have time for that. After I was brought back yesterday, I was under your supervision the whole time. I didn't have any time to cause trouble. Is it really not you? No. I play and I scold, but at most, I'll say a few words to him to his face. I know he's a great benefactor to our family. How could I possibly scheme against him in private? Humph, at least you have some sense. If you do anything stupid in private, don't blame me for being merciless as your father. After several warnings, Gu Qingyu's little selfish thoughts completely vanished. Let alone seeking revenge on Su Sung, she would probably have to avoid him when she saw him in the future. Just the title of future brother-in-law was something she couldn't afford to offend, let alone the status of a great benefactor. She swore that she would never gossip again. Whether others lived or died had nothing to do with her. The atmosphere was somber, and they looked at each other in silence. Ning Hui's return should have been a happy occasion, but at this moment, no one felt happy. Finally, Gu Tianwei, unable to contain his doubts, spoke first. Xiao Wan, don't worry. That kid isn't ordinary. He'll be fine. However, tell your dad the truth, did you two reconnect? Don't try to fool me. I've heard Qingyu tell me everything. She didn't see you yesterday, so she accidentally injured you. You actually went on a date with that kid yesterday, right? Since some things were known to everyone, there was no need to hide them. However, while it was the truth, Gu Qingwan didn't want her father to revert to his old, overly enthusiastic and meddling self. I did meet up with him yesterday. The afternoon was going well, and I finally cleared the air with him. As a result, Qingyu appeared out of nowhere, and in the short time I was away, Qingyu actually brought her friends to show off in front of him. He's always been a decent person. On the surface, he seems happy and unbothered, but when I contacted him that night, he completely ignored me. Today, all my contact information has even been deleted and blacklisted by him. And the root of all this is simply because he drove an expensive sports car worth nearly 100 million and showed off in public. It's just because of these two things that my dear niece decided from nowhere that he was seducing women and spoke all sorts of malicious words. But my dear niece doesn't know that the luxury sports car she drove around town yesterday was actually his. He didn't mind her taking his car without permission and even intended to give it to her. Qingyu is a Gu family lady after all. Since she took something of his without permission, I, as her aunt, naturally have to compensate him on behalf of the Gu family. So, I sent a more expensive sports car as a thank you, the one he drove yesterday. As for the so-called showing off in public yesterday, it was actually something I requested. Dad, you probably don't know, but your friend Su not only has superb medical skills but is also at the pinnacle of music. The hit songs that were popular online before all came from him. When I saw a piano displayed in the mall, I was suddenly in the mood, and I wanted him to perform for me. However, he agreed for me, but it became an excuse for Qingyu to find trouble. As his aunt, I cannot escape the blame. Gu Qingyu's head was buzzing and buzzing. So, that's how it happened. It seemed like there was nothing wrong, but why did it feel like something was missing? Also, why did it feel like her aunt was a bit of a schemer? Was it an illusion? Chapter 831. After hearing Gu Qingwan's words, everyone present now cast angry glances at Gu Qingyu. Gu Qingyu, unable to defend herself, simply lowered her head and pretended to be dead. Gu Pingxing snorted in anger. Your aunt didn't have time to date because she had to take care of you. When you grew up, you thought she'd be free, but I didn't expect you to still become a stumbling block in her marriage. You're simply her nemesis. Gu Qingyu found it hard to refute. It seemed like that was the case. Her aunt didn't have time to find a man because she was taking care of her, and if she finally found someone she liked, it was ruined by her. Gu Qingyu felt extremely guilty. I'm sorry, aunt. I'll never judge people by their appearance again. Gu Qingwan shook her head faintly, and instead defended her. Let's stick to the facts. This matter has nothing to do with Qingyu. I just didn't have the intention to pursue that aspect before. Big brother, don't blame everything on Qingyu. That's right. Ning Hui, sitting cross-legged, stared at Gu Pingxing with icy eyes. If anyone is to blame, it's you, the elder brother. If you hadn't left the child with Wanner, how could she have no time to find a partner? How dare you blame others? Gu Pingshen's face turned green and white. He really didn't expect a casual remark to backfire. To avoid the topic from continuing, he educated Gu Qingyu again. Gu Qingyu, look, even now your aunt is still defending you. And you did something so foolish. Gu Qingyu lowered her head in shame and meekly said, I'm sorry, aunt. I'll never bully people with my status again. When I see Su Sun, oh no, uncle. I will definitely apologize to him properly. I will never let the two of you have any misunderstandings because of me. Unknowingly, the sky darkened. To celebrate the return of his daughter-in-law, Gu Tinwei still asked the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous feast. The news of Ning Hui's return was temporarily not announced to the rest of the family. It was just a small family gathering for the five of them. Ning Hui's mood had finally improved a little, but seeing Gu Qingguan's dispirited appearance made her worry again. She had heard and remembered Ning Hui's remarks about that Su Sun. She was extremely happy that her sister-in-law had found someone she liked, but as a sister-in-law, she was still worried that Gu Qingguan would meet someone unsuitable. After all, her sister-in-law was so gentle and kind. If she found someone she liked in life and they turned out to be a bad person, it would be a lifelong shadow. Men of this age mostly had problems, and it was almost impossible to find a suitable, high-quality male. After all, most of them were divorced at this age. She felt that divorced men were not worthy of her sister-in-law. If they had children, there would be even more troublesome matters in the future. If they were not taken care of properly, with her sister-in-law's delicate nature, she might be bullied to what extent. If they were still unmarried, it was mostly because they were too playful in their youth and had affairs with numerous women without any commitment. Such people were definitely not good matches. If they were truly honest and had never dated a woman and remained single until this age, then they mostly had some issues themselves. Ning Hui was troubled, and she already envisioned Gu Qingguan's future miserable life. She felt that none of these men were worthy of her sister-in-law. Her sister-in-law was beautiful and captivating, and it was too cheap for those old men. With a stomach full of words, she finally couldn't hold back after dinner. For the sake of her sister-in-law's happiness, she felt that as a sister-in-law, she needed to screen him. Living room. After dinner, everyone sat on the sofa chatting. Ning Hui sat next to Gu Qingguan and quietly asked, Wanner, tell your sister-in-law the truth, do you really have feelings for that Su Sun? Or are you just at an age where you want to get by and casually found someone? The father and son, who had been chatting animatedly, stopped talking upon hearing this and both poked their heads over to squeeze in. Chapter 832. Gu Qingyu also curiously poked her head, only to be pulled aside by Gu Tinwei with an arm. That was all, but as soon as she sat down, she was pushed aside by her father, Gu Pingxing, making her gnash her teeth in anger. Gu Qingguan replied faintly, it's not for show. As for feelings, I don't know what kind of feelings you're talking about, sister-in-law. But when I can't see him, his image keeps appearing in my mind, and I get more and more annoyed as time goes by. Beautiful. Gu Tinwei whispered excitedly to Gu Pingxing, pointing and gesturing, as if hearing a confirmation from his daughter was something incredibly joyful. Ning Hui glared at the father and son, and they immediately behaved. Then Ning Hui continued, then what kind of person is this Su Sun? What's his family background? What's his personality? Is he the type to be glib and slick? Gu Qingguan's eye showed a flicker of memory. He's a man of integrity, loyal and righteous, brave and fearless. As long as you are by his side, he is the safest harbor. As for his family background, he's an orphan. He was adopted by a wealthy family before, but that was an unpleasant memory for him. However, even though he lived in such an agonizing environment, his nature is extremely optimistic, and I've never seen a trace of dejection on his face. Glib and slick, no. He's an extremely steady person. Although he's sometimes playful and cynical, he's definitely not a frivolous person. Hearing this, Ning Hui felt much more at ease. As long as he was steady and honest, he was a trustworthy person. Even if his abilities were a bit weaker, it didn't matter. After all, no matter how rich he was in Jiangqing, he couldn't be richer than her Gu family. As long as he could protect his woman, he was a good man. However, when she thought of her sister-in-law, who was a peerless beauty, having to end up with a greasy man with a big belly and a receding hairline, her heart felt uneasy. Those who knew would think it was mutual love, but those who didn't might think her sister-in-law was being kept. Wanner, sister-in-law is being a bit nosy, but what does this Su Sun look like? Does he look normal? Is he the type of CEO with a big belly and a bald head, or the type of determined and strong CEO? Simply put, is he handsome? Being a good person is indeed important, but if he's not good-looking, it'll be a very upsetting thing to be together in the future. Think about it, you're so young. If you bring back a big-bellied man with only a few strands of hair left, outsiders will frown. Gu Qingguan covered her mouth and smiled. She really couldn't imagine her sister-in-law asking such a peculiar question. She thought she would delve into Susan's family background, but she cared most about his appearance. Warner, why are you smiling? He's not really ugly, is he? But it's okay if he's a bit ugly. Being a bit ugly is suitable for a stable life. People shouldn't pay too much attention to their appearance. Gu Qingguan smiled and shook her head. No, sister-in-law, not only is he not ugly, he's also very handsome. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he's dashing and handsome. I'm not saying this with a filter. His appearance is probably the most handsome man you've ever seen. Upon mentioning Su Sun's appearance, Gu Tinwei inexplicably became proud and laughed heartily. My friend Su's external conditions are simply impeccable. Let's not even talk about his looks. His muscular physique is truly powerful, even more so than when I was young. I remember when I used to all day. Dad, shut up, you're talking too much. Gu Pingshan reminded him. All right. Gu Tinwei quickly shut his mouth and continued to listen silently. Ning Hui was somewhat incredulous. Even her own old man praised Su Sun's appearance so much. Could it be a filter of gratitude after being treated by him? After all, the old man's leg had been cured by someone, so it was normal for him to speak favorably of him. That Su Sun is that handsome? More handsome than your big brother. Gu Qingguan glanced at Gu Pingxing and nodded, naturally. Chapter 833. I'm talking about your big brother when he was young, not this useless appearance now. I mean, my big brother wasn't as handsome when he was young either. After all, they were family. Gu Qingguan was so beautiful and captivating, so Gu Pingxing must not have been bad looking when he was young. Ning Hui had fallen for Gu Pingxing back then because of his handsome appearance. Unexpectedly, this Su Sun was even more handsome than her husband when he was young. Gu Pingxing could be said to be the most handsome man she had ever seen in her life. Although it had only been dark for a while, the place was as quiet as midnight. Even the slightest movement on the bed could be amplified in the dark night. Su Sun slowly sat up, covering his dizzy head, and opened his eyes to look out the window at the slightly unfamiliar scenery. The next second, a look of shock appeared on his usually calm face. I'm back. King Yu, you've met this future uncle quite a few times, right? Tell me, is he more handsome than your dad? My dad. As if hearing a joke, Gu Qingyu chuckled. How could he not be as handsome as my dad? With my dad's disposition. Mid-sentence, Gu Qingyu quickly lowered her head, feeling the dangerous gaze, and her voice became timid. I can admit to other things, but his appearance, physique, and temperament are truly impeccable. The key is that he's still young. How could my dad possibly compare to him? Gu Pingxing almost cried. When he heard that he was being compared in terms of looks, he was quite excited, as it was an acknowledgement of himself. But after all the comparisons, he was trampled underfoot. He was also convinced. He was already over 50, not to mention being busy with his career and mentally exhausted, not to mention aging and gaining weight. Comparing him to a youth in his prime was simply making a fool of him. Ning Hui was silent. Since the old man's leg was healed, she had always heard the family talk about this divine Dr. Su. She subconsciously thought of Su Sun as a high-ranking elder with white hair and a white beard. Later, when she found out he wasn't that old, she thought of him as a scruffy middle-aged man in gray linen. Who would have thought he was so handsome? However, it made sense. If he could cure a disability that had lasted for decades, it wasn't a big deal to have a youthful appearance, right? She shouldn't doubt her sister-in-law's eyesight. Her sister-in-law was so young and beautiful, how could she possibly find an old man? Ning Hui's lips curled up, and she nodded repeatedly with satisfaction. Good. I'm relieved now. He has a steady personality, is a good person, talented, good-looking, and capable. He's around your age, Warner, and you're both good-looking. You're a perfect match. Around the same age. Gu Qingguan frowned slightly. In terms of age, I'm much older than him. Ah, you're older than him. That's fine. If a woman is 3 years older, she hugs a golden brick. If you're a few years older, he's hugging a golden brick. But I'm more than 3 years older than him, right? I'm more than 10 years older. What? 10 years? Ning Hui was shocked. Then how old is he now? He can't be 22. The single sentence of 22 completely silenced Ning Hui. Immediately, she turned to the father and son next to her. Then why do they call him little friend Su and brother Su? Dad calls him little friend Su, which I can understand, because he can call anyone younger than him that. But why does your big brother call him brother Su with such familiarity? Did he forget to add little? Gu Qingguan smiled helplessly. It's just a name. They all call each other whatever they want. If we must say, it was Dad who first called him brother Su, and big brother called him little friend Su. Later, when they felt the seniority was messed up, they switched back. Ning Hui was extremely speechless. It was this father and son who made her have a preconception and misunderstand others' ages. So, the middle-aged old man she had imagined was actually a young man in his early 20s. Then her sister-in-law wasn't an old cow eating young grass. No, age is just a number, and her sister-in-law looks only 20-something, so it's not really an old cow eating young grass. That's not right. Young people are young and handsome, I can understand that. But how did he cure Dad's leg at such a young age? Even if he learned medicine in the womb, he wouldn't have this kind of miraculous skill. When I saw Dad's leg just now, I was shocked myself. There's not even a trace of disability, and even the atrophied muscles have grown back. Does he really have this ability at such a young age? Gu Qingguan nodded faintly. That's another matter. That's why I say he's a mysterious person. Perhaps that's what attracts me. Do you have a photo? I want to see what this divine person looks like. No. Gu Qingguan actually had them, specifically the close-up photos of her and Su Sun. However, she didn't want anyone else to see them, so as to prevent her old father from talking too much. Just as Ning Hui was feeling disappointed, Gu Tinwei surprisingly took out his phone excitedly. This is simple. I just happened to see my little friend Su while I was eating. He only displayed a little bit of his talent and immediately dominated the trending searches. Upon seeing the figure sitting at the piano and playing gracefully on the phone, Ning Hui was completely shocked. Not by his appearance, but by the melody that reached her ears. Superb medical skills, superb music. Was this Su Sun even human? What's more, she had heard this piece before, and in fact, it was even more powerful than the original version. Ning Hui murmured, the original version is probably not as emotional as this. Ha! Little Hui, you've heard this song too. Then let me tell you something even more astonishing. The original version is actually by my friend Su. Not only this song, but also. Chapter 834. Gu Tinwei listed all of Su Sun's works one by one, and Ning Hui became more and more shocked with each one. These were undoubtedly all hit songs, which she often heard even when she was abroad. She had always been curious about what kind of divine person could create these songs, but she never expected them all to be from one person, and that person was right before her. To be honest, she felt a little sour. Her sister-in-law had really struck gold, and looking at her own husband, he had nothing but good looks. No, even his good looks were gone now. Gu Pingsheng frowned, his face full of confusion. Ning Hui, why are you looking at me? Why do you seem so strange? Looking at your handsome face. Gu Pingsheng's old face blushed. We're an old married couple, and you're saying this in public. You're something else. Ning Hui was speechless. She really thought she was complimenting him. At this moment, compared to Ning Hui's shock, Gu Qingya's brain was struck by lightning again, because every single song listed just now was one of her favorites that she had listened to countless times. So, all her most admired idols were Su Sun? And she had been so unreasonable in front of her idol? Gu Qingya looked at Gu Qingguan for help. Grandpa is talking nonsense, right? How can one person have so much ability? Gu Qingguan slowly shook her head. No, what your grandfather said is true. Those are all the works of that scum you mentioned. The words were like a knife twisting in her heart, and Gu Qingya was heartbroken again. Gu Qingya regretted it. The idol she had been searching for so hard was actually right before her, but she had pushed him away. Oh God, why are you playing such a trick on me? 7 days had passed since Su Sun disappeared. For these 7 days, Su Sun had vanished as if he had evaporated, and everything related to him seemed to have been erased, leaving no trace. As time passed, even Su Muian, who had always maintained a calm demeanor, became anxious. Finally, she even went to the Gu family to seek help from Gu Qingguan. On Su Muian's suggestion, Gu Qingguan spent a large sum of money to hire a hacker, trying to locate Su Sun's whereabouts online. However, the results were extremely disappointing. Su Sun's mobile number and IP addresses of his social media accounts were all not in the country, and couldn't be traced at all. Weian, don't worry. Little Sun might just not be using his phone, so we can't get his location for now. Let's take it slow. Su Muian gave a wry smile. I shouldn't have bothered you. I almost forgot, he actually knows some computer skills. Although I don't know the exact level, I estimate it's not ordinary. If he wants to hide his whereabouts online, it'll be very difficult for anyone to find him. Gu Qingguan comforted her. It's okay, even so, he'll eventually show a flaw. We just have to wait. It's getting late, you should stay at the Gu family's. I'll have someone prepare a room for you. Thank you, but there's no need. I'll go back now. Watching the gradually receding, dispirited figure, Gu Qingguan felt a mix of emotions, as if she could empathize. Although she didn't know what had happened on the other side, judging from Su Muian's expression, something very important must have occurred. She saw deep regret on Su Muian's face. From their previous interactions, she could tell that Su Muyan was a proud person, but such an unwilling to bow person actually secretly asked for her help, which clearly meant she was at her wits' end. Big sister, you're back. Have you eaten? I'll cook for you. As soon as she entered the door, Su Banian greeted her with hidden anticipation. However, Su Muyan couldn't give any response. As soon as she entered the house, she intended to go to the kitchen to busy herself, as if only busyness could numb her inner emptiness. On the way, Su Wanking blocked her way with a gloomy expression and asked coldly, "Where have you been all day?" Chapter 835. Went out for a walk, to clear my head. Walk, clear your head. Su Wanking laughed in disbelief. If you had said you were looking for someone, I wouldn't have argued with you, but you said you went out for a walk. You're really our good big sister. We're all frantic here, and you, the culprit, still have the face to go for a walk? Su Muyan, do you even have a heart? It's been 7 days. 7 whole days. 7 days of no news. Do you know what that means? It means he's completely given up, it means he'll never come back, and it even means he might be in trouble. Do you understand? Everything was fine before, but because of your stubbornness and selfishness, this situation has occurred. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can take it out on me. Even if you kick me out, I won't say a word, but why did you force him? He's clearly innocent. It was me who took the initiative, it was me who was demanding, it was me who played my cards openly. He was already in a difficult position in the middle, and if you don't understand, you still put pressure on him. Have you forgotten what kind of life he used to live? Has his cheerful demeanor for so long made you forget that he's always been a fragile and sensitive person? You're forcing him into trouble. In anger, Su Wanking pushed her, and Su Muyan fell heavily. Su Banian quickly rushed over to help her up, but Su Muyan dodged her pull and shook her head at her. She didn't need anyone's sympathy, nor did she deserve it. The second sister was right, she was the culprit of everything. If she hadn't been so selfish, this situation wouldn't have happened. She had forgotten Susun's true nature and forgotten that the sentimental big boy needed protection, not pressure. Su Wanking was slightly taken aback, reaching out her hand as if to speak but stopping. She seemed surprised by her own impulsiveness. But ultimately, anger prevailed. She didn't show sympathy to Su Muyan, the elder sister, but turned back to her room, leaving behind a cold snort. Su Muyan sat on the sofa powerlessly, her expression dazed. She beckoned Su Banian to sit beside her, and the two of them recalled childhood memories. Especially when talking about Su Banian's mischievous actions of bullying Susun when they were young, Su Muyan's eyes couldn't help but feel a sting of sadness. Remember when you were a head taller than little Sun? You used to bully him all the time. Once, you pulled down his pants in front of the whole family, making him cry. You went to apologize, but he didn't forgive you, so you hit him until he cried again. In 5th grade, he was playing very well with a female classmate, but one day you got into a fight with that female classmate, which led to the complete estrangement of their two good friends. Once, when he was sent to the old house by his parents, you skipped school the next day and took a taxi for dozens of kilometers to find him. On a whim, you even cooked for him, but you couldn't distinguish between salt and message, and instead mixed expired rat poison from a glass bottle into the food, almost poisoning him to death. In junior high school, you broke the teacher's office window and made little Sun take the blame. When his parents were notified, he was severely beaten by his parents after returning home. And another time, you pretended to be his girlfriend in front of the teacher and kissed him, causing him to be criticized and have to make a self-criticism in front of the entire school and all the students the next day. You ran into his room in the middle of the night, got into his bed, and dragged him to play games with you. That night, Dad came home late and heard the noise, catching you on the spot. You were fine, but little Sun was punished for one night without sleep on the grounds of inciting you to neglect your studies. When he was showering, you asked him to do your homework. He disagreed, so you found the key yourself, unlocked the door, and went in. But as soon as you entered, you fell. Little Sun kindly helped you up, but you repaid his kindness by pulling off his bath towel. This scene was coincidentally seen by your second sister. You quarreled with your fourth sister. To get revenge on her, you broke her limited edition violin bow. Seeing your fourth sister fly into a rage, you shifted the blame to little Sun. Chapter 836. And during the summer vacation, your third sister supervised him learning English. While your third sister went to get water, you insisted on dragging him out to play. You didn't get home until midnight that night. You, the culprit, were only lectured a couple of times, but little Sun was confined for a full 3 days by your third sister. What's more, the third sister basically stared at him in the room the whole time. I feel like she's making a mountain out of a molehill. And you put my black stockings on his head and I saw you. You cut up my project plan like paper and blamed him. you pushed him into the bathroom while I was showering. And you made him ride on you like a horse, and you bit his lips until they bled. And chatting is always the best way to vent. Sun Weian was particularly talkative tonight, speaking incessantly, and at the same time, each word pierced Su Banian to the heart. Su Banian really didn't expect her elder sister to have such a good memory. She remembered all those past events so clearly, making her face flush with shame. Big sister, stop talking, it's all in the past. Besides, I know I was wrong. Didn't I stop bullying him later? Su Muyen smiled faintly. You don't want to? You can't bully him anymore. What's the difference? The result is the same, isn't it? As long as he comes back, I don't care if he bullies me all day. Su Muyen stared at her, her eyes suddenly becoming dazed. Fifth sister, I might have thought you were naughty and spoiled before, but now I seem to understand. With a thud, Su Banian suddenly had a bad premonition. What did her elder sister mean by that? What did she mean by not understanding before but understanding now? Could it be that she had seen something from her reaction? Su Banian swallowed nervously. Big sister, what are you talking about? I don't understand what you mean. It's nothing, I just feel that your relationship is very good. You've always been bickering since childhood. Your mischief and bickering are also signs of a good relationship. Hearing this, Su Banian finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was so scared. She thought she had been discovered. That's natural. Since childhood, our parents didn't let me make friends outside, and he and I grew up together. It's natural for us to have a good relationship. You little girl, what do you mean by looking down on people with dog eyes? Although we have nothing to do with them anymore, you should be careful with your words as a girl. Okay, big sister, I'll be civilized from now on. But, big sister, if Susun comes back, will you still be angry with him? I know you and the second sister disagree on some matters, but this is not entirely something that Susun alone can control. If he really abandons one side for the other, I don't think he's a good person, and it's better if he doesn't come back. Su Muyen gently tapped her forehead. What are you thinking about, little girl? This is not something you need to worry about. Then, big sister, can you act as if nothing happened when he comes back? Can't we be like before? Su Muyen fell silent. A wave of disappointment washed over Su Banian, who regretted asking this question. She shouldn't have asked when she already knew the answer. But who would have thought? Okay. A single word of okay, which was completely unexpected, made her eyes light up again. Dinner time. This was the first time the sisters had gathered for a meal together in 7 days. Due to Su Muyen's inaction, Su Wangqing's inability to attend to anything else, and Su Xinruo's absence, this dinner had to be prepared by Su Qingxia, the fourth sister. As for why Su Banian wasn't relied upon, it was simply a joke. If she made anything, it would be lucky if it didn't poison people to death, given her past experiences. After some discussion, the group finally reached a consensus at the dinner table. That is, regardless of anything else, the priority was to find Susun first. Susun opened his eyes dimly, and with his still groggy body, he first went to wash his face and brush his teeth. After washing up, his mind finally cleared up a lot, and he began to change his clothes and leave the house. After all, if he didn't leave soon, the original owner would probably be back. The random refreshing of his residence was still so frustrating. It had been 7 days. He had been back for 7 days. These 7 days felt like a dream, but after a few days of confirmation, Susun could be sure that he had truly returned. His years of hope had finally been realized at this moment. However, what he didn't understand wasn't he supposed to be driven out by the Su family to return? The Su family was now a mere formality, and he had already left the Su family. Logically speaking, his path home was cut off. How could he have returned? And why did he return so suddenly, not early or late? Had he overlooked some detail? As he got into the car to go back to his hometown, Susun's mind was in a mess. After a long period of thought, he seemed to have found the reason. It was because of his giving up. Su Muyen's words that night had deeply touched him. He sensed Su Muyen's intention to leave. He began to doubt whether his entanglement was the right choice. Being caught in the whirlpool of emotions would only draw him deeper, and there would be more difficult matters to handle in the future. It was impossible to consider everyone's feelings, and someone would inevitably get hurt. Instead of continuing to hurt others, it was better to let everyone suffer a temporary pain by leaving, in exchange for lifelong peace. As long as he left, the harm to everyone would gradually decrease. At that time, he had indeed thought of leaving. Then, he inexplicably returned. Could the key to his return not be the other party, but himself? Was the reason for his existence here always due to his own reluctance to part? And when he hardened his heart and gave up everything, then, as the familiar village entrance appeared in his vision, Susun put aside his miscellaneous thoughts and prepared to welcome his life after returning. After getting off the bus, even though he hadn't seen it for so many years, his memory was a bit blurry. But the moment he stood there, everything felt so familiar. He had forgotten which year he left, but he couldn't forget the scenes deep in his memory. The familiar small path, the familiar wheat fields, only these rows of two-story Western-style buildings were extremely unfamiliar. Fortunately, a few familiar adobe houses not far away confirmed that he had not gotten off at the wrong stop. "Young man, who are you looking for? You're not from this village, are you?" On the way, Susun met an old man who struck up a conversation with him. This old man was very familiar, but also older than in his memory. Susun smiled. "Uncle Lu, don't you recognize me? I'm Susun, little Sunzi. Erdenzi and I used to climb trees to catch bird eggs every day." "What? Little Sunzi?" The man called Uncle Lu put down his shovel and stepped forward excitedly. He rubbed his eyes and exclaimed, "Little Sunzi. It really is little Sunzi. Yes, I'm back." Uncle Lu was overjoyed. "It's been 10 years. 10 whole years. Everyone in the village thought you were dead after you disappeared at 16. I didn't expect you to be alive. Ha ha ha, how happy your mother would be if she saw you." "My mother, ha!" A wave of memories surged back to him. Has it been 10 years? Chapter 837. Kayun. Kayun, are you there? Kayun, come out, I have something to tell you. Uncle Lu shouted loudly, looking even more excited than Susun. He led Susun to a strange Western-style courtyard house. Susun vaguely remembered the location of his own home but was extremely unfamiliar with the building he was in. It was likely built later. What's more, the small building was clearly more exquisite than the surrounding similar buildings, and even the empty courtyard had been renovated, giving it a unique style. To be honest, Susun was very surprised. His mother was just an ordinary person, not a cultured woman. Even after 10 years, the price of this house shouldn't be something his mother could afford. Fortunately, Uncle Lu quickly answered his doubts. "Little Sunzi, I have to say, you've come back at the perfect time. Your mother is living here during this period. If you had come back 2 days later, your mother would have left." "My mother left? Came back to live?" Susun was a little confused, glancing around the surroundings. "Isn't this my home? Where else would she go after leaving?" Uncle Lu smiled and said, "Yes, this is your home, but your mother remarried in the 3rd year after you died, well, disappeared. You and your mother depended on each other. When you suddenly disappeared, if she had no one by her side, everyone feared she wouldn't be able to get by, so they found her a support." Susun suddenly realized, no wonder. "No wonder," I said. "How could my mother, a rural woman, afford to build such a big house? Just from the outside, it looks much more imposing than the surrounding ones." Yes, Kayan married a good man. Even though they are both two-story houses, others are only tens of thousands, while yours is over 1 million. Now that you're back, this will be your home from now on. Oh, right, don't you have any reaction to your mother getting married? Don't be angry if you meet the people in your mother's new family. It's a blended family, and the other family also has a daughter. Because of your disappearance, your mother treated the new family's daughter as her own after she moved in. She has worked hard to maintain this relationship for so many years, so don't make your mother difficult." Susun smiled. "Don't worry, Uncle Lu. That's her business. As long as she's living well, that's all that matters." Susun understood Uncle Lu's concerns. Most divorced or single-parent families have great resistance to their parents remarrying, but he had been gone for 10 years. He couldn't let his mother live a lonely life just because of his dissatisfaction. Moreover, for him, it wasn't just a matter of 10 years. He had experienced too much, and time had diluted many of his inner emotions. Hearing what he had just heard, he couldn't even feel a ripple of emotion. The place he had dreamed of returning to for so many years was now before him, but his heart felt so ordinary, not as excited as he had imagined. Hearing Susun's words, Uncle Lu patted him on the shoulder with his strong, calloused hand. "Good boy. You're as sensible as ever. There's movement inside, smile more, and face your mother with a new outlook." As he spoke, the two saw a woman in a black short-sleeved floral dress through the glass door. The woman was slender and in good spirits. Unlike the sallow complexion of rural women, her skin was fair. However, the wrinkles on her face still showed some of the vicissitudes of life. But even so, her youthful beauty could still be seen. Susun's current appearance was, in large part, inherited from his mother. A long-lost feeling lingered in his heart. Susun was a little surprised. Although 10 years had passed, his mother looked even younger and more spirited than he remembered. That's right, the woman before him was his mother, Chi Kayun. His mother, who was once a poor, single, and unfortunate woman who raised him, was now like a wealthy lady from a middle-class family. Chapter 838. Seeing his mother like this, he knew that his mother had not had a bad life over the years, and his heart finally felt a little better. The woman came out with a beaming smile, full of apologies. Brother Daeong, I was cooking lunch just now and didn't hear you calling me. Come in and sit. The woman warmly greeted Lu Daeong, and after speaking, she finally noticed the young man beside Lu Daeong. And this glance stunned her on the spot, her heart trembling. The woman kept staring at Su Sun, the shock on her face gradually turning into confusion, suspicion, and finally disbelief. Uncle Lu chuckled from the side, knowing that Chi Kian recognized him, but he didn't point it out at this moment. Instead, he chuckled secretly and pretended to be confused. Kian, what's wrong? Why are you staring at my eldest nephew? Have you met before? Chi Kian shook her head in a daze. No, he just looks a bit familiar. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Sai, don't stand out in the hot sun. Why don't you invite us in for a drink? I have something important to tell you. Oh, sorry. Chi Kian came back to her senses and quickly invited them in. Brother Daeong, please come in. It's so sunny, hurry up and come inside. Until the two entered the house, Chi Kian's eyes never left Su Sun. She watched him sit on the sofa before busying herself to pour them water. Uncle Lu, having just finished his farm work, was naturally very thirsty. He took the water and gulped it down, feeling much refreshed. Su Sun smiled at the sight. Give me your cup too, Uncle Lu. Do you have any iced water? Sparkling iced drinks are also fine, I love that stuff. If not, it's okay. Chi Kian trembled all over. After handing another cup of water to Lu Daeong, she turned to get the drinks. She kept looking back at Su Sun with a doubtful gaze. Uncle Lu kept stealing glances at Su Sun and chuckling. I don't have anything to drink here, except for the orange juice my daughter bought. This one isn't sparkling. As she handed the drink over, Chi Kian had the opportunity to observe him up close again, her eyes constantly scanning his familiar face. He looked so much like him. Not only did he look alike, but his voice was also very similar. The only difference was that his appearance had shed a little youthful innocence, and he was much more handsome than the country boy in her memory. His voice had also become much deeper, sounding so steady. What made her heart flutter the most was that the young man before her also liked to drink sparkling beverages, and her own son used to love drinking carbonated soda the most. But she dared not recognize him. She had mistaken him too many times before, and her hopes had been dashed too many times. She was afraid of being disappointed again. Besides, Brother Daeong had said that this was his nephew. If she spoke too much, wouldn't it make him uncomfortable? Seeing the young man gulping down the drink, Chi Kian's eyes couldn't help but moisten. Seeing the young man look at her, Chi Kian quickly turned her head and secretly rubbed her eyes with her hand. When she turned back, she had a smile on her face. Drink slowly. If it's not enough, I'll buy you more. You two sit here and cool off for a while. Perhaps it was because of this familiar face, Chi Kian couldn't help but want to take care of him. After speaking, she really started to change her shoes, preparing to go out. Su Sun quickly called out, no need, I'm not that thirsty, it's just what? For some reason, Chi Kian was eagerly awaiting what the young man was about to say. The next second, she saw the young man rub his stomach and give her a smile that made her dazed. It's just that I'm a bit hungry. Can we stay here for a meal? I haven't eaten properly in 2 days. In fact, it had been more than 2 days. Su Sun had only eaten 2 meals in total during these 7 days, so he was indeed a little hungry. And as soon as Chi Kian heard this, her heart inexplicably became excited. She had intended to ask them to stay anyway, as she wanted to spend more time with the young man. Unexpectedly, the young man took the initiative to ask, which suited her perfectly. Okay, then you two sit for a while. I still have 2 dishes. I'll call you to eat as soon as they're ready. Chapter 839. Wait a moment, can I order dishes? What? Oh, yes. What do you want to eat? Auntie will make it for you. If it were any ordinary person visiting someone else's house and making repeated requests, it would be considered going too far. But in front of this young man, she just wanted to satisfy his requests as much as possible. Then, I'd like to have scrambled eggs with tomatoes, potato, and chicken chunks. It would be great if there was braised pork. I really want to eat meat today. As soon as the dish names were announced, the woman's expression changed, and she could no longer remain calm. With a heart full of excitement, the woman slowly stepped forward. Her deep-set eye sockets were filled with tears, and her vision gradually became blurry. But it was precisely this blurriness that made the figure of the young man before her overlap with the boy in her memory. She didn't care if this was a misunderstanding this time, or if she would be disappointed again. At this moment, she just wanted to get to know this young man, to know his name, and to know where he came from. Even if it was just a dream, even if it was in vain again, She just wanted the young man to say a few more words to her, even if she was treated as a crazy person. Young man, what's your name? I'm sorry. Auntie knows she's being presumptuous, it's just that you didn't introduce yourself just now, and I'm really curious, can you tell Auntie your name? At this moment, GK Ion's voice was almost choked, and her kind eyes were even reddened, as if she were on the verge of breaking down, and would burst into tears the next second. Susun smiled faintly, I'm Uncle Lu's eldest nephew. Uncle Lu's surname is Lu, so naturally, I am. He paused at this point. Hearing this, GK Ion's heart felt as if it were breaking. She shouldn't have held on to hope. So many years had passed, what was she still clinging to? But the next second, the young man's answer made her head tremble. So naturally, I have the surname Su. What? Surname Su? GK Ion's expression suddenly became agitated. Brother Daeon's surname is Lu, so how could you be surnamed Su? Because I take my mother's surname. So that's how it is. GK Ion's boiling excitement instantly subsided. She smiled wryly, what was she expecting? But she was still not resigned, and she tremblingly asked again, then, what's your name? My given name is Sun. My name is Su Sun. Her heart trembled violently, but at this moment, GK Ion was afraid. She dared not ask further, because the answer would surely be disappointing. At this point, she was satisfied. At least she knew the young man's name. And this young man brought a trace of comfort to the scars in her heart. GK Ion raised her head, rubbed her eyes, calmed her mood, and smiled at the two of them. Susun, that's a good name. My son also has this name, what a coincidence. At this moment, Lu Daeong couldn't bear it. He thought he was already quite bad, but he didn't expect this kid to be even worse than him. Finally, he couldn't help but say, K-Ion, don't be sad anymore. Actually, GK Ion interrupted with a smile, Brother Daeong, you don't need to say more. I guess you're hungry too. I'll go make you something to eat. No, I mean, about little Sunze. Brother Daeong, you don't need to comfort me. So many years have passed, and I've come to terms with it. I'm going to cook, you two chat. With emotions of sorrow, GK Ion turned away resolutely. She was afraid that if she stayed for another second, she would scare him away. She was afraid of seeing this familiar face and bursting into tears in front of the guests. But she was still puzzled, why did he look so much like him? His appearance, his voice, even his habits were similar. It was just that his height was much taller than her own son, and his physique was also much stronger. Perhaps it was because he looked so alike that Brother Daeong brought him here to see her? GK Ion found a reason and began to comfort herself. However, the moment she turned around, the urging from behind made her hard-won defenses collapse instantly. Mom, hurry up, I'm really hungry. Instantly, GK Ion turned and ran. She could no longer think and ran to the young man, tears streaming down her face. What did you call me? Can you call me again? Even if it's fake, I'll accept it. Child, can you call me Mom again? Susun hugged her, patting her back, and whispered, Mom, what are you talking about? What's real and what's fake? You can call me Mom as many times as you want, Mom. GK Ion pulled away from his embrace, placed her hands on his broad shoulders, and stared at him blankly, tears streaming down her face. But she dared not respond to this mom. She turned to look at Lu Daeong, who had red eyes beside her, wanting to get some answers from Brother Daeong. Oh, sand got into my eyes. Lu Daeong rubbed his red eyes and teased, K-Ion, why are you looking at me? You have such a handsome son in front of you, why aren't you looking at him? The worries in her heart completely dissipated, and she K-Ion finally felt at ease. Overwhelming joy surged within her. She threw herself into her son's embrace again, sobbing uncontrollably. After an unknown amount of time, Susun patted his mother's shoulder and said a sentence that broke the atmosphere. Mom, I'm really hungry. Can you go cook first? GK Ion was helpless yet overjoyed. Okay, Mom will cook for you right away, and make you your favorite braised pork. Then there's no need. I want to eat as soon as possible. It's okay, if you're hungry, you can eat first. I'll do my thing. Another half hour passed, and all the dishes were served. Susun saved room in his stomach just for this plate of braised pork. The long-lost taste was still as nostalgic as ever. GK Ion took out the family's treasured wine, as if they wouldn't stop until they were drunk. I'm going to Mount High. I can't afford to drink this wine. Lu Daeong was about to have a couple of drinks when he saw Mount High, but then he was afraid to drink it. He quickly changed the subject. That wine doesn't matter, I love that stuff. By the way, where is little Sunza these years? Susun paused and answered truthfully, I transmigrated. Chapter 840. Lu Daeong laughed heartily. Little Sunza is quite humorous. By the way, what is this transmigration thing? Transmigrating through the Great Desert or across the ocean? Ha ha. Chikayan interjected, the child is joking, Brother Daon, please drink, I'll pour you wine. Don't. Lu Daon was almost scared to death when he saw the wine being poured. This stuff is too expensive, I can't afford it. Besides, this must be your husband Laobai's treasured collection, how can I drink it? Brother Daon, what are you saying? You found my little Sunza for me. How can a bottle of wine possibly express my gratitude? Don't worry, he won't mind a bottle of wine. Lu Daon looked ashamed. Sister, what you're saying is that your little Sunza returned by himself, not that I found him. I don't accept rewards without merit. I really can't drink the several $1,000 wine, I only like the few dollar ones. It's okay, drink. I know you've been helping me look for him all these years. Last year, your Erdenza even sent me a message saying he found little Sun, but it ended up being in vain. But with your intentions, a bottle of wine is not enough to express my gratitude. The older generation always liked to be humble, but Susan really disliked this pushing back and forth. He chimed in, Uncle Lu, it's just a bottle of wine. Let's have a few drinks, don't refuse. Refusing is looking down on me. Then I won't contact Erdenza anymore. Erdenza will definitely ask me why I'm not contacting him when he knows I'm back. At that time, I'll say that your dad looks down on me, so I won't contact him. Uncle Lu was instantly speechless. You kid, how come I never saw you being so smooth when you were young? Alright, I'll drink. Although he looked hesitant, Uncle Lu's lips almost couldn't suppress a smile. After all, he had never drunk wine worth $4,000 or $5,000. After taking a sip, it was indeed different from the few dollar ones. Hiss, potent. Susan kept toasting, and the two drank cup after cup. Uncle Lu's face turned red, but Susan remained unfazed. Chikayan also drank a few sips with joy, but Susan didn't let her drink too much, as alcohol wasn't a good thing. The three of them talked excitedly, rambling about various topics. During their casual conversation, Susan's whereabouts over the years naturally became a question on everyone's minds. Susan repeated that he had transmigrated and experienced the vicissitudes of life in the river of time. However, this left the two of them speechless. No matter how he explained his experiences over the years, no one believed him. No one believed the truth, and the two of them kept asking. After all, everyone was very concerned about how he had lived these 10 years. For a while, he really couldn't find a good excuse. He couldn't possibly say that he went out to work for 10 years and never came back, right? If he really said that, it would be a case of forgetting his mother after achieving something. With Uncle Lu's personality, he would probably scold him to death, and then they wouldn't even be able to eat. Helplessly, after thinking for a while, Susan could only say, actually, I was kidnapped by human traffickers abroad and sold to the mafia. I begged for food for many days. Although it was a perfunctory remark, the moment he said it, the two of them immediately believed it. Chikayan was so heartbroken that she almost shed tears. Looking at Susan's now calm demeanor, she couldn't help but sigh, thinking what kind of experience could make her son speak of such things so calmly. And the calmer Susan was, the more she felt that his experiences were more distressing. She even dared not guess, otherwise, her chest would feel suffocated. And Uncle Lu was even more angered upon hearing this, pounding the table and cursing, damn human traffickers, truly lawless. Why don't these people all die? My mother's *% and at and. After a round of curses, Uncle Lu looked at Susun, a look of peace appearing on his red face, an immense relief in his eyes. Little Sunza, you're a strong man. Now that you're back, let those bad things pass. Uncle Lu won't gossip anymore. Let's drink. Okay, let's drink. Why haven't you changed at all? Did you not drink? Chapter 841. How could that be? It's just that I'm immune to alcohol. I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Really? I don't believe it. Pour me a glass of wine and I'll watch you drink. Then I'll just drink it straight from the bottle for you to see, won't that do? As he said, Susun opened a new bottle and poured it directly into his mouth, scaring Chikayan into trying to stop him. However, it was too late. The wine quickly went down half the bottle with gurgling sounds. Chikayan's face changed. Little Sun, what are you doing? Is this how you drink wine? It's okay, Mom, it's a happy occasion today. Let Uncle Lu broaden his horizons. Uncle Lu did indeed broaden his horizons. After drinking half a bottle of wine, Susan's face still showed no change. Uncle Lu was dumbfounded. There was no one in the entire village who could outdrink him, so how could a young lad be even stronger than him? Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. Oh, I know. This bottle of wine must be fake. I'll try it to see if it's real or fake. Uncle Lu also drank from the bottle along with Susun. However, after only a couple of sips, he choked and his face turned red. Damn, it's real. Otherwise, do you think I'm lying to you? Good kid, You have skills. Finally, the alcohol took effect, and Uncle Lou couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep. Chi Kyun muttered incessantly. She really couldn't understand what was so good about drinking. Why did they keep drinking endlessly? Listening to his mother's nagging, Susun felt inexplicably fulfilled. He helped the drunken Uncle Lou lie down on the sofa, and then helped his mother clear the dishes and clean up. Little son, you've drunk quite a bit too. You should go rest too. It's okay, Mom. I told you I don't get drunk. I don't need to rest, I'll help you. Chi Kyun chided him with affection. You, stop being glib. Listen to Mom and go rest quickly, and also keep an eye on Uncle Lou, in case he throws up or something. Hurry up and go. He went to the living room and sat on the sofa, closing his eyes to savor this moment of peace and harmony. He suddenly felt that living this way was quite good, although it lacked some attachments. But the moment he opened his eyes, the scene before him changed drastically. Susan suddenly sat up, looked around, his face filled with disbelief. What's going on? However, the next second, he shook his head desperately. When he opened his eyes again, everything had returned to normal. What was that just now? Afternoon. When Uncle Lou woke up, Susun personally sent him home, and also let him take the remaining portion of the Mount I. The two houses were not far apart, only a few hundred meters. Uncle Lou's house had also undergone great changes. It was no longer the cement brick walls he remembered, but also a two-story Western-style building. He must have been doing quite well these years. Susun casually asked, Uncle Lou, where is Erdenzi working? I'll find him in a few days. Upon hearing this, Uncle Lou immediately showed a look of disdain. Working? What a joke. He's just a bricklayer. He managed to get into a good university back then, and I thought he was a scholar, but like his old man, he's a rough guy. What a waste. He's not in civil engineering, is he? What civil engineering or not civil engineering? All I know is that he's a bricklayer. He earns less than he spends in a month. It's really worrying. Haha, that sounds quite carefree. A person can't just focus on making money and neglect themselves. This is also a way of life. As if thinking of something, Uncle Lou added, by the way, little Sunza, do you have a job? I'll ask Erdenza to find you a job on the construction site too. I see your muscles are very suitable for carrying sandbags. Thank you, Uncle Lou. I have to go back, so my mom doesn't worry. Susun turned and left. He wasn't going to listen to Uncle Lou's job recommendations. Uncle Lou shouted from behind, Little Sunza, think about it. If you need me to have Erdenzi arrange it for you, he's apparently a small foreman, I'll guarantee to arrange it properly for you. You're welcome, Uncle Lou. What are you saying? We're like family. That night, mother and son talked for a long time in the living room. However, it was mostly Chi Kyun, the mother, who spoke, while Susun listened quietly. Chapter 842. During their conversation, he learned about his mother's situation over the years and that she had been relatively happy. Chi Kyun's remarried husband's name was Bai Hongjian, and he had a daughter named Bai Shouying. Bai Hongjian had no parents above him, but he had a bunch of miscellaneous relatives. From his mother's reluctance to mention the details of these relatives, Susun knew that these relatives were not easy to get along with. Because Chi Kyun talked endlessly about Bai Hongjian and Bai Shouying, always speaking highly of them intentionally or unintentionally. Susun understood that his mother wanted him to have a good impression and was afraid of making things difficult for him, but he actually didn't care about these things. He would neither be close to nor hostile towards them. They were like complete strangers to him, and he didn't want to connect with these so-called relationships. Regarding the Bai family, Susun also learned some other information. For example, Bai Hongjian was a big boss with tens of millions in assets, a local dealer for a certain car brand, and had several branches in the city. Tens of millions were nothing to Susun. In the worlds he had been to, there were billions and trillions of people everywhere. Moreover, he himself had immense wealth. But in his current real world, tens of millions were enough to stand out from the crowd. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call Bai Hongjian a big boss. Susun jokingly said, Mom, you said that Uncle Bai sells cars. Can I go to his place to get a car to drive? Chi Kyun frowned, looking a bit troubled. This, little son, don't make things difficult for others. His money didn't come from a gust of wind. How about this? Mom has 500,000 yuan here, which I saved over the years and earned from a small business. Mom will give you the money, and you can buy it yourself. Susun smiled helplessly. Mom, I was just joking. You should keep this money for yourself. Even if I wanted to buy one, I could afford it. I begged for quite a lot of money abroad all these years. Chi Kyun gave him a speechless glance. Your glib tongue is still the same as before. Alright, let's stop joking. If you want to buy a car, Mom will give you the money. We definitely can't take it for free. But if you want a job, I can trouble your Uncle Bai. Your skills abroad might not be very useful in China, but your foreign language should be very good, right? I'll ask your Uncle Bai to arrange a translator job for you. The older generation loved to worry about jobs. Su Sun felt powerless. He had worked so hard for so many years, couldn't he just sit back and relax? Mom, you might not know, but when I sent Uncle Lu home this afternoon, he also said he would introduce me to a job. Really? He also introduced you to a job? Yes, he said he wanted me to go with Erdenza to move bricks, and he also said that my muscles were suitable for carrying sandbags. Chi Kayun looked solemn. She actually started to consider the possibility of this matter. After a few seconds, she said seriously, that could work too. Erdenza is now a small boss. I heard him say last time that he earns tens of thousands a month. You should be able to earn more than 10,000 a month working with him, although it's a bit tiring. If you don't want to go to Uncle Bai's place, then we won't go. As long as you're comfortable, you can work anywhere you like. Su Sun was helpless. Mom, what if I say I want to lie flat? I don't want to work. How can that be? If you don't work, how will you get married in the future? Mom can help you for a while, but she can't help you for a lifetime. You'll eventually have to rely on your own hands to earn money and support a family. Su Sun smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Su Sun smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Su Sun smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Su Sun smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Su Sun smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Su Sun smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Su Sun smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired. You can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will be spent sooner or later. It's better to find a stable job. I know you're also very tired, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Oh, Mom, why are you always talking about work, work, work? Don't you trust your son? You say that no matter how much you earn, it will eventually be spent. It's better to find a job. I know you're tired too, you can rest for these 2 years, and we can talk about work later. Susan smiled faintly. What if I say that the money I've earned over the years is enough for a lifetime? Even if you earn a lot, it will. After all, it was a dream. In the dream, Susan still didn't want to say those hurtful words and could only unconditionally agree with the other party. Sun Weian was extremely excited, her eyes filled with intense longing. After confirming with each other with a look, the two immediately launched into a frenzied entanglement. Sun Weian was exceptionally proactive, so proactive that Susan found it hard to believe. The former arrogance was gone. Susan could only see unconditional compliance, agreement, and even subservience in the person before him. It was as if she was doing everything she could to beg him not to disappear again. However, a dream is still a dream, and there will always be a moment of waking. After calming down, Susan didn't invest his emotions, fearing he would get too caught up. Instead, he let the Sun Weian in the dream continuously take. He wanted to reduce the heartache in his heart through this method, but the figure before him seemed to be leaving a mark on his heart, wildly stirring his emotions. Gradually, Susan couldn't even distinguish between reality and illusion. He didn't understand why this dream was so real that everything he saw, heard, and felt was so genuine. It was as if he hadn't left at all, as if he had returned. But a fake is still a fake. In his memory, Sun Weian always had a proud demeanor and would never be so humble. It was also possible that Sun Weian had these hidden true thoughts, but at least these thoughts could not happen in reality. Gradually, Susan cast aside everything in his mind and cooperated unconditionally. This was both to avoid hurting her in the dream and to give himself some self-deceptive comfort. This night was incredibly wild. However, the wilder it got, the more confused Susan became. Had he really returned? Or had he never left? He looked towards the door, as if as long as he opened that door, he could return to their old little home. As a wave of drowsiness washed over him, he hugged Sun Weian and fell into a deep sleep. This familiar sense of security filled his mind, making him not even want to wake up. Even staying in this dream for another second would be wonderful. After an unknown period of time, when he woke up from a daze, the unfamiliar room was still before his eyes. He smiled, his smile filled with helplessness, and also with self-mockery for his powerlessness. But mostly, he felt awkward about himself. The countless years of returning home had become his obsession. He dreamed of going back. But now that he had returned, he was reluctant to leave the other side. Clearly, he had abandoned that place first, but in the end, he was the one who couldn't forget. But what use was regret now? This wasn't something he could return to just because he wanted to, or because he could return. After experiencing so many lives and bringing back countless treasures, one thing remained unchanged. There were always some people difficult to see, and there was always one home that could not be returned to. Xiao Sun, are you awake? It's time for breakfast. His mother's call came from the doorway, and Susan finally realized it was morning. He put on his clothes and walked out of the room with an optimistic demeanor. As the door opened, Chi Kaiun saw her son's tall and straight posture, and the more she looked, the happier she became. A night had passed, and she had been afraid that everything from yesterday would be an illusion upon waking. Fortunately, heaven seemed to know her worries and didn't play that excessive joke on her. Her son was standing before her, alive and well. Mom, what are you looking at me for? Is there something on my face? GKIN tidied up Susun's messy hair and smiled kindly. Look at my handsome son. You were so thin and dark before, how did you get so much better looking now? Mom, you should say such things to girls. Why are you praising a grown man like me? Besides, I was a bit thin and dark before, but I wasn't ugly back then, was I? Isn't this inheriting your good looks, Mom? And Mom, you're complimenting me, but haven't you also become much younger than before? Chapter 843. You dare to tease your mom, you brat. But you're right, I used to work under the sun and wind every day, but now that I do nothing at home, my spirits are naturally better than before. Alright, eat quickly. We're leaving after eating. The breakfast was very homely, eggs, congee, and chive pancakes, but the taste was not ordinary, at least not for Susun. The white congee tasted the same, no need to mention it. These chive pancakes still had that familiar taste, his mother's taste. Susun had eaten countless chive boxes, but he could never achieve this familiarity. Alright, Mom, you just said we're leaving. Where are we going? GKIN was startled, then said seriously, to the city, to home, to your Uncle Bai's house. Since you're back, you have to meet them eventually. So soon? Susun said expressionlessly, eating as he spoke. Can't we stay a few more days? I still want to play in the village for a few more days. Play what? There are no young people left in the village. Are you still planning to chat with the elders? Why don't you go back with Mom first, and recognize people first? Hearing this, Susun put down his chopsticks and became curious about his mother's current attitude. Mom, can you tell me what you're thinking? Are you taking me to see them just for a simple meeting, or do you have other intentions? This. GKIN clearly hadn't expected her son to get straight to the point. After a 2-second hesitation, she replied, after all, we are family. You are naturally a part of that family. I want our family to live in harmony from now on. Susun understood his mother's intentions. On the surface, she respected his wishes, but in reality, she still hoped he would become a member of the Bai family and the son of that Uncle Bai. But he had been in this son's identity for long enough and no longer wanted to live under someone else's roof and be looked down upon. After all, the lessons of the past 20 years had taught him a profound lesson: those who are not born to you are ultimately not your own. Mom, I can understand that you've developed feelings for the new family, but they are strangers to me. I don't want to try to integrate into a new family just because of your words. Can you understand what I mean? But Xiaosun, we are family after all. I won't force you to call Uncle by father, but I hope you can treat them as family, because I want to eat with my son every day and talk with my son every day. Since we are family, if you're not by Mom's side, what's the difference from before? Susun smiled and shook his head. Mom, I will naturally interact with them, but you don't understand my experiences. I no longer want to integrate into any family. But don't worry, I will be polite and won't let them gossip. GKIN fell silent. This was not what she had imagined. She wanted to bring her son home, for their family of 4 to live happily together, but in the current situation, her son clearly had no such plans. What she didn't know was that Susun actually wanted to avoid unnecessary trouble. What if that Uncle Bai resisted his appearance? Wouldn't he be putting on a cheerful face for someone cold? He didn't want to be a sycophant. Alright, Xiaosun, your little sistering is rather cold-tempered. Be more tolerant when you meet her. She's always like that with strangers, but she's very good-tempered when she gets familiar. You two siblings must get along well. Don't worry, I won't bicker with a little girl. Speak of the devil. As soon as the words fell. Who are you calling a little girl? Looking towards the door, a tall girl wearing sunglasses and a black dress walked in. The girl took off her sunglasses, frowned slightly at Susun, and looked vigilant. Mom, who is this man? Why is he in our house? Seeing the person arrive, GKIN immediately greeted her with a beaming smile. Chapter 844. Ying, why are you back again? If you had come half an hour later, Mom would have left. That's right, the person who arrived was the Ying mentioned by GKIN, her stepdaughter Bai Xiaoying. Ever since she joined the Bai family, she had treated Bai Xiaoying as her own daughter, and Bai Xiaoying's feelings for her were even stronger than for her biological father, Bai Hongzhan. At this moment, Bai Xiaoying didn't hear her mother's words clearly but stared at Susun with a solemn expression and asked again, Mom, who is he? Did you really listen to Dad and find me a blind date? Mom, I'm only 21. What are you guys in such a hurry for? No. Bai Xiaoying explained with a smile, Ying, you've misunderstood. This is your brother, his name is Susun. What, brother? Bai Xiaoying looked confused. Yes, he is your brother, my son. Ying, remember Mom had a son who passed away? Actually, he didn't die. He's back now. Hearing this, Bai Shouying couldn't show any expression on her face, and a strange feeling of discomfort arose in her heart. Her cold eyes scanned Su Sun's face. From this face, the two indeed looked very similar. Suddenly, a sense of displeasure arose. He had been dead for so many years, how could he suddenly return? So it's him. If that's the case, then he didn't die back then, he probably ran away from home to have fun by himself, right? He left and made mom sad for so many years, how dare he come back? Seeing Bai Shouying's misunderstanding, Gkin quickly explained, no, Yingying, your brother was kidnapped by human traffickers back then. It was hard for him to come back. What human traffickers can kidnap someone so robust? Gkin said helplessly, your brother was only 15 or 16 when he was kidnapped. He was thin and small and couldn't get enough to eat back then, far from his current physique. Your brother is also a victim? Yingying, do you think your brother's return is malicious? Then mom assures you, absolutely not. Mom, people's hearts are unpredictable. Even if he was kidnapped, why didn't he come back sooner or later, but only now? Don't you think this is very abnormal? Staring at Su Sun, Bai Shouying pressed aggressively, moreover, look at him, he doesn't look like someone who's had a hard life. Who can afford to go to the gym after being kidnapped? Mom, don't be fooled by him. Su Sun was truly bewildered. What was wrong with this woman? They didn't know each other, and he hadn't offended her, so why such hostility towards him? Bai Shouying, right? I can answer your doubts. Because I was kidnapped abroad, where fitness culture is popular. Besides, I wasn't with the human traffickers the whole time. I developed my physique when I escaped later. As for why I didn't come back sooner, it's completely because I couldn't come back. I never had a legal identity. Even this return was by sneaking in, and my identity was reissued through someone else. The moment I could live stably in China, I immediately returned home. Are you satisfied with this answer? Bai Shouying snorted coldly, nonsense, I think you're just here to cheat money from mom now that she's rich. Are you sick or something? Su Sun's expression also turned displeased. Do you think mom got rich by hooking up with your family, so I came back to find her? Fine then, you contact your dad now and ask him to divorce my mom. I'll take her away now, so I won't have to get to know useless people. What did you say? Bai Shouying clearly didn't expect Su Sun to be so direct, gritting her teeth. You want my dad to divorce mom? What right do you have? It's simple. Because you can't tolerate me, and I am my mother's biological son, but you, a prostitute, can't tolerate me. So, your dad and mom can get divorced and live their separate lives. Don't worry, didn't you say I'm after my mom's money? Then I'll have my mom leave without taking a cent from your family. Will that do? Su Sun's words were sharp and struck at Bai Shouying's throat. Since childhood, her father had been busy and rarely gave her enough care. It wasn't until the appearance of Gkin, this mother, that she truly understood what maternal love was. Just because of some random person, he wanted to get her parents divorced? How was that possible? I advise you to put away your little schemes. Whether it's getting your parents divorced or trying to get money from mom, neither will happen. Su Sun was genuinely amused to the point of anger. Some people are just unreasonable by nature. If you put a hat on them, they have to wear it whether they like it or not. However, he could also somewhat understand Bai Shouying's thoughts. This so-called sister seemed to have deep affection for his mother. Their family of 3 had lived happily for so many years, but one day, her supposedly dead older brother suddenly returned. It was normal for her to feel a sense of crisis. However, one thing was one thing, and he would never indulge unreasonable people. Mom, you've seen the attitude of some people. I'm not going to the Bai family. Gkin immediately became anxious. Why had things developed differently from what she imagined? Why had the siblings quarried each other instead of getting along? Chao Sun, your sister-in just misunderstands you. Let's go back first, and we can resolve any misunderstandings if we sit down and talk, okay? Bai Shouying immediately retorted, Mom, he's just playing hard to get. He's probably back for your money. The more you care about him, the more you fall into his trap. Mom, let's go, don't be fooled by him. Chapter 845. Stop. You can leave, but don't drag my mom. Su Sun's eyes were cold. Looking at Bai Shouying, who had stopped, he sneered, I know you have something to say, but you'd better not say it. I'm too lazy to deal with a lunatic like you. You say. Shut your mouth. Actually, there's one thing I'm curious about. How much money does your family have that's worth my greed? You have a little money and forget how to be a person, always bringing up money to insult people? Having a superior family background but not matching values is also a tragedy for your Bai family. What did you say? Bai Shouying almost exploded, but was held back by Gkin beside her. Chi Kayun's eyes turned red, Ying, Mama's begging you, please don't say anything more, okay? He's my son who was lost and found. Can you be a little more tolerant for Mom's sake? He really didn't cheat Mom's money. Not only did he not cheat her, he even gave Mom 500,000. Do I, as a mother, not know my son's character? Ying, I can understand that you're unfamiliar with and distrust your brother, but don't you trust Mom? When has Mom ever lied to you? Mom just wants our family to be well. Don't make things difficult for Mom, okay? Bai Shouying's forehead twitched. Mom, what did you say? He gave you 500,000. Bai Shouying was completely stunned. At this point, she realized it was her own problem. She had seen too many cases online and had a preconceived notion, misunderstanding him. Besides, she had forgotten one fact: she might not believe others, but her mother had never lied to her. Seeing her mother looking so distressed, Bai Shouying realized she had made a big mistake. Regardless of whether Susun in front of her was good or bad, based on how well her mother had treated her over the years, she shouldn't have attacked her son in front of her mother and made her sad. Moreover, this was her son who was lost and found. Bai Shouying's eyebrows furrowed, feeling self-reproach. Mom, don't be sad, I won't say anything more. Even for her mother's sake, Bai Shouying didn't want to continue this conflict. However, her retreat did not mean that Susun would accept it as is. Susun still had a cold expression. Chi Kayun rubbed her eyes and quickly went forward, speaking soothingly. Xiaosun, your sistering is just too unfamiliar with and too vigilant towards you. Mom will make her apologize to you, but can you give Mom some face now and not bicker with her? Mom, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't give you this face. What? Chi Kayun was startled. You saw the whole process. I didn't say a word but was insulted all the way. I thought I would endure it, but some people just like to be aggressive and relentless, relying on their so-called family background to be arrogant. Even a clay figure has some temper. Mom, if you weren't here, I would have beaten her mouth to a pulp. No, Xiaosun, no matter what, let's talk properly. Absolutely do not resort to violence. Chi Kayun said anxiously. All right, Mom. I have only one sentence now. Do you choose me or the Bai family? I don't have time to tangle with this lunatic. Chi Kayun stood frozen. Her son was someone she had longed for, but the feelings she had for the Bai family over these years were also real. She had gone through the darkest period of her life in the Bai family. She didn't understand why the reunion of siblings should be a joyous occasion, but it had come to this point. At this moment, Bai Shouying was even more shocked. She hadn't expected Susun to be so excessive. However, more than shock, there was anxiety and unease in her heart. She was afraid of losing her mother, afraid that her mother would leave and never return. This was because she knew how obsessed her mother was with her son. Now that her son had returned and they were experiencing the joy of reunion, and all the problems were caused by her, she didn't need to think, or rather, she didn't dare to think about what choice her mother, Chi Kayun, would ultimately make. Chapter 846. Bai Shouying panicked and finally lowered her arrogant head. Mom, I'm sorry, I'll apologize to him now. I'll apologize to your son now. Bai Shouying also came before Susun and said sorry decisively. There was no reluctance, no pretentiousness. The apology process was solemn, and even her upright posture was bent. But does an apology always grant forgiveness? No, that's not the case at all. Bai Shouying, some words, once spoken, are spoken. Some harm, once inflicted, is inflicted. It's not something that can be dismissed with a simple sorry. I don't have time to accept your apology. After speaking, Susun turned to his mother and said, Mom, to be honest, I'm a bit disappointed. If I don't hear an answer in 1 minute, I'll fulfill your wishes, and I'll disappear completely, fulfilling your family of 3. Bai Shouying looked stunned. She didn't understand why Susun was still so aggressive, especially since she had already apologized. Even Chi Kayun didn't expect Susun to react this way, and she didn't expect her current son to be so assertive. Xiaosun. Mom, after all, you've been in the Bai family for so many years, I can understand your hesitation, so I've given you time to think, but time doesn't stop. You have 50 seconds left to think carefully. Chi Kayun didn't speak, but Bai Shouying shouted angrily, Susun, she is also your mother. How can you pressure her like this? Susun retorted loudly, then what is the reason for all of this? Isn't it all because of you? But I've already apologized. What else do you want me to do? Just because I apologized, do I have to accept it? Why should you make a mistake and then lightly dismiss it with an apology? Since it's an apology, then you should have an apologetic attitude. Kneel down for me. What? Bai Shouying's eyes widened in disbelief. Chi Kayun felt unbearable. Xiaosun. Mom, there are only 20 seconds left. Son. There are 15 seconds left. Time ticked by second, and each passing second felt like a tolling bell in Bai Xiaoying's heart, making her chest throb. When she saw her mother's red eyes and her conflicted expression, she seemed to understand everything. Her mother would definitely not choose her, she would definitely choose her own son. No, she couldn't lose her mother, absolutely not. Finally, Bai Xiaoying shed her last bit of stubbornness and knelt down with a thud. Seeing this, Chi Kaiyan was extremely shocked. Ying, hurry and get up. Mom, I'm kneeling. I'm apologizing to my brother. Please don't leave. Please don't leave, okay? I've already lost my mother once, I don't want to lose her a second time. I'll apologize to my brother now. Please don't leave. Brother Sun, it was my fault, I was unreasonable. Please forgive me, okay? Don't take Mom away. But I was also worried about Mom being deceived. Can you understand the worry of a child? I wasn't really targeting you, I was just afraid Mom would get hurt when you suddenly reappeared after so many years of disappearance. Can you understand? Su Sun snorted coldly. Sorry, I don't understand. Stop with the moral blackmail, I won't fall for that. After speaking, he looked at his mother. Mom, time is up. Since you've made your choice, I wish you happiness in the future. Su Sun was getting closer to the door. Just as he stepped out, his mother's call came from behind him. Wait, I choose you. Mom chooses you. Children from multi-child families all hope their parents will favor them. Bai Xiaoying had long regarded Chi Kaiyan as her biological mother, and naturally felt the same. Even though she had predicted it, hearing her mother say it out loud still felt like her heart was shattering. Mom! Chi Kaiyan gently helped Bai Xiaoying, who was holding back tears, to her feet, her face full of affection. She smiled, her voice slightly choked. Ying, he is my son, but you will always be my daughter. Both of you are very important to Mom. But the difference is, you still have a father, a wealthy family, a bunch of like-minded friends, and an infinitely beautiful future. Chapter 847. But your brother, he only has me now. If even I, his mother, don't want him, then he'll truly have nothing. He lived a hard life outside for so many years. When he returned, he didn't even have a friend to talk to, and he didn't even have his old home anymore. Mom didn't give brother Sun a good life before, so it's time to make it up to him. Mom has cared for you for so many years, it's time to give that love to her unfortunate son. Don't blame Mom, this is what Mom owes him. You and Dad live well from now on, and don't always upset your dad. Bai Xiaoying's face was ashen, tears uncontrollably streaming down her cheeks. She didn't even realize when her mother had left. After all, she had been a daughter for so many years, and the most intimate cotton-padded jacket. Chi Kaiyan's sadness was no less than Bai Xiaoying's. But Bai Xiaoying had received enough love, and it was time to turn that love towards her unfortunate son. Xiao Sun, let's go. Isn't this our home? Su Sun glanced around, frowning. But it's changed too much. It's not our old home anymore. What's the point of it? Where a person is, that's where home is. Just as the two walked out the door, a black commercial vehicle happened to stop at the entrance. The door opened, and a middle-aged man with a strong physique and a stern expression got out of the back seat. The man approached Chi Kaiyan, frowned slightly. Kaiyan, your complexion looks a bit off. This young man, who is he? Old Bai, you're here. This is my son, Su Sun. What? Your son? Wasn't your son dead? The man was Bai Xiaoying's father, Bai Hongzhan. Hearing this news, Bai Hongzhan was extremely shocked. His face was full of disbelief. He's not dead. He was kidnapped by human traffickers back then. Didn't I send you a message yesterday explaining the situation? Why are you reacting like this? There's too much information on my phone, I haven't read it. Since he's your son, let's go back together. Bai Hongzhan nodded at Su Sun and gestured for the mother and son to get in the car. Su Sun ignored him and said calmly, no need to go back. Since the main character is here, Mom, you two get a divorce. What did you say? Hearing this, Bai Hongzhan's gaze towards Su Sun instantly became sharp. Just then, Bai Xiaoying rushed out of the house as if she had found a savior. Dad, Mom wants to leave us. Don't let her go. Xiaoying, why are you here? And what nonsense are you talking about? When did your mom want to leave us? Right now, Mom found her son and doesn't want us anymore. Don't let Mom go. Hearing this, Bai Hongzhan's old face sank. He had just returned and his son was already forcing his mother to leave. What kind of son was this? However, Su Sun didn't give him a chance to explode. He directly explained the entire situation. At first, he thought Su Sun didn't accept the existence of their new family. When he learned it was his own daughter causing trouble, he became furious. Without a word, Bai Hongzhan slapped Bai Xiaoying's face several times. Furious, you ill-mannered brat. This is your mother's biological son, How dare you insult him in front of your mother? Isn't this making things difficult for your mother? You're so old and still so ignorant." With that, he slapped her twice more, directly causing Bai Xiuying's mouth to bleed. Chi Kayun, who reacted, had a drastic change in expression and quickly pushed Bai Hongzhan away, protectively holding Bai Xiuying in her arms. Chi Kayun was furious. "Old Bai, how can you hit your daughter? And so hard. Are you trying to kill her? Don't stop me. This is not just our family matter, it's a matter between both parties. This unfilial daughter dared to insult her brother in front of you. This is clearly slapping your face, clearly disrespecting you. She deserves to be beaten to death." One wanted to hit again, the other insisted on protecting. Susun watched the family of three entangled as if he were a stranger. Chapter 848. However, he admired one thing: this Uncle Bai was truly ruthless. His fighting style was even slightly better than that old Su guy, and he was still ruthless towards his own daughter. "Alright, are you done making a scene? If you're done, let's get down to business. Get a divorce quickly, and let our two families go their separate ways without interfering with each other. However, don't worry, as per Miss Bai's wishes, we won't covet any of your money. It's fine even if my mom leaves with nothing, considering it as repayment for your Bai family's care over the years." As soon as these words were spoken, Bai Hongzhan, who had been furious moments ago, stopped moving. After a 2-second pause, Bai Hongzhan walked up to Su Sun, took out a cigarette case, lit one, and offered it. Seeing that Su Sun didn't smoke, Bai Hongzhan put the cigarette back in his pocket, pursed his lips, and smiled. "Xiao Sun, can I call you that?" "No." After a 2-second silence, Bai Hongzhan shook his head and smiled. "Young people are interesting. Then I'll call you by your name. Su Sun, I don't know you well. The only information I have is from your mother's brief words. However, I can see that you are a filial child. Because you can give up the benefits from your mother and choose her alone. You know, in this society today, many children fight tooth and nail over their parents' savings. Your disregard is truly rare. I know what you're angry about. If you're still upset, I can beat her again to vent your anger for you, but my separation from your mother is no small matter. Su Sun, your mother is getting old, and you're at the age where you should be starting a family and a career. But have you ever thought about your mother? Do you want her to be alone in her old age, guarding an empty home without you? But it's different in the Bai family. There won't be a situation where someone is alone guarding an empty room. Her family is there every day. I dare not guarantee anything else, but I can guarantee that during the years you were missing, your mother lived very happily. If you truly consider your mother, then think about it more. Smart people often don't need to go through a lot of trouble. A few simple words can touch the heart. Adults have adult considerations, and young people have their own ideas, but Susan had to admit that what Bai Hongzhan said made some sense. Actually, he could have just ignored it, but seeing his mother's expectant look, he really couldn't be forceful. He could see his mother's lingering affection and reluctance towards that family. This didn't mean he wasn't important, but at the same time, that place was also a part that was difficult to let go of. When the news of his death spread back then, his mother was heartbroken and in despair, even contemplating suicide. It was the care and attention of neighbors that interrupted her negative thoughts. Not long after, the Bai family father and daughter appeared through the villagers' introduction. It was Bai Hongzhan, a stranger, who repeatedly came to the house to look after them, shamelessly. Bai Hongzhan was then just a small boss earning hundreds of thousands a year. His workplace was in a small town near the village, so he often brought his daughter back to the village for meals. Bai Hongzhan's persistent kindness and the various problems his mother encountered over the years were all solved by him: land disputes, wage arrears, and even being cheated and extorted while working. Bai Hongzhan would scold people and take blows to defend her. Susun remembered his mother's expression when she spoke of these things last night, filled with helplessness and gratitude. It was clear that those events had deeply touched her. It wasn't until 3 years later, with the matchmaking of the villagers, that Chi Kayan accepted Bai Hongzhan. As a lonely, penniless, and destitute woman, she either wanted to die or longed for someone to rely on or accompany her. Bai Hongzhan's meticulous care touched her sealed heart. Chapter 849. Not to mention the cute little girl who kept calling her mom, filling a void in her heart. What Susan didn't know was that although his mother had accepted the Bai family, she actually harbored a private intention. After Susan disappeared back then, some children in the village claimed to have seen him fall into a pond. As time went by, the villagers all thought Susan was dead, but his mother didn't believe it. She outwardly accepted the news of his death, but she had never given up searching all these years. However, being weak and impoverished, how could she have the ability and money to search the vast world for him? Bai Hongzhan gave her hope. Bai Hongzhan had money and many friends. If she could find him through him, It wouldn't be twice the effort, but at least it would be more effective than her aimless searching. Bai Hongjian didn't disappoint her and continued to search. But year after year, that slim hope gradually faded, and Chi Kin gradually integrated herself into that new family. After all, she was a flesh and blood human. People, once they develop feelings, become indecisive. After all these years, Susun could understand his mother's hesitation. Later, Susun didn't say anything, but sometimes silence is also an answer. Bai Hongjian smiled with satisfaction. Susun, you are a good child. You don't make your mother difficult because of your own emotions. This is truly rare. Don't worry, your choice won't be wrong. Your mother will never suffer any grievances with me. You should come back with us too. Your mother definitely doesn't want you to leave. I know you still have some issues with your sistering. If you're not satisfied, I'll discipline her for you again. If you're still not appeased, then you can do it yourself. Uncle absolutely won't say a word. Slap. With a slap, Susun had already struck Bai Xiaoying's face. Chi Kayun was shocked. Xiaosun, how could you hit someone? At this moment, Bai Hongjian was stunned, clearly not expecting Susun to be so impolite. However, when he saw Bai Xiaoying's angry expression, he held back with a look. At the same time, he said to Chi Kayun, "It's okay, Kayun. I told him to hit her. She was so rude just now, she deserved it. Don't keep protecting her, don't forget Susun is also your child." Susun was a little surprised. Looking at it this way, this Bai Hongjian really had something. His character was impeccable. Chi Kayun fell silent. It was this reminder that made her realize she hadn't really considered her son's feelings today. She walked up to Susun and said gently, "Xiaosun, Mom wasn't intentionally harsh on you, but you're a boy, and you must never hit women in the future, okay? That's not a good behavior." Susun smiled faintly. "Don't worry, Mom, I never hit women." Chi Kayun was suddenly at a loss for words. The two were silent. After that, Bai Hongjian lectured Bai Xiaoying sternly a few more times before preparing to go home. Under his mother's pull, Susun was also pushed into the car, embarking on the road back to the Bai family. "Xiaosun, this will be your home from now on. Your room is over there at the corner, opposite your sister's. Your mom and I have discussed it. If you want to rest, you can rest for 2 years. If not, your uncle will arrange a job for you. Whatever you want." When he arrived at the home his mother mentioned, he felt so out of place. After arriving at the Bai family, Bai Xiaoying didn't suddenly change her attitude. Her true nature was not exposed. She remained indifferent. Susun realized that the normal Bai Xiaoying was a very cold person. She only spoke to his mother, not to anyone else. She was not like Tang Shuyu or Su Miaomiao, who were flamboyant and overbearing. However, she wasn't completely at ease either. There were still some subtle actions. For example, Bai Xiaoying would spray and wipe the sofa he had sat on as if it were contaminated, the water cup he had drunk from would be directly thrown into the trash can, and everyone would get fruit, but he wouldn't. Damn, hitting her in the face like that, wasn't this also a revelation of her true nature? Chapter 850. That slap was too light. A day passed quickly. After dinner, Susun had no intention of bonding and went straight back to his room to sleep. However, that night, Susun still had trouble sleeping. He had an uncharacteristic bout of insomnia. And it wasn't just simple insomnia. Later, he even suspected he had mental problems. He finally fell asleep, but as soon as he closed his eyes, he saw a certain troublemaker lying beside him. "What the hell, Su Baiyan? Why are you here with me? Damn shit, are you back? Why did you come into my dream? Did you hear my call? And where is this? Call your sister. What are you touching? Let go. Hiss. Don't go. I'll listen to you from now on, no matter what. If you tell me to go east, I'll definitely go west. Going against me is called listening to me. Get lost. Don't get lost. I'll definitely listen to you from now on. Even if you don't come back, you can visit me in my dreams. I'm begging you. Can't distinguish, really can't distinguish. No problem, right?" The surroundings were hazy and distorted. This was a dream, right? But this dream was too real. It even perfectly replicated Su Baiyan's shamelessness. Did he miss spanking her that much? No, why was he so clear-headed even though he knew it was a dream? Susun really suspected he had mental problems. These 2 consecutive days of abnormality were too abnormal. These strange occurrences were also too strange. While he was still doubting himself, the dream-limited version of Su Baiyan had already undressed and was preparing to take charge. "What are you doing? I won't fall for your trick again. You can only fool me in dreams. Also, let go of your damn hand. Stop pinching." "I won't. I really didn't lie to you. I'll agree to anything you say." "Then help me beat someone now," the woman in the room opposite mine. I'm very angry today. Beat her up, and I'll agree to anything. What did she do to you? She insulted me? And sowed discord in front of my mom. Anyway, I don't like her. My mom. You saw my mom? Didn't they go to Beijing? Are you in Beijing? That's your mom. I'm talking about my mom. You have a mom too. This question instantly made Susan silent. He was too lazy to argue with this fool in his dream anymore. With a dark expression, he said calmly, I was happy to see you at first, but it seems I have to wake up forcefully. Don't. I'll stand up for you right now. Don't start the projector. Wait for me. Su Baiyan actually got out of bed and, with a righteous air, walked towards the door. Looking at the familiar, overly familiar back, Susan suddenly felt a strange discomfort in his heart. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to wait for this little fool to return. If she actually acted, he would probably wake up, because the excitement in dreams always came with waking up. But unexpectedly, Susan watched as Su Baiyan openly opened the door, walked into the opposite room, and her figure disappeared into the darkness. Immediately after, a scream came. Susun was shocked. Is it that real? If it weren't for the distorted surrounding scenes, he would have really thought Su Baiyan had crossed over. After a while, Su Baiyan returned the same way. When she gently closed the door, the calm little face immediately changed. She ran back to the bed and dove under the covers in a panic. This is bad, she just turned on the light and saw my face. She's coming for revenge, you must help me block her. Susun was speechless. What are you afraid of? This is a dream. Even if it's a dream, it's still not okay, isn't it? I haven't woken up yet. I don't care. Anyway, if someone hits me later, you must block for me. Don't worry, I absolutely won't block. Susun, you scoundrel, you're setting me up. With a curse, Susun woke up from his dream. He looked beside him and smiled dejectedly. He was thinking too much all day. Has he still not gotten over her shadow after so long? Susun fell asleep again. And this time, he saw Su Muiyan again. The two entangled again. Meanwhile, in the room opposite, Bai Xiuying's room, the room was as bright as day. Bai Xiuying was trembling and huddled under the covers, while Bai Hongzhan and Qi Kaiyan surrounded the bed, their faces filled with worry. Chapter 851. Dad! Mom! There's a thief in the house! There's a thief in the house! A crazy woman just broke in and hit me, pinched me, and even attacked my chest and flicked my bra strap. She's a female pervert. 10 days had passed since Susun left. During this period, everyone was still at a loss, with no news. The fear in everyone's hearts grew more intense. The longer the time passed, the smaller the hope became, and the more it represented Susun's determination to leave. Gu Qingguan had been visiting the small cabin frequently these days. After all, she was older and had more life experience. She was truly afraid that her sisters would do something foolish. Each time she came with worry and left with relief. Because of this, unknowingly, Gu Qingguan's relationship with everyone had advanced by leaps and bounds. It was still a somber breakfast, and everyone was depressed in their own way. But some people were an exception, and that was Su Baiyan, eldest sister, second sister. I dreamed of Susun last night. That dream was so real. I almost thought he had returned. Su Wanqing didn't want to spoil the mood and asked, Did you talk to him? How was he in the dream? I was too busy beating people in the dream to talk. What? Su Wanqing was stunned for a moment, her brows gradually furrowing. Fifth sister, what can I say about you? You think about him all day. Finally, you dream of him, and you still fight with him. Do you know how stupid you are? No, I didn't fight with him, I beat someone on his behalf. Recalling last night, Su Baiyan said leisurely, he seemed to be bullied by a woman, and in front of his mother. Considering his mother, he couldn't make a move, so I had to do it for him. That dead girl looked cold and hard to approach, but I pushed her onto the bed and beat her. It felt so good. Silence, other than silence, there was only silence. Everyone really didn't know what to say. However, some key points in her words attracted everyone's attention. Su Wanqing excitedly said, You said he was bullied. In front of his mother? Did he have a mother in the dream? That mother, wouldn't it be? Second sister, I asked. It's not our mom, it's his own mom. But I didn't see my future mother-in-law. Su Baiyan suddenly slapped her mouth, her face showing panic. She almost let it slip. However, others clearly didn't notice these details. Only Su Muiyan gave her a meaningful look. Su Muiyan had always thought she was sick with longing and lost sleep every night, thinking about things. She didn't expect that the usually carefree fifth sister was in a similar situation. As expected, laughter and jokes were always a disguise for sadness and distress. The breakfast ended with Su Wanqing and Su Baiyan's question and answer. The two chatted incessantly about the dream. After eating, Su Muian was the first to leave the table and return to her room. The door was tightly shut, silent. She sat on the edge of the bed, her fingertips tracing the bedsheet, her mind involuntarily recalling the shameful scene from last night. Although she was sick with longing, even in a dream, she should have dreamed of some normal scenes. She didn't understand why she always dreamed of such dreams, and what's more, she couldn't control them. Suddenly, Su Muian's expression froze. As if discovering something shocking, she stared blankly at the bedsheet. The bedsheet was actually a little damp. A blush spread across her cheeks, and Su Muian was extremely ashamed and annoyed. To actually do something like this on the bed because of a dream. Even though she had never wet the bed since childhood, she was now doing something even more embarrassing than wetting the bed. It seemed her mental state had really deteriorated. Su Muian helplessly lifted the bedsheet and felt the quilt to see if it was wet. Fortunately, only the bedsheet was problematic. Just as she was holding the bedsheet, ready to wash it, the tightly shut door suddenly opened with a creak. Su Muian instinctively turned her head and saw Su Xinro quietly closing the door while staring at her with a cold, expressionless face. Third sister? What's wrong? Eldest sister, who was that man last night? Man? Su Muian asked confusedly, what man? I don't know what you're talking about. Eldest sister, you're acting so perfectly that even I was almost fooled. But pretense is just pretense after all. It will be exposed sooner or later. Su Xinro approached, her face stern, her eyes filled with anger and deep disappointment. This expression was extremely frightening to Su Muian, who asked worriedly, Third sister, what's wrong with you? Unexpectedly, Su Xinro smiled, her gaze appraising Su Muian's handsome face. A seductive red lip pulled into a twisted smile. Eldest sister, it's only been a few days? How many days has it been since Xiaosun left? Singing and dancing every night, no wonder you've been glowing these past 2 days. So you've been comforted by someone. But Xiaosun has only been gone for about 10 days, and in just over 10 days, you've changed your mind and found another man? Are you that impatient? Do you have any regard for Xiaosun? Under Su Muian's shocked and confused gaze, Su Xinro suddenly grabbed her neck fiercely, and a suffocating feeling flooded her brain. Third sister. Chapter 852. Su Muian weakly patted Su Xinro's hand, her face filled with confusion and fear. The possessed and crazy look before her made it difficult for her to associate with the gentle-natured third sister. She truly didn't understand why Su Xinro was acting crazy, and more importantly, she was acting crazy for Su Sun. While suffocating, Su Muian suddenly thought of a possibility. Su Xinro had feelings for Su Sun, but this thought was quickly dismissed, because it was impossible. From all indications before, they were like fire and water. However, the third sister's madness was really strange. For a moment, it was as if a mist had obscured her eyes, and the surroundings were hazy. Su Muian couldn't figure it out, and her strength was gradually disappearing. She struggled to pry off the arm around her neck, trying to get a breath of fresh air. Finally, she broke free from the restraint around her neck, or rather, Su Xinro deliberately let go, giving her a chance to breathe. Before she could react after breaking free, she was heavily pressed onto the bed by Su Xinro, her face filled with coldness. Su Muian coughed uncontrollably, covering her neck, and said with difficulty, Third sister, what exactly do you want? Are you trying to choke me to death? Su Xinro looked down from above and sneered coldly, so what? I'm choking precisely you, a shameless woman. What are you talking about? Su Muian was furious. This was clearly slandering her. How was she shameless? Su Xinro's expression was certain, and she said with conviction, Eldest sister, you're still pretending. Do you think no one knows about your movements at night? Even if you close the door, I can hear your excited and happy sounds. That man must satisfy you a lot. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't have any man. Still pretending. Su Xinro grabbed the bedsheet next to Su Muian and lifted it, glancing at it twice before sneering, then what about this bedsheet? Don't tell me you wet the bed? Eldest sister, you're not a child anymore. Su Xin. Su Muian. Still trying to argue? I know everything. Su Xinro shouted, interrupting Su Muian's anger. She sneered, her face filled with disappointment. I came to find you the night before last, and I heard noises inside. I thought you were too sad and having some wild dreams. But who knew, when I was at your door, I heard that noise again, and I could even hear your intermittent talking inside. Think about it, how can the same dream be repeated twice? And why would you keep talking in your sleep? You never talk in your sleep, eldest sister. When I heard those shameful noises again, I understood. You were indeed looking for comfort, but it was a man. I really want to lie to myself that this is all fake. But last night I went back and forth again and again, 3 hours? Just for me to know, it was 3 hours. You're telling me this is a dream. On the surface, you look sad, but in reality, you're happier than anyone else. Your nominal husband has completely disappeared, so you won't have any burdens in your heart anymore. What a good calculation. Su Xinruo's words were like daggers, mercilessly piercing, making Su Muiyan's face turn ashen with disbelief. Just because of 2 dreams and saying a few words in her sleep, she had become a bad woman in her sister's eyes and a shameless person in the third sister's eyes? But she was also helpless. It was indeed bizarre. But dreaming was not something she could control, and it was also an expression of her sadness. Although angry, Su Muiyan could also somewhat understand Su Xinruo's reaction. After all, if she were in her shoes, seeing these strange coincidences and catching concrete evidence in person, she would inevitably have wild thoughts. After a few seconds of silence, Su Muiyan said helplessly, "Third sister, you're overthinking. I've never looked for any other man. It's all a misunderstanding. What you heard was indeed my dream. I suspect I have some mental problems." Chapter 853. You're depressed too. When something goes wrong, it's all mental problems and depression. This is too common in society nowadays. Even Su Muiyan herself felt like she was shirking responsibility. Helplessly, Su Muiyan continued, "Whether you believe it or not, that's how it is. You're my sister, don't you know what kind of person I am? Am I the kind of person who would do such a thing? You can know someone's face but not their heart. Some are as gentle as a little white sheep, but in reality, they are wolves that would devour bones." Su Xinruo's words were actually a veiled reference to herself, as she lived by pretending. Because of her own example, she didn't fully trust anyone. Su Muiyan frowned, "I can't explain anything. If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance footage. We'll know if there was anyone by looking at it." Surveillance footage? You turned off the surveillance footage, so what is there to watch? Eldest sister, doesn't this statement seem ridiculous? What? The surveillance footage was turned off. Su Muiyan was stunned for a moment, her face full of confusion. "You suspect me of turning it off?" "I didn't. If it wasn't you, then who would turn off the house surveillance at this time? Why not earlier or later? Who has nothing better to do, and wants to play dumb? Wait, there really is someone." What the third sister said was not unreasonable. The disabling of the surveillance footage further corroborated her suspicion, but apart from her, someone else would indeed do something unnecessary. Fifth sister. The two spoke in unison, both thinking of a certain figure. Su Muiyan didn't even need to think. If there were any unexpected accidents in the house, apart from Su Baiyan's actions, it couldn't be anyone else. And Su Xinruo felt that if the eldest sister wasn't lying, then only the fifth sister had the possibility of turning off the surveillance. After all, it was Su Baiyan who checked the surveillance footage that day. 5 minutes later, Su Baiyan cowered in the corner, trembling. "I'm sorry everyone, I unplugged the surveillance to boil water. I didn't do it on purpose. I really forgot to plug it back in at the time." Su Muiyan was furious. Everyone was expecting to check the surveillance footage for any sign of Su Sun returning, but this idiot had turned off the surveillance, and even almost got her strangled to death. I really don't know what to say to you, cough cough cough. Eldest sister, are you sick? Your face is so red. I'm angry because of you. Stand here properly. The two left Su Baiyan's room, leaving behind a miserable figure facing the wall in self-reflection. The spacious living room was extremely quiet. Su Muiyan looked at Su Xinruo, feeling both angry and helpless. "Now do you believe it? If you don't believe me, you can check the hallway surveillance and see if there was the so-called man you mentioned." "Humph, this only proves that you didn't turn off the surveillance, it doesn't clear you of suspicion." "Do you think I didn't go to check the hallway surveillance with the security guards?" "I did, but the neighborhood has been undergoing power maintenance these 2 days, and the surveillance wasn't turned on at night." "Isn't that a coincidence?" Su Muiyan fell silent upon hearing this. It was indeed a coincidence. All the clues seemed to point to her having done something bad. However, even if she couldn't explain herself, if there was nothing wrong, then there was nothing wrong. She had a clear conscience. "I don't have time to play guessing games with you. As for you, why are you standing up for Xiao Sun? Your relationship with him doesn't seem that good." "It has nothing to do with him. I just can't stand women like you who change their minds easily. On the surface, you act so concerned and caring, but then you find another lover. I'm ashamed of having an elder sister like you. I'm even suspecting now that you drove him away as part of your plan. Back then, you forced me to pull down my dignity and get along with him, just to fulfill your expectations. But then you yourself did such a shameful thing. You're simply treating me like a fool. Although I was happy when he left, if his departure was to expose your ugly true colors, then I'd rather bicker with him every day." Su Xinruo's reply was quick and her tone firm. Sun Lian couldn't detect anything unusual in her words. Chapter 854. From some indications, the third sister was extremely disappointed in her, thinking that she had failed to meet her expectations. However, she always felt that Su Xinruo's attitude was abnormal. It could be said that Su Xinruo's actions today had made her develop a hint of doubt. Even if she didn't want to admit it, she had to be careful. She could understand extreme disappointment, but disappointment that led to losing control and physically attacking someone was extremely abnormal. Xiao Sun, get up, it's time to eat. His mother's call made Su Sun lose all his sleepiness. His whole body felt inexplicably sore and stiff. Spring dreams were pleasant occasionally, but doing it too often wasn't a good thing. Just like last night, it seemed even more pleasant. I wonder how things are over there. Su Xinruo should be okay, right? Su Sun didn't worry about anything, only the crazy Su Xinruo. Although Su Xinruo hadn't done anything overtly extreme, it was precisely this repressed personality that made him fear that she would be silent for a long time, but then make a stunning move. However, he still trusted Su Xinruo to some extent. After all, no matter how crazy she would still cherish sisterly affection, and it was this familial bond that restrained her madness. At the dining table, although it was a harmonious family atmosphere, Su Sun found it rather dull. His mother's intentional or unintentional expectations, by Hungjin's apparent acceptance. As long as he spoke, he could completely integrate into this family. Even if he didn't speak, he was treated as a family member. But he just couldn't find that family atmosphere, even with his mother right beside him. And the place that used to be noisy and chaotic could truly be called home. Xiao Sun, after eating, Mom will take you to wander around nearby. You haven't been back for a long time, so you probably don't know about the changes in our hometown. I'll take you to get familiar with them. Su Sun put down his chopsticks and smiled without speaking. But it was this silence that made Chi Kaiyan think he had concerns, so she quickly added, Ying will be going back to school soon, so it'll just be the two of us. Mom will accompany you these past few days. Su Sun shook his head. Mom, why don't you two go? Chi Kaiyan's expression changed. Xiao Sun, are you still angry with your sister? Actually, you. Mom, you misunderstood. Su Sun interrupted. I'm not holding a grudge against her anymore. What I mean is, I plan to leave. You live well here. I want to go out and forge my own path. While he said he wasn't holding a grudge, he was leaving, which meant the same thing, didn't it? Chi Kaiyan immediately looked sad and said earnestly, Son, I know you can't accept Mom's new family. Since you don't want to stay, Mom will go with you. Mom has lost you once, and she can't lose you again. Seeing his mother about to leave again, Bai Xiaoying, who had been silent all along, immediately became anxious. She slammed her chopsticks on the table and said loudly, It was my fault yesterday. If you're not satisfied, then I'll. Shut up. Su Sun's cold voice made Bai Xiaoying instantly fall silent, and at the same time, her expression was inexplicably shocked. Without any interruption, Su Sun continued to speak softly to his mother, Mom, you misunderstood. I'm not forcing you to choose. I really want to go out and try my luck. After all, a child grows up and can't always be under their mother's protection, right? As long as you live happily, as long as you are happy, don't worry, it's not like I'm leaving you. If you miss me, I'll come back to see you. Don't overthink it. In fact, the reason he forced his mother to choose back then was because Bai Xiaoying was too unreasonable. Raising a daughter with such a self-centered personality made Su Sun have extreme distrust towards Bai Hongjian, so he planned to take his mother away first and then make plans. If his mother was truly reluctant to leave, he wouldn't imprison her and prevent her from seeing the Bai family. As long as his mother didn't regret it, he would respect her personal choice. However, he soon met Bai Hongjian and heard his promise, seeing his upright personality. If nothing else, at least on the surface, he saw responsibility and sincerity in Bai Hongjian. As for Bai Xiaoying, to be honest, he still had no good impression of Bai Xiaoying. Forget about the so-called good intentions, that was a direct insult to him. While he wouldn't go around hitting or killing, he wouldn't just let it slide. A few slaps were already considered good. Bai Hungjin's slaps were a matter of father-daughter upbringing and didn't represent his actions. And his slap was his anger, and moreover, it was only that light slap. Some might say forcing her to kneel was too harsh, but dealing with unreasonable people required even more unreasonable methods. This was already his most restrained action. Now that he had figured out the situation of the Bai family, as long as his mother still had lingering feelings, and it was clear she did, then he was willing to let go. To be honest, he was content that his mother could live a good life. Son. Mom, don't be sad. It's not a life or death separation. I'm just going out to make a career. I can come back anytime. But Mom is worried about you. Mom couldn't pay attention to you when you were young, and when you finally grew up, you were kidnapped. After all these years of hardship, you finally came home, and now you have to go alone. No, Mom is going to take care of you. I can't let you suffer alone again." The son was considerate of his mother, and the mother was worried about her son. What a loving mother-son scene. However, this scene was somewhat jarring to Bai Hongjian and his daughter. Bai Xiaoying looked like she wanted to say something, but in the end, she couldn't speak. She could only pray that her mother wouldn't leave her. Fortunately, Su Sun, the biological son, finally convinced his mother. "Mom, you stay here and be well. Someone will take care of you here. If something unexpected happens to you while you're with me, and you get sick, how guilty would I be? So that I can venture out without any worries, you stay here and be well. I'll come back to see you anytime, okay?" Before Chi Kayan, the mother, could respond, Bai Xiaoying, the daughter, finally had a chance to interject, eagerly making a promise. "Don't worry. Mom will absolutely be fine here. If she suffers any grievances, you can hold me accountable." Chapter 855. Su Sun expressed no opinion on Bai Xiaoying's promise, only hoping that Bai Xiaoying would do as she said. Seeing that Su Sun did not reply, Bai Xiaoying frowned slightly but said nothing more. The most distressed person present was undoubtedly Chi Kaiyun, the mother. Her son had only been back for 2 days and was already leaving. They should have been reunited and living a happy life, but now it was back to how it was before. "Xiao Sun, can you stay for a few more days to accompany Mom? You've never been anywhere with me since you were young. At least let Mom take you out for a walk these few days." Su Sun nodded. "Okay, I'll stay for a few more days." After all, it was just a few more days. It was a chance for mother and son to spend time alone. He could also relax after returning and gradually get to know this familiar yet unfamiliar world. After breakfast, Bai Xiaoying, who had promised to go to school, decided not to go. As if sensing the situation, she returned to her room, leaving the mother and son alone. Bai Hongjian drove them to the museum and left in a hurry after dropping them off, busy with his work. Looking at the vast museum, Su Sun was filled with emotion. Since childhood, he had always wanted to visit museums mentioned in books, but due to limited conditions, such places that only existed in books were out of his reach back then. Now, these things were commonplace for him, but visiting with a special person gave it a special feeling, making up for the regrets of his childhood. Museums, aquariums, science centers. Chi Kaiyun skillfully took Su Sun to various exhibition halls. Chi Kaiyun took many photos of Su Sun. She hadn't kept any mementos before, but now she wanted to capture every moment of Su Sun and keep them in an album. Su Sun was like a model. Every time they reached a scenic spot, he was forced to pose in various positions, giving his mother the opportunity to capture every wonderful moment. "My son is so handsome. Xiao Sun, I feel like you could be a model. No, you could even be a star." Su Sun was speechless. "Mom, is it appropriate to brag about your son so much in public? People will think we're like the old woman selling melons." "It's okay, others are admiring you. Stand next to that oil painting, and I'll take a few more pictures of you." "Mom, we've taken at least 100 photos back and forth all day. Isn't that enough?" "Not enough. I still think the photos are too monotonous. We've taken so many photos, but you're wearing the same outfit. I'll take you shopping later to buy new clothes and change outfits before taking more pictures." Seeing his mother's insistence, Su Sun finally compromised. Okay, then today your son will obey Mom's every command. But just for today. Next time, I won't pose for photos in public like this anymore. It's too embarrassing. We'll talk about the future later. Shall we head straight to the mall now?" After leaving the art gallery, Chi Kaiyun took Su Sun to the largest shopping mall nearby. Chi Kaiyun would see a nice piece of clothing and ask Su Sun to try it on, and every time Su Sun came out, she found him good-looking, unable to find any fault. Perhaps it was her excellent taste, or perhaps her son's temperament was too high, but they were both perfect. So she bought one piece after another, like revenge spending. The two of them carried so many bags of clothes and shoes that their hands were almost full. Su Sun was helpless and kept asking her to buy less, but his mother simply didn't listen to him, saying that he had just returned and had nothing, so he naturally needed to prepare more clothes after leaving home. But now, with so many big and small bags, their hands were almost insufficient. Changing into new clothes and leaving the store, Su Sun transformed from a sunny youth into a man of elegance. Chi Kaiyun's taste was not that of a young person. The clothes she picked out were naturally more mature. A shirt paired with black trousers made Su Sun look like a white-collar worker on a casual stroll. After having lunch in the mall, Chi Kaiyun took Su Sun to the park again for a flurry of photos, almost making Su Sun shy. Chapter 856. Then Chi Kaiyun took Su Sun to the nearby trendy street. They walked, stopped, ate, and drank. buying another pile of things of unknown use. Before they knew it, it was already 4 p.m. The sun was still scorching, but both mother and son were very happy. After a day of shopping, they had visited almost all the popular attractions in the area, and the two were ready to head back. However, this time it wasn't Chi-Kayan leading Susun, but Susun leading his mother, Chi-Kayan, to a certain place. For store? Xiao-sun, why are you here? Susun glanced at the cars around and said with a smile, I'm here to pick up my car. It's always inconvenient to be out without a car. I need a vehicle for transportation. But do you have a driver's license? Don't worry, I have a driver's license from abroad, and it has already been transferred. Let's go inside. Mom, you can take a few good photos for me during the handover ceremony. Ah, can I pick it up today? Normally, he couldn't pick it up today. However, Susun had ordered the car when he returned and had nothing to do. Now that all the procedures were complete, he only needed to go to the vehicle management office tomorrow to handle the license plate, and it would be completely finished. Vehicle handover area. Flowers, balloons, and red wine. I have to say, the sense of ceremony was quite adequate. After all, it was a car worth over 600,000 yuan, and it received the treatment it deserved. Susun stood in front of the new car and gave a thumbs up, giving his mother ample time to take photos. After the handover, with temporary plates affixed, Susun drove the car with Chi-Kayan out of the Force store. Chi-Kayan wanted to pay for Susun, but he didn't give her the chance to pay. The money had already been paid. On the way back, Chi-Kayan asked worriedly, Xiao-sun, this car isn't cheap, is it? Did you really pay in full? If it's an installment, Mom has money, don't force yourself. Oh Mom, I've told you several times, it's full payment, really full payment. I told you I've had some achievements over the years, and I have hundreds of millions in hand. I can't afford this amount. Even though Susun had understated it, his mother still didn't seem to believe him. So Susun directly opened his phone and flipped to his WeChat balance. When he saw the few million yuan on it, Chi-Kayan's worried heart finally relaxed completely. It seems my son is really capable and has made a lot of money. Mom is truly proud of you. Chi-Kayan showed relief on the surface, but her heart was filled with bitterness. He had been alone and suffering abroad for so many years and had earned so much money. How much hardship must he have endured? However, since her son didn't want to talk about it, she wouldn't pry open those painful scars. The mother and son returned home at 6 p.m. and happened to encounter Bai Hongjian, who was returning home from work in the parking lot. Bai Hongjian frowned slightly as he looked at Susun's new car, then nodded indifferently at Susun, his tone unreadable, nice car. It was hard-earned. You must cherish it. Susun smiled faintly, don't worry, I will. Bai Hongjian left first, while Susun and his mother followed slowly behind, carrying large shopping bags. Looking at the figure ahead, Susun was lost in thought. Mom, don't I have any clothes? Seeing Chi-Kayan carrying bags and bags home, all filled with men's trousers, Chi-Kayan felt a hint of jealousy. Chi-Kayan explained with a smile, Ying, don't you dislike Mom's taste? That's why Mom didn't buy any for you. But Mom bought you your favorite cake. Eat the cake. Okay. Bai Xiaoying cut the small cake into several pieces, sharing it not only with her parents but also with Susun. Susun had to admit he was somewhat flattered. Bai Xiaoying was indeed unique. This morning she was hostile, but by evening she had changed her surname. Chi-Kayan accepted the cake for Susun. Although the siblings still ignored each other, the scene just now was a good start. Chapter 861. An hour later, with Chi-Kayan's busy efforts, dinner was ready. At the dinner table, the taciturn Bai Hongjian talked about Bai Xiaoying's major life event, asking her to quickly bring back a boyfriend and strive to get married next year. Facing the pressure to marry, Bai Xiaoying was miserable. Ever since the beginning of this year, her father had been like he was possessed, constantly urging her to marry, as if he was afraid she wouldn't be able to get married. It hadn't even been half a month since this matter was last brought up, and now it was being brought up again. Bai Xiaoying retorted unhappily, I won't look. I'm still young, and why should I look for a boyfriend just to get married? Can such things be forced? You must be married before you're 23. Letting you look for a boyfriend now is just to give you a process of adaptation. If you don't get married, what else do you want to do? Want to play outside every day? I'm not looking anyway. I just graduated, and my life is just beginning. I'm not looking for a partner just to get married. Besides, Susun is already so old. Why isn't Mom urging him to get married? Susun, who was eating, was stunned. How could this even involve him? As expected, as soon as this was said, the attention was immediately diverted, and Chi-Kayan, the mother, suddenly became interested. Yes, Xiao-sun, you can take your time with your work, but it's a bit late for you to not start a family at your age. Mom will introduce you to blind dates. Susan was completely defeated. Mom, don't listen to what someone is saying nonsense. I know what I'm doing when it comes to major life events. What do you know? Do you want to leave it to fate? If you really rely on fate, when will that happen? Mom can agree to other things, but you must listen to Mom on this. I'm not looking anyway. I think being alone is pretty good. I feel like marriage is too much trouble. What? Being alone is pretty good. Seeing the hint of not wanting to marry in her son, Gkin immediately frowned and said earnestly, "Son, I know you've been alone for a long time and don't like contact with strangers, but starting a family is different. Having a family is having a real home, your own home. Don't you want to go out and explore? If you had a woman behind you to take care of you at home, Mom would be relieved. But if you're always alone, how can Mom bear to let you go out?" Susan didn't want to argue. "Anyway, I'm not going on this blind date. Mom, please don't bother." "Why? Do you want to be a bachelor for your whole life?" "Alright, Mom. I have someone in my heart, is that enough? The person in my heart can no longer be seen, so I don't want to start a family. Is that reason enough?" "Can't be seen? Is it a foreigner?" Susan returned from abroad and couldn't see her, so Gkin subconsciously guessed that Susan's girlfriend was a foreigner. After a 2-second silence, she continued, "Xiao Sun, people always have to go through some setbacks to grow. You can't be discouraged by this one setback. There will be better ones after this one. Mom happens to have a friend whose daughter is looking for a partner. I'll contact them, and you can meet tomorrow." "Mom, I really don't need it. Either you go on a blind date, or you bring someone back yourself. As long as it's a woman, it's fine. Whether it works out or not is another matter." Actually, Susan never understood why elders liked to urge people to get married. It wasn't that they themselves were getting married, but they always seemed more anxious than the parties involved, as if they couldn't live without finding a man or woman. He really didn't expect that he would encounter such a dilemma as soon as he returned. Marriage pressure was indeed terrifying. Helpless, Susan directly gave up. "Mom, I'll tell you the truth. I'm a scumbag. I have several people in my heart that I care about. I can't pretend to like anyone else now." Gkin scrutinized him, her gaze seeming to see through everything. "I don't care if it's 1, 2, or even 3. As long as you bring them back, Mom will never object. What if it's 5 or 6? Bring them back too, provided you have them. Even if you want them all, it's better than you being single forever." At this moment, Gkin didn't realize how big a foreshadowing her words would create for the future, making it difficult for her to refute when Susan brought up old scores. Susan also didn't expect that his mother, given her personality, would actually take advantage of the situation. However, judging by the situation, if he really couldn't bring back a woman, he would probably be forced into blind dates. Worry. Xiao Sun, look at you, tall, big, handsome, and stylish. Even if you don't have a job, just your looks will definitely appeal to someone. I've already sent your photos from today to an aunt, and that aunt is very satisfied with you. Hey, wait a minute, don't go yet. Come and look at the girl's photos. That girl is also very beautiful." Unable to bear his mother's nagging, Susan directly returned to his room. He had no interest in blind dates anymore. He didn't even know what he wanted to do in the future. His past wish was to buy his mother a big house after returning, drive a luxury car, marry a beautiful wife, and live a carefree life from then on. Now that he had returned, all of this could be easily achieved, but he had lost his initial interest, and his heart was empty. Drowsiness crept in, and unconsciously, Susan slowly closed his eyes. As expected, he dreamed of Su Muyan again. However, this time it wasn't in their old room, but in his current bed. "Xiao Sun, I think I'm mentally unwell. Every night when I close my eyes, I dream of you. But if I can keep dreaming of you, then let my mental problems be problems." Susan turned on his side, appreciating the familiar, moving beauty before him. "I think I'm mentally unwell too. Tonight, let's not do anything else. Can we just talk properly?" "Okay." They talked for a long time. Su Muyan talked about the recent situation on her side, but she always spoke of things in a positive light, saying everything was fine, except that everyone missed him very much. Susan also recounted his return and his embarrassment at being pressured to marry by his mother today. Su Muyan was amused and laughed heartily. "I didn't expect Auntie to be so interesting. It seems she's really worried about you." "What Auntie? You have to call her Mom." Su Muyan gave a speechless glance. Yes, Mom, but I really didn't expect you to have a mother. Before, when Fifth Sister said she dreamed you had a mother, I didn't believe her. Of course I have a mom, I'm not." "Ha, wait." Susan's pupils dilated. "Su Banian said she dreamed I had a mom. What the hell? Do dreams even connect like this?" Susan suddenly woke up, his mind groggy. He had to admit that the dream just now had shocked him greatly. He almost thought it wasn't a dream, but fake was fake. When he saw the empty room in front of him, he knew the dream was over. Suppressing the in his heart, Susun rolled over, preparing to sleep again. But as he rolled over, his arm pressed against a plump body. Chapter 857. Almost instantly, Susun's mind cleared up completely. Susun's eyes widened, looking at the person in front of him in shock. No. Is this a dream or not? However, the figure in front of him did not answer his question, but rather asked anxiously and awkwardly, although I might have some worries after waking up, I still want to ask if there's a toilet here. I want to go to the toilet. The person in front of him was Sumwayan, the Sumwayan he had been talking to for a long time. Susun opened the door, pointed in a direction with surprise, and watched Sumwayan rush into the bathroom. Everything should have disappeared as soon as he opened his eyes, but why was Sumwayan still by his side? Or was this still a dream so real that he couldn't distinguish it from reality? He couldn't distinguish, he really couldn't distinguish. Susun returned to the head of the bed and glanced at his phone. Jiangnan City, June 18, Wednesday, 2 a.m. Boom. Susun's mind was a mess, shocked for a long time. He stood at the door, looking at the scene not far away, which was truly subversive. Could it be that what he was seeing was real? It's just going to the toilet. Why are you looking? Xiao Sun, you're not asleep yet. Staying up late is. As Sumwayan walked out of the bathroom, she saw Susun staring at her. An awkwardness appeared on her pretty face. Just as she was about to say something, she was interrupted by another voice. Sumwayan froze on the spot, completely surprised. When the owner of the voice walked out of the room and saw Sumwayan, she was also full of shock. Chi Kaiyun stared at Sumwayan blankly. At first, she thought a thief had broken into the house, but when she saw Susun standing at the door in a daze, she instantly understood something. The night she urged him to get married, he brought a girl back at night. Her son couldn't be trying to placate her, could he? No, it couldn't be so fast even to placate her, and this girl was so beautiful, she couldn't be found so easily. That's right, when Chi Kaiyun observed the appearance of the person in front of her, she was indeed amazed. Red lips and white teeth, beautiful and moving, with the demeanor of a well-bred young lady. Such a girl was not something you could find anywhere to make do. The most important thing was that when this girl was embarrassed, her eyes kept glancing at her son, which clearly showed they had known each other for a long time. She finally understood why Susun was so resistant to marriage pressure. It turned out he had found someone long ago. But why didn't he say anything? Was he afraid she wouldn't agree? But how could she, as a mother, disagree? Moreover, her son had found such a beautiful girl. Xiao Sun, this is. Looking at her mother's meaningful smile, Susun felt a sense of unrealism, as if Mars was colliding with Earth. If it was a dream before, how should he explain this now? Xiao Sun, what are you spacing out for? Say something. I'm very happy that you can bring a girl back. You don't need to be afraid. At this time, Sumwayan also asked nervously, Auntie, this is. Susun suddenly came back to his senses, quickly walked to Sumwayan, took her hand, comforted her with a smile, and said, This is our mom. Mom. Sumwayan blurted out, stunned. Hearing the word mom, Chi Kaiyun's heart rejoiced, and she could no longer suppress the smile on her lips. Polite and sensible, generous and graceful. Truly not bad. Good. Girl, don't stand there. Let's sit on the sofa. In her excitement, Chi Kaiyun obviously forgot that it was late at night. She pulled Sumwayan to the sofa and started chatting about other things. As it turned out, Sumwayan also noticed that something was wrong, and her face was full of confusion about her surroundings, not understanding why she was here. However, she patiently answered Chi Kaiyun's questions, and the two gradually became familiar with each other. Susun was left aside, frowning and looking at the two silently, his face filled with self-doubt. Chi Kaiyun asked about basic things, such as name, age, and family members. However, she didn't ask about family background, job, or education, fearing that she might scare away the future daughter-in-law. However, Sumwayan did not hide too much. Even for the things she didn't ask about, she basically explained them clearly. Chapter 858. Sumwayan, 28 years old, 168 centimeters tall, graduated from a 985 university, formerly worked as the CEO of a large group, now resigned and at home, severed ties with her parents, and has 4 younger sisters to take care of. After Chi Kaiyun sorted through the information, she was incredibly shocked. Although the family background was not explicitly stated, she could tell that Sumwayan came from a wealthy family. She was a top student, a rich young lady, and a female CEO. In comparison, her own Xiao Sun was the one who had climbed too high. As for how they met, she didn't ask. That was the experience of the younger generation, and she didn't want to pry into their privacy. Auntie, Xiaosun and I are sincere. There were some misunderstandings before, and I came here this time to resolve them. Sun Weian's words were not only for Chi Kaiun, the future mother-in-law, but also for Su Sun. She was afraid that Su Sun would be stubborn and not go back with her, so she hoped her future mother-in-law could help persuade him. As expected, as soon as she heard about the misunderstanding, Chi Kaiun's previously smiling expression instantly turned serious. She stared at Su Sun and reprimanded him. Xiaosun, you're a grown man, how can you make the girl bow her head? If you make a mistake, you should take the initiative. Give in to Nguyen more. Look at you. She came all this way, and you're still wearing a gloomy face. Isn't that too ungentlemanly? Su Sun remained silent, silently reeling. Was he putting on a gloomy face for Sun Weian? He was doubting his life. Xiaosun, I'm talking to you. What kind of attitude is that? Are you really planning to ignore Nguyen all the time? Oh, Mom, I'm not. It's just that you guys were chatting so happily that I couldn't join in. Humph, that's good. If I find out you're neglecting her, I won't let you off. Okay, I'll obey mother's orders. Chi Kaiun smiled with satisfaction. Nguyen, don't worry. If he has any bad points, just come to me, and Auntie will back you up. Okay, thank you, Auntie. Su Sun teased at this moment. Didn't you just call me Mom? Why are you calling me Auntie again now? Hearing this, Sun Weian immediately felt a little embarrassed and lowered her head silently. Seeing this, Chi Kaiun immediately spoke up for her. What kind of attitude is that? She can call whatever she wants. Nguyen, don't pay attention to him. Auntie likes to hear it. When facing Chi Kaiun, Sun Weian always felt a very special feeling, a feeling that was warm and beautiful, making her heart feel warm. Her future mother-in-law was very gentle and considerate, always taking her emotions into account when speaking, afraid that she would suffer the slightest grievance. This feeling was truly wonderful. She didn't know if this was motherly love, because her unreliable mother had made her forget what motherly love felt like long ago, but this feeling was something she had never experienced from her biological mother, Qin Xinlan. She had never been so cared for, so attentive. Although they had just met, there was no tension between them like there usually was between a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. The interaction was very comfortable, and she even looked forward to talking with her. The two chatted for a long time, and the more they got to know each other, the more Chi Kaiun liked Sun Weian as her future daughter-in-law. However, at the same time, she was also more worried, because Sun Weian was truly too outstanding, so outstanding that many people couldn't even catch up. As for the years her son was lost, it had already made it clear that he was inferior to others in some objective aspects. For example, education, work experience, life experience. Nguyen, there are some things Auntie doesn't know how to say. Auntie, please say it. If you have any doubts, I'll tell you everything. Sun Weian saw her mother-in-law's doubts and calmly eased her tension. Chi Kaiun glanced at Su Sun, who was in a daze, her eyes a little sore. Nguyen, you must have noticed that Xiaosun is a bit different from others in your interactions before. I don't know if he told you, but Auntie really can't bear to see such a good girl like you suffer any grievances. Actually, my Xiaosun was lost for many years. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he's an orphan. As a result, he didn't have a brilliant life, didn't have many friends, and didn't even go to school. Chapter 859. Auntie, I know. Sun Weian interrupted with a smile. Chi Kaiun was stunned. You know. Yes, I know he's an orphan, I know he doesn't have many friends, but these are not the key points. What I like is him as a person, the inseparable feelings developed through our interactions, not those so-called external conditions. Moreover, your son is not inferior to others. On the contrary, he is extremely outstanding, so outstanding that others can't even catch up. Okay, with your words, Auntie is relieved. Xiaosun didn't have a good life. If you can take care of him by his side, Auntie will have no regrets in this life. Chi Kaiun was extremely gratified, tears of excitement in her eyes. She didn't know where her son found such a good girl, but she knew that she had recognized this future daughter-in-law. Auntie, don't be sad, I will take good care of Xiaosun. I just hope you can help me persuade him to come back with me. Chi Kaiun nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, I'll make this kid go back with you. By the way, Weian, do you know? This kid was originally planning to go out and explore. Now that you're here, it's just perfect. Also, last night I was introducing him to blind dates, planning for him to meet a friend's daughter during the day, but he absolutely refused, saying he already had someone in his heart. Turns out it was you, his beloved. If I had known it was you, why would I have pressured him to get married? If he had really listened to me and gone on a blind date, Auntie would have been truly sorry to you. Fortunately, you came. Sun Weian looked at Su Sun, a smile on her lips. Really, Auntie, is what she said true? Susan chuckled. What's true or false, I don't understand. You dead straight man. GKIN said with regret, who taught you to chat with girls like this? Nguyen, don't mind him, Xiao Sun is a bit blunt, you'll have to teach him how to speak in the future. Su Nguyen smiled knowingly, he doesn't need me to teach him. If he really cares, he's full of sweet talk. Really? He's good at sweet talk? Tell me about it. Seeing that the two were about to start a new topic, Su Sun, who was full of doubts, finally couldn't help it. Mom, look at the time, it's 3 or 4 in the morning. If you're not sleeping, won't they sleep? People have been traveling, they're not here to chat with you. GKIN suddenly woke up, I almost forgot, oh dear, look at me, I forgot the time and my happiness. Well, Nguyen, you should go to sleep quickly and rest well. We'll talk during the day. Su Nguyen nodded slowly, okay, Auntie, then I'll go to sleep. Wait. Seeing Su Nguyen returning to the room with Su Sun, GKIN suddenly called out. Su Nguyen turned back, confused, what's wrong, Auntie? Nguyen, why don't you sleep in my room? My bed is big and soft, why don't you sleep there? The Bai family each had their own room. After Su Sun arrived, the 4 bedrooms were just enough. GKIN planned to share a room with Bai Xiaoying, letting Su Nguyen have a room to herself, so as not to be bullied by her son. Su Sun was truly defeated. Mom, you were urging me so much last night, and now that she's here, you want us to sleep separately? Then how will we build our relationship? GKIN was nonchalant, there's no rush for one day, let Nguyen get a good night's sleep. No, if she goes to my room, will I not let her sleep? Then let Nguyen decide. With the choice in her hands, Su Nguyen naturally chose to return to the room with the missing person, because she was afraid. She was afraid that when she woke up, everything that had just happened would be a bubble and an illusion. Auntie, I like to sleep on a hard bed. I can't sleep on a soft bed, so I'll go back to Xiao Sun's room. Can't sleep on a soft bed? My daughter also can't sleep on a soft bed. How about this? Why don't you go to the room opposite Xiao Sun's and sleep with my Yingying? You can get to know each other. If I'm going to someone else's room, what's the difference from going to mine? Come here. Ignoring his mother's opinion, Su Sun directly pulled Su Nguyen back into the room and locked the door. GKIN was very worried, and kept muttering at the door, telling them not to disturb her, not to bully her, and so on, but received no response. Inside the room, seeing Su Sun in a hurry, Su Nguyen thought he was going to be beastly and had already closed her eyes, accepting the coming storm. But after lying on the bed, there was no movement for several seconds. Instead, Su Sun pinched her chin, opened her eyelids to look at her eyes, poked her cheek a few times, and even smelled her body from time to time. Su Nguyen opened her eyes and was immediately annoyed. If you're going to do it quickly. Are you performing an autopsy like a coroner? Hiss, it's actually real, it's not a dream. What's not a dream? The words stopped abruptly. It was only then that Su Nguyen remembered her initial doubts. Where was she? Xiao Sun. Su Sun shushed her, no need to say more, I understand. You probably feel very strange too, right? I do too. But the good thing is, at least we are both real. Maybe even the previous experiences were real. Although he spoke ambiguously, Su Nguyen understood him clearly. The dream she had thought was a comfort was actually real. The person right in front of her was the best proof. However, this was by no means a bad thing, because the person she had been looking for in vain had finally been found. Xiao Sun, I won't force you anymore, come back with me. Su Sun shook his head, sorry, I can't go back. Why? Are you still afraid of making a choice? Then no one will force you to choose this time. Come back with me. Everyone misses you very much. And Miss Gu, she's also very worried about you. Come back. Su Sun suddenly smiled, a smile full of helplessness. Was it that he didn't want to go back? No, it wasn't at all. He himself was powerless. He simply couldn't go back. Nguyen, welcome to my world. Chapter 860. What do you mean? Seeing Su Sun's serious expression, Su Nguyen suddenly had a bad feeling. Su Sun continued, literally, it's not that I don't want to go back, but that I can't go back. Take my phone and look at the location or search online, and you'll understand everything. Su Nguyen picked up the phone from the bedside table in confusion. When she saw the time on it, she didn't find anything unusual. Just as she was about to say that Su Sun was being pretentious, she saw the location in the weather column, and her calm pupils suddenly contracted. Jiangnan City. Su Nguyen was very confused. Where is this? Xiao Sun, is your phone broken? Su Sun shook his head and denied it. No, it's not broken. Where we are now is Jiangnan City. I don't know why you came over too, but I want to say that not only can I not go back, but you can't go back either. Because it's not just a matter of crossing several provinces and cities, but crossing a world. Su Muyan was incredibly shocked, and she quickly searched for nearby locations online, searching for surrounding provinces and cities. However, the names of provinces and cities, and the historical sites that came up were all completely unfamiliar to her. In all the years she had lived, the information in front of her did not match the places she knew at all. It was extremely unfamiliar. Even, she had never heard of it. Su Muyan fell into a daze, not knowing what to do. Su Sun did not explain much. When he thought about it, he had a similar reaction. Even if someone explained it to him, he couldn't take in any information and was unwilling to believe it. After silently digesting it, he naturally accepted everything that was bizarre. Su Sun climbed onto the bed, got into the covers, pulled the quilt over them, and silently turned off the lights. He hugged the delicate body in front of him tightly, trying to comfort Su Muyan's agitated emotions with his body. He wished so much that this was also a dream. Otherwise, if Su Muyan had come over like this, what would happen to the many ties on the other side? He could only hope that when he woke up, it would still be a dream. The next day, Su Muyan's eyes were hazy as she opened them, and the first thing she saw was a seemingly lonely back. Su Sun sat by the bed, his posture upright, his eyes blankly looking out the window, gazing at the sun in the distance, his face expressionless. When he heard the rustling sound behind him, he turned his head and showed a smile of helplessness and pity. "You're awake. My worries have come true. But it's okay, at least I'm still here. Are you ready to welcome your new life?" Su Muyan finally accepted this ridiculous fact and obtained accurate information from Su Sun. She had transmigrated. She had come to Su Sun's world. Su Sun hadn't lied back then. His absurd statement that he wasn't from this world was actually true. At the same time, she also learned something that made her feel a lingering fear. That was, Su Sun had always wanted to go home, and it was only when he truly gave up hope and left that it was truly a permanent goodbye. "Shao Sun, were you the one in my dreams a few nights ago?" Su Sun touched her face, nodded, and smiled. "It should be. After all, I had the same dream. This shouldn't be a coincidence. I even dreamed of Su Banian. She even helped me beat someone up. If the person who was beaten hadn't had any reaction the next day, I would have thought our foolish fifth sister had also come over. No, it's still not right. How would Su Banian know I had a mom? Could it be?" His forehead throbbed, and Su Muyan thought of her fifth sister's joke back then. Su Banian not only predicted that Su Sun had a mom in advance, but she also said she helped Su Sun beat someone up. Their eyes met, and they understood each other. After a few seconds, Su Sun smiled helplessly and pinched Su Muyan's face twice, causing Su Muyan to glare at him resentfully. Su Sun laughed heartily. "Don't be angry, I'm just checking if it hurts when I pinch it, to confirm if you're really real." "Then why don't you pinch yourself?" Su Muyan was speechless. Who would check for reality by pinching others? Only Su Sun could do such unreliable things. Chapter 861. Then does it hurt? Su Sun asked again. "What do you think?" "Then it seems it still doesn't hurt." "You. Okay, it's my fault, I apologize, alright." Su Sun interlaced his fingers into her soft palm, his expression suddenly becoming serious. "So, have you digested it now? Can you accept the current situation?" Hearing this, Su Muyan nodded seriously. "Yes, I accept it. Since I can't leave, then I accept it. Aren't you still here? However, if you leave, what about those few sisters? You are their backbone. Someone will go crazy." Su Muyan slowly shook her head, a helpless smile appearing on her lips. "Don't worry, they're not children anymore. They are all strong people, and I believe they will eventually accept my disappearance. Even if I'm not here, I believe second sister will take good care of them. After losing one person, they will appreciate their family even more, and they will become even closer. The only thing I'm worried about is fifth sister. She only grows in age, not in wisdom. On the surface, she's carefree, but in reality, she's incredibly fragile. After you left, she was sad enough. If I disappear too, I'm afraid her temperament will change drastically. To use your words, I'm really afraid she'll go crazy from not being able to accept it." This. Su Sun didn't know whether to say it or not, but his understanding of Su Banian was far greater than that of her elder sister. She shouldn't be so extreme. He was afraid that someone would go crazy, referring to Su Xinro. Not long after he disappeared, Su Muyan also suddenly disappeared. Based on his understanding of Su Xinro, she would definitely overthink things. What about Su Xinro? When she's normal, she's quite normal, but once she's stimulated, she really goes crazy. With you gone, are you sure that family can still be harmonious? Su Muyan had also considered Su Xinro's recent changes. She was afraid that her sudden disappearance would stimulate her third sister, But more than that, she was willing to believe in her third sister, Su Xinro. After all, she seemed so paranoid last time, but in the end, her words dispelled her anger. Su Muiyan smiled faintly. It's okay, third sister is a mature person. Her acceptance ability is no weaker than second sister's. She dotes on fourth and fifth sisters the most, and her relationship with her second sister is the best. Even if she falls out with me, she won't be angry with them. Nothing unexpected will happen. That's true. Then I'm relieved. With Su Muiyan's comfort, Su Sun felt less worried. He also believed in Su Xinro. After all, she hadn't done anything out of the ordinary for so long despite appearing crazy. Instead of overthinking uselessly, it was better to let Su Muiyan integrate into her current world as soon as possible. Let's go, I'll take you out for breakfast. Okay. Just as the two were on their way to breakfast, in the home that belonged to them, a serious change was happening. Su Xinro had gone mad. She was smashing everything in front of her like a changed person, her demeanor frantic, clearly possessed. Liar, all liars. I shouldn't have been soft-hearted and believed her. She actually lied to me. Watching the person's furious rage with her own eyes, Su Qingxia and Su Banian huddled together for warmth, trembling. Fourth sister, is third sister sick? I'm so scared. I don't know either. Call second sister to come back quickly, we're not eating breakfast. Su Xinro suddenly turned her head, scaring the two of them. But what was even more terrifying was yet to come. Su Xinro's face was blank, and she slowly approached the two with a kitchen knife. At this moment, Su Banian's alarm bells were ringing. She held Su Qingxia's arm tightly, shrinking on the sofa with a terrified expression. Here she comes, third sister is coming. Oh no, fourth sister, I drank too much water and suddenly need to pee, I can't control myself. Being scared to pee was one thing, but claiming to have drunk too much water and needing to pee was another. Su Qingxia disliked her immensely, thinking Su Banian was too useless to be so scared by such a small scene. Chapter 862. That was their third sister. Even if something went wrong, she wouldn't hurt them, because they were her beloved sisters. Useless, hold it in. You, if you're useful, you go. She's holding a knife. Humph, if I go, I go. Could third sister really do anything to us? Su Qingxia raised her neck, her voice trembling. Third sister, what's wrong with you? Don't scare us. Look at who we are. We are your most beloved Xia Xia and Yin Yin. Let's talk properly. Put down the knife first. However, after saying this, Su Xinro not only did not calm down, but became even more aggressive, directly pointing the knife at the two of them. Su Qingxia screamed in terror, a sharp scream that almost pierced Su Banian's eardrums. Su Banian was utterly speechless. The person who looked down on her just now was even worse than herself. The key moment still required her to call upon sisterly affection. Cough. Third sister. Wake up quickly. What's wrong with you? You've become so strange, and I'm so scared. Su Xinro smiled coldly. Fifth sister, don't worry, I won't do anything to you. I just want you to help me take the knife back to the kitchen. Really? I don't believe you. Won't you stab me? I'm your sister. Fifth sister, when has third sister ever lied to you? Do you think I'm like that lying slut of an elder sister? Don't worry, I won't hurt you. At this point, Su Banian had no choice but to believe, but just as she was trembling and taking the kitchen knife, suddenly, the kitchen knife was thrown away. The huddled pair was immediately startled and let out sharp screams. Liar. She's a liar. I didn't want to hurt her out of consideration for our relationship, but she still lied to me. Lied to us. From now on, don't listen to her. Pretend she doesn't exist. Su Qingxia trembled. Third sister, who are you talking about? Is it elder sister? What happened to elder sister? She ran away. She ran away secretly because she was ashamed. That's right, she really has no face to see anyone, but why did she leave so easily? Su Qingxia trembled again. What if elder sister just went out for something? Or maybe she went out to find Xiao Sun again, isn't that normal? Normal? Ha ha ha. Su Xinro's tone was filled with gloom, and her pretty face inexplicably became distorted. You've all been deceived by her. Her sadness is all fake. She doesn't care about Xiao Sun at all. Looking for Xiao Sun? Ridiculous. She brought men back to mess around with every night for the past few nights. After I caught her, she ran away the next day. Is this a coincidence? I hid this matter in my heart to save her face. Last night, I saw she wasn't home and was still making excuses for her, thinking she had gone out for something. But now she's been gone all night and can't be contacted. This clearly means she ran away. You don't know this, do you? Xiao Sun was forced away by her scheme, so that she could elope with that wild man without any psychological burden. Now she's run away without considering everyone, without thinking of Xiao Sun. Xiao Sun only disappeared for more than 10 days, and she's already so impatient. Is she worthy of Xiao Sun? How could we have such a disgusting elder sister? Su Xinro was furious like never before. If it was a misunderstanding before, then Su Muiyan's disappearance was evidence of her guilt. Su Muiyan finding a new lover was a good thing for her. That way, she would have one less competitor. But compared to this, she could not accept Su Muiyan's betrayal. On the surface, she was loyal, but in reality, she had fallen for someone else. Before, she had endured it because she didn't want Su Sun to be in a difficult position, seeing Su Muiyan's deep affection. But in the end, it was all fake. She dared not imagine how desperate Su Sun would be if he heard this news. In her eyes, Su Sun had suffered a lot of emotional harm before. Now that he had finally accepted someone's feelings, if he found out about this, the harm would be no less than before. How could she have such a shameless elder sister? At this moment, Su Qingxia and Su Banian were buzzing with the words. Elder sister found a wild man? Is it true or false? Su Banian asked weakly. Third sister, did you misunderstand something? Elder sister isn't that kind of person. Shut up. It's all caught red-handed. Then contact her and ask her to come back for a confrontation. See if what I'm saying is true. Su Banian quickly shut up. Well, she wouldn't court disaster. Third sister. What are you doing? With a roar, finally, Su Wangqing returned home like a savior. The trembling huddled pair immediately rushed over. Second sister. Third sister has gone crazy. Muiyan, your clothes are about to burst open. Have you gained weight again recently? Scram, it's not my fault that the clothes you found for me are too small. The pants are okay, but this shirt is really too tight. No choice, these are my mom's old clothes. Just make do with them. Aren't I taking you out to buy new ones? Don't you have a sister? Then why didn't you get her clothes for me to wear? Are you talking about the sister you just met? Sorry, I'm not really familiar with her, and our figures don't match. Su Muiyan came over yesterday in pajamas. If she didn't have anything to change into, how could it work? After breakfast, Su Sun took Su Muiyan to the mall to buy new clothes. When the two returned home with bags and bags, Chi Kian felt inexplicably relieved. She was afraid her son was too much of a straight man and didn't know how to please women. But seeing all these bags, she realized her son wasn't as dull as he appeared. Su Muiyan, wearing a nightgown yesterday, looked like a girl next door, lacking some sharpness. After she changed into her new clothes, Chi Kian found that her daughter-in-law truly had an ethereal temperament. Chi Kian introduced Su Muiyan to the Bai family father and daughter. The two immediately knew that Su Menjian did not come from an ordinary family. Although Su Sun looked very good, Su Sun had nothing now. It was surprising to find such a beautiful woman. However, Bai Xiaoying didn't say much. She didn't want to get involved with Su Sun again, lest she be taken advantage of. Bai Hongzhan said meaningfully, young people don't know the hardship of making money. It's better to be moderate in spending, so as not to make your mother too difficult. Chapter 863. Make my mom have a hard time. Su Sun smiled at Chi Kian. Mom, am I making things difficult for you? Chi Kian waved her hands repeatedly. Old Bai, you misunderstand. I haven't shared any of it with Xiao Sun. These were all bought with Xiao Sun's own money. He's very capable. Not only did he not spend my money, but he also gave me hundreds of thousands. Kian, I understand how you feel. It's fine, as long as you're happy. For some reason, these words sounded good, but Su Muiyan felt something was strange. Why did he say understand how you feel? Was she overthinking? This Uncle Bai seemed to have misunderstood something. She wanted to speak up and explain, but just as she was about to speak, she met Su Sun's gaze and he shook his head at her. Seeing this, she could only hold back her desire to explain. Not long after returning, it was soon time for dinner. Lunch was very rich, and Chi Kian was extremely enthusiastic, so enthusiastic that Su Muiyan felt a little embarrassed. This was completely the treatment of a future daughter-in-law. She kept picking up food for her and pouring water, and she wouldn't even let her serve herself rice, making her feel overwhelmed. At the dinner table, Bai Hongzhan, who had always been taciturn, actually asked about Su Muiyan's family background. Since it wasn't a secret, out of politeness, Su Muiyan answered truthfully. As the questioning deepened, Bai Hongzhan asked more and more, even asking about her parents' occupations. It was the first time Chi Kian had seen old Bai talk so much. Xiao Su, your surname is really Su. Don't misunderstand, I just feel that you and Su Sun have a lot of fate. After all, you two both have the surname Su. As Bai Hongzhan said this, Chi Kian's eyes lit up. Old Bai, I didn't notice it until you mentioned it. Muiyan's surname is also Su. What a coincidence. Perhaps we were all part of the same family 800 years ago. Su Muyan smiled and said, Auntie, you don't need to go back 800 years. We are a family now. Speaking of which, you might not believe it, but I've known your son for a long time. Because I'm much older than him, he used to call me sister. Where is much older? GKIN smiled kindly, you're only a year older than this kid. That's not much older. Ah, 1 year. Seeing Su Muyan's confusion, Susun whispered in her ear, I left when I was 16 or 17. 10 years have passed, and I'm 26 or 17 now. Su Muyan suddenly realized, so that's how it is. But it's all the same. The experience of you being the younger brother can't be erased. Susun was speechless. Hey, don't bring up the dark past. What old stuff are you still bringing up? What, can't I talk about what I've done? Don't you know who used to call me elder sister all the time? That was because I was bewitched back then. Now, try calling me elder sister, and I'd be satisfied if you didn't call me elder brother. Looking at the two of them bickering, GKIN felt a sweet warmth in her heart. She, the parent, was right there, but the two of them interacted without any restraint, as if they were family from birth and had completely integrated. Moreover, she could see that Su Muyan's eyes were full of Susun. To be liked by such a good girl was the good fortune Susun had accumulated over 8 lifetimes. Okay, you two stop talking and eat quickly. The two stopped bickering and focused on eating. Whether it was the joy of seeing her or the peace of mind from seeing her future mother-in-law, Susun felt that Su Muyan was particularly talkative today, even showing a girlish demeanor intentionally or unintentionally. Was it because she was acknowledged by her future mother-in-law that she became so relaxed? In comparison, he quite liked Su Muyan in this state. Su Muyan who didn't worry was a good Su Muyan. Before, Su Muyan had to worry about the troubles of a large family. Now that someone was worrying for her, she just needed to gradually accept her future life. After eating, Susun and Su Muyan sat in the living room for a while. GKIN, who had finished her chores, came over and chatted with Su Muyan incessantly. Gradually, the two women started talking about skincare products, and Susun was even left out and neglected. Chapter 864. Susun really suspected whether his mother had asked him to find a wife for him as her son, or for herself. Where did she get so many words from? After snatching someone, she was so talkative. Auntie, don't worry, Shaosun was actually doing quite well abroad. As soon as he arrived abroad, he coincidentally lived in my house. At first, we were too negligent towards him, and he went through a lot of hardships. But later, he lived like an emperor. My fifth sister used to bully him all the time, but wasn't she then spanked by him every day? He was the boss in that house. Oh no, she's bringing up old scores. Susun frowned. He thought his considerate wife was explaining his experiences over the years to reassure his mother, but the more he listened, the more wrong it felt, turning into a complaint. If this continued, wouldn't it turn into a major drama of his entanglement with multiple women? He quickly interrupted them. Mom, I'll take your daughter-in-law out for a walk. It's not good to stay at home all the time. A walk? GKIN looked strange. Going out for a walk in the hot sun in the afternoon? Do you want Muyan to get heat stroke? Su Muyan nodded repeatedly. Yes, Auntie, I won't go for a walk in this heat. I'll tell you more about his past, like how he and my second sister. Hey. Alarm bells rang in his heart. Susun gritted his teeth and made frantic eye contact. Give me some face and stop talking. My image in my mom's heart is majestic. Don't let you ruin it. Su Muyan smiled playfully. What? Afraid to admit it? Weren't you fearless before? No, is this the same thing? Susun lowered his proud head in front of Su Muyan for the first time. Consider it me begging you, spare me. Humph, I won't. Auntie, I'm telling you. Susun was completely despondent. He was willing to let his mother know some things, but not to stimulate the elderly so soon after returning. He could already imagine his mother heartbroken and angrily scolding him. Good heavens! Am I going to be scolded? Auntie, you don't know, my second sister has OCD, extremely severe. Once your son lost a cockroach by her pillow, and she scolded him to death. Isn't that funny? Hey, are you going to talk about this? Susun was stunned. Otherwise, what did you think I was going to say? Susun smiled gratefully. His wife still cared about him and had spared his life. He had no way to repay such magnanimity, so he could only repay her well late at night to comfort her longing. However, what was once considered a dark experience now seemed like a special memory when told, and it was quite funny. The cockroach incident happened in junior high school, but back then, he was such a timid Susun. How could he dare to put a cockroach by Su Wonking's pillow? The culprit was naturally someone else. No need to say more, the damned mastermind was naturally Su Banian. He remembered that one day Sue Banian came home and suddenly said she wanted to raise crickets. When asked, she learned that some male classmates brought crickets to school. As a result, she was envious of others' crickets and insisted on raising one herself. However, no one in the family paid attention to her. Instead, they educated her. Then, he, her former junior, was assigned the important task of catching crickets for her. However, where could crickets be found in a villa area like the Sue family's? After searching for a long time, he couldn't find any. Until Sue Banian caught a cockroach in the underground warehouse. At that time, she proudly raised the cockroach as a cricket and planned to compete with her classmates' crickets. However, it didn't last long. Within a few days, the cockroach escaped and ran into Sue Wonking's room. He went to destroy the evidence, but was caught on the spot. Sue Banian showed her utter lack of gratitude. She tried not to leave immediately, but instead let him be severely criticized for a long time. Chapter 865. Looking back now, it was quite fun, and he wasn't that angry after all. Not angry at all. No, he almost forgot about this. If Sue Banian really came over, he would have to spank her fiercely. Damn coward. He had betrayed his pure sincerity back then. Xiao Su, some of your remarks during dinner have benefited me greatly. I already have a comprehensive plan for future industry development. You truly live up to your experience working in a large group. May I be so bold as to ask, is the large group you mentioned your own company? What is your father's esteemed name? Chi Kayun was a little displeased. It was one thing for Bai Hongjian to interject when she and her future daughter-in-law were chatting happily, but he was also asking such private questions. She hadn't even dared to ask so many questions, but Bai Hongjian, who was usually taciturn, was like an interrogator, digging into her family background. Old Bai, what's wrong with you today? You're talking a lot. Bai Hongjian replied faintly, I'm just asking out of a businessman's curiosity. If it's inconvenient for Xiao Su to say, then forget it. Su Muiyan smiled calmly, it's okay, it's not a big secret. I did work in my family's company before. As for my father's name, I have already severed ties with him, so I won't answer this question. I'm sorry, Uncle Bai. It's okay, I was just asking. From the first moment I met you, I felt you were extraordinary. Your demeanor, conversation, and knowledge are not something ordinary people possess. You must come from a prominent family. If your family is interested in the automobile dealership business, you can come to me. Ultimately, businessmen are profit-driven. Susan could see that Bai Hongjian was beating around the bush to say this. To be fair, his judgment was indeed good. He could see at a glance that Su Muiyan came from an extraordinary background. However, Su Muiyan's background was not applicable to this world. His intention to curry favor would likely be in vain. Su Sun was indeed correct. Bai Hongjian indeed intended to curry favor. Su Muiyan's background was extraordinary, and even her casual advice could make him suddenly enlightened. His previous response had solidified his guess. Behind this Xiao Su, there was likely a group comparable to Billions. Although he had been advancing steadily over the years, he had made no progress. The company had been stagnant. If he could connect with Su Muiyan's background, it might be the key for him to surpass the $1 billion mark, or even soar to success in one go. In the afternoon, the two had nothing to do, so Susan took Su Muiyan out for a drive. However, the weather was really too hot. Standing under the scorching sun, they had no interest in playing, so they returned to the Bai family less than an hour after leaving. Speaking of which, it was time to say goodbye. Although he had promised his mother to stay for a few more days, Su Muiyan had come over, and it was inconvenient to stay at the Bai family's house all the time. Susan planned to tell his mother about leaving as soon as they got back. Before, his mother was reluctant to let him go, but now, his departure was for a private time with his future daughter-in-law. How could she still be reluctant? Mom, I plan to tonight. As he opened the door, Susan paused. Several unfamiliar people appeared before him. Kayun, is this your son? He's quite handsome. And who is this next to him? Chi Kayun quickly introduced, this is my eldest aunt. This is my son's girlfriend, her name is Su Muiyan. It was really a bit awkward at this moment. The Bai family actually had relatives visiting. Su Sun observed them for a few moments. There were 2 women and 1 man, likely all around his mother's age. Based on the way they were addressed, they should be Bai Hongjian's relatives. Susan nodded to the woman who spoke and took Su Muiyan straight back to their room. As for why the other 2 were ignored, it was entirely because the couple-like figures had contemptuous expressions throughout, and they might as well have written their disdain on their faces. For impolite people, he naturally wouldn't go out of his way to flatter them. Kayun, your son is quite interesting. He's not shy or flustered when he sees us, just like he's at home. Chi Kayun, Auntie, what you're saying is, he's not a child anymore. He's been through so much over the years. If he were still timid and hesitant, I'd be afraid he wouldn't come back. Humph, I think it's a lack of upbringing. With the sudden interjection of the dark-faced woman, the lively atmosphere instantly plummeted to the bottom. Ji Kion's face stiffened, her expression displeased and conflicted. That woman wore a silk floral dress, was heavily made up, and adorned with jewelry all over. Her arrogant demeanor clearly indicated she was difficult to deal with. Su-sun stopped in his tracks. His fists clenched. Suppressing his emotions, Ji Kion forced a smile. Sister Huixiang, please be understanding. He's been abroad for too long and doesn't know the etiquette here. The woman called Huixiang chuckled coldly. I'm already being very understanding. But you really need to discipline him. He doesn't even say a word to his elders. You might as well think that you, as a mother, have no upbringing. Ji Kion's face darkened. Her formerly warm expression was overshadowed by a gloom, and her tone suddenly turned cold. Sister Huixiang, you can say whatever you want about me, but I hope you won't talk about my son. Leave some room for people. I hope you can be more tolerant. Sister Huixiang laughed heartily, full of disdain and contempt. Then I want to say it, and I don't want to be tolerant. What can you do to me? Ji Kion, don't forget, you are now part of the Bai family. You shouldn't have brought your son back. So many years have passed, and you still don't know where your heart belongs. Sister Huixiang, don't go too far. Am I going too far? Isn't it you who is going too far? Our old Bai started from scratch, and marrying a rural woman like you is the fortune of 8 lifetimes. But you're thinking of dragging your whole family and letting your inexplicably appearing son share the Bai family's wealth? I saw 2 new cars parked in your parking space. I asked, and they're not old Bai's cars. Spending 5 or 600,000 to indulge your son, you're truly a good mother. But don't you forget, you're using the Bai family's money. Otherwise, relying on you, a rural woman, could you earn so much money? He didn't understand, he truly didn't understand. If he could tolerate being scolded without speaking, why was his mother being scolded and he remained indifferent? Su-sun clearly remembered Bai Hongjin's promise that he would never let his mother suffer the slightest grievance. But now, he was sitting there reading a newspaper, deaf or blind. He was even waiting for Bai Hongjian to speak up and stop them, but was this the promise he had so confidently made? Su-sun's face darkened. He walked over and slapped Lu Huixiang hard. Long-tongued woman, if you can't speak properly, then don't have a mouth. Chapter 866. Ah, how dare you, you little beast, hit me. Hearing this, as if a familiar memory was awakened, even Su-muan instantly felt a sense of unease. She suddenly looked at Su-sun and saw that Su-sun's lips were curled into a peculiar smile. Yes, Su-sun smiled, a strange surge of hot blood filling his entire body. He clenched his fists, his bones creaking incessantly. It had been a long time since he had heard this familiar phrase, and it truly ignited his desire to fight. That long-lost passion was truly intoxicating. Without a word, Su-sun grabbed the woman's neck, and with his other hand, he slapped her face, which was covered in powder, again and again, sending powder flying. The slapping sound was loud and clear, only the feeling of familiarity was present. Little beast, how dare you? Lu Huixiang's husband, the middle-aged old man beside her, reacted and immediately became furious, ready to attack. As if by reflex, Su-sun slapped the old man in the face with his backhand, making the old man shut down on the spot. Ji Kion was shocked. Xiao-sun, stop. If you cause real trouble, they'll use it as an excuse. Ji Kion, you bitch, stop pretending to be a saint. I won't let you off. His gaze sharpened, and Su-sun immediately delivered a few more slaps. With the last one, his arm was raised high. This strike seemed to traverse the stars. Slap. A loud sound. Lu Huixiang spun several times and stumbled to the ground. This slap almost knocked her soul out of her body, sending her into a hazy, ethereal world, making her feel as if she were floating. You! Ha! Su-sun suddenly turned his head and looked at the woman who had greeted him first, his voice cold. Do you want to taste my great might heavenly dragon too? Although she didn't know what great might heavenly dragon was, a bad premonition washed over her, and the woman chose to shut her mouth. She knew very well the reason for Su-sun's anger, so she naturally wouldn't speak for the two of them. She could only blame Huixiang and her husband for having such loose tongues, daring to curse their son in front of him. They had really run into a tough opponent. Enough! This is outrageous! Suddenly, Bai Hongjin's roar froze the atmosphere once again. Looking at the mess on the ground, he stared at Su-sun with a dark expression, very displeased. So you're not dead yet? I thought you were dead since you were so quiet just now. Su-sun's words were rude, making Bai Hongjin's eyes widen in disbelief. Seeing her son getting worked up, Ji Kion quickly stepped forward to comfort him. Xiao-sun, don't be impulsive. This has nothing to do with Uncle Bai. Even if you're angry, don't lash out indiscriminately. Really has nothing to do with it. Susan looked around, thoughtfully. Mom, now I finally understand why you were so reluctant to mention these relatives of the Bai family. They are indeed not worth mentioning, because they are simply worthless. Susan, what exactly do you want to do? Bai Hongjian was truly enraged. This was not just hitting his relatives, but hitting his face, hitting his authority as the head of the family. Since you came to the Bai family, I haven't mistreated you in any way. Your mother has unconditionally satisfied your desires. I don't ask for anything in return, I only ask for a shred of respect for this family. Is this how you show respect? Susun was nonchalant. Bai Hongjian, you're really hypocritical. You know that. What? Bai Hongjian was stunned, clearly not expecting Susun to suddenly say something like this. He frowned. I'm hypocritical. I haven't wronged you in any way. You hit someone and don't admit your mistake, but instead, you turn around and call me hypocritical. See, this is the point where I say you're hypocritical. When your relatives insulted me just now, you remained silent. When I was forced to retaliate, you came out and were furious. Are you deliberately using them to suppress me? Then what do you want me to do? They are your elders after all. What if they say a few words to you? Do you want me to fall out with them because of you? Can't young people endure such a small grievance? I really don't know how you managed all these years abroad. Chapter 867. So, I deserve to be scolded. Susan slowly approached, a playful smile on his face. Bai Hongjian, you're truly a hypocrite. You seem generous on the surface, but you have hidden intentions. If my mom were to suffer this grievance, would you speak up for her? Of course, I would. Bai Hongjian answered without hesitation. Ha ha ha. Susan burst into laughter. Just as I said, you are truly a hypocrite. With that, Susan's expression turned grim again. Then tell me, what were you doing just now? Was your mom being cursed as a bitch, and you were deaf or blind? If you don't need your ears, donate them, lest they go to waste. Before, you confidently promised, and I thought you were really a good person, but it turns out you're just a hypocrite who only talks the talk. I finally understand why my mom was so unwilling to talk about your family's relatives. You were right not to mention them. You, the nominal husband now, are unwilling to stand up for her, so who else can she turn to for these grievances? Bai Hongjian, you're really fake, you know that. Bai Hongjian was speechless. He realized he had been tricked. Susun's goal was never for himself. His goal all along was for his mother, Chi Kaian. At this moment, Bai Hongjian was filled with shame and indignation. He couldn't even argue with a junior, and he was even being used by a junior to make a point. With his fig leaf torn off, Bai Hongjian was almost on the verge of exploding. Just then, Bai Xiaoying rushed out of the room, her face full of panic. Dad, stop talking. This is not Susun's fault. It's precisely because Auntie and her husband spoke so harshly that you never intervened, which allowed them to become so presumptuous. Bai Hongjian was furious. Bai Xiaoying, they are your elders. How can you speak to elders like that? Where did your upbringing go? Pat pat. Susun clapped repeatedly, looking at the enraged Bai Hongjian with disdain. Seriously, you're not even as good as your daughter. Although your daughter has a mental problem, at least she's sincere towards my mom. But you, for the sake of so-called upbringing, ignore my mom's grievances. Don't you realize mom has stopped talking? Before, no matter what they said, she always smiled. Now, what does that mean? She's truly hurt. If mom is truly disappointed and leaves, I will never forgive you in this lifetime. Mom, tell me the truth, is this the reason why you were unwilling to mention the Bai family's relatives before? Bai Hongjian, for the sake of so-called face, he has always let this situation go unchecked? Have you been living like this all these years? Chi Kaian found it difficult to speak. The situation was indeed as it was, but not entirely. Old Bai had indeed done his best. After all, they were relatives, and he was in a difficult position in between. Moreover, these relatives were truly extremely harsh. Apart from this, there were no other problems. Xiao Sun, Mom is really happy that you're speaking up for me, but Uncle Bai has done what he should have done. It's his relatives who are the problem. Su Sun was enraged. Mom, you're really making me angry. You're still speaking up for him? Is someone who treats promises like farts a good match? Sun Wan then held Chi Kaian's hand and slowly persuaded her. Auntie, family trivial matters are the most troublesome. If this Uncle Bai truly had good intentions, why would he let this go unchecked? I heard what that couple said just now, and it made me angry. What they said went beyond teasing, it was completely written on their faces with disdain, and insult was etched in their hearts. You have deep ties with those relatives. If this Uncle Bai doesn't stand up for you, then will you have to endure the criticism of these people for a lifetime? It's actually not as serious as you think. Chi Kayun replied weakly. Ultimately, she chose to believe Bai Hongjian. I believe that after this incident, Uncle Bai will know what to do. He will use this opportunity to resolve the gossip of those relatives. You don't need to worry. Susun was completely defeated. Mom, I really want to say you are truly incorrigible. Hearing this, Chi Kayun didn't get angry. Instead, she smiled at Susun with satisfaction. My son has grown up and can even interfere in his mother's affairs. Now that you're here, right? I believe that if I'm wrong next time, my son will still stand up for me. Susun laughed in anger. Okay, I hope you remember this. Don't blame me when I stand up for you next time, or your son will be truly disappointed. It was better to give a warning. Those relatives of the Bai family would definitely not stop there. If they acted again next time, it would also prevent his mother from going soft-hearted. After a few more chats, Chi Kayun returned to her room. Then Susun looked troubled, while Sumwayan kept comforting him with words. Don't worry, Auntie knows what she's doing. The problem lies with these relatives. If this Uncle Bai still doesn't act, then you can solve it for Auntie. Don't you have the most ways? Heh, you really trust me, but I'm too lazy to bother. If it really doesn't work, I'll just take her away directly. That works too. But does Auntie want to leave the Bai family? If she doesn't want to, we'll see. Let's take it one step at a time. Susun actually already had a plan. He had both gentle persuasion and decisive measures. He just had to see the specific situation to implement them. However, no matter which method it would be better if some people didn't push their luck further, otherwise, it wouldn't just be a beating. He hadn't seen those relatives all afternoon, so Susun thought they had left. However, by dinner time, they had returned. In the evening, Bai Hongjian specifically booked a large hotel to apologize to the two of them, which appeased their dissatisfaction, at least on the surface. Brother Jing, second sister-in-law, I apologize on behalf of Susun. He didn't receive any good education abroad these years. You adults, please be magnanimous and forgiving. However, I also hope you can give me some face. Kayun has married into the Bai family. Anyone who is rude to her is undoubtedly slapping my face. I don't want to hear any more unpleasant remarks. At the dinner table, Bai Hongjian demonstrated his worldly wisdom and tact, using a combination of soft and hard tactics, leaving everyone with no room for criticism. Not only that, but Bai Hongjian also bowed his head to Susun and raised his glass to apologize. Susun, it was Uncle's fault this afternoon. I was negligent. It's his fortune that your mother has a son like you who doesn't fear power. Uncle toasts you. Bai Hongjian drank the wine in one gulp, but Susun did not drink. What did doesn't fear power mean? Although these words sounded flawless and thoughtful, they still bothered him. Old Bai, you see, we're giving you face, but someone isn't giving you face. This wine hasn't been touched at all. Just as it had been quiet for a while, some people started to get restless again. Susun smiled faintly at Lu Huixiang. I'm allergic to alcohol, and you're asking me to drink. If something unexpected happens, can you take responsibility? What alcohol allergy? Do you really think this kind of illness on TV exists in reality? I think you just don't want to drink. Chi Kayun smiled and said, Sister Huixiang, my Shaosun really doesn't drink. Let me, his mother, drink for him. What's the point of drinking for someone else? Then it's better not to drink at all. Your son is really pampered. So many people have to indulge him just because he's spoiling everyone's mood. Ah duh. Susun's iron fist immediately smashed over. Chapter 874 Inch Ah. What a big fly. It's a shame it got away, but at least it's not buzzing anymore. Lu Huixiang clutched her chest, her heart pounding. She realized she had developed a psychological scar, thinking she was about to be slapped again. She had scared herself. Susun smiled playfully. Auntie, do you need to react so dramatically? You don't think I'm going to hit you, do you? Don't worry, I'm a person who respects the old and cherishes the young. Most importantly, I don't hit women. Relax. Lu Huixiang's face was ashen. Of course, she wouldn't admit to being scared. She gave a cold snort, turned her head away, and ignored Susun's mocking gaze, out of sight, out of mind. At this moment, Bai Hongjian was still standing with his wine glass, as if waiting for Susun's reaction. Since Lu Huixiang remained silent, it was Bai Xiaoying, his so-called stepsister who was at odds with Susun, who spoke up to dissuade him. She whispered to her father, Dad, not many young people like to drink these days. If Susun doesn't want to drink, then so be it. What if Susun is really allergic to alcohol? Dad, don't listen to second aunt pushing you to persuade him to drink. However, Bai Xiaoying forgot that her father was a businessman. Bai Hongjian's years of doing business made him place immense importance on drinking culture. He turned his head and frowned. It's just a drink, it represents mutual respect. He's ignoring everyone now, which is a bit too casual. Upon hearing this, Chi Kayan had no choice but to speak up again, repeatedly saying that Susan really couldn't drink, but no one took her worries seriously. Even her elder sister-in-law, Bai Chin, chimed in, Kayan, it's alright. It's just a few drinks. If Susan doesn't drink after everyone else does, wouldn't that be refusing everyone's good intentions of resolving conflict with a drink? To persuade someone to drink so grandly, Susan sighed softly, but I can't even drink one cup. Must you force me to drink for the sake of so-called face? Seeing someone supporting her, Lu Wuxiang felt she had the upper hand again and was unforgiving. I really don't believe you can't drink even one cup. Don't push your luck. Susan looked at Bai Hongzhan and smiled. Uncle Bai, do you also want me to drink this cup? Bai Hongzhan remained silent, but silence was also an answer. Alright, since you all want me to drink, then I'll drink. It was a difficult situation, but since they wanted him to drink, he would drink heartily. Susan stood up, picked up the wine glass in front of him, and drank it in one gulp. Seeing this, everyone's expressions finally improved slightly, and even Bai Hongzhan, the decision-maker, sat back down. Lu Wuxiang said triumphantly, isn't it fine now? You were acting quite well just now. Bai Qin smiled and beckoned everyone, let's eat quickly. This matter is over. No one is allowed to mention it again in the future. Bai Hongzhan nodded with satisfaction. Susun, it's not shameful for a man to yield appropriately. Since you can drink, accompany everyone and drink a few more cups. There are no conflicts that a few drinks can't solve. Toast everyone often. However, before everyone could be happy for long, Susun's face underwent a drastic change. His once handsome face suddenly turned extremely red, and his arms were covered in dense red rashes. He clutched his neck, as if unable to breathe, gasping heavily and rapidly, as if he were about to suffocate. Everyone was caught off guard by this scene. With a thud, Susun tilted backward and fell heavily to the ground. Everyone was instantly dumbfounded. Xiao Sun. Chi Kayan's face changed drastically, and she rushed to Susun's side in terror. Seeing his terrifying appearance, tears instantly wet her eyes. At this moment, she could no longer maintain her pretense of being a pushover for the sake of appearances. For the first time, she revealed a vicious expression towards those who had persuaded him to drink. Lu Wuxiang, if anything happens to my son, I'll fight you to the death. And you, Bai Hongzhan, if anything happens to Xiaosun today, I will never forgive you in this lifetime. Chapter 868. Lu Wuxiang muttered dismissively, who can be blamed for this? Who knew he was really allergic to alcohol? He couldn't drink but insisted on drinking. What a show-off. Useless thing, can't even drink a cup of wine. Bai Hongzhan stood there dumbfounded. He never expected things to escalate to this point, and Susun wasn't lying. It was the first time he had seen the usually gentle and kind Chi Kayan so enraged. Her hysterical appearance just now made him feel extremely unfamiliar. Not only did he feel unfamiliar, but Bai Xiaoying was also stunned. This was the first time she had seen her mother so angry. She wasn't stupid. If they were to talk about the instigator, her father, the person in charge, was far more detestable than her cousin Aunt Lu Wuxiang. She was truly scared. The sadness and disappointment on her mother's face were not fake. If something really happened to Susun, not only would her father not be blamed, but she, as his daughter, might also be completely disowned. Bai Xiaoying roared at her father, Dad, what are you doing? Do you have to bring your business rules home? Now that someone has been forced into trouble by you, are you satisfied now? Mom, I'm sorry. The hotel staff reacted swiftly. With the help of the male attendants, Chi Kayan and Su Muan left the private room with Su Sun. During this process, Chi Kayan did not give Bai Xiaoying any glance, causing her words to get stuck in her throat. Her heart ached inexplicably. This was the first time she had been so estranged since she knew her mother. Bai Xiaoying glared fiercely at the few people behind her, filled with indignation. She didn't understand why adults would joke about other people's health. Are you satisfied now? With a roar, Bai Xiaoying also chased after them. At this moment, in the private room, some were disdainful, some were stunned, and Bai Qin, the elder sister-in-law, looked extremely embarrassed and incredibly fortunate. She had also persuaded him earlier, but everyone seemed to have forgotten her. Old Bai, should we go and see? Hospital. Bai Hongzhan and the others had followed, even Lu Wuxiang and her husband, but they were not concerned, they were gloating. Unbeknownst to anyone, Lu Wuxiang was secretly chuckling. Heaven truly had eyes. He was proud during the day and suffered retribution at night. He deserved it. Doctor, how is my son? Outside the emergency room, the doctor took off his mask, his expression solemn, severe allergy. Fortunately, he was sent here in time, otherwise, he would have gone into anaphylactic shock. It's not me, but you parents and juniors really need to talk. If your children can't drink, then don't let them. Drinking a few less sips doesn't mean they don't respect you, nor will you lose face. Don't bring your external behaviors into your home, or you'll regret it too late. The doctor had clearly seen many similar situations and glared at the group smelling of alcohol with great displeasure. Ji-Kian repeatedly apologized. I'm sorry, doctor. It was my oversight as a mother. It will never happen again. After speaking, she glared at Bai Hongzhan angrily. Bai Hongzhan wanted to speak but stopped. In the end, he didn't defend himself. He knew that any explanation now would be tantamount to sophistry and would be counterproductive. Mom, I'm sorry, Xiaosun will be fine. When Sun Ji wakes up, I'll definitely have Dad compensate him properly. Ying, it's not your fault, you don't need to blame yourself. Alright, I won't talk to you anymore. I need to go take care of your brother. You guys go back first. The coldness, still conveyed with a distant chill, made Bai Shouying extremely uncomfortable. Watching her mother walk past her, she felt a sense of estrangement from her mother at this moment. With timely treatment, Su Sun woke up quickly. The mother and son chatted for a long time. Ji-Kian stayed by his bedside, her eyes full of heartache. Xiao Sun, don't be so foolish next time. If you can't drink, then don't drink? Why do you belittle yourself for others? Chapter 869. Mom, it's okay, it was just a cup of wine. If I didn't drink, wouldn't that give them an excuse to make trouble? Xiao Sun, it's all my fault for being too weak. If I were more assertive, that Lu Huixiang wouldn't dare to pressure you like this. Alright, Mom, it's all in the past. Speaking of which, I didn't eat much dinner, and I threw it all up just now. I'm so hungry now, can you get me some food? Upon hearing this, Ji-Kian hurried to buy food. As soon as she left, Sun Lian's previously sad expression immediately turned suspicious, and she kept looking at Su Sun's weak appearance. Su Sun said weakly, why are you looking at me like that? Do I have flowers on my face? No flowers, but there's panic. Sun Lian patted Su Sun's chest dismissively. Stop pretending. When did you become allergic to alcohol? Besides, don't you know medicine? Can such a small problem trouble you? As expected, no one knows me better than Lian. The weakness on his face instantly vanished, and Su Sun sat up abruptly, letting out a cold snort. It's dark now, and it's time to teach some people a lesson. Ha! What was that noise? What noise? You've been jumpy ever since you left the hospital. What's wrong? Are you afraid that kid will come back for revenge? At the hotel, in a dark room, Lu Huixiang and her husband were talking in hushed tones. Lu Huixiang felt a chill all over her tonight, as if something was about to happen. Moreover, she had indeed heard footsteps at the door earlier. No, I still need to check. Could it be that the hotel staff opened our door? Then I'll have to ask them for compensation for damages. The moment Lu Huixiang turned over, a ghost face illuminated by the light suddenly appeared before her eyes, causing her to scream in fright. Her husband beside her woke up instantly and was also terrified at the sight of the ghost face. With a click, he turned on the light, but when the room lit up and they saw who it was, they were both stunned. Isn't this Su Sun? He was just lying in the hospital, half dead. How did he suddenly get here? How did you know we were staying here? What do you want to do? Lu Huixiang stammered. That's not important. What's important is that you seem to have cursed me? What did you say when you left the private room? Useless trash. That's right, that's it. Kid. Before he could finish his sentence, the two of them felt as if they were being hit by countless iron fists, and their wails echoed everywhere. They couldn't even utter a word. They were in too much pain to be distracted, and they could only cry out. In just 2.5 minutes, it felt like a century had passed, and the two of them were beaten to a pulp. You little beast, I won't let you off. Oh, you can still talk so much. Then I'll take it away. With a snap, Lu Huixiang's mouth instantly spat out more than a dozen teeth. Lu Huixiang cried out in pain, clutching her mouth miserably, blood seeping through her fingers, her eyes wide with terror. Her good husband, on the other hand, was already unconscious and could no longer share the pain with her. Su Sun didn't bother with her husband, who was pretending to be asleep, as he still needed someone to talk to. Su Sun attacked again, grabbing Lu Huixiang's hair and repeatedly slamming her head against the ground, causing her head to bleed and her face to become bruised and swollen. After another round of punches and kicks, Lu Huixiang was beaten into a pig's head, her original appearance unrecognizable. As for her once wagging tongue, it was now stammering, unable to utter a single word. Lu Huixiang experienced the darkest moment of her life, never feeling so desperate. She had even seen her life flash before her eyes. What made her even more furious was that Susun left after beating her, as if he had just happened to come and beat her. When the devil left, Lu Wuxiang's good husband immediately opened his eyes and held her, weeping with grief. Sung, how did you get beaten up like this? I just fainted for a while, and I failed to protect you. Don't worry, I will definitely avenge you. Lu Wuxiang mumbled indistinctly, beat, son, avenge. Hospital. Susun, full and satisfied, lay on the bed, looking extremely comfortable. Seeing her son eat 3 large bowls of chicken leg rice in one go, Chikayan finally stopped worrying. Looking like this now, there was no sign of the terrifying appearance from earlier. He looked completely fine. Mom, you must be tired staying here all this time. Your daughter-in-law has already booked a hotel. You should go to the hotel to sleep. It's okay, Mom isn't sleepy. I can still prevent any accidents from happening to you here. Go to sleep. You've been busy with housework all day and stayed up all night here. Even an Iron Man can't stay up like this. Don't worry, I'm fine, and besides, there's your future daughter-in-law. You must not get too tired and worry me. After being persuaded repeatedly, Chikayan reluctantly prepared to rest, but not at the hotel, but on the empty bed next door. Meanwhile, Su Muyan sat by the bed chatting with Su Sun. Seeing this warm scene, Chikayan felt much more at ease. After another hour, drowsiness struck. However, in the middle of the night, an accident woke her up again. Bai Hongjian, along with Lu Wuxiang and her husband, who were beaten to an unrecognizable state, arrived at the ward. The two were now wearing hospital gowns and sitting in wheelchairs, also becoming patients. With their imposing demeanor, Chikayan frowned. What do you mean by this? Bai Hongjian glanced at Su Sun, who was playing on his phone, and replied, these two were beaten by Su Sun. I brought them here to get an explanation. Su. Suddenly, Bai Hongjian looked confused. Did I just see an illusion? Weren't Su Sun and his girlfriend just here? Chikayan looked back doubtfully, and was also astonished. Where did they go? Chapter 870. What do you want me for? Before his voice was heard, his person arrived. Su Sun, using the gap between the beds, popped his head up and lay back on the hospital bed. 2 seconds later, Su Muyan also emerged from under the bed, holding a phone. What's with your reactions? Is it so surprising to pick up a phone? And what are these two mummies doing? Why did you bring them to my room? Chikayan took a deep breath. She thought something supernatural had happened, but it turned out they had gone to pick up a phone. She was truly scaring herself. Bai Hongjian was also silent for several seconds, then said, it's good that you're here. Su Sun, I'm asking you, did you beat up your second cousin aunt and her husband? Su Sun looked confused. Your second cousin aunt's family was beaten? What does that have to do with me? You should call the police. Upon hearing this, Lu Wuxiang, who was in the wheelchair, immediately reacted, her whole body trembling with agitation. Unfortunately, she couldn't speak. Her husband, Zhaoju, spoke in a relatively clear voice, pointing at Su Sun and gritting his teeth. It was you. You dared to do it and not admit it. Su Sun laughed heartily. Bai Hongjian, is your second cousin uncle brain damaged? Why are you biting everyone you see? Hearing this, Bai Hongjian's expression darkened. He is your second cousin uncle. What kind of attitude is that? What kind of bullshit second cousin uncle? I have no relation to you. Why are you claiming your relatives as mine? That's hilarious. What are you talking about? Your mother is now a member of the Bai family. Then Bai family relatives are naturally your relatives. Oh, so you've accepted me as a member of your Bai family? I didn't realize. But do you see me as someone you can manipulate at will, or as a family member who can't be separated? Su Sun, stop changing the subject. What's going on here? Seeing Bai Hongjian's aggressive attitude, Chikayan finally became angry. It was bad enough that he came to disturb her son's rest in the middle of the night, but it was also for the sake of these troublesome relatives of Lu Wuxiang. Just because they said it was her son, he believed it was her son. These Lu Wuxiang couple were extremely harsh. It was normal for them to offend someone. Why blame their little son? At this moment, Chikayan was extremely disappointed in Bai Hongjian. Bai Hongjian, are you senile? I know you indulge your relatives, but I didn't expect you to indulge them to this extent. Shaosun almost had an anaphylactic shock and was so weak he couldn't even move. How could he have beaten these two fierce troublemakers? Bai Hongjian's tone was calm, but they were indeed beaten by Su Sun. I saw Su Sun's back in the hotel room's doorway surveillance. What? Chikayan was stunned and took Bai Hongjian's phone. But after seeing the content of the video, she was both angry and amused. Just this? You can't even see his face clearly from his back, and you say he's my son. Bai Hongjian's gaze sharpened. I also want to deny it, but Susan just had an accident and then his second brother and sister-in-law were beaten. It's too much of a coincidence. So, just because they firmly believe it was my son who did it? Then show me the evidence. She placed the phone back in Bai Hongjin's palm and scanned the crowd with a cold smile. Did the hotel not have other surveillance? If you want to convict him, then produce actual evidence. Otherwise, don't just assume guilt. Putting the phone back into his pocket, Bai Hongjin continued, the hotel surveillance malfunctioned, and only this one video was captured. I'm also confused about how such a coincidence happened, so I brought them to ask. Don't get excited first. How can I not get excited? Chi Kian roared, are you saying my son, who was weak and frail, teleported to a hotel 7 or 8 kilometers away, hacked into the hotel's surveillance, and then, with his weak hands, beat up 2 fierce adult men? Bai Hongjin, what exactly do you want? I haven't left your side except for the time I went out to buy food. How could he disappear from here without my knowledge, given how far the hotel is? Chapter 871. If he really had that ability and hacked into the hotel's surveillance, how could he have been captured on camera? What kind of bewitching concoction have these relatives of yours fed you to make you help them so brainlessly? Today, Xiaosun was almost forced to drink himself to death, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. Heh, and you still have the nerve to come and hold us accountable. For so many years, I've tolerated their grievances in your Bai family, but I absolutely will not allow my son to be doubted by them even in the slightest. Bai Hongjin's throat felt constricted, and he suddenly realized his impulsiveness. Hearing this, Su Sun indeed had no possibility of committing the crime. However, he still brought Lu Huixiang and her husband to question them. He knew that tonight's events would create a rift between him and Chi Kian. Especially seeing Chi Kian so angry, he regretted rushing to question her. He should have confirmed first. Bai Hongjin's expression softened, and he said helplessly, I'm sorry, Kian. I was too blind, but they are my cousin and cousin-in-law after all. I can't ignore them when something happens to them. Is that so? Then who will take care of the grievances my son has suffered? Chi Kian's eyes reddened, and she suddenly smiled, a smile filled with bitterness and disappointment. Bai Hongjin, after all these years, I still understand you. For your so-called family prestige, you have repeatedly ignored my situation. You colluded with them to harm my son and then came in the middle of the night to demand an explanation without considering my feelings. What do you see me as? Your family's nanny? Do I deserve to endure this humiliation? Actually, you never really wanted me to find my son, did you? At these words, Bai Hongjin's pupils contracted sharply, his face filled with surprise. Perhaps he didn't want to admit it himself, but Chi Kian had undoubtedly seen through his hidden inner disguise. Chi Kian sneered, in the end, you were too hasty. You are not a restless person, but in the few days since Xiaosun returned, I have seen obvious changes in you. Do you think I'm stupid? Do you think I can't understand your unspoken implications? How I wish it were my imagination, but the facts tell me I'm not overthinking. If you can't accept me finding my son, then just say it directly. There's no need to praise me outwardly and criticize me inwardly, using the excuse of speaking up for relatives to attack Xiaosun. Ask yourself, we've supported each other all these years, and I don't owe your Bai family anything. Since you can't accept my biological son, then I'll leave. Bai Hongjin was stunned, the words echoing in his mind. He never imagined things would escalate to this point. He just came to ask a question, how did it turn into this? The meaning of those words was clearly that she had made up her mind to leave. Kian, you know what kind of person I am, don't you? Am I that kind of hypocrite? So many years have passed, and you might not know your son well, but you have truly seen my character. I just came to ask, I had no other intentions. Get out! Chi Kian roared, don't you dare slander my Xiaosun. I know my son better than you do. How dare you think you know him better than me? Do you know that your so-called questioning is based on harming me? I will no longer believe your lies. I only see the current facts. And this matter of you forcing him to drink is not over. I will not let this go easily. Kai. Just as Bai Hongjin was about to speak, a bang was heard, and the door was heavily kicked open. More than a dozen people who looked like ruffians aggressively barged in. Uncle, isn't that enough? Don't forget what you promised me, help me clean up. How dare he lay a hand on my Zhao parents? I think he's tired of living. Bai Hongjin's expression changed. Zhao Hu, didn't I tell you to wait outside? What are you rushing for? After speaking, he quickly explained to Chi Kian, don't misunderstand, Chapter 872. Get out. Bai Hongjin, you really disgust me. Chi Kian didn't listen to his explanation at all. Instead, she ran to the bedside, blocked Su Sun behind her, and said furiously, I really didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You even brought Zhao Hu here. Are you trying to force us mother and son to death? No, you're misunderstanding. Zhao Hu is an accident. I didn't bring him here. Then what did his words just mean? Bai Hongzhan, Xiao Sun was right. You are a complete hypocrite. If you dare to lay a single finger on my son, I'll fight you to the death. Lu Wuxiang had 2 sons, both good for nothing. Relying on Bai Hongzhan, their cousin uncle, the 2 of them had been doing quite well. Zhao Hu was Lu Wuxiang and Zhao Ju's eldest son. On the surface, he was a well-known used car dealer in the area, but in reality, he had connections in the underworld. Others might not know, but how could she not know Zhao Hu's bottom line after being in the Bai family for so many years? He was clearly a reckless bully who committed all sorts of evil deeds. Bai Hongzhan actually brought such a person here, which clearly meant he didn't intend to resolve the matter amicably. Auntie, don't worry. I won't argue with you out of uncle's face, but every debt has its debtor. Your son has to pay with his legs and feet. Hiss, this woman by his side is really beautiful. Don't worry, after your son is crippled, I'll take good care of her. Ha ha. Zhao Hu's eyes were filled with greed, and he laughed wantonly with his subordinates. Lu Wuxiang, as if her revenge had been achieved, also let out a faint, indistinct laugh. Qi Kaiyan cried out in terror, "Help! Security guards! Where are the hospital security guards? Do you still have any law in this place? Believe it or not, I'll call the police." Bai Hongzhan was also furious at this moment. "Zhao Hu, get out of here quickly. I told you to wait outside until the culprit was confirmed. Why are you making a scene now? Uncle, my parents wouldn't lie to me, so why confirm? Besides, since we're here, why come back empty-handed? Zhao Hu. Brothers, pull those 2 women aside. I'll loosen up that kid's muscles first." Bai Hongzhan had completely miscalculated. The situation had now reached an uncontrollable stage. When he saw the venomous look in Qi Kaiyan's eyes, he knew that the relationship between the 2 could no longer be mended. Regardless of whether the person was instigated by him or not, his longtime companion seemed to have already resented him. As he watched everyone approach menacingly, Qi Kaiyan was filled with despair. Her biggest regret was bringing Su Sun back to the Bai family. It was her soft-heartedness that caused her son to be ostracized and suffer such a catastrophe. "Alright, since you're all so brazen, then I don't need to hold back anymore." Suddenly, Su Sun's voice attracted everyone's attention. He slowly got up from the bed, tidied his hospital gown, and walked towards the crowd with a calm and indifferent expression. Qi Kaiyan was shocked. "Xiao Sun. Wife, keep an eye on my mom." Actually, before he could speak, Sun Weian had already pulled Qi Kaiyan aside. Upon hearing this, she comforted her, "Auntie, Xiao Sun's body has almost recovered. These few people are no match for him, don't worry." "No, Zhao Hu is a desperate fellow. Don't worry, 10 lives wouldn't be enough for your son to play with." After all, she had witnessed the aftermath of the fight between Su Sun and Su Wen, which was comparable to a battle. The entire corridor was dilapidated and ruined. What were a few hoodlums compared to that? "Su Sun, right? Your girlfriend seems to believe you quite a lot. For your girlfriend and your mother's sake, I'll go easy on you and just break 2 of your." "Unfortunately, I don't want to go easy." With that, Su Sun moved. It was as if a gust of wind had blown past. Zhao Hu didn't even have time to react before he heard a crunch. His legs were brutally kicked and broken, and he fell to the ground like a puddle of mud, wailing, "Brother Hu." His subordinates were shocked and enraged. Without a word, they all drew daggers from their waists, and the narrow corridor of the ward became chaotic. However, sheer numbers didn't always help. With the sound of bones shattering one after another, wails echoed one after another. Su Sun's terrifying strength, breaking knees with one kick and dislocating shoulders with one punch, made everyone tremble with fear and dread. This strength, this ruthlessness, this casual ease, this was not a normal person. Some of them had participated in underground fights before, but even those who dared to wield knives were not half as terrifying as the person in front of them. Those who wielded knives at least showed nervousness, but the person in front of them was like he was playing a game. They had truly fallen for Zhao Hu's trap. If they had known he was such a tough opponent, they would never have come. Zhao Hu's subordinates were all crippled, without exception. It would be considered lucky if some of them were only disabled and remained conscious. A pile of cripples were kicked all over the place by Su Sun, some lying here, some lying there, all in a miserable state. Zhao Hu was terrified. Compared to the tragic state of the people around him, he found that his broken legs were almost a blessing. But the more he feared something, the more it happened. After dealing with the others, Su Sun came looking for him again. You don't come over." Su Sun suddenly stepped on his chest, his toes grinding down. Zhao Hu's pupils widened. He felt as if this kick was like Mount Tai, pressing down on him, making him unable to breathe, and making him feel as if his chest bones were about to shatter at any moment. Suddenly, with a crack, Zhao Hu's entire chest cavity caved in. Zhao Hu's eyes seemed about to pop out, his eyes wide with rage, and he was in so much pain that he was speechless. Tiger. Zhao Ju, his father, was filled with grief and shock. Lu Wuxiang, on the other hand, trembled all over from fright, and an unknown liquid seeped out from the gauze. Bai Hongzhan had already lost his senses, looking around at the scene that had not calmed down for a long time. Su Sun, what exactly have you done? I was forced to retaliate. They can cripple me, but I can't fight back. Is this retaliation? This is completely devastating. Alright, I'll talk to you after I wash my hands. Su Sun looked at the scattered bloodstains on his hands with disgust and turned to enter the bathroom. The sound of flowing water was clearly heard by everyone. At the same time, Zhao's used car dealership. What? Dad and Mom were beaten? And Big Brother was also crippled. That damned bastard, I think he's tired of living. Uncle, are you sure you're not joking with me? He's definitely not joking. A ghostly voice suddenly sounded. Zhao Bao turned around sharply and saw a strange young man smiling faintly. Before he could react, a sharp pain struck him, and his left arm and left leg were broken with a crack. When he struggled to look up to see who it was, he found that the person was no longer there. Late at night, on a dark national highway, Bai Qin got into her husband's car to go home overnight. The couple was chatting and laughing. Bai Qin seemed completely unconcerned about the accident at the dinner. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of them. Bai Qin's husband slammed on the steering wheel, and the car immediately lost control. After the car flipped into a field, in a daze, under the headlights, Bai Qin saw a man squatting down, smiling at her. This terrifying scene made Bai Qin suddenly sober up, her hair standing on end. Because the smiling man in front of her was actually Su Sun. Chapter 873. Dense goosebumps erupted all over her body. The scene before her was simply too unbelievable. In the middle of the night, on this deserted road, Bai Qin found it difficult to believe that she could see Su Sun under these circumstances. Either she was hallucinating, or she had seen a ghost. But the hallucination did not dissipate, so there was only another possibility. She stared at the figure outside the car with wide, terrified eyes, and unprecedented fear filling her heart. Wasn't Su Sun in the hospital? How could he be here? Could it be that after she left, he had an accident and turned into a ghost to seek revenge? Otherwise, besides this possibility, she simply couldn't understand how she could encounter a patient who should have been lying in the hospital on a deserted road in the middle of the night. Before she could think, the car window suddenly moved. The passenger window actually opened on its own. In her panic, Bai Qin desperately hit the car door, trying to close the window, but the window seemed to be malfunctioning and completely out of her control. You did something bad and now you want to run? Aren't you being a bit too disrespectful to me? Su Sun's voice was like a ghostly chill, adding a biting coldness to the hot summer night. Bai Qin screamed in terror, I'm sorry Su Sun, I didn't mean to. I really didn't expect you to be allergic to alcohol. If I had known you were allergic, why would I have persuaded you to drink? No, you still would have, because like Bai Hongzhan, you are both hypocrites. People like you are extremely self-centered. Beneath your magnanimous surface lies an ingrained arrogance. How could you possibly understand the difficulties of an ordinary person? No, Su Sun, I was wrong. Spare me. I don't want to die yet. The wrong party will find the right party. Go find Lu Wuxiang. She was the one being aggressive. She's the culprit. I was also scared and regretful when something happened to you. Regret? I'm not so sure. Su Sun sneered coldly, leaving with your family in the middle of the night after something happened? Do you think you've been forgotten by everyone? In reality, what you did is insignificant compared to theirs, which is why your presence has diminished. But what's done is done, and diminishing your presence cannot erase the fact that you made a mistake. Pay with your life. Ah, no, I don't want to die. Go find Lu Wuxiang, go find Bai Hongzhan, go find Zhao Ju. They are all the ones who harmed you, don't drag me down. With a bang, the car door was forcefully pulled open by a large hand. Bai Qin was pulled out of the car, person and seatbelt and all. She finally escaped from the overturned car, but instead of relief, she was met with the torment of a devil. She was forcibly pushed to the ground and made to kowtow, countless times, until her head was bleeding and she was dizzy, all the while muttering apologies and promising never to do it again. When her husband got out of the car, he only saw his wife in the dark night, kowtowing and repenting to the empty fields. This bizarre scene sent chills down his spine. Hospital. Su Sun's hand-washing time was excessively long, and the sound of running water still echoed in everyone's ears. There were still a lot of injured patients to deal with in the ward. Ji Kyun, still unaware of how her son would handle the aftermath, felt a sense of unease. Time passed by agonizing second. Ji Kyun discovered that Bai Hongjian had actually called the police. This action undoubtedly rubbed salt into her wounds. When Zhao Hu and his gang came to harm her son, Bai Hongjian did nothing practical, but when her son retaliated, Bai Hongjian called the police. How ridiculous! Bai Hongjian, you dare to call the police? I've really seen through you. Then what do you want? The current situation is too dire, so what should we do if we don't call the police? Who told Susun to be so ruthless? I'm doing this for his own good. Then why was he so ruthless? If he wasn't ruthless, he would be the one lying on the ground. We don't intend to evade responsibility, but Susan should have called the police himself, not you, an outsider, meddling. Chapter 874. Kyun. Shut up. I've seen through you now. You just can't stand my son, can you? Then let's cut ties from now on. I was blind all these years to have fallen for a hypocrite like you. The difficult conversation broke the silence, but it ended with this result. Bai Hongjian was baffled and thought Ji Kyun was being overly emotional. Ji Kyun had completely seen through Bai Hongjian. Under the guise of justice, he was actually targeting her son, which disgusted her. Auntie, I'll go see why he's taking so long to wash. After informing them, Sun Weyan went to the bathroom. She wondered if Susun had been out for so long because he had gotten some stubborn stains on him that couldn't be washed off. As a result, as soon as she entered, she saw Susun leisurely picking his nails at the faucet. What are you doing? Susun looked up when he heard her. There's mud in my nails, I'm picking it out. Mud? It's blood, isn't it? What about those people on the ground? Bai Hongjian has already called the police, hurry up and think of a solution. A solution. Susun smiled dismissively, wiped the water stains on his pants, and was about to walk out the door. You think someone who almost had an anaphylactic shock and couldn't move, could suddenly cripple 9 adult strong men? What a joke. I saw them break in, and then they inexplicably started fighting amongst themselves. I don't know anything else. Sun Weyan frowned and blocked the doorway, but can this explanation hold up? After all, Bai Hongjian and the others saw it. There's no surveillance in the room, so how can they prove it was me who beat them? However, those few will definitely come forward to testify. No, I have to silence them first. Especially that hypocrite, I've had enough of him. Finally. Just as Susun was flexing his fists, eager to leave the bathroom, his pupils suddenly contracted. The scene before him was no longer the hospital ward, but his spacious 250 square meter apartment. Susun was stunned, his face filled with disbelief. Sun Weyan, who was holding his trouser leg, also paused abruptly when she noticed his sudden stop. Their eyes met, and both of them looked somewhat incredulous. Susun looked around, utterly bewildered. Have we returned again? Shit. Susun was speechless. What the hell is going on? I couldn't get back when I wanted to, and now I've come back when I didn't want to. My mom is still there, and there's a mess to clean up. What will happen to her if I run away? Shit. Susun could no longer stand it. He looked up and shouted at the air, Hey, are you playing with me? Give me a sound. Stop playing dead. You better not let me catch you, or I'll kill you. Although he was a little unclear about the situation, seeing Susun yelling madly at the air, Sun Weyan couldn't care about anything else and quickly tried to comfort him. Xiao Sun, calm down. It's not necessarily a bad thing that we've come back. Think about it, you acted so ruthlessly. If it's not handled properly, it could mean a lifetime in prison. If it were me, I'd hope you could run away. At least you'd be safe. Think about it, you disappeared without a trace, and the surveillance didn't capture you fleeing. Even if this matter is considered an unsolved mystery, the police can't convict you. And your mother, a woman without any strength, the police certainly won't hold her responsible. Besides, Bai Hongjian wouldn't be so insane as to make your mother pay the price. Don't you have a sister named Bai Xiuying? I believe with her looking after her, your mother should be fine. Susun, but if I suddenly disappear, won't it be like that year when my mom was left all alone? Yes, your sudden disappearance will make your mother sad, but if you were to go to prison or be retaliated against and have an accident, she would definitely prefer you to disappear forever rather than appear. Compared to so-called longing, she would certainly want you to be safe. Remember, you're not acting recklessly, you were just defending yourself excessively. Although you ran away, you didn't do anything wrong. Chapter 875. You calm down first, and we'll try to find a way back. When things settle down, maybe you'll suddenly go back. Susun finally accepted the fact that he had returned. Sun Weyan was right. This was not necessarily a bad thing. No matter how much he tried to explain, his mother would not believe he was capable of handling the aftermath. If he ran away, she would be more at ease. It was just that being a passive deserter was truly displeasing. Why did he come back so inexplicably? However, since he was back, he would make the best of it. Su-sun chose to calm down and plan his next move. Besides, coming back wasn't entirely without its benefits. In the middle of the night, while everyone else was sleeping, Su-sun chose not to disturb them and instead returned to his room to meet everyone during the day. That night, he was sleepless. It wasn't until around 5 or 6 in the morning that he finally managed to fall asleep. Morning. When everyone woke up, they found that breakfast was already laid out on the dining table. The familiar style and familiar taste sent a shock through several of them. Big sister was back. Su Banian excitedly ran to the kitchen door and saw his eldest sister busy inside. Big sister, where have you been these past few days? Did you know? Everyone thought you ran off with another man, but only I believed you wouldn't do something like that. Su Muyan was both angry and amused. Who's talking behind my back? I was just out for a few days. What nonsense are they talking about? It was third sister who said it. Su Qingxia suspected it. Second sister also listened. Su Muyan's expression froze. Is it still the third sister? What kind of misunderstanding does the third sister have about her? After taking their seats, everyone's initial excitement about Su Muyan's return soon subsided, and the atmosphere remained as gloomy as ever. Su Muyan knew that the third sister must have said something to everyone. However, it didn't matter whether she reacted to her return or not. But someone's return would definitely change the gloomy atmosphere. Before we eat, I have some good news to tell everyone. Big sister, where have you been these past few days? Third sister said you eloped with a man, is that true or false? Su Wanqing directly asked her doubts, interrupting Su Muyan's report of good news. Su Muyan's face darkened upon hearing this. That's not true, she's overthinking it. Is that so? Su Wanqing continued to question, then where have you been these past few days? Why did you leave without saying a word, not answering calls, not replying to texts? Big sister, you're forcing everyone to doubt you. There were some accidents, and you probably wouldn't believe me if I told you. Let's eat first, and we can talk slowly after we finish eating. Su Wanqing fell silent. This meal made her lose her appetite. She didn't understand why her eldest sister was being evasive. Why not just say it directly? If she had some doubts before, now she believed half of what Su Xinro had said. This attitude of her eldest sister definitely meant something was up. After breakfast, everyone waited in the living room. Su Muyan was the last to leave the dining table, still busy with housework. While she was busy washing dishes at the faucet, a figure quietly approached her from behind. Big sister, you must have had a great time these past few days, right? Now that you've had your fun, you remember to come home. Do you know how worried everyone was these past few days? Still as sarcastic as ever, Su Muyan paused, slightly displeased. Third sister, what nonsense are you spewing to them? I know you might have some misunderstandings, but I'll say it again, you're really overthinking it. Is that so? Is it really nonsense? Can't you see the ease on your face? Su Muyan, don't fool yourself into truly deceiving yourself. Su Xinro, are you ever going to stop? Never. You unfaithful person, you escape artist, you betrayer of trust. Since you don't care about everyone and are busy enjoying yourself, then I will never let you have an easy time. You really have a problem with your brain. You're always paranoid about being persecuted. Su Muyan had to admit she was angry, but she couldn't be bothered to pay attention and continued to wash dishes in the sink. Again, this evasive attitude. Su Xinro smiled silently and made a decision in her heart. She wanted to make the person who betrayed them pay the price, and at the same time, she wanted to test her own guess. After so many days, she could no longer stand Su Sun's absence. Every day and night, every minute and every second, it was undoubtedly torture for her. She didn't believe Su Sun would leave so easily. His current disappearance must be because things were too calm here, and no problems occurred. Once something happens, he will definitely come back. Therefore, she would create a problem to force him to appear. Xiao Sun, you must be watching somewhere, right? Big sister, this slut has finally returned, and I will get revenge for you. I assume if big sister gets into trouble, you'll show up. Although I'll be jealous if you appear because of her, I can't stand it anymore. A dagger slowly slid out of her sleeve. With a chilling smile, Su Xinro quietly drew the sheath and slowly pushed the gleaming dagger towards Su Muyan's waist. Instantly, Su Muyan's whole body stiffened, and a chill ran up her spine. She felt the coldness behind her and also felt the object at her waist. At her waist was a dagger. Third sister, drew a knife on her? Su Muyan was utterly shocked, tilted her head, and said in disbelief, Third sister, have you gone mad? You're pointing a knife at me? What do you want to do? Chapter 876. Big sister, are you disappointed? You finally came back, but instead of a warm welcome, you're met with a knife. But it's all your own fault. You're no longer our proud and majestic big sister. You're just a shameless slut now. You not only betrayed the fidelity of love, but you also destroyed the perfect image of big sister in everyone's hearts. Don't you care about that man so much that you'd betray everyone to keep his secrets? Then I want to see if he'll show up when you're in danger. Su Xinro. You're crazy. Yes, I am crazy. This house is so gloomy because of you. Why should others worry themselves sick every day, while you can have fun and leisure, even leaving without a word? There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Su Xinro. Her waist was already starting to sting. In her anger, Su Muiyan found an opportunity and immediately began to resist. For a moment, the two struggled, and the kitchen echoed with clanging sounds. But Su Xinro had a knife and had the advantage. Su Muiyan's movements were restricted, and she eventually ended up being subdued. The sharp blade was only centimeters away from her neck. Su Muiyan dared not make any sudden moves. The commotion also attracted the attention of everyone in the living room. When several people from the living room came to the kitchen, they were all stunned. Third sister, what are you doing? Su Wanking's expression was shocked. She said softly, why are you pointing a knife at big sister? Put it down first, can we talk about any misunderstandings properly? Su Qingxia shouted in terror, third sister, don't be impulsive. That's big sister, that's the big sister who took care of us growing up. How can you point a knife at her? That's right, third sister. Su Banian echoed worriedly, let's talk properly, third sister. Pointing a knife at big sister is too heartbreaking. Yes, Su Sun, if you really hurt big sister, Su Sun will definitely not forgive you when he comes back. Don't be impulsive. The few of them tried their best to persuade her, but these attempts were like igniting a fuse. Especially when Su Sun was mentioned, it made Su Xinro even more frantic. So what? She did something so shameless, she deserves to be punished. Even if he comes back, so what? I'm seeking justice for him. She should be grateful to me for punishing this traitor. Today, I will make our so-called big sister pay for her debauchery. Su Xinro choked Su Muiyan's neck with one hand, gradually tightening her grip, while holding the dagger high in the other. Under everyone's shocked gaze, she fiercely stabbed Su Muiyan in the abdomen. Haha, if you don't come out now, I'll really do it. She's gone mad. Su Xinro has definitely gone mad. This was everyone's only thought at this moment. In their terror, everyone could only watch as the dagger was plunged into Big Sister's stomach, as if they could already see the bloody scene of blood splashing. Several of them couldn't bear to watch and closed their eyes. They lamented their powerlessness and cowardice. If Su Sun were still here, he would never have let such a thing happen. Just as everyone was sinking into despair, who would have thought that a miracle would actually happen? Wicked woman! Stop right there! With a clang, Su Xinro's hand went limp, and the dagger fell to the ground. She looked at the familiar figure with shock. Her beautiful eyes trembled. The arm that was choking Su Muiyan's neck slowly released, falling to her sides, her fingertips trembling uncontrollably. The people at the doorway were equally shocked. They froze at the sound and slowly turned their heads back in disbelief. When they saw Su Sun's figure, it was as if the clouds had parted to reveal the sky and the sun. The worries of the past period had vanished. Su Xinro, what are you doing? Are you trying to rebel? Are you trying to murder your own sister? The successive questioning made Su Xinro panic. After all, she was caught red-handed in her wrongdoing. Su Xinro suddenly became scared and repeatedly shook her head. No, I was just joking. How could I possibly go through with it? I don't want to hear your explanation. I'll deal with you later. Chapter 877. Ignoring Su Xinro's infatuated gaze, Su Sun went straight ahead and helped Su Muiyan back to the room. At the same time, he was truly exasperated. A wicked woman is indeed a wicked woman. She still caused trouble. Fortunately, he came back, otherwise, who knows how the situation would have developed. But what did her words just mean? Was she forcing him to show himself in such an extreme way? Was she really just joking? No, what kind of brain is this? How could she come up with such a ridiculous method? He didn't dare to imagine, if he hadn't appeared today, would Su Xinro really have stabbed with that knife? After all, he could never fully see through this woman's mind. Are you all right? In the bedroom, Su Sun sat by the bed, holding her fair hands, his face full of concern, his eyes constantly scanning Su Muiyan for any signs of injury. Fortunately, she was completely unharmed, and there were no marks even when the dagger was pressed against her neck. Only then did he breathe a slight sigh of relief. Seriously, you can't even control this third sister of yours. If this continues, she'll become lawless sooner or later. Yes, I really can't control her anymore. Now, only you can manage her. Su-sun was stunned by this. The implication of her words felt a bit strange. Never mind. Don't worry, I'll teach that wicked woman a good lesson and get revenge for you. How dare she point a knife at anyone in this family? I think she doesn't want to live anymore. Wait. Sun Lian grabbed Su-sun's wrist and shook her head at him. Third sister just makes a lot of noise but doesn't follow through. If she really wanted to stab me, she would have already. Be rational, after all, she's doing it for you. What's for me? What does it have to do with me? Su-sun turned his head, his gaze evasive, and felt an inexplicable unease in his heart. It's bad, these words and implications really have a problem. Did she discover something with that look in those words just now? Cough cough. You calm down first, I'll go find her to settle the score now. Wait, Xiao-sun, absolutely don't make a move. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Su-sun stormed out. This Su Xinro must be sternly warned. Regardless of whether it was true or false, today's incident had completely crossed his bottom line. However, as soon as he opened the door, 3 small heads blocked the doorway, their faces showing the embarrassment of eavesdropping and a hint of anticipation. You guys. The 3 of them also didn't expect Su-sun to come out so soon, and they all gave awkward smiles. Su Wanqing was still the smartest. She immediately changed the subject. Xiao-sun, we all missed you so much. Where have you been these past few days? Su Qingxia exclaimed excitedly, that's right, we thought you had really left. Su Banian, Su-sun, you bastard. Why can you come and go as you please? Do you know how worried everyone has been these past few days? Do you know how sad Sister Wan is? You just disappeared without a word, and you didn't even leave a message. Are you even human? Su-sun was silent. Actually, he didn't want to. At that time, he just impulsively blacklisted everyone, but a moment later, he regretted it. Who knew he would directly transmigrate back? However, his departure had indeed made everyone worry for so long, and he realized his mistake. And Sister Wanner, she must have been so worried looking for him. What about relationships and entanglements? He had decided. He had to be thicker-skinned. Su-sun gave each of them a big hug. Alright, my fault. It won't happen again next time. Actually, this was really an accident. Do you believe me when I say I'm home? Believe. The 3 of them said in unison, without a doubt. No, this sudden trust was rather confusing to him. Okay, enough talk for now, I have important business to attend to. Where is Su Xinro? How dare she commit such a heinous crime? I will definitely not let her off today. Su Banian raised her hand to signal, well. I saw third sister dragging her suitcase and leaving. What the heck? Su-sun's expression changed. She caused trouble and now she wants to run? Is she that decisive? After all the effort to force him to appear, he actually appeared, and she ran away. Chapter 878. Redundant? However, upon further thought, he felt that Su Xinro's actions were extremely normal. Su Xinro had always been a patient person and was good at judging the situation. It seemed that running away was in line with her style. After all, he was currently angry. Even if Su Xinro tried her best, she might not be able to get even half a misunderstanding from him. However, if she waited until he calmed down to explain, the situation might be completely different. Su-sun truly admired Su Xinro. She was always purposeful in everything and had countermeasures in place long before. Forget it, if she ran, she ran. He was too lazy to chase her. He could still deal with her when she returned. At this moment, 2 soft hands grabbed his arms. Su Wanqing comforted him, Xiao-sun, don't worry. Third sister can't hide forever. When she comes back, I'll help you teach her a lesson. Su-sun nodded lightly. Alright, then I'll let her off for now. Alright, let's not talk about unhappy things for now. Let's find a place to sit and talk. The few of them went to the living room. Regarding Su-sun's disappearance for half a month, everyone was most concerned about where he had gone. Su-sun said he had gone home, that he had a reunion with his mother after a long separation. Of course, he didn't mention those trivial matters. Everyone was skeptical about his transmigration theory, thinking he was trying to liven up the atmosphere, but they were all overjoyed that he had found his mother. Su Banian squeezed herself forcefully between Su-sun and the sofa, leaning on him excitedly. Do you know? I even dreamed that you found Mom a few days ago. It's just a shame I didn't get to see Mom's appearance. Su Wanqing, as if noticing something, frowned and corrected. 5th sister, why are you calling her that? You should call her auntie. What if others misunderstand? What's the difference? Are we still keeping secrets from each other? His mom is my mom. Oh, right. In that dream, I also beat up a woman for you. It was in the middle of the night, and she was crying and howling scared to death. It was so much fun. Silence turned into 6 dots. Susan really wanted to say, good heavens, so that night wasn't a dream at all. Seeing Sue Banian so excited, he wondered if he should tell her the truth. After all, Sue Banian's boldness was entirely dependent on her dreams. If she knew it was reality, would she be scared? Why are you staring at me? Don't tell me you're eyeing my beauty again after not seeing me for half a month. Susan immediately rolled his eyes and reached into his collar, grabbing the small hand that was exploring. What a thief calling the pot black. How dare you say that about me? Humph, I'm just checking your physique to see if you've been neglecting your exercise these past few days. Hee hee, let me check again. Sue Banian's unbridled behavior finally met its due consequence. Sue Wonking had already been tolerating her squeezing herself onto Susun, but then she started touching him. With a big hand, she directly threw her aside. Second sister, what are you doing? What do you think? Men and women should not touch each other. It's one thing to be close, but to touch each other like this, what kind of system is this? Fourth sister, watch her and keep them apart. Okay, second sister. Sue Kingsia had already been annoyed with Sue Banian, relying on their good relationship. She had become increasingly presumptuous. Now that she was here, the two of them would not be allowed to get close. Sue Banian struggled and resisted, but she was no match for Sue Kingsia. She was directly subdued. Taking advantage of the quarrel between the two, Susan stared at Sue Wonking and suddenly kissed her on the cheek. Sorry, you worried. But this was really an accident. I'll spend the night with you tonight and make it up to you properly. Sue Wonking looked at him affectionately. I believe you, but what about big sister? Don't worry, this is also a fortunate accident. She probably won't interfere anymore. She does have possessiveness, but she's already immune to you sisters. It's just that her pride won't allow her to admit this fact, but after this, she will see her true feelings. What she wants is actually the harmonious family of the past. As long as you don't be too obvious, it will be fine. It's just that I feel a bit like a scoundrel, eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. Shush. Sue Wonking gently smiled, placing her slender finger on Susan's lips. You have your part, and the two of you have your reasoning. Honestly, there's no way to argue about who came first or second. After all, no one expected everyone's feelings to change. When we realized it, everything was already set in stone. All you can do is not give up on anyone, not hurt someone for the sake of another person. Susun was incredibly surprised. Ching ching. You are too understanding. Sue Wonking playfully hit his shoulder. Stop it, don't call me that in this situation. If they hear it, will I still have any face? Alright, I'll only call you that in private from now on, and I'll definitely consider your status as second sister. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Susun left the crowd and went to the balcony alone. He took out his phone and made a call to someone else who was not here but needed comfort. Sister Wanner. Little Sun brother. Sister Wan, don't get excited. Yes, I'm back. Listen to me, I had an accident and couldn't come back. Yes, if I disappear next time, it won't be my intention, but an irresistible force. Give me some time. Even Gu Qingguan, with her gentle nature, was filled with excitement the moment the call connected. Susun explained the reason for his disappearance and gave her a heads up. After chatting for a while longer, they hung up the phone. Susun looked at the scenery in the distance and suddenly realized that he was like reporting for duty, with every leader needing his opinion and summary. If he missed even one, it would be disrespect to the others. After finishing the report with Gu Qingguan, he thought, then it would be Sue Kingxia's turn. Because of their past relationship, Sue Kingxia's attitude towards him was extremely sensitive. Even a moment of unintentional silence could make her overthink for a long time. Although Sue Kingxia's outward appearance showed no abnormality, such a strong exterior might be even more easily hurt. And as the son of this family, he naturally had to warm every girl's heart, and he must not show favoritism. Knock knock. Susun knocked on Sue Kingxia's door. Come in. Upon seeing Susun, Sue Kingxia, who was watching a drama in front of the vanity mirror, put down her tablet and immediately came to greet him. Susun nodded to her. Under her puzzled gaze, he looked around and then lay down on the bed. Sue Kingxia was a little confused. Xiaosun, is there something you need? Can't I come over if there's nothing? Susun lifted the blanket and patted the space next to him. Everyone is busy right now. I have nothing to do, so I came to chat with you. Could you keep me company? Yes. Of course, yes. Sue Kingxia said without hesitation. Chapter 879. Sue Kingxia lay beside Susun, her hands clasped tightly on her chest, inexplicably nervous. Although it was just lying down and chatting, something she was accustomed to, her heart could not remain calm. Perhaps it was Susun's disappearance for half a month that made her feel a sense of distance again, and it made her heart feel burdened again. Susan found Su Kingxia's uneasy appearance amusing. Was he some great evil spirit? Why was she so reserved? So, Susan reached out and grabbed Su Kingxia's chest. Instantly, Su Kingxia's heart surged, her face flushed red, and her whole body stiffened like a piece of wood, unable to move. However, Susan just took her hands off her chest and placed them by her sides. Susan smiled playfully. What are you doing? Am I going to eat you? We haven't seen each other for a few days. Why do I feel like there's a distance between us? No, Su Kingxia denied it outright. If not, then move closer to me and rest your head on my arm. Can you hear me when you speak from so far away? As he spoke, Susan's arm slipped under Su Kingxia's head, and he even leaned closer to her. This proactive move completely dispelled Kingxia's worries, and she directly rested her head on Susan's shoulder, quietly waiting for him to speak. At this moment, Susan pulled the blanket over them both. This action immediately made Su Kingxia stiffen again, and her mind began to wander. Susan teased, "The air conditioning in your room is a bit too low. Do you mind if we share a blanket?" "No. Forget it, why am I asking you? We're already under the blanket." The familiar directness, the familiar lack of romanticism. Su Kingxia was somewhat speechless, and she didn't know what she was thinking when she directly pinched Susan's waist. "Ouch, it hurts, it hurts." Susan cried out in pain and instinctively pulled Su Kingxia into his arms, forcing her to be close to him with no room to exert force. Su Kingxia could only half lean on Susan's body, completely unaware that the distance between them had suddenly closed significantly. Her eyes glared resentfully at the man in front of her. "Why are you looking at me like that? You pinched me first, aren't you going to let me fight back? You're a grown man, don't you know how to let girls have their way? You have no gentlemanly demeanor at all. We're not strangers anymore, so excessive politeness is just being distant. To put it inappropriately, we're already like an old couple. Who are we to each other? Who's an old couple with you? You scumbag." Turning her head away, Su Kingxia avoided Susan's direct gaze, but in a place imperceptible to others, a hint of blush appeared on her delicate and fair face. "Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Tell me what's been happening at home recently." Susan returned to the main topic. Upon hearing this, Su Kingxia's expression changed, and she also got down to business, recounting the recent events. For example, everyone's anxiety, Gu Qingguan's efforts, and the conflict between Su Xinruo and Su Muyan. These were all as expected, except for Gu Qingguan visiting every day, which was a slight surprise to Susan. Judging from her tone just now, it seemed that Sister Wanner's relationship with her sisters had reached a qualitative leap. Was this an unexpected joy? "Xiao Sun, tell me the truth, where have you been these past few days? Why is it as if you completely disappeared from this world? Even the Gu family couldn't find any news about you despite their best efforts." Susan was stunned, then replied truthfully, "I'm telling the truth. I transmigrated back. Who knew I couldn't come back?" Su Kingxia frowned slightly. "Look at you, you're doing that again. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. I won't force you." Susan put on a bitter face. "No, big brother, I'm telling the truth. I've never lied to you all, why don't you believe me?" Alright, if you don't want to say it, then don't say it. I won't ask anymore." "Hey, I'll prove it to you today." Su Kingxia was dismissive, but as soon as she finished speaking, she felt her wrist being grabbed, and her hand was held by a large hand. Chapter 880. Under her bewildered gaze, Susan held her hand and aimed it at the vanity table opposite them. "Actually, I'm not from this world. I believe that after so much time together, you've all noticed my special qualities. For example, a resilience beyond my age, strength that can shake mountains and seas, and a mysterious aura that is hard to fathom." With the words speechless flying over their heads, Su Kingxia looked as if life had no meaning. "Are you bragging? Alright, enough with the nonsense. Then I'll show you something real." With that, the large hand resting on her hand began to exert force, slowly closing her fair hand. Su Kingxia smiled silently. If he wanted to take advantage of her, he could just say it directly, and she wouldn't refuse, so why go through all this trouble? However, within 2 seconds of this thought, something strange happened. Her hand was passively clenched and closed, but halfway through, her hand still couldn't close completely, as if she was holding something in her hand. "Do you feel it? Your hand can't close, can it? See that water cup on your vanity?" At this moment, Su Kingxia's pupils trembled. She instantly understood. This feeling was exactly like when she held a water cup. Susan manipulated her hand, shifting it slightly, and then something even more miraculous happened. The water cup on the vanity table also moved inexplicably, making a hoarse friction sound. In an instant, Su Kingxia's face showed horror. Susan slowly tilted her hand, and the water cup on the vanity table also tilted at an extremely unscientific angle. The water in the cup was already at the edge, about to spill. Su Kingxia was completely shocked. What was this strange and illusory scene? Was it magic, or a trick of the eye, or some unknown method? How is it? Do you believe me now? Isn't it quite magical? It's not over yet. Susun suddenly exerted force and manipulated Su Kingxia's hand to perform a pouring action. At the same time, the water cup on the vanity table floated in the air, spun in place, and the water inside spilled all over the table. Ah, my cotton pads and loose powder. With a startled cry, Su Kingxia rushed to the table. Her loose powder, because she forgot to close the lid, was now completely soaked with water. Seeing this, Susun became awkward. I suddenly feel sleepy. I'd better go back to my room to catch up on sleep. Bye. You broke my stuff and want to run? No way. Seeing Su Kingxia blocking his path menacingly, Susun was completely defeated. Su Kingxia, is our relationship worth less than a box of loose powder? I'll compensate you, okay? This was given to me by the brand during my previous red carpet events. There were only 2 boxes in the world, and this is the last one. Can you afford to compensate me? Then what do you want? What do I want? Humph. Su Kingxia slowly approached, a curve forming at the corner of her lips. Teach me. Ah. Susun was stunned. Remember, you can only use this ability to be lazy and convenient, not to harm others. And this will consume your stamina, so don't overdo it. And for now, you can only enjoy it for a month. Oh, alright. Am I someone who plots to murder for wealth? I will definitely remember your instructions and never mess around with it. Su Kingxia was already in a state of ecstasy after gaining superpowers. She was so excited that she was a little delirious, and she didn't feel any sadness about her loose powder being ruined. Susun simply tapped her palm, and she could already control the water cup with ease. This completely refreshed her worldview. She moved the water cup back and forth, completely immersed in her own world, unable to extricate herself. To avoid Susun's nagging, in her excitement, she directly tiptoed and gave him a kiss on the cheek, also revealing her little greed. Xiao Sun, do you have any other superpowers? Give me a few more, okay? What are you talking about? Susun was full of disbelief. Do you think this is a vegetable market? Give you a few more? Chapter 881. Su Kingxia was a little disappointed, and pouted. Fine, one is one. Then do you believe what I say now? Do you believe I'm a transmigrator? I believe it now. Susun frowned suspiciously. But do you look like you believe it? Don't you have any thoughts? What thoughts? I don't care where you're from. As long as you're still our Xiao Sun, and as long as you don't leave this home, it's all the same. Even if you were an alien, I'd accept it. Accept what? You're the alien. Susun inexplicably wanted to laugh, especially seeing Su Kingxia waving at the air, which was truly comical. He realized that Su Kingxia's ability to accept things was indeed quite strong, and what she said was very true. As long as he was still him, what difference did it make where he was from? He regretted it, shouldn't have taught her these strange things. He didn't know if this behavior was good or bad. Why can't I pick it up? Did I not find the trick? Hearing this, Susun was speechless. Stop fiddling with that broken water cup. You're truly useless. You're so happy with just a little trick. If I showed you true magic, you'd probably get so excited you'd die on the spot. This is a little trick. This is simply a miracle. Su Kingxia was extremely excited, completely ignoring the scolding in her ears. Then don't you have any thanks for me? This thing is far more valuable than your loose powder, isn't it? Su Kingxia was stunned. This, at worst, I'll shoot a few more private videos for you. After saying that, her pretty face immediately flushed. Susun, however, was dismissive. I've realized it. Seeing it but not being able to touch it makes my heart itch. The value doesn't match. Then, I'll let you touch it. It could truly be said that words without shot would not cease. It was Susun's turn to be stunned. Had he misheard? Are you sure? I'm a deep-sea king now, accepting anyone. Don't tempt me. I can't resist temptation. I'm telling the truth. If you want, you can anytime. Really? Susun pressed forward, his eyes playful. Then I'll take it seriously. Don't regret it then. It's okay, just consider it being bitten by a dog. Hey, you're insulting me. Sorry. I misspoke, but I'm not lying to you, and I won't regret it. The proud Su Kingxia gradually faded away. The current Su Kingxia was becoming more and more youthful. Unaccustomed, truly unaccustomed. With a light sigh, Susun still didn't push his luck. Forget it. You probably know about me and your eldest and second sisters. Don't you think I'm too much? You're leading me into an abyss. Su Kingxia chuckled in amazement. Actually, I know a little bit. I want to say that there are no winners in love, and eldest and second sisters really can't tell who came first. If I were you, I would probably only choose to escape. It's only excessive if you disregard it. Really? But I can't stand myself because it's not just the two of them, but also your third sister and your fifth sister. What? Like thunder from a clear sky, Su Kingxia was stunned in place. Could it be that third sister and Su Banian also? No, Su Banian is just a little kid. How could he understand love and hate? As for third sister, she has always had a resistant attitude, so it's even more impossible. You don't believe me? But what I said is true. Would you rather believe me and Su Banian than me and Su Xinro? Then let me tell you, Su Xinro is the most persistent one. Because I've been noticed by her since I was very young, but she disguised it very well, and almost no one noticed. It can be said that all of you sisters have fallen into my clutches, only you are missing. So, do you think I'll let you go? Su Kingxia was petrified. This information hit her brain like lightning bolts, shocking her so much that she couldn't calm down. So in this family, she was the most innocent one? After so long, she hadn't noticed anything. She was the one who was ignorant of worldly affairs? And the most unlikely third sister turned out to be the deepest hidden one? At this moment, Susun didn't give her a chance to react, and domineeringly pushed her against the wall. Xia, am I domineering? Domineering, Su Kingxia nodded blankly. It's right to be domineering. Don't forget to send me your borderline videos. I like watching low-cut pajamas. Susun smiled knowingly. His confession was never to make Su Kingxia make a choice, but to turn passive into active. Not refusing is agreeing. As long as Su Kingxia doesn't explicitly resist, then don't blame him for going all out. He only needs to proceed step by step, and everything will fall into place naturally. Alright, I won't bother you anymore. I'm going out for a walk. The moment Susun turned around, their positions were swapped. Su Kingxia blocked his way again, stopping him. This time, Su Kingxia's face was filled with an inexplicable seriousness. Xiao Sun, do you still resent how I treated you before? Ah, that's all old history. I've forgotten it long ago. Tell me the truth. Was I really that harsh before? Do you really not have any lingering feelings in your heart? Is there? Susun smiled and teased. Maybe when you were shooting borderline videos for me, there weren't any. Chapter 882. Su Kingxia was very happy to hear this answer, which meant her worries completely disappeared. She could tell that Susun was telling the truth because Susun disdained to lie. Now, it meant that her past harsh self had vanished into thin air in this man's heart. Su Kingxia grabbed Susun's collar, gently pulled, and their lips met, a fleeting touch. Then she raised her head, her eyes sparkling with a hint of shyness. Don't worry, I'll make up for the videos. I'll go to the mall to buy clothes later. Some words didn't need to be said for each other to understand. Susun squeezed Su Kingxia's face, smiled, and left. His silence was also an answer. In the empty room, with an inexplicable surge of emotion, Su Kingxia practiced the magical skills Susun taught her, gradually becoming unsatisfied with just controlling a cup. A day passed quickly, and the small house returned to its former tranquility. Late at night, everyone gathered in the living room. The dim light brought a sense of peace, and the flickering TV screen brought a touch of warmth. After finishing dinner, everyone sat on the sofa and chatted until now. Even as night fell, they had no intention of sleeping. Su Banian had no status in this family. Only the TV remote control gave her absolute power, because no one else fought with her for it. The others watched TV for the feeling, for the sound, but only she was genuinely enthusiastically following the drama. However, she was bad at it and had a big appetite. Originally, it was a funny movie, but she insisted on challenging herself by watching a horror movie, and the result made her hair stand on end. She was stunned. She dared to watch this previously terrifying genre only because everyone was there. But why was she still so scared? To know that Susun, the Superman, was still at home. Even if a ghost really came, it would probably be slapped twice before leaving. But why was she still inexplicably scared? No way, this horror movie was too realistic, so realistic that she even felt a ghost touching her neck from behind. No, it's not a feeling, it's real. Su Banian's pupils trembled, her heart pounded wildly, and she suddenly turned her head. But after she looked back again and again, there was nothing behind her. Where was anyone else? Suddenly, Su Banian discovered something, and her whole body stiffened. She was dumbfounded. She saw her carelessly discarded turtle pendant on the ground, hopping towards her in an extremely strange posture. The doll, less than half a palm in size, stirred up a huge storm in people's hearts. Suddenly, the turtle stopped at her feet, motionless. Su Banian smiled stiffly, intending to deceive herself and deny what she had just seen. Who would have thought that the turtle would move again? It actually jumped up. It jumped directly onto the sofa and slowly crawled onto her lap. Su Banian immediately kicked out, using physical defense. There's a ghost. A few seconds later, Su Muyan came to her side and patted her forehead heavily. What's wrong with you in the middle of the night? I told you not to watch these ghost movies at night, but you didn't listen. Now you're screaming like this. After speaking, she directly snatched the remote and turned off the TV. Su Banian excitedly grabbed Su Muyan's collar, her eyes wide. Eldest sister. There's really a ghost. My little turtle moved by itself just now. Su Muyan was utterly speechless. Su Banian, don't force me to hit you on the first day I'm back. If I find you watching this kind of horror movie again, I'll slap your face until it's crooked. No, eldest sister, I'm not lying to you. I didn't see it because of the horror movie. I really saw the turtle move. No one paid attention to Su Banian's erratic behavior, as she often acted erratically. The others continued to chat, paying no attention to her abnormality. At this moment, Susan walked out onto the balcony with his phone in his ear, saying as he walked, "You'd better come back quickly tomorrow, or it won't be so easy to talk when I find you." What? Wait for me to calm down? Then I'm very sorry. The longer you drag it out, the angrier I get. Don't make me look for you. Chapter 883. Su Banian excitedly ran over, grabbed his arm with a look of seeing a savior. Sun, there's a ghost. There's a ghost. Ah, what are you talking about? Sun looked at Su Banian with a look of an idiot. He looked at Su Banian, then at the TV in the living room, and suddenly understood. The terrifying sound effects from the TV just now were so loud that he could hear the ghost's movements from the balcony. Someone was probably scaring herself. Get lost. If you don't have the guts, don't pretend to watch horror movies. Be careful not to scare yourself into a mental illness. I didn't. There really is. That turtle. Following the direction of her finger, Susun indeed saw a lonely turtle doll lying on the ground. He speechlessly spat out, neurotic. Then, he returned to the living room without looking back and sat on the sofa. Not being trusted was such a questionable thing. At this moment, even Su Banian herself doubted herself. Was what she saw just now an illusion from watching a horror movie and being scared? She gently kicked the turtle on the ground twice. It didn't move. Suddenly, the fear on her face receded, and a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. What ghost god is this? Where are there any ghosts in the world? I was just scaring myself. With a surge of anger, Su Banian challenged herself again and continued to watch the movie she had only started. Su Sun smiled playfully. Zhao Zilong is challenging himself again so soon? Don't get scared to death later. You get lost. You're the one who's scared. I was just joking with you just now, and you took it seriously. His mouth was tougher than his courage. Susan was too lazy to pay attention to her and quietly watched the horror movie that almost scared someone to death. Su Muyan, who heard the sound of the TV, just frowned slightly and said nothing more. 20 minutes later, during this period, the plot was all foreshadowing, very bland, and full of useless parts. It wasn't until another 2.5 minutes passed that the climax finally arrived, and Su Banian's little heart began to pound again. But it wasn't the same sense of dread as before. Haha, it's indeed me scaring myself. However, she was happy too soon. Just after laughing, she happened to glance and found that the little turtle she had kicked away had suddenly disappeared. Suddenly, she was so scared that she jumped up from the sofa and looked around in panic. What the hell? Since Su Banian's foot was on Su Sun's leg, her sudden jump almost kicked him in the face. Su Sun frowned. What are you doing now? Don't tell me you're really scared to pee. Turtle, the turtle is gone again. What turtle? Didn't you kick it away just now? Can you handle it? If you can't, go hide in your quilt. Is that so? Did I kick it away? Su Banian began to recall. It seemed she had indeed kicked it twice before. So, calming herself down a bit, she gritted her teeth and continued to watch. However, in less than 2 minutes, the turtle that should have disappeared reappeared, and it was crawling towards her at a visible speed. Su Banian's hair stood on end, and she stood on the sofa, flailing her arms and screaming in terror, "Double-sided turtle, don't come over here." At this moment, Su Sun's eyes were stunned as he stared ahead and saw the moving turtle Su Banian was talking about. Damn! From that night on, Su Banian was deprived of her right to watch horror movies. Forget about ghosts or the supernatural in the movies, even a hint of suspense was not allowed. Su Muyan, who was unaware of the truth, looked at her with disappointment. She was already so old but still acting like a child, always making a fuss, with no ladylike behavior. Even Su Wonking, who was usually more indulgent, felt that Su Banian had some serious problems. She was looking for trouble when there was none, and then she would go crazy. She was hopeless. The only one who could laugh was Su Kingxia. No matter how much she disguised herself or how calm she was, she couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of her mouth. Pfft. Su Banian keenly noticed. Su Kingxia, what are you laughing at? Nothing, I just thought of something happy. Humph, I think you're mocking me. Next time you get scared, I'll laugh at you to death too. Chapter 884. Whatever, provided that your tough talk matches your ability, otherwise you'll only get hurt. Su Sun was really having a headache. He had repeatedly warned someone not to do evil, but this person started by doing evil to her own sister. However, the word evil might be too strong. He pulled Su Kingxia aside and asked in a low voice, "What are you doing? Don't think I didn't see what you did just now. I shouldn't have taught you those weird things. It seems I have to take them back." "Don't." Su Kingxia clasped her hands together, her face full of pleading. "Please don't take them back. It's just that she's always been riding on me, so I'm just teaching her a lesson. I've already been very restrained. Who knew she's so fearless on the surface but so easily scared? Please. You, Sai, forget it. You take care of yourself." "Thank you, Xiao Sun. I knew you couldn't stand that dead girl's behavior either. Next time she bothers you, I'll teach her a lesson for you." With that pitiful expression and that proactive attitude, what else could he say? Of course, he had to indulge her. However, Su Sun still repeatedly warned, scaring her is enough. Everything else is forbidden. For example, if you can't beat Su Banian, you're not allowed to use this ability to fight violence with violence, otherwise I'm afraid you'll go astray. Su Kingxia sneered. How could I not beat her? 5 of her combined aren't my match. If it really came to a fight, where would the external force be needed? Anyway, as long as you know what you're doing, I've given you the things and I won't care anymore. Take care of yourself. Wait. Just as he was about to leave, Su Kingxia grabbed him again. I want to ask, do the others have similar skills? Or is it just they haven't even seen these tricks? Only you have them, so I hope you can restrain yourself and not do evil deeds. Su Kingxia stood there stunned for a long time. So, she was so special, and this magical ability was only given to her? Was this what it felt like to be treated specially? Hey, what did you say to her? Why does she look like she's been defeated? When Su Sun came over, Su Banian immediately leaned in, her eyes shining with curiosity. Su Sun glanced at her and perfunctorily said, "I went to get justice for you. She's angry after being lectured by me." "Really?" Su Banian's eyes widened, and she murmured, "No wonder I saw her waving her hands pleading just now. So she was afraid you would beat her." Su Sun was dumbfounded. This damned girl actually believed it? However, not only did Su Banian believe it, she became even more arrogant. She even started to take advantage of his support. She pointed at Su Kingxia and shouted, "Su Kingxia, don't be so smug. Now that Su Sun is back, he won't let you bully me. If you're arrogant again, I'll have Su Sun beat you and let you experience the taste of a real fight." Su Sun. He was speechless, truly speechless. Was this considered sowing discord? What was in this little brain of hers? Mush. Su Kingxia just rolled her eyes and paid no attention to Su Banian's complacency. She continued to immerse herself in her special treatment. "All right, stop arguing, everyone go back to sleep." Seeing that it was getting late, Su Muian called everyone back to their rooms, thus stopping a war without smoke. That night, Su Sun fulfilled his promise and spent the night with Su Wangqing. The two missed each other's company and became even more infatuated with each other. Time flew by. 3 days had passed since Su Sun returned, and Su Xinruo was very vigilant and kept finding excuses not to come back. Su Sun no longer intended to give her any more breathing room and planned to catch her directly and punish her properly. However, before that, another matter diverted his attention. "Xiao Sun, do you still need that certificate? I've already asked someone to get you an internship certificate. If you still need it, go to school with fifth sister." "Certificate? What certificate?" Su Wangqing's inexplicable sentence made Su Sun a little confused. It wasn't until the latter sentence about school that he suddenly realized. He remembered. If it hadn't been for her mentioning it, he would have almost forgotten that he still had the identity of a university student. "Your graduation certificate? Although I know you probably don't need it, after all, it's the result of so many years of hard work, I think you should go." Actually, I think. Go with fifth sister." Su Muian spoke up at this time. "Who knows, maybe this graduation certificate will be useful someday. Since you have nothing to do at home, just go with fifth sister, consider it a break." Su Kingxia also persuaded, "Yes, Xiao Sun, didn't you work hard for so many years just to get ahead? This graduation certificate is the best proof. Although you don't need it anymore, it's proof of your hard work. I'll accompany you and fifth sister to go. Let's get this certificate first. Since everyone had said so much, did he have any room to refuse? So, he returned to the place where it all began, Jiangqing University. At the same time, he saw the familiar lecture stage. He still remembered that he had displayed his power on that lecture stage, leaving a magnificent mark on the legends of Jiangda. With the two girls accompanying him, walking on the winding paths of the campus, Susan found that he already felt out of place with the young people on campus. He realized that he seemed to be getting old. While wandering around the school, he met many people who greeted him. After all, he had spent 3 years here. Besides his classmates, there were also many people from clubs. Coupled with his past identity as a well-known impoverished student, he actually had some fame in the school. However, the Susan now was not the Susan of the past. The silent and solitary Susan of the past was already a thing of the past. When the three of them arrived at the classroom where the class gathered, the room instantly erupted. "That's not right, Subanian. We're not in the same class. Did you go into the wrong classroom?" "Subanian, mind your own business. I like it here, okay. Then what about Su Kingxia? Don't you usually wear sunglasses and a mask when you go out? Why are you showing your true face today? Su Kingxia, isn't this to make you look good? With me, a superstar, by your side, how many people will envy and be jealous of you?" Su Kingxia was right. Su Sun, who had disappeared from public view, reappearing now truly subverted everyone's impressions. "Holy crap, Sunzi. We all thought you wouldn't come today, but you actually came. I missed you so much. Su Kuan, it's been a long time. Goddess Kingxia. I'm your loyal fan, please give me an autograph." Su Sun's raised arm froze in midair. Chapter 885. "No, Kuaner, are you more excited to see me or the superstar? What are you talking about? Of course, it's you. But meeting a celebrity is not a common opportunity. Let me get an autograph first." Su Kuan squatted in a horse stance, his body bent over with excitement, letting Su Kingxia sign her name on his white t-shirt. Getting an autograph was one thing, but when Su Kingxia handed him the pen with a smile, it made his heart flutter, his eyes shine, and he was incredibly excited. Su Sun was silent. This guy was purely prioritizing girls over friends. He had to suspect that this guy would cherish this t-shirt as a family heirloom when he got back. "Sunzi, are you signing? If you don't sign, the superstar will leave soon." "Forget it, I'll get an autograph for you." Seeing Su Kuan about to make a move, Su Sun directly pressed his forehead. "Forget it. It's you yourself who wants to get close to them. I don't need this stuff. I'm immune to it." Su Kuan smiled playfully. "What are you saying, as if you've met a superstar? Immune? Pretending." However, halfway through his words, Su Kuan's voice choked. He saw Su Kingxia approaching and saw Su Kingxia naturally hooking her arm around Su Sun's. A sense of unreality arose in him, a strange feeling like a collision of fire and earth emerged in his mind. This scene, which was like breaking through dimensions, appeared before his eyes, leaving him in disbelief. How is this possible? No. How can Su Sun be related to a superstar? And he looks so intimate. After not seeing him for almost a year, what has this kid been doing? Could he have entered the entertainment industry? But even if he entered the entertainment industry, he hadn't made any waves online in so long, so he was probably just a minor celebrity. How could he have managed to charm the top superstar Su Kingxia? "Xiao Sun, where should we sit?" "Wherever. I'm Loki, so let's sit in the last row." Before leaving, Su Sun winked at Su Kuan, making him clutch his chest, feeling deeply hurt. "Damn bastard. He's showing off." Su Kuan gnawed on his clothes, full of envy and hatred. Su Sun was somewhat handsome, but how could this silent personality suddenly be related to a superstar? It's an illusion, it must be an illusion. However, judging by the shocked reactions of everyone in the classroom, it was completely true. Some people indeed remain silent but achieve greatness when they act. But he was unconvinced. Su Sun had disappeared for a long time, and when he returned, he gave everyone a big surprise. Wasn't this too much? In the last row, even though Su Sun and the two of them tried to keep a low profile, people still turned their heads to look at them from time to time. Not long after the two of them were seated, Su Banian also quietly squeezed in. Su Kuan gritted his teeth even more when he saw this. Although he forgot Su Banian's name, he found her very familiar. But the real point was not who Su Banian was, but that there was another beautiful girl next to Su Sun. Damn it! What has happened to this kid in the past year? Xiao Sun, your classmates seem very shocked. Isn't that normal? Under my plan and control, even though you've retired from the industry, your popularity is no less than before. Can they not be shocked when you appear so openly? I'm talking about you. Your classmates' eyes are looking at you strangely. Susan paused for a moment, then said, that's normal too. After all, I was like a transparent person before, and now I'm too ostentatious. But I'm so popular online, and I even appeared on the internet recently. Doesn't anyone know what I've done? Su Kingzia, different fields have different knowledge. Some people may never come across things they don't pay attention to. It's normal that they haven't noticed your achievements over the past year. Well, never mind. Who told me I'm so low-key? It's better to be ordinary, otherwise I won't be able to interact with them as an ordinary person. Cut, narcissistic. Su Banian rolled her eyes from the side, looking utterly disdainful. Chapter 886. How could someone be so narcissistic? They couldn't distinguish between heaven and earth. It's just riding on Su Kingzia's fame to show off. What's there to be proud of? But it's true, I should have asked Su Kingzia not to come, stealing the spotlight. Su Banian, why are you rolling your eyes again? Humph, I can do what I want, right? Someone is quite showing off today, even a superstar is accompanying you. Hiss, why does this sound so sour? Su Sun turned his head to the side. Xia, do you smell a strong scent of vinegar? Su Kingzia nodded. Indeed, this vinegar smell is almost overflowing. Su Banian immediately got angry. You two scoundrels, are you colluding against me now? What's so great about it? Su Kingzia's tone sank. Su Banian, how are you talking? If you're still so tactless in public, don't force me to be rude. What's so great about it? Is being a superstar great? You don't need to teach me. Su Banian, are you really itching for a beating? If so, I don't mind losing a little image and making headlines with you. Su Banian immediately wilted. Su Kingzia had always been a bit rash. If she really wanted to deal with her, she would dare to act in public. I'll give you some face in public. I'll deal with you when we get home. Su Banian turned and ran back to her classroom. It was just that there were too many people today, and it was not easy to get angry. Otherwise, she would definitely let someone know what heaven and earth were. Su Sun snorted with a smile. Your mouth is indeed tougher than your courage. Don't worry, Xiaosun, she's not done insulting you. I'll deal with her when we get home. There's no need for that, is there? She just spoke rudely, it's harmless. No, I must suppress her arrogant momentum, otherwise she will definitely push her luck. This, as long as you're happy. I haven't heard anything anyway. After waiting in the classroom for a long time, the advisor and the teacher finally arrived. After a heartfelt speech and a passionate lecture, and after some twists and turns, some useless procedures were finally completed. When it was time to take the graduation photos, Su Sun, like everyone else, changed into his academic gown. Before taking the graduation photos, Su Kingzia pulled Su Sun and took various photos from different angles, recording this memorable moment. The news of Su Kingzia's arrival had already spread throughout the campus. Some people who saw them taking photos thought that Su Sun, a student, was pulling a superstar for photos, and they marveled at how kind and amiable the superstar was. So many people also came forward to ask Su Kingzia for opportunities to take photos. Su Kingzia, can we take a photo together? Kingzia, can we take a commemorative photo? Goddess Xia, I'm a Xia Tu Jun, can I have the honor of taking a photo? However, regardless of whether they were male or female, they were all rejected by Su Kingzia. Sorry everyone, I'm no longer a celebrity. Today is my private itinerary. Please disperse. After speaking, Su Kingzia took Su Sun's hand and left the scene, which stunned everyone. No, am I hallucinating? No, you're not hallucinating, that really is Su Kingzia. I mean Su Kingzia holding that man's hand. Do you think I'm blind? What? Where? How can my goddess hold hands with another man? Jianda is different from other schools. The graduation photo represents the last moment of a student's current stage of life. As Su Sun entered the crowd and took this graduation photo, it meant he was completely leaving his alma mater after many years. As for his feelings, he felt old again. Xiao Sun, aren't you going to walk around the school? You might not have a chance to come back next time. What's there to walk around? You're always by my side, so wherever I go, I'm the center of attention. Let's just get ready to go home. Su Sun intended to go home, but after a while, Su Banian came again. The two of them wearing academic gowns took more casual photos everywhere. And Su Kingzia acted as their photographer, unconditionally satisfying Su Banian's photography requests. Chapter 887. Yes, a little to the left, then down a bit, yes, just like that. Move further away, make my face look smaller, remind me if my hat is crooked. Do we have intimate interaction? Take a photo that gives a sense of time. Should I get closer? After repeated commands and prolonged shooting, Su Kingxia's accumulated impatience finally erupted. Su Banian, are you done yet? Are you taking a commemorative photo or a wedding photo? And a sense of time? I'll take a black and white burial photo for you later, that'll have a sense of time. If you can take it, take it. If not, get lost. I owe you nothing. Su Banian, unusually, did not curse but rested her head on Susun's chest and looked up pitifully. Gie, look at her, why is she so ferocious? I just want to leave a special memory with Gie. Why is she in a hurry? Susun didn't fall for this. He patted her on the forehead. Speak properly and don't disgust me. I've been accompanying you in the sun for so long, and today is a special day, so I'm indulging you, but shouldn't it be enough? Humph. Su Banian pouted, covering her head. Gie, if you don't want to take photos with me, just say so. I won't force you, why be so fierce? This makes me look like the bad one. Su Kingxia really felt like smashing the camera in her hand, but she ultimately held back, threw the camera onto the grass, and pulled Susun away. Let's go, let this idiot take photos herself. Seeing that the two of them were really going to stop taking photos, Su Banian was really anxious. Wait, don't go, we've only taken a few photos. I need to take a few more to make a souvenir album when I get back. The retreating figures of the two gradually disappeared. Su Banian, ignored, could only stomp her feet in anger, her cheeks puffed out. Humph, with such little patience, what great things can you accomplish in the future? Su Banian could only pick up the camera silently and check the more than 2,000 photos just taken. As she flipped through them one by one, the corners of her mouth began to curl up unconsciously. This one is good, this one is also good, and this one captures my beauty perfectly. And just as she was excitedly muttering to herself, she didn't realize that her sweet scene on the grass had already fallen into someone else's eyes. Miss, are you also a graduate this year? Suddenly, an unfamiliar male voice sounded in front of her. Su Banian looked up in confusion, sizing up the several men and women in front of her, especially the young man in front of her, and politely replied, yes, can't you tell from my clothes? You are. It's like this, I'm a campus photography blogger, and I think you're very beautiful. Can I take a few photos for you properly? Blogger? How many fans do you have? Nyen, aren't you leaving? Are you waiting for me to invite you? Ah, ghost. The sudden low voice startled Su Banian. When she turned her head, she saw Susun walking out from behind the tree, her eyes widened. Weren't you gone? When did you get behind me? I was always behind you. Su Banian shivered. It's broad daylight, you're so creepy. No wonder you didn't follow me. It turns out you were chatting heatedly with another guy. Let's see how I deal with you when we get back. With a big hand grabbing her fair nape, Su Banian was forcibly dragged away like a chick. Stop, let go first. I wasn't chatting heatedly. Amidst a wail, Su Banian was taken away from the scene, and the men and women who had just been there stared blankly at the scene. One of the boys said angrily, who is this guy? How can he treat a girl like this? But Fan Xiao, the man should be that beautiful woman's boyfriend. You probably have no chance. The boy called Fan Xiao looked into the distance thoughtfully. I think I know who he is. In the evening, what did you guys go to do? We were planning to wait for you to come back at noon to celebrate for the two of you, but my second one and I were busy at home all day, and neither of you came back. As soon as the few of them returned home, they were questioned by Su Nguyen. Su Wanqing also had an unhappy expression. The two of them were clearly dissatisfied with the three of them not returning at noon, but they couldn't blame them entirely, it was all because someone was too shameless. Su Sun sighed helplessly. Ask your fifth sister. She insisted on having indulgence day to indulge herself, but her indulgence turned out to be going to the mall to buy, and she forgot the time at noon. Then what about the things you bought? Su Sun spread his hands. Didn't buy anything. What? Didn't buy anything, so you guys wandered around the mall all day? It's not that I bought too much and was afraid you'd say I was extravagant, so I didn't buy anything for her, but we ate there all afternoon, and she didn't stop eating as we walked and stopped. As he spoke, Susun patted Su Banian's bulging belly, which immediately provoked Su Banian to lash out. Susun's expression changed. What do you mean by that? Have you forgotten your roots so quickly? You ate 20,000 yuan of mine in an afternoon and you still dare to lay a hand on me. Su Banian sneered dismissively. You wanted to eat it yourself. Why are you blaming me? No, sister, is it true or not? You were penniless and put anything you could eat into your mouth, or did I follow behind and pay for you? Now you're saying here that I wanted to eat it. Holy crap. You ungrateful brat, spit it out. Susun, directly used to pulling the willow with a single hand move, grabbed Su Banian's waist and shook her. In just a few seconds, the stubborn Sue Banian had to yield. I was wrong, stop shaking me, I really threw up. Ugh. Chapter 888. It was the familiar bickering, everything was like before. But at this moment, Sue Nguyen had no mind to reminisce, feeling a headache, afraid that the floor she just mopped would really get dirty. Quickly put her down, so she doesn't really throw up. Alright, if you didn't come back at noon, then you didn't. Let's all work hard tonight and eat all the dishes together. So much can't be wasted. Saving food is a virtue. Susan had no objections, but just as he was about to nod, suddenly, the phone rang, and a call came in. He took out his phone and saw that it was Sue Kun. Hello, Sue Kun. Didn't I just see you this morning? Why are you calling me? I'm broke beforehand, don't expect me to have money. Don't worry, who would borrow money from a poor beggar like you? Hey, those words hurt. Okay, no more joking. There's important business. What? Class reunion? The whole class is here, and I'm the only one missing. Alright, since you've said so, then I definitely won't go. The call ended, and Susun put his phone back in his pocket, slinging an arm around Sue Banian as they headed towards the dining room. We've been out all day, and I'm hungry. Let's eat quickly. Just kidding, what class reunion could make him refuse his family celebration? In 4 years, he could only name less than 5 people. What kind of class reunion would he go to? Only Sue Kun and he were somewhat friends, but this friend was not enough to pull him out of his gentle embrace. Bastard, don't touch me. Hey, what the heck? Have you really forgotten your roots? I'm just asking you not to touch my neck, it's itchy. Get out of here, who wants to touch you? Satisfying Sue Banian's request, Susun indeed stopped touching her. Instead, he pushed her several meters away, making Sue Banian grit her teeth in anger. What a humiliation. He dared to push her, what a humiliation. Fine, considering he spent 20,000 yuan on her all afternoon, she would let him off for now. Sue Nguyen quickly heated the dishes. When the food was ready, she remembered the call she had just received and tentatively asked, Xiaosun, are you really not going? It's still early. If you go now, you still have time. Susun was dismissive. I'm not going. I'm introverted and not good at socializing. I'm more comfortable staying at home. Okay, it's good that you're not going. Where can it be more comfortable outside than at home? Everyone wash your hands and get ready to eat. Susun was still family-oriented. Even though Su Kun sent several more messages, he uniformly replied, not going. Su Kun called him in anger, calling him a spoilsport and saying that the whole class was there and how unsociable he was for not coming. Susun remained silent, quietly opening the camera and scanning the crowd. Although it was just a fleeting glance, Su Kun immediately shut up, filled with envy and jealousy, and finally understood Susun's stubbornness. Damn guy, no wonder you don't want to come out. If it were me, I wouldn't come out either. Beep, call ended. At the same time, in a hotel private room. How is it, did your classmate Susun come? Not at all. He's with a row of beautiful women, being all lovey-dovey. Who would bother to come here? What? Not coming. Not coming is not coming. But I'm not saying that. Zhao Fan, did you come to our class reunion specifically for Susun? Are you gay? Zhao Fan's face stiffened. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm straight. It's just that he looks a bit like someone I know, so I came to confirm. Then you'll be disappointed. He's definitely not coming. Honestly, if it were me, I wouldn't come either. I think I saw Goddess Kingxia, sob, he's practically an emperor. Everyone, don't mind him. Let's continue with our own stuff. Susun's absence didn't cause much of a stir. They ate and drank as they should, but it left some unwillingness in certain people's hearts. At the little cottage, everyone was also eating and drinking. After eating their fill, they even had a lively celebration for the 2 youths who were about to enter society, although it was only nominal. Of course, there were gifts for the celebration, and Susun naturally received gifts from everyone. Su Nguyen's handmade doll, Su Wangqing's handmade wood carving, and Su Qingxia's personally assembled block robot. All handmade, full of heart, Susun naturally liked them very much. Initially, his heart was warm, but when it came to Su Banian's gift, the atmosphere completely changed. Su Nguyen waved her hand and gave him a bank card worth 1 million. Su Wangqing gave him a job application. If he signed it, he would be a supervisor. Su Qingxia was even more generous and gave him a sports car worth 5 million. It could be said that whether it was Su Banian's future life or career prospects, or material enjoyment, everything was taken care of. Su Sun was stunned. No, seriously. At this moment, Su Banian felt like she had stood up. Ha ha ha. What is surprise? This is surprise. My spring has finally arrived, Su Banian. You little trash, you don't have any, right? Although I don't have the heartfelt gifts, I have abundant material satisfaction. It's truly disheartening. The unrestrained laughter in his ears was so jarring, and the provocation in his mouth was so infuriating, that Su-sun began to doubt life. Although, I do value heartfelt gifts. But haven't you got the gifts mixed up? Look at the items on both sides, are they on the same level? What do you mean they're not? Su Banian slammed the table and retorted indignantly. You received everyone's true hearts, and I only got perfunctory material gifts. What more are you not satisfied with? Su-sun's eyelids twitched, and it was from anger. You dead girl, don't get too smug. Be careful your butt gets a beating. Oh dear. Are you angry? I'm so scared. You can't be too greedy. You just be happy with your gifts. Su-sun slammed his fist on the table, speechless with laughter. This fist was truly hard. Fortunately, Su Muyan stopped the conflict between the two. Okay, you two stop arguing. Xiaosun has low material desires, so we gave him heartfelt gifts as souvenirs. Fifth sister has been suppressed for a year, and it's time for her to be like an adult and have her own career and little nest egg. Su Banian laughed heartily. My poverty and starvation for the past year were all worth it. After a year, I earned $1 million and got a sports car, and I don't even need to look for a job. This is what I deserve. Su Wonking nodded in agreement. That's right, this is what you deserve, so we discussed it and made arrangements for you. You won't have to be idle at home anymore. Aren't you happy? Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The laughter stopped abruptly, and Su Banian's smile froze. Second sister, what did you say? I said, you have to work from now on. You can rent your own apartment and drive to work. You have to live alone from now on. Don't worry, the restaurant job I found for you is very suitable. As the supervisor, you can manage more than 10 people. How about that? It's amazing, right? Although the starting salary is only 5,000, it's very relaxed and suitable for you, and the salary will be over 10,000 after a year. Work hard. Su Banian was completely dumbfounded. What did it mean to live alone? Did this mean she was being kicked out of the house? And what was this supervisor thing? Was a restaurant supervisor considered a supervisor? She thought it was a key department supervisor in a Fortune 500 company. But the most heartbreaking part was yet to come. Su Qingxia said seriously, Fifth sister, you've had your driver's license for so many years but have only driven a few times. Giving you a good car is useless. Moreover, driving this car to work is too flashy. Leave this sports car with me for now. I'll buy you a second-hand car first, and after you get used to it for a year or so, I'll give you the sports car. Su Muyan also said with a helpless tone. Fifth sister, you spend money without restraint. After being suppressed for so long, I'm afraid you'll squander it. Big sister will temporarily keep this 1 million for you. Anyway, you have a salary from work, so come to big sister when you need to spend a lot of money. As soon as she finished speaking, a burst of laughter rang out. Ha ha ha. This is indeed what someone deserves. Someone has to work and earn money to be independent. Ha ha ha. Chapter 889. Su Banian was petrified on the spot, her whole body went soft, and she collapsed onto the chair with a bang, her lips trembling nonstop. She wanted to laugh but couldn't. She was truly numb. She thought it was a pie falling from the sky, but it turned out to be a full trap. What's more, these weren't even pies. A restaurant supervisor, isn't that just a waitress? The sports car was temporarily left behind, so was this sports car still hers? Managing money, but this money could be seen but not touched. What's the difference from not having it? A scheme. It was full of schemes. She got nothing and was still kicked out of the house, and even had to work to support herself. Why? She was unconvinced. Immediately, with a cold glance, Su Banian glared at Su-sun fiercely, her jealousy unconcealed. True heart is true heart, material can't compare. You thought they got a cheap deal, but the most precious things are often inconspicuous. When it was too late, Su Banian waved her arm and swept the handmade gifts in front of Su-sun to herself. Hee, I think Sun is right. The value really doesn't match. So let's switch. Let me accept this worthless true heart. Get out of here. Su-sun snatched back his precious items and sneered. Who wants to switch with you? I like to be served and fed. You think I'll go out to work? Dream on. Hearing this, Su Banian's heart ached. We of you woe. Big sister, second sister, I don't want any more gifts. I don't want to go out. Su Muyan frowned slightly, and said righteously, do you want to freeload at home for your whole life? Your second sister knows you're lazy, so she found many connections to get you an easy job. We don't require you to enter a Fortune 500 company and shine, but at least you should have the ability to support yourself. What can you do by doing nothing all day? No, big sister. I'd rather not work as a waitress. Besides, our family doesn't lack food or clothing. It's not a big deal to have one more person eating for free, right? There's nothing wrong with that, but you can't develop the habit of sitting and eating. Besides, this isn't a waitress, it's a supervisor, or you could say a store manager of a restaurant. Didn't you want to be a CEO commanding the masses before? Now you can manage a dozen waiters, which can be considered early adaptation. You must go. Sue Banian was numb again. She wanted to command the world in an office, to exude power, not to order people to serve tea and water in a restaurant. I don't care. Why can Sue Sun freeload at home while I have to work? I'm not going out. Su Kingxia interjected contemptuously. He earns billions casually. Don't forget who supported everyone when they first came out and were poor. Do you deserve to compare yourself to him? Su Banian was ashamed, but her stubbornness made her unwilling to admit it. So what? Having money is amazing. Having money means you can freeload and do nothing. Su Sun nodded. Sorry, having money means you can do whatever you want. Hearing this, Su Banian completely broke down. I don't want to work, I don't want to rent an apartment alone. No matter what, I won't go out. There's no way you can drive me away. With a lot of shamelessness, Su Banian politely declined her sister's arrangements. This freeloading attitude angered Su Muan so much that she almost used family discipline. Fortunately, Su Sun stepped forward again, and this turmoil was finally calmed. Alright, give me some face. Actually, we don't lack her little bit. If she doesn't want to go, then she doesn't have to. At this moment, Su Banian's heart was filled with gratitude. Sun, I knew you couldn't bear to part with me. I will listen to you in everything from now on. However, Su Sun just gave her a look and said dismissively, come on, I've heard this kind of nonsense countless times. Even swearing an oath is useless. The next day, you'll forget your roots, won't you? Su Sun was actually right. In the unseen corner, Su Banian gritted her teeth and kept muttering, damn bastard, what's so great about you? Don't think I'll be grateful just because you spoke up for me. One day, I'll make you kneel down and sing Conquest. That night, the few of them chatted for a long time. They didn't even go back to their rooms, but slept directly on the sofa in the living room. 3 people were squeezed onto one small sofa. Su Sun was wrapped in a thin blanket, with Su Muan squeezed beside him, and Su Wonqing lying at his feet. This could be considered a different kind of sleeping together. Of course, this kind of squeezing together also happened at other times, and no one realized anything was wrong. As for the small sofas on both sides, Su Kingxia and Su Banian lay on each. Su Kingxia had already fallen asleep during the chat. Su Banian lay awake for a long time, biting her finger, looking at the harmonious scene in front of her with unwillingness. The moon was bright, the stars were sparse, and the night was silent. Su Banian suddenly moved. She stood barefooted, looking down at the 3 people sleeping on the sofa. Her expression was blank, and she quietly watched the 3 people lying on it. Suddenly, she raised her foot, eager to try. A moment later, her beautiful eyebrows furrowed slightly. She found that the small sofa was so crowded by the 3 of them that she couldn't squeeze in at all. Immediately, a trace of unwillingness appeared on her face. Then, she scanned the others and finally locked her gaze on Su Muan's peaceful sleeping face. If second sister couldn't be dragged out from the inside, she would drag out big sister. So, Su Banian's devilish claws landed on Su Muan's shoulder. But just as she was harboring evil intentions and exerting force in secret, Su Muan's sleeping eyes suddenly opened, and under the moonlight, they exuded a chilling coldness. Fifth sister, I'm very sleepy now. Don't force me to get up and slap you. With an immediate turn, Su Banian giggled as if sleepwalking and wandered aimlessly in the living room. Chicken drumstick, hee hee. I love chicken drumsticks. Late at night, in Beijing. At the Imperial Capital No. 1 Villa, the residence of the newly emerging legendary figure in Beijing, Qin Zinlin, it's fine if you don't sleep late at night, but can you turn off the damn phone of yours? It's not old Su, I just discovered something bad. We've been tricked. They're not dead. They might not be dead. What, tricked or not tricked? What nonsense are you talking about? Nguyen and Su Sun, those 2 might not be dead. I saw that kid online. Then you must have mistaken him. Those dead girls all said they were dead. How could they still be alive? That person you saw might just look like him. Is that so? But if he looks like him, why is Old Fourth also by his side? Su Kaiming suddenly woke up, snatched the phone, and sat up abruptly. When he saw what was on it, he was shocked. Songstress Su Kingxia Reborn appears intimately with mysterious handsome guy on campus. And below this mysterious handsome guy, there was a clear close-up photo of Su Sun. How is this possible? This little beast is actually still alive. As soon as he finished speaking, majestic chanting suddenly appeared around. In the night, a yellow mechanical tiger broke through the window and entered. Ah, storm, nebula tear. Chapter 890. Ah, what is that? Old Sue. What is that thing? Don't tell me Su Sun is back. Su Kaiming's face was filled with terror. How should I know? It's all your fault. Why couldn't you control your mouth and had to curse him? Did I curse? I remember I didn't curse. It's no use quibbling at this point. Is that the point? The point is that our house is being invaded, do you know that? Call the police quickly. Call the police? Qin Zinlin was dumbfounded. Would calling the police be useful for the thing in front of her? She glanced around. The surrounding walls had been ravaged by the creature's casual slashes. Were humans its opponents? The two of them shivered in the bed, their scalps tingling with shock, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at the majestic and strange creature in front of them. This thing looked like an animal but wasn't, looked like a machine but wasn't. When it broke through the window, it was a tiger-like creature, but now it had turned into a humanoid creature several meters tall. For some reason, Qin Zinlin thought of Su Sun. When in doubt, it's Su Sun. Recalling the strange experiences before, she felt that this must be Su Sun's doing. Are you Su Sun? Su Sun, I know you can hear me. We are now new nobles in Beijing. I also know you're not dead. Don't play any more tricks in front of us, or don't blame us for being ruthless. Even though they were in a dangerous situation, Qin Zinlin still ridiculously threatened someone. Seeing that the other party didn't respond, Qin Zinlin felt that she had guessed correctly and had intimidated them, and she couldn't help but feel proud. I don't know what you are, but if you put down your weapon, we can let you go. As soon as she said this, the mysterious creature that had been silent suddenly lit up. Only then did the mysterious creature shout, "You're talking nonsense," and then turned back into a tiger creature in front of the two of them. And the current appearance was even more intimidating than the destructive form it had before. Because the two of them finally saw clearly what was on the tiger's back, a rotating, terrifying object with a sharp cold light. Qin Zinlin's eyes widened. Old Sue, am I hallucinating? Is that thing a Gatling gun or a machine gun? Whether it's one or the other, we probably aren't hallucinating. The two were shocked and looked at each other. The intrusion of this unknown creature, from the present moment to now, seemed like a century. The two of them calculated countless escape plans in their minds. Then their eyes met, and with a tacit understanding, they had a plan. Run! With Su Kaiming's roar, the two of them couldn't care about anything else and dashed towards the door. At the same time, a deafening sound of gunfire erupted from the room. Ah, old Sue, that thing isn't just for show. There are real bullets. What should we do? How should I know? Of course, run. Miraculously, the two of them managed to escape the bedroom amidst the rain of bullets. But the price they paid was the complete collapse of the entire villa. The tiger with the machine gun on its back seemed to have endless firepower and fired wildly. The two could only flee in terror, trying to escape. The despair arrived. When they heard the gunfire behind them stop and thought they were completely safe, they turned around and saw that the tiger could fly. Qin Zinlin's mind went into a dizzying spin. Old Sue, I think my mind is going wrong. That thing, it's flying. No, you're fine, it's really flying. We're probably completely finished. The opponent can fly, how can they escape? Just as the two of them were waiting for death to arrive, and watching the flying tiger swoop down rapidly, suddenly, a large gorilla descended from the sky, and its huge fist smashed directly towards the tiger's back. Raging thunder. King Kong fist. Bang. Ha ha ha, King Tiger, when did you become so bored? Attacking two tiny humans like this? Humph, I heard them cursing me when I flew past their window. If it were you, I'd be even more ruthless. If you want to fight, then fight, stop talking nonsense. ZZZZ. The above is the real-time monitoring of the imperial capital Villa Garden that night. Was it an attack by an unknown creature on humans, the arrival of extraterrestrial visitors, or cutting-edge technology from a mysterious enterprise? What are you looking at? Clack, the phone fell to the ground under Su Banian's snatching. Su Sun ignored this reckless behavior, quietly picked up the phone, his brows furrowed with disbelief, and a hint of speechlessness. Hiss. What the hell? Are you sure this isn't some CG shot by a studio? Is this something that should exist in this world? But that's not right. Su Sun immediately denied his own idea. Even if it were CG, these two shouldn't have appeared. For the first time, Su Sun began to doubt life. What exactly was the thing he had just seen? What are you two spacing out for? Breakfast is ready. Su Wanqing came to call the two of them for breakfast and happened to see the news on Su Sun's phone. She chuckled lightly. You've seen this news too. Today's companies are really going to great lengths for publicity, actually coming up with such a gimmick to attract attention. Is it really just to attract attention? Su Sun fell into thought. Alright, don't pay attention to these sensational news items. Let's eat breakfast quickly. By the way, third sister will be back soon. You, handle it. What? Hearing this news, Su Sun suddenly stood up. This wicked woman finally dares to come back. Let's see if I can't deal with her. The two left the living room and headed to the dining room. Su Banian paused for 2 seconds, then picked up the phone Su Sun left on the sofa and looked at the news she had just seen. When she saw the blurry photos of the victims, she couldn't help but frown. These two main characters' photos, why do they look so familiar? Chapter 891. Where is this? Qin Zinlin woke up groggily. Her vision was blurry. She looked around the unfamiliar environment, her mind still a bit confused. This is a hospital. We were injured and sent to the hospital. Su Kaiming's weak reply from the side made Qin Zinlin turn her head and look at him with confusion. Old Su, why are you here too? No, why are we in the hospital? Su Kaiming sighed helplessly. We were attacked by an unknown creature and sent to the hospital. Have you forgotten the scene where we were chased by a tiger carrying a machine gun? As soon as he said this, Qin Zinlin suddenly understood. She remembered, their home was invaded by an unknown creature. The two of them were chased by a tiger that could transform and carry a machine gun, which led to their current situation. At that time, they thought they were going to die under the tiger's gun when a gorilla descended from the sky, and then the tiger and the gorilla started fighting. The fight was so fierce that it changed the world. Recalling the scene at that time, she still had lingering fears. And just out of curiosity, she stood and watched the play for a while, which resulted in the two of them being hit by the aftershock 800 meters away, almost to the point of death. Qin Zinlin was terrified. Old Su, what are those two things? Will that tiger come back to kill us? Su Kaiming was not sure. I don't know either, but it probably won't. This has already made it to the news. I saw that the attention of those two things was clearly not on us. We were lucky to escape. Damn it, then why did that tiger suddenly break into our house and try to kill us? What is that thing? It can transform and talk, it's so scary. Su Kaiming took a sip of his water cup and said faintly, what it is unknown for now, but it clearly exceeds our understanding. As for why it broke into our house to kill us, it's all because of your long tongue. That thing said that if you hadn't cursed that little beast, you wouldn't have attracted this thing. Qin Zinlin's brain froze. Did I curse? I remember I didn't curse that night. I remember it was. Enough. What's the point of quibbling at this point? It's better to think about the twists and turns behind this. I feel that the appearance of this thing is not a coincidence, but a long-planned plot. A word from him awakened the dreamer. This remark instantly shifted Qin Zinlin's attention, and it also made her suddenly realize. In the world, most coincidences are subtly pushed by someone behind the scenes. At the very least, even if she had cursed the person, it wouldn't have been such a coincidence for them to appear. Suddenly, she thought of that keyword. Little beast. In the past, these words were listed as unspeakable words. Every time that man was mentioned, he would descend from the sky, so they had not mentioned these words for too long. And why was it such a coincidence this time? It must be related to Su Sun. Yes, it must be related to Su, that kid. He must be taking revenge on us. Hearing this, Su Kaiming frowned slightly. It shouldn't be. The motive of this thing is clearly sudden. And that kid is now tens of thousands of miles away from here in Jiangqing. Compared to him, I feel that some jealous people in Beijing are restless. Old Su, are you stupid? He's not here, so he can't hire someone. And did you hear what the tiger shouted when it broke in? What? Su Kaiming looked confused. He had indeed forgotten some details at that time. Storm Nebula Tear. Old Su, don't you remember? That kid always shouts some strange move names before hitting someone. Isn't it his style to shout first before fighting? And didn't the tiger shout this slogan as soon as it entered the door? And don't you think this move name is familiar? Then let me tell you, I remember it clearly. When that kid was lawless, he did shout these words. This is not a coincidence at all. It is clearly intentional. This is what that kid is directing from behind, otherwise, how could such messy move names be the same? Chapter 892. If I have to say it, that kid faking his death was clearly to relax our vigilance, and then to deliver a fatal blow when we were immersed in joy. Last night's attack is the best proof. A single sentence awakens the dreamer. He remembered it too. Su Kaiming remembered everything. He had indeed heard this messy move name before, and yesterday the unknown creature also shouted that Storm Nebula Tear several times. Where was there any accidental coincidence? All the clues pointed to Su Sun. Su Kaiming was furious, not because Su Sun attacked from behind, but because he could command such a terrifying unknown creature. If Susun were to be allowed to continue to grow stronger, and when he had all his feathers, his vast empire would likely be handed over to others, and even his life would be in danger. No, this son must not be allowed to continue. A fierce killing intent flashed in Su Kaiming's eyes. He was no longer the same as before. He had also come into contact with some unseen and improper things that he couldn't access before. It was time to get serious. This son must not be kept. Dong dong. The violent knocking on the door disturbed the two people who were chatting inside. Susun said impatiently, "Who is it? The door isn't locked." "It's me." Su Banian opened the door, blocking the doorway, looking like she wanted to say something but hesitated. Susun found it a bit strange. "I thought you never knocked before entering. If you want to come in, just come in. Why are you knocking today?" "No," Su Banian hesitated. "I'm not here to come in, I'm here to tell you. Third sister is back." "What the hell?" Hearing this, Susun suddenly stood up, his face contorted with ferocity. "Damn, this temper of mine. This wicked woman finally dares to come back. Let's see if I can't deal with you." Su Muyen grabbed Susun in a hurry, scaring her. "Xiao Sun, don't be impulsive. Let's talk properly." "Talk about what? She even pulled a knife on you. What else is there to talk about? It's fine if she doesn't come back, but if she does, I'll definitely get justice for you." "Don't," she's also at her wit's end. "She actually wanted to force you to show up. I believe she knows what she's doing." "Knows what hell? Regardless, she has to give an explanation." Breaking free from the tugging, Susun strode towards the living room, his imposing manner making even Su Banian a little fearful. Susun was truly angry. Third sister was probably finished. But what made Susun even more angry was yet to come. After evading her return, Su Xinro sat on the sofa and leisurely drank tea. Seeing his imposing manner, she only smiled faintly, showing no sign of repentance. If she had been slightly weaker, Susun would have really found it hard to be ruthless, but this casual demeanor made his anger boil. "You come here." "Hiss, gently, it hurts." Without any pity for the fairer sex, Susun pulled Su Xinro's arm with great force and walked into the bathroom, slamming the door shut. After entering, without a word, he pushed her towards the shower, picked up the shoriad, and turned on the faucet, letting the cold water drench Su Xinro's body. "Is your brain clearer? If not, I'll pour for a while longer." "Su Xinro, do you really think I have a good temper? You dared to use a knife? You crossed the line, do you know that?" Facing this ruthless and cold behavior, Su Xinro not only showed no panic or remorse, but instead sneered and retorted, "It's all because you left without saying goodbye. I could only use this method to force you to show up. The fact proves that my gamble was right. You wouldn't appear without some serious action." Su Xinro. Raising his arm, Susun slapped her hard, and Su Xinro glared at him with red eyes, unafraid. At the moment his palm touched her cheek, it finally stopped. Susun gritted his teeth, but in the end, he couldn't bear to be ruthless. He grabbed her neck with his arm and said angrily, "I advise you not to challenge my bottom line, otherwise." "Otherwise, what?" Su Xinro interrupted dismissively, laughing. "Scold me? Hit me? But could you bear to?" Su Xinro pulled Susun's collar towards her, and with her other hand, she caressed his handsome face. "Xiaosun, you can't bring yourself to lay a hand on me. As long as I don't cross the line, you won't do anything to me. And just when I'm about to cross it, you'll step in to stop me. So, you can't do anything to me at all. Are you provoking me?" Susun's expression darkened. "How could I? How would I dare provoke you? This is praising you, praising your tenderness and compassion." Very well, very well." Susun chuckled, his gaze suddenly turning ice cold. "Originally, as you said, I did have some reservations about laying a hand on you. But since you're so pleased with yourself, if I don't teach you a lesson, how will I face others? You think I won't do anything to you? Then I'll punish you myself, right in front of everyone." Susun roughly pulled her out of the bathroom. Su Xinro remained unconcerned, a faint smile on her lips. She was rather curious whether her Xiaosun would truly get serious or just put on a show in front of everyone. But no matter which it was, she wasn't afraid. "Still smiling? I'll make sure you can't smile later." "It's fine, hitting is affection and scolding is love. I'm willing to accept your intense affection." "You're crazy, I think you're truly crazy." "Then later, don't." But the moment they walked out of the bathroom, her words abruptly stopped. Susun suddenly paused, his expression startled, and he hesitantly looked around. Here, how could this be? At this moment, a dejected-looking woman was walking towards them. The moment she saw them, her eyes lit up with shocked brilliance. Xiao Sun, why are you back?" "Mom." Hearing this, Su Xinro's pupils constricted, an expression of disbelief flashing in her eyes. But immediately, this surprise turned into a flash of inspiration. With a slight upturn of her lips, she immediately dragged her wet body towards Ji Kyun. Susun reacted instantly. Su Zinro, what are you doing? Su Zinro completely ignored his question, instead burying herself in Ji Kyun's arms, her eyes red and tears flowing, her voice choked with sobs. Mom, your son wants to hit me. You must stand up for me. Chapter 893. Xiao Sun, who is this girl? Ji Kyun was a bit flustered by the sudden embrace of a stranger. She held her hands up high, her face full of bewilderment. What confused her even more was the address she had just heard. This girl actually called herself Mom. Seeing her aggrieved demeanor on one side and her helpless expression on the other, Ji Kyun suddenly seemed to understand something. What's going on, Xiao Sun? Could this also be your girlfriend? After all, it was something that had to be faced sooner or later. Su Sun did not deny it, and helplessly covered his forehead, replying, "This, you guessed correctly." What? As soon as she said this, Ji Kyun's worries surged in her heart, her face filled with disbelief and disappointment. While patting Su Zinro's back to comfort her, she angrily said to Susun, "Xiaosun, how could you do this? Are you worthy of Mu Yen doing this?" Susun helplessly said, "Oh, Mom, it's a long story. Don't get agitated first, can I explain it to you slowly when I have time?" Explain what? I know the atmosphere abroad is more open and casual, but you can't be a scumbag who abandons someone after starting something. Ji Kyun was naturally heartbroken by her son's wandering affections, but there was a more important matter at hand, and she didn't have time to dwell on this. She supported Su Zinro's shoulders, her kind face full of apology. "Girl, there are some things Auntie doesn't want to lie to you about. My Xiao Sun actually has a girlfriend. I don't know if he's told you, but I can't lie to you, I don't want my son to deceive you. But there's no time to say more now, you can't stay here. You and Xiao Sun should leave quickly." Ji Kyun seemed very anxious, pushing Su Zinro towards the door and winking at Su Sun, seemingly very eager for them to leave. But Su Zinro, having finally found a savior, was not willing to leave obediently. She interrupted the shoving midway, rubbed her eyes, and a smile tugged at her lips. "Auntie, I know Xiao Sun's experiences, I don't mind. Please don't chase me away." Ji Kyun was stunned. "What? You don't mind? Then aren't you knowingly a mistress? Su Muyan is my elder sister." This sentence struck Ji Kyun's mind like a heavy hammer. She stared blankly at Su Zinro, momentarily choked. Su Zinro continued, "If we talk about who came first, my feelings for Xiao Sun were much earlier than the one you mentioned. Mom, Xiao Sun is very angry with me because of some small mistakes. If you chase me away, I will truly be isolated and have nowhere to go." Ji Kyun was astonished. No, Mom doesn't. Auntie isn't trying to chase you away, it's just that Xiao Sun can't come back. Oh, it's hard to explain in one sentence. We'll talk about this later. Can you take Xiao Sun away first? Mom, I'm not leaving. You just want to trick me away. If you're not here, he'll definitely lay a hand on me. Su Sun was so angry he almost laughed. So, someone found a savior and really planned to stay put, thinking that her mom would protect her. Impossible. Su Zinro, don't think my mom will protect you, it's useless. Su Zinro's eyes immediately welled up with tears. "Mom, look at him." All right. Ji Kyun held Su Zinro's hand and soothed, "Don't cry first. My Xiao Sun will definitely not lay a hand on you. I will definitely educate him properly for you." After speaking, Ji Kyun immediately glared at Su Sun. "You brat. I was worried you wouldn't find a wife before, but I didn't expect you to be so popular. But does Mu Yen know about this?" Su Sun scratched his head. Well, maybe, she knows." "What do you mean well, maybe? Forget it, this is not the time to talk about these things. Hurry up and take Xin." Su Sun reminded her. "Su Zinro. Right, Zinro, hurry and take Zinro away. Even if Zinro stays, you can't be here. Do you know the police are looking for you everywhere now? You should go out and lay low for a while. When Mom finds a solution, you can come back." At this moment, a warm current surged through Su Sun's heart.